Gas prices climbing again? Rude. With 17 fuel-efficient Toyota hybrid models to choose from, you've got options. Get a great deal right now on the fuel-sipping 57 mpg 2025 Prius at Toyota's national sales event now through Labor Day. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year no-cost maintenance plan. Get to your local dealer for Toyota's national sales event today. Toyota, let's go places. See your Toyota dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
In Bernal Heights, 58 degrees and cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It's It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Pork Highway Tang.
No, not Pork Highway Tang. The Giants won yesterday. They actually won a series. Good for them. Good for them. You know what? It's going to set the tone for a good week. I got a good feeling about this week and today. As I say, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hope you all had a lovely, lovely weekend. God, the sights and the weather and the views. The Bay Area is popping this weekend, folks. If you guys weren't walking around, hitting the trails, walking around the lakes, going to the beach, I don't know what you were doing. It is gorgeous weather right now. Our summer here in Northern California is finally approaching. And you know what else is finally approaching? The start of regular season football. And I just say football because we had college over the weekend. What was that? The Aer Lingus, whatever, the Irish game they always do, Kansas State, Iowa State. We had Fresno State playing Kansas. We got some week 0 is what they call it, right, Sammy? But week 1 officially starting this upcoming weekend. And then next week, week 1 of the NFL starting on Thursday, the day of our Red and Gold Summit between the Eagles and Cowboys. And then obviously a couple days after that, we got Niners, Seahawks. And yes, Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky today. So I say good morning to you, Stephen Risotto in the back, Matt Nahagian, wherever you're listening, and all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the week. We appreciate it. Good morning, Sam.
Yeah, hello there, Spadoni. Good morning to you. Great open there. And yeah, this was just one of those textbook summer weekends for the Bay Area. Your boy got a little too much sun yesterday.
You look good. You look good. You got a little different shade on you. It looks nice.
No, it's not quite the same color as the hair, but it's
white to a little less white. Yeah.
There you go. White to a little less white. I like that. And the people on YouTube, they can probably see notice it a little bit more obvious than the people on the radio who cannot see me. But yeah, we had legitimate football this week. And I was doing the wrap with Dan on Saturday morning, and we had Iowa State, Kansas State going over in that Irish game, and that was a watchable sort of football game. And I didn't unfortunately catch any of this game, but hey, it's always great when you see the schedule start off and Stanford's already 0-1. So love to see that. Yeah.
Go.
Imagine flying halfway across the Pacific just to take an L. Oh man. Hate to see it.
You really
Chop
do.
that tree down. Go Bears.
Iowa State, by the way, obviously former College of One, Brock Purdy. So is this a potential sign of things to come? Iowa State starting their year over, I don't know if they're a rival, Kansas State. They're in their conference, Big 12, whatever.
It's a Big 12 matchup.
I don't, sure.
The Iowa State finished their season the same way they started their season the same way they finished it last year, and that's getting a nice win. As we all remember, Rocco Beck and co. Showed Miami up in the Pop-Tart Bowl. Still not over that.
Yeah, I remember that. Rocco Beck.
Yeah. That's a great QB name.
Like Beck, like the singer, Glenn Beck.
I think it's Becth or something like that.
Okay,
yeah, it's spelled kind of weird.
That's how I like to open up Mondays here on the roast.
Talk a little Iowa State, Kansas State.
Yeah, there we go. It gets me locked in and fired up. By the way, we are going to talk and discuss because preseason's over, people.
Dunzo.
It's done. It's kaput.
Finito.
It's done. 30-23 the final. 49ers get the job done. I know it's preseason, but I do like to finish it off with a win. It gets me fired up, gets me going if I'm a fan. It gets positive mental outlook going forward. Now, there are some positives to take away now that preseason is over and where we are with this football team. And again, we have the Red and Gold Summit next Thursday. We're going to do all of our massive previews, do everything these final 2 weeks right before the start of the regular season, where week 1, it's going to be Niners, Seahawks. It's going to be a good gauge to see where this team is at, going up against Sam Darnold, going up against Mike McDonald, right? Second-year head coach now, former DC of Baltimore. But where is this team at? How are we feeling about this team, Niners fans? Are we feeling better than we did a couple months ago? Are we feeling worse than we did? I'll tell you this. I didn't think it would get this toxic around Jake Moody. I'm going to be honest. I didn't think
Really? You're shocked that people are getting toxic around a kicker that's not very good?
Yeah, it's a kicker. Like that, but we're getting
Kickers
so damn
matter.
Yeah, I know they do, but I don't remember it ever being this bad around any kicker around the NFL. And maybe I just have to go to certain fan bases. It's August 25th right now, 2025, the year of our Lord. We got a couple weeks away from the start of the regular season. And we got fans that are, I'll say it, rooting against Jake Moody in a preseason game. What are we doing here? It feels ridiculous, Sam. It feels ridiculous. A position that we all understand is more mental than physical. And let's also keep it a buck. Last year for Jake Moody, it was a little physical too. He had a high ankle sprain. So get off my guy's back a little bit. I understand it was frustrating before that. I get it. I hear you. The Rams game, there was a lot of different situations. You go back to the season prior against the Browns. I get it. He's been frustrating, and the fact that you had a third-round draft pick attached to him is even more frustrating, and it feels like Kyle Shanahan's going down with the ship. I get it. That being said, what good is it to boo the guy if you know he's going to be your week 1 starter?
Well, I guess...
why is that helping anyone in this case?
Well, I guess it's kind of similar to like when you want your team to hit a reset button. It's kind of like you, as not to call you out or anything like that, but as the Raider fan...
Everyone calls me out.
As a Raider fan, me being a former Raider fan, you last year were hoping for the Raiders to have a certain record so they can have a certain draft spot so they can draft a certain quarterback. Sometimes you need to root for your team to have failure so they can take that step back to take the the next requested 2 steps forward. Is it a similar situation here with the Niners where fans are just recognizing that this Jake Moody situation is not working out, it's not worth investing in, so you need him basically just to kind of have like a solo tank, so to speak, where he's just bad, so then the Niners can move off of him, and then literally anybody else whose name is not Jake Moody can come in and start kicking for this team. Is it crazy? Am I crazy to think that there is a sect of Niner fans out there that is so large that is rooting for that outcome? Is that a crazy thing to think is going on right now?
Listen, I don't think it's that in-depth, but I do believe that people just want him off the team. They have zero faith in him, zero trust in him, and they just want him gone. Which, listen, I could understand. That's fine. But my mom always told me, my dad always told me, I was raised, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. Now, you bought your ticket or you were gifted your ticket. You have the right to boo as a fan.
That's definitely one thing we do here at this station.
But again, if you have nothing nice to again, we're in radio, so if you have nothing nice to say, well, I'm going to say it into a microphone. But that's how I was raised, so that's what I'm going to do. And then you know what? It's making me root for Jake Moody. Like, you guys all like, are going to go against him, and yeah, I was also raised to go against the grain a little bit. I have 9 brothers and sisters. When they zigged, I zagged, all right? That was my way.
You're talking to the guy who died on the Ryan Walker hill. So.
Well, he's back, by the way.
Yes, I know.
So,
you know what? Maybe that bodes well for you. I have my hill to die on, and I turned out to be right. Maybe you will be the lone guy up there on Jake Moody Hill, and you and Jake will be victorious at the end of the season.
Big save for Ryan Walker yesterday as the Giants get it done against the Brew Crew late. Elliot Ramos, by the way, clutch city, am I right?
Needed that one.
Needed it.
Giants back, baby, now.
But you had something to say about Bob Melvin at one point.
No, we'll get to it later. It's not that important.
That's a tease. It's not as important as what's going on with Jake Moody right now. And I want to hear from the fans. And shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk. And as you know, it's righteously brewed in San Francisco, brother.
Hell yeah.
We got Jake Moody talk. We've got Brian Robinson Jr. talk, because it literally broke on our show with about 20 minutes to go, if that. Bonte Hill, he teased it, and then he was trying to go to break right after. I was like, no. This is just one of the biggest trades we've had in recent memory. I couldn't find the breaking news
sounder drop. That was embarrassing.
It's okay. You know what? We made it work, and it was fine. It was good. It was awesome, but we didn't really have a big-time reaction to it. That was more Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got a lot of good sound from those guys. We got a lot of good sound from our boys out on our sister station in Washington, D.C., The Fan. JP Finley, Grant Paulson obviously covers the team also for NBC Sports out in Washington as well. So we'll get all the lay of the land, what's going on with Brian Robinson Jr. But just my feel overall on this team because of that trade, Sam, it did shift a little bit. I'm going to be honest. It's crazy how one move could do that. And it's not like he's like the biggest name, but he is a name. And he is a much bigger name than, let's say, an Isaac Guerrero. Let's say then, a Jeff Wilson Jr., for God's sakes. Brian Robinson Jr.
Hey, man, J-Dub-J, man, he was running hard out there.
Sure, but Brian Robinson Jr. played legitimate playoff snaps last year in a legitimate Washington team that made it all the way to the conference title against the eventual Super Bowl champion and their division rival, Philadelphia Eagles. That gives me so much more hope and clarity in that running back room, because let's be honest, probably the biggest question mark on this team right now for the 49ers, it's not Brock Purdy, it's not Nick Bosa, it's not Trent Williams. Hell, it's not even Jake Moody. It's the health of Christian McCaffrey. what McCaffrey are you getting this season when, let's be honest, like last year, if you had a Christian McCaffrey, maybe you are a playoff team. You didn't get him in week 1, and by the way, you had to rely on Jake Moody to make 6 field goals for you against the Jets. And it's actually kind of funny, as we're fast forwarding a year later, the 2 guys that everyone was taking the first 2 picks last year were who? It was those 2 running backs in that first matchup against the Jets and the Niners. It was either Christian McCaffrey or who? Breece Hall. And now I'm not taking Breece Hall and Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, no, thanks for opening up that old wound for me there.
Oh, did you take him first overall?
I had Christian McCaffrey in our 95-7 league.
I totally forgot. I'm sorry.
I was kind of cautioned and told not to take. It was like, nah, it's not overthink
by the
this.
way, hounding me for that $100 buy-in fee. He's like, he's just going to kick me out of the league.
You know what, Lucas? There's 16 people in this league. Relax.
That's what I'm telling him. He's like, dude, I got bills to pay right now. All right, I need that $100. You'll get it eventually. All right, just relax.
He knows where you work.
See, exactly. That's what I'm saying too. I was like, am I leaving? Am I going?
You do technically leave before he shows up, but that's more of a Lucas issue than a you issue.
Well,
we'll see.
There you go. Fight on. The USC's cooked this year.
No, I totally see where you're coming from, though, with the Brian Robinson. He's a legitimate number 1 back. He was a legit number 1 back over in Washington, over 700 yards every year. And you talk about what he did in the playoffs last year, had a couple touchdowns against the Lions. This is a big-time back that the 49ers have here, and they're going to have him be the backup. I mean, that's like when like in baseball when you have another legitimate ace as your number 2 starter, or like in basketball if you have that's almost like, I'm not going to compare it to Steph and KD, but it's like when you have 2 number 1s who can share that position as a 1-2 punch, yeah, your running game suddenly looks so much scarier than it did a week ago. Well, scarier in the good way. It was kind of scary in the bad way last week because you don't know what Christian McCaffrey's health is going to look like, because you say it all the time, Spinoy, bilateral Achilles tendonitis.
Doesn't go away.
It doesn't just disappear overnight. Now, it's been a long time. It's been about a year now for McCaffrey, so you would hope that, he's had enough trips to Germany to where, he's been able to heal those feet up a little bit. But, you look at what the workload could be for McCaffrey, and if the Niners can lower it a bit this year. Last week, you weren't feeling great about that because Isaac Guerrero he could run fast, but I don't know. He's not an every down back. He's probably a 3rd down back at most. And then the rest of the running back group, I mean, Jeff Wilson Jr., yeah, he has experience in this system, but he's probably going to be a practice squad running back. Like, he's not the guy that Jock Peterson drafted onto his fantasy team a couple years ago. And Jordan James, again, maybe you don't know what's going to be there. With Brian Robinson Jr., you provide a level of security to this running back position to where it does not feel like the season is absolute kablooey if McCaffrey were to miss time for any reason.
Kablooey. I like that.
Yeah.
There you go. Just made up a new word right here. Not Bluey the dog. Shout out Disney.
Kablooey's a word, isn't it?
Maybe. I don't know. I just think of Bluey the dog. Shout out Bluey and all you parents out there and all you little ones that are just getting up. I do love me some Bluey and some Bingo. And
as long as it doesn't
Bandit.
go kablooey.
No, we do not want that. Speaking of which, we can talk some risers and fallers post preseason. That's what we're talking about right now. That voice you hear is Sam Lubman. He is in for Joe Shasky all week long. Shout out Shasky. He deserved a much needed break, and he is getting it before. And he also has got to get his mind right. I mean, Shasky needs to, because it could be a long year for the Niners. We'll see. I think he thinks it might be a long year for the 49ers. Don't want to put words in his mouth. But he needs to revamp, refocus, retool before we got that Red and Gold Summit next Thursday. King's Fish House out there, Westfield Valley Fair. Can't wait for that. Again, I'll tease it. I'll tell you all about the info that you need to know.
Details to come. Lock it.
Absolutely. I'll be there. Sam, are you going to be there?
It's a TBD.
Okay, there you go, because I know all the fans want to say what's up. Sam,
I might be there, I might not. You're going to have to show up and see.
There you go, Orange and Black.
That's the week and a half long tease.
I did catch some Orange and Black weekend rap this weekend, 9 to 12 every Saturday. Sam Lubman, maybe Dan Devone, maybe someone else, but most of the time it's Dan Devone. It's usually been Dan, but you guys have broken it down very eloquently for these last, couple months now. Are you on a month already?
We got, I think, 4 or 5 shows left now.
Nice.
So
bittersweet.
Unless they make the playoff. Yeah.
Relax. Let's not.
No, I'm realistic. And that's why I'm trying to be realistic about these 49ers. And I do, when you look at this team, and we'll talk about the risers and fallers from this final preseason game, which, holy snot, if you watch that whole preseason game, you are a gamer of a football fan.
They stop at preseason, yeah.
If you made it through that first quarter, oh my goodness, that was an absolute slog of a first quarter. Trey Lance, he had some moments. I don't want to talk too much about the Chargers, but DJ Uiagalelei, I didn't know he made it onto an NFL roster.
Ukulele?
Yeah, DJU as they like to call it. Because
remember he had that moment for Clemson against Notre Dame. Remember
exactly,
that?
yeah, back in 2020, the super spreader game. But then he goes to Oregon State.
Super spreader.
Then he goes
game.
to Florida State, Mr. February 10th, as I like to call him, 2-10, because that's what Florida State did last year. I was shocked he was even on a roster. And I was shocked he even threw a touchdown pass. Jair Brown, man, what the heck was going on there?
Well, that's another name,
which is something we've been saying all preseason long.
I mean, Jair Brown, talking about fallers right now, when he's getting special teams duty, I saw Kyle Madsen, he made a good point, host of our sister station, former host of your 95.7 The Game out in ESPN 1320 Sacramento. He's like, yeah, probably not a good sign that Jair Brown's in a third preseason game playing special team snaps right now. Now, it also speaks to just special teams in general for this team, which is, again, talking about question marks and concerns about this team. Jake Moody withstanding. Who's going to be the kick returner? Who's going to be covering these things? Are we going to have muff punts? Can we, actually have a plus in the category of special teams for once when it comes to Kyle Shanahan's 49ers?
I mean, you're the guy who's believing in Jake Moody, so.
Well, it's not only the kicker, though. I'll say that. It's the punter. It's the kick return team. It's the coverage on said punts. It's being ready when there's a fake situation, right? By the way, when's the last time anyone's seen a fake field goal? I was thinking about that during preseason because those are the times you flash these things, right? But you never really see it. I don't want to show all my cards. But I feel like we are so far gone from fake field goals. I used to do it all the time in Madden is why I'm asking, and everyone's playing Madden right now. But
it's a lot easier to pull off in Madden.
Again, can Jake Moody just focus on the kicks? I'm sure fans are saying before we get to the fake field goals.
We might have to do fake field goals just to get some of these extra points.
I mean, it's fake Moody at this point. Am I right? Come on. Well, that's a pretty good one. Starting us off on a Monday.
There we go.
Not the worst. But I do want to get back into Jake, and I want to hear what fans have to say about this. If you were at the game, Niner fans, and you were in the vicinity of the field goals or what you saw, were fans actively rooting against Jake Moody? Because that's how it kind of felt. I was looking at different reporters, whether it was Lombardi, Grant Cohn, anyone like that was at the game or covering the game was saying, yeah, it looked like fans were either upset that he would make it or cheering against him.
I heard that too. I think it was the second PAT he came on for. Everyone was booing him, which, like, that part I understand. You're going to boo a kicker you're not happy with. But no, this is where 8895.
Do you understand that? Like, preseason, he had a huge game-winning kick last week.
Yeah, it's preseason, Joe. No one cares.
Well, then why are we booing him?
Because only the bad things matter in the preseason. Come on, welcome to Earth in 2025. Only bad things matter.
I'm very disappointed right now.
Well, I want to know 888-957-9570. Please, someone call in and dispute this. But I swear to God, it sounded like on the TV when he made the PAT to tie the game up at 13-all. It sounded like the reaction was more like, oh, not yay. Which, again, someone please call in and dispute that. Sometimes the TV cameras and the microphones, it's kind of hard to tell. But it seemed like there was some anguish over the fact that Jake Moody made a PAT. And the fact that that's where we're at, if that is the case, like that, this just shows how toxic this kicking situation has become for the 49ers. It's just, the faith is just not there. And the faith from the faithful is not there. And I don't know if there's anything that can be done in the near future to repair that, because it comes down to this, Joe, and I'm curious how many Niner fans feel this. Maybe we can get a YouTube poll up on this or something like that.
Put the poll up.
Week 1, yeah, shout out Zachariah. Week 1 in Seattle, 12th man screaming down at the field. It's a tie game. You're down by 1, down by 2. Let's make it, you're down by 1 or 2. And Jake Moody's coming on with 1 second left to kick that game winner. I want to know how Niner fans are feeling there. Are they feeling good, or are they pooping in their pants?
Distance? I somehow feel better if it's 50+ if it's Jake. If it's
49-yard field goal to win it.
Okay, 49 still
49 for the 49ers. Let's just twist the knife a little bit.
That's still far enough where I feel good about it. If it's 45 and fewer, I don't feel as good. It's kind of the Sebastian Janikowski effect. Anything 50+ felt great about it.
I need it on
30
dirt.
or 40 yards.
God, can you imagine if Jake Moody had to kick off dirt?
Well, I think he'd be clutch on it. You know why? Because at one point,
Jake Moody, he can't do grass, so dirt is what he can do.
Well, they have fake. They have Astro or whatever it is. They have the pellets up in Seattle,
the rubber
right?
pellets. Yeah,
they don't have the real grass, which is kind of weird.
Well, no one has dirt anymore either. So,
well, everyone should be going to the real grass, by the way, because we're going to have the World Cup coming up in less than a year now, and all those places where they're going to be playing, they are going to have real natural grass. SoFi Stadium, they're bringing in the natural grass. They played Allegiant, natural grass. Levi's Stadium, natural grass. They're going to be catering to all those big-time Euros, all the South American teams, because you know what? Over there, Sam, they all play on natural grass because, as we know,
take care of your feet.
A lot of research studies, Dr. Nav Pandya, UCSF Health, those rubber pellets, not good for soft tissue. That much we have learned. We're also going to learn a lot more about Sam Lubman as the week goes on. 888-957-9570. That's a tease for you. By the way, Sam also has a tease in regards to Bob Melvin.
Oh, I would call it a tease.
We might get to that on the other side. Do we owe an apology to Bo Mel?
No.
No?
No, I'll say this. We do need to give Bob a flower. One single flower.
Well, I don't know if we're allowed to do that here.
I'm breaking rules this week.
That's what's coming up next. Plus, speaking of the Giants, we're going to give away 2 pairs of Giants tickets this morning. That's right, baby. Once in the 7 o'clock hour and again in the 8 o'clock hour. And when you hear this sounder, you're going to be caller number 5 on the contest line to win. Again, 2 pairs of tickets, one in the 7 o'clock hour, one in the 8 o'clock hour. You got to be listening. And that's what's coming up in the game. It's going to be brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Butcher Boy here. Hey, Tesla owners, it's time to trade in the hoodie for a jersey. Get into a Mustang Mach-E at Ceremony Ford Colma for $239 a month, plus $2,500 rebate, 0% APR, and a free home charger installer. Over 100 in stock. Offer ends September 2nd. CeremonyFord.com.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
Jake Moody for the first time. The point after is no good. Wide to the left. Boy, the wind down there, you wonder, was that a factor here? That was not close. Now how will Jake Moody respond? Missed an extra point on the 49ers' first touchdown. Instead, the hold, Weeks to snap. And that is perfect.
You could sense the trepidation in the stadium.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
What's up, Oreo Cookie? That was Guy Haberman, Tim Ryan on the call for KPIX Channel 5. And, yeah, a little trepidation, a little booing.
Was it, dare I say, a trepidation sensation?
That's another show, but we'll allow it. And shout out the great
That's
Tim
that's
Roy.
$1, right? That's
a
the
dollar.
phrase.
That's a
Put
buck.
$1.
Yeah, I was there at the inception of that. It was the Willard Dibs, but it was from the 10 to 1. I forget what time.
9
it
to
was.
12.
9 to 12. There
Edition.
you go. I always forgot.
It must have been such a great day.
It was. It was me, Kyle Madsen producing, and then Willard and Dibs. It was. That's when we started the first iteration of that show when those two came.
The first iteration
together.
sensation.
I hate you. You need to relax right now.
So like you and Kyle just like turned to each other, just like, bro, we just witnessed history.
We just.
It was Dibs, obviously, who did the first
the amount
one, right?
of bits that were on that shit. I mean, it's a show full of bits. That's what happens. Shout out Bacon Bits. And by the way, maybe you can find Bacon Bits at the Red and Gold Summit in 2025. That's next Thursday, September 4th. And it's going to be live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Willard and Dibs is going to be live from 2 to 4. And then the summit with all the hosts, me included, will be from 4 to 6. That's right. It's going to be Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Goo, Willard, and Dibs, all previewing the 49ers season from 4 to 6. Come on out. Hang with us. It's going to be a great time getting ready for football season. Again, great food, great atmosphere. I was looking at the menu yesterday, Sam, because this is what I do. I just love food. I'm always constantly looking.
You're one of those, I look at the menu before I go to the restaurant people?
No, I'm one of those people that's eating breakfast and then looking at videos and like cooking stuff to like figure out what I'm going to eat for dinner. I'm one of those people. I'm constantly thinking about food. It just might be my last name. I'm Italian. I don't know. I love food and I love looking at menus. And it's the great part about King's Fish House. Dude, they got the lobster rolls. They got fish tacos. Hell, they got a cheeseburger. If you want a cheeseburger, it's french fries, all right?
God, hold they have a minimum that.
I'm not mad at that. And they also have a kids menu, so bring out the kiddos.
Bring it on, man.
Thank you.
It's close enough to Mountain View.
Jan Mountain View needs to get out there. Come on, Jan. If you're listening right now.
If I know Jan Mountain View is going to be there, then the odds of me showing up are going to skyrocket.
Again,
heck yeah.
Red and Gold Summit next Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Come on out. Get the season started with a bang. Experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair, your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for fans. And I wonder if fans are going to be cheering at those games at King's Fish House when Jake Moody silences the haters this season with a couple of game-winning kicks. Is he going to have the opportunity to do so? That is the question. And Kyle Shanahan was asked about Jake Moody's play. And if it warrants, I don't know, bringing in another kicker at this point.
I mean, I thought he had one of the best games I've ever seen a guy have last week. You know, I know he missed extra point today, which definitely doesn't make us happy, but we'll see how it goes in the year. I know he's a talented kicker. I know he's done some really good things for us. He had a rough last 7 games last year, but I think he's had a real good offseason and a real good preseason also.
I'll say this. The extra point isn't what it used to be. It used to be automatic. The fact that they moved it back, what is it, like 30-plus yards now? It's not a gimme. It's not a gimme. And
that was the whole point. Was the extra point was too much of a gimme, and it was almost like... It
was a formality.
It was almost ceremonial, so to speak. And so you had to add some sort of spice to it. And yeah, I think moving it back has made it Like, football is a challenging game. So, like, yeah, you even then, like, it's like 30 yards back. Like, that's still makeable if you're a professional kicker.
And you know what? He made all the other ones he had to. They won the game. And I do like when Kyle Shanahan said, I'm going to play this one more time. Did he come out and say it's one of the greatest performances he's ever seen in a preseason game, too? Hold on.
I mean, I thought he had one of the best games I've ever seen a guy have last week. You know, I know he missed extra point today, which definitely doesn't make us happy, but we'll see how it goes in the year. I know he's a talented kicker. I know he's done some really good things for us. He had a rough last 7 games last year, but I think he's had a real good offseason and a real good preseason also.
Well, he said something sneaky in there too. We'll see how it goes on this year.
There's no
year. He's saying like he's sticking around people.
One of the greatest games ever, but he also did something that made us not happy. Well, I feel like it can only be one or the other. It can't be one of the greatest. If it was one of the greatest games ever, you can't come away feeling unhappy. Like when Kobe Bryant drops 80, where you come away like, yeah, but he still did some things that made me unhappy. Like when Nick Kurtz did that game earlier this year against the Astros. Like
6 for 6.
Yeah.
Like literally one of the greatest games ever.
Was there anything that he did that made us unhappy in that game? No, unless you're an Astros fan. No, you cannot have one of the greatest games ever, but also you did some things that made me unhappy.
I mean,
like when Steph drops 60. Yeah, but he didn't have 10 assists, so that makes us unhappy. Like, what are we doing here? Like, stop taping up for him.
He tied the game and he won the game in Vegas. That is a fact. You needed Jake Moody to come through in the clutch, and what did he do in the clutch? He came through.
Why is it that what a kicker does in the preseason matters, but what everyone else does in the preseason, it doesn't matter?
Well, because we don't like kickers. We like to say we like kickers, but we don't as a society.
No, I like kickers. Like, kickers who, make their kicks.
You like them until they miss.
They like them. You like them until you kick it too low and then don't make the extra point in the Super Bowl, and that ends up being one of the reasons why you lose.
We are now done with preseason, Niners fans, and I want your participation today. 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Jake Moody, is he still the biggest question mark on this 49ers team going forward for you? And if it's not Jake Moody, I would like to hear who it is and why. Biggest question marks for this team before the start of the regular season is what for you Niner fans? 888-957-9570, because it's not Jake Moody for me. It's not. I'm not saying Jake Moody is this guy that if he is lined up to get the game-winning kick, am I having 99.999% trust in him? No. But right now, I'd give it 75-80%, which I would take at this point. Is there another kicker that's out there that you're going to feel good about? You're going to be going, it's anyone but Jake Moody. That's what Niner fans are going to be saying.
I think that's kind of where
Greg Joseph, or is it Mike Nugent out there? I'm just going like names that are just, just random ass, like Joe Nedney. Like you just keep going like, go get someone from the MLS, go hit up the Earthquakes down there and say, hey, can we get someone from you guys that's on your practice squad, bring them up here? Like, again, I hear the frustration. I get it, but we're booing this guy. He had injuries last year. Got a high ankle sprain. He was hurt. He did.
Let's see.
He came through in the clutch in the Super Bowl. At one point, he had the longest ever field goal made in the Super Bowl in NFL history. Now Harrison Butker.
Okay, just because you had it for like 6.5 minutes, like that's not the flex you think it is. Like if you want to find a better kicker, let's at least find better options. You got the veteran Matt Prater, who had one of the longest kicks in history at one point, even though he did it at Denver.
I want to say he's got some off-the-field concerns with Matt Prater.
Probably.
He's also 41.
Yeah. Oh, hey, if you can kick, you can kick. Eddie Pinheiro, no one has any memories of him. Zane Gonzalez, he's a kicker. Cade York, if you probably couldn't point him out of crowd. Here's a good name, Canes legend, Michael Badgley. He's still available right now, only 30 years old. I'll vouch for Michael Badgley. So there's options out there that the Niners should choose.
Yeah, you sound really enthused by all of them.
I got to go to the YouTube.
You really were selling me on all those guys. Those are people. Thanks.
Yeah, they can
kickers are people too. Yeah, thank you.
I got to shout out a couple of people in the YouTube chat here. A shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Alex in Atlanta says, Jake Moody's going to be selling cars for a living in a few months. And then Skills, without missing a beat, says, hopefully those cars don't pull to the left. Oh, great stuff, Skills. Great stuff.
Or he's going to, go to his boy and a former head coach out in Michigan to the Chargers and just crush it, kind of like Trey Lance has been doing in preseason. Am I right? Just saying.
Oh, wouldn't that
Just
be funny?
saying.
That would be funny.
You want to get rid of these guys, and then what? And then you get rid of a kicker, and then the next kicker, he starts getting in his own dome, and then he misses a kick, and then we got to get rid of that guy. And then it's a vicious cycle, all right? And then you're just constantly going through kickers and kickers and kickers. And then what? And then
this is what happens when you take
a plant your flag somewhere.
This is what happens when you waste a third rounder on a kicker who clearly wasn't ready for the big leagues, and you whiffed on the pick, and now you're scrambling. You dug yourself a hole if you're Kyle Shanahan in this situation, and it's just another hole you got to dig yourself out of, and it's not going to be easy. But this is why you want to hit right on these picks.
All right, we got to get to the strongest player of the game in a second, but 888-957-9570. Before we hit that and hit the break, Niner fans, is Jake Moody coming out of preseason your biggest question mark for this team going forward? And if it's not, give me the question mark. What is it? Who is it? Is it a player? Is it a coach? Is it a position group? Your biggest question mark on this team. Is it Jake Moody or something else? 888-957-9570 is the number, as it is now time for the Golden State Valkyries' strongest player of the game. It is brought to you by El Camino Health, our strength, your health. And we got a big win yesterday, Sammy, 90-81 over the Dallas Wings, who at this point are playing for a lottery pick. There it is, the fight of the Valkyries. I love that. Again, 90-81. Veronica Burton just been balling lately. She played 38 minutes yesterday, 25 points, 13 assists, 5 rebounds.
She's put on a Veronica Hurton.
That's right. And the Valks went into Big D, that's a 4, and got a big W over the Dallas Wings. And again, as I mentioned, Veronica Burton continues her heater, including this dagger 3 late in the fourth quarter. And this dagger late in the fourth quarter. Do we got it, Steve?
2:20 to play. It's 82-73. Burton open 3. Oh, it's in! That could be the dagger. 85-73. Veronica Burton with 25.
That sound courtesy of 95.7 The Game, as you can find all of your Warriors of Valkyries coverage and games right here on 95.7 The Game. 6 straight double-digit scoring games for Burton. Valkyries dropped a franchise record 16 three-pointers as well. And that was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health, our strength, your health. Biggest question mark for this 49ers team. Is it Jake Moody? And if it's not Jake Moody, who is it, what is it, and why? Your explanation's next. It's Spadoni and Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Looking for something fun and free to do with the kids this summer? Come explore Welcome In Wednesdays at History Park, brought to you by History San Jose. Extended by popular demand through the end of August from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., step inside one or more of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park, all for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome In Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. All ages welcome. Visit historysanjose.org for details. From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, listen to this.
All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Second down and 5. Uyunglele going through the progression and throws it right to Curtis Robinson. Robinson all the way back for a 49ers touchdown.
I am so happy for Curtis Robinson. You know, Guy, I am a firm believer that good things happen to good people.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Guy Haberman, Tim Ryan on the call, KPIX Channel 5. Sam Lubman alongside me today, in for Joe Shasky. And we're talking Niners as preseason has now come to an end. Niners win 30-23 on Saturday at Levi's Stadium over the Los Angeles Chargers, and all that, you know, for the reunion of Jim Harbaugh and Trey Lance. And it was just, Although I'm looking at the attendance for that game. It says they got, this is what it says. I'm just looking on the ESPN website. There were 71,000 people there.
No, it looked like a full house on TV.
71,000 for a preseason game 3. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. As Draymond Green would say, and we asked the question heading into the break, a lot's been made about Jake Moody, and you heard the call right there. Curtis Robinson. I want to. Kyle Shanahan said he got broken forearm. That's what they're fearing after the game. Oh God, the hits keep coming and they don't stop coming, unfortunately. And that's a tough one for a guy that's been trying to come back from an ACL injury. He believes Jacob Robinson. Excuse me, not Curtis Robinson. So that's good. Jacob Robinson.
A lot of Robinsons on this team.
No. But that would have been one that would have been again brutal. Like the guy that's coming back from an ACL breaks his forearm. But his cornerback, Jacob Robinson, I'm sure of no relation, so I wanted to get that right. And we want to get the calls right, too, because I see Leroy in Oakland wants to join the conversation. I asked the question. I want to get Sam's answer to this. I'll give mine. The biggest question mark of this 49ers team coming out of preseason is what? Is it the kicker, Jake Moody, or is it something else? Is it a position? Is it a player? Is it a coach that you have a question mark on? Is it the special teams as a whole? Sam, I ask you this question right now. Preseason's over. We're less than 2 weeks from the start of the regular season, week 1 in Seattle. Biggest question mark facing the 49ers this season is?
Well, I guess, we spent the last 40-plus minutes making it very clear the kicker is up there, so I'm not going to start there. No, right now the big question mark I have, it's health for this team. How could it not? You have an untold number of injuries on this team right now.
As Jacob Robinson breaks his forearm, rookie.
Exactly. I don't know, like, between guys getting healthier or whatnot. Like, again, last week, Matt Mayoko, I think, had a list of 26 guys who were some sort of injured. And so then you add Jacob Robinson there. Tatum Bethune didn't play. He had a sore back. Hopefully that's nothing serious. There's a lot of guys you did not see. Michael Williams, you didn't see him in the preseason at all. That's you need him this year. He's being the rookie edge rusher. You need bodies on the field, Spadoni, and it's when I look at the Niners right now, I have a hard time trusting that they're all going to be healthy. Now it's football. Guys get hurt and banged up. Throughout the year they're going to miss time here and there, but when the injury list is this long, and some of these injuries could be small, so this could be a non-starter here. That's why I have question marks. There's so many injuries. I don't know how serious some of them are. I don't know how long-lasting some of them are. We saw how much the season went off the rails last year when guys started getting hurt. We saw how much the 2020 season started going off the rails when guys started getting hurt. 2021, you had some injury issues, and that kind of tripped this team up a little bit. Right off the bat here this season, you got so many guys injured. You got DeMarcus Robinson missing the first 3 games of suspension. The health of this team really concerns me. And ideally, come week 1, you'll see some guys back. Maybe Jauan Jennings' calf will have made enough money to where that'll be healthy. Hopefully, Dominic Pooney will be healthy. Hopefully, Michael Williams will be good and ready to go. Trent Williams has no excuse to not be ready to go since he's been balling out in practice and not playing in the preseason games. But that's one of those things, like, I'm going to be nervous every game, probably the first 2-3 weeks, watching these guys, because it's going to be a tough slate the first 3 games here, with the receiving core being down like it is. Health is a massive question mark.
It's the name of the game, and it's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And as I mentioned earlier, we are giving away 2 pairs of Giants tickets this morning. One in the 7 o'clock hour, 1 pair of them, and then again in the 8 o'clock hour as well. And Steven, when you hear this sounder, be caller number 5 on the contest line to win. All right, biggest question mark for the 49ers. Preseason's over, less than 2 weeks now from the start of the regular season. And we go out now to Leroy in Oakland. Leroy, what's your biggest question mark for the 49ers?
It's us in the red zone, and I say us because I'm a big 49er fan, and I did tape the 3rd preseason game. I had to go run some errands. I taped it. I came back and watched it because
you're a diehard. Leroy, you're a diehard. You taped a preseason game. You're why I love football, Leroy.
I did, and my wife, Sunday morning, I'm watching it. She gets up. She says, "I love that sound of football," but I watched it because I wanted to see, the guys who were on the cusp trying to make the team. And I really liked how the remaining guys who were trying to make the team, how they were competing, man. That was awesome to see. I didn't like all the flags. I mean, boy, the field was just littered with penalties. But what do you expect for, a third game? I do want to say Moody, he doesn't worry me so much because I look at how the players respond to him, right? They really, really like him, it seems like. And they try to encourage him. And so hopefully that encouragement from his teammates, because he's got a big leg, right? But hopefully the encouragement from his teammates will get him to come around and start playing better. What I'm really worried about is the 49ers, us in the red zone, right? And I just want Kyle Shanahan to use the tight ends more. Man, I really love Luke Farrell, and I really love George Kittle, and I just think he doesn't get enough touches, especially in the red zone. And, hey, if we're scoring in the red zone, that takes some pressure off Moody because all you got to do is make the extra point. But it also takes some pressure off the running game. Use the tight ends in those short little passes as an extension of the run game to take some pressure off of it until we get fully healthy. So hopefully we can be better in the red zone, but that's what I'm worried about, guys.
That's Leroy in Oakland. Thank you for the call, Leroy. 888-957-9570. Preseason is over, Niner fans. Biggest question mark for this 49ers team is what right now? Sam says health. Leroy in Oakland is talking about the red zone offense. You got to get touchdowns to win in this league, Sam. We can't be settling for field goals. So in that respect, if I see too much of Jake Moody and settling for field goals, yeah, I'm going to be upset about it. That's a great call, Leroy, because I'm looking at it right now. Last year, you just go full rankings, and we're going touchdowns only, red zone scoring percentage, and we're just doing touchdowns, not field goals, anything like that. Niners are right in the middle of the pack. They were 14th, and they were at 57%. If they were in the red zone, they got a touchdown. So a little more than half the time they get down there, get touchdowns. It's not good enough. Best is number one. That was Baltimore. It was almost 75% of the time. So just think about that.
Which is around where the Niners were the year the Niners went to the Super Bowl. And I like what Leroy makes a great point there, and I think that's where the addition of Brian Robinson Jr., I'm really hoping will pay off dividends here, because one of the reasons they struggled in the red zone last year, Spinoni, was because they did not have Christian McCaffrey. He's a massive asset down there. And I do think that Jordan Mason, as ably as he filled in, one of the things that was absent from his game was the ability to be a pass catcher out of the backfield. That is something that Brian Robinson Jr. is going to be able to bring to the table for this team. So I want to believe that with Robinson on board now, that does give you a good weapon to use down there in the red zone, finish off these drives so his team does not have to settle for field goals, which is just not an asset this team had last year. So I like what Leroy's coming with there. What about you? What's the question mark or concern you got with this team right now?
It's going to be the concern, and it's probably one of the biggest concerns with people right now doing their fantasy drafts. It's Christian McCaffrey. And how is he going to be able to hold up this season? How is he going to look? By all accounts, you ask Trent Williams, you ask Kyle Shanahan, you ask CMC himself. He feels great, looks the part, looks explosive. That's awesome. You know, I would have liked to see maybe a drive or two in preseason to, calm my nerves as a fan of Christian McCaffrey. I understood why they didn't want to do that, Sam, because the last thing you want heading into the regular season is playing Christian McCaffrey for a series, and then what happens? Oh, he gets hurt.
That's nuclear Armageddon right
exactly.
there.
And that's what we don't want. So I understand just from that angle why he didn't do it. That being said, I'm very curious, week 1 in Seattle, what's the touches going to look like? How's he going to look in the passing game? You got Brian Robinson here now, a guy that could also catch in the backfield if you need him to. How are they going to split up these carries? Is it going to be a back by committee thing? Now, Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media again after the game and talked about Brian Robinson Jr., obviously the big trade that happened on Friday, and said he's going to be our number 2 back.
We brought him here to be our 2 back. I've always been a big fan of Brian. Loved him coming out of college. He's done really well going against him, and we were pumped that he was available, and we were pumped that we were able to get him.
And you got him, and he's an Alabama guy. This is a guy that was 3rd string when you had Najee Harris and Josh Jacobs. Talk about just the talent of Alabama alone. Some of those teams like Mac Jones is playing on, just the Devontae Smiths, right? Jerry Jeudy, had Ruggs there for a second. Obviously, I mentioned all the running backs. Unbelievable talent in Bama. And again, college football week 1 starting this week. Football's in the air, Sammy. I'm so excited. I know you heard it from Leroy there. The guy taped a preseason game 3 to watch it on a Sunday morning. That's next level.
I had it taped on my YouTube TV too, so
you can't just go back and just rewind it, right? For YouTube TV?
No, I mean YouTube TV, it records all the Niner games for me regardless. So I have it set automatically to record, then it deletes after a while. But I still went back and watched most of the whole game.
So we're talking about our biggest question marks, and I said Christian McCaffrey. You said the health, which I think it's kind of it ties in together, right? The health of Christian McCaffrey. A lot of people are saying that, but Christian McCaffrey in general is my question mark, because if you do get 80, 90% of what Christian McCaffrey was of that offensive player of the year, just a year removed from that, we could be talking about another high-scoring red zone offense. I mentioned Lamar Jackson. What makes Lamar Jackson so great in that offense? Obviously, you have Derrick Henry in Baltimore, one of the greatest running backs. Is obviously, I think this generation, it's Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey, 2 greatest running backs of their generation, I would say. And it's, again, I always go back to it. Them finished 1 and 2 in the Heisman voting. It's just insane.
Should have been CMC.
It's sure, but it just, the fact that they translate as the best running backs in college and then in the pros just doesn't happen like that all the time, which is just amazing. So you have Derrick Henry and you have the shiftiness of Lamar Jackson. And I think we still sleep on his throwing abilities and capabilities. So obviously that's Baltimore, number 1 scoring red zone offense last year, going by touchdowns. And then number 2 was Buffalo. Josh Allen, James Cook. All right. So you're sensing a theme here. Both of the guys that finished 1 and 2 in the MVP voting offenses 1 and 2 in red zone scoring. That matters. Another high-powered offense. Number 3, I'm just going by red zone scoring percentage here, touchdowns only, last season in the NFL. These are the highest scoring red zone offenses per touchdowns, all right? Baltimore, Buffalo, Detroit. Think of the quarterbacks there. Jared Goff had an unbelievable season. Josh Allen, unbelievable. Lamar Jackson, unbelievable. I'm not saying Brock has to be that level all the time, but you sensed a theme there. Brock is at his best when his running back is at his best. And last year, Jordan Mason was great. It was awesome. He's not Christian McCaffrey. He's just not. In the passing game, it is just a different level. Non-existent. He's not. Yeah. Isaac Guerrero, God love him, gets hurt. Mm-hmm. And is it a coincidence that, the practice on last Thursday where Guerrero, I guess, fumbled 3 times, they immediately bring in Brian Robinson the day later? Now, they could have been working on that. Maybe it's just timing is everything. You never know.
No, I think
but it just wasn't a great look for Guerrero.
No, it wasn't. And it probably was one of those moments that just kind of encompassed just where the running back depth has been behind McCaffrey in training camp, which is just, it doesn't inspire confidence. It doesn't. And when you're a team that's trying to get better in the red zone, you got to be able to finish drives. It's that simple. And you made a great point. The best teams are the ones that do finish in the red zone. And that's going to be a thing that has to change this year for the 49ers. I do want to believe that the presence of McCaffrey and the presence of Robinson will cure what ails them there. And again, I think it is the pass catching ability right off the bat, I do think is going to be a massive upgrade there.
Well, that's what I was getting at. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. That voice you hear is that of Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky all week long. Can't wait to talk some ball all week with Sam. And obviously, you can find Sam on Saturdays, 9 to 12 on the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap, the best Giants talk in the Bay. And we'll touch on some Gigantes later because we had a little reunion of sorts over the weekend with one Willie Adames being back in the Brew Crew territory. And he had some really cool cleats on yesterday in honor of one Bob Uecker, obviously former voice and a longtime voice on the radio side of the Milwaukee Brewers. Rest in peace, Ueck. We miss you. So we'll get into that at some point today, but we're talking Niners, and biggest question mark you have for this team is what, Niner fans, as preseason game 3 is over. A lot was made about Jake Moody, and if that's your number one, hit us up. If it's something else, 888-957-9570. But getting back to Christian McCaffrey being my, biggest question mark this season, it goes back to the red zone scoring, and that's why I think this Brian Robinson Jr. trade was so massive for this team. Just for the mentals, I think, of the fans, knowing you have another reliable back to be behind him. Jordan Mason couldn't rely on the body and the physical. Guerrero can't rely on this guy. I mean, he's a rookie. He's already been on the injury report 6, 7, 8 times. I don't know what it is. It keeps growing and growing and growing. Can he stay healthy? And if he can, if this running back combination can stay healthy in a wide open NFC, and again, I'm excluding the Eagles here. They're a shoo-in. They're going to be the best team in football, I think, this year. They just have so many just dominant players at dominant positions for them. They're going to be just fine. But outside of that, a lot of questions with Detroit. A lot of questions with the Rams. A lot of questions in just the NFC North in general. There's question marks at the Cowboys, right? I don't know. Can Washington do it again? I don't know. I do know this. I trust Kyle Shanahan. I trust Brock Purdy with Kyle Shanahan. And I have a whole hell of a lot of trust with a healthy Christian McCaffrey. And I think if he stays healthy with Brian Robinson, this is a 10, 11, 12 team winner. Does that sound?
I think, the 10-11 range.
Does that sound crazy?
I think 12 might be getting a little too greedy, but I love that energy. Listen,
schedule. I know we play schedule.
Well, no, again, we play the schedule game. I've said it a couple times now. The fact that a lot of the weakest teams you play on your schedule come at the end of the year, that doesn't really sit well with me. Bears, Panthers, Browns, and what have you. Titans are in that mix as well. Those teams are going to be, simply put, they're going to be better at that point of the season than I would have rather. Some of them might not. Again, I'm not saying all of those teams are going to be great at the end of the year. My guess, though, is that the schedule. I'm not saying the Niners are going to be great just because of the schedule. No, if the Niners can simply have to execute. That's what it comes down to. I don't think you could just say, well, the schedule this, the schedule that, therefore the record will be X and Y. I think it comes down to, when it comes to McCaffrey, let's stay on that for a second. I mean, week 1 at Seattle is going to tell us a whole heck of a lot. First off, you're going to be on that turf. I wonder if the Niners kind of maybe ease back the workload a little bit for McCaffrey in week 1 just because you are going to be on that foot-eating turf up there. Spinelli, I'd be kind of curious, how many carries per game do you think McCaffrey should have this year? Because I did a little deep dive here of all the
homework
of all the 20-plus carry games that McCaffrey's had. He didn't have any as a rookie. He had 2 in 2018. He had 6 20-carry games in 2019. The next year, 2020, had 1 such game, missed all but 3 games there. 2021 had 2 such 20-carry games, but he also missed the months of October and December. 22, he had 2 such games. 2023, he had 4 such games, plus 2 more in the playoffs, and then none last year. Is it too easy to draw a line from the more 20-carry games he gets, the worse he is the next year? Yeah, you could very easily do that. I don't think it's that black and white, but there is some there to it. If I'm trying to script out, if I'm Kyle Shanahan and I'm scripting out what I want the Christian McCaffrey workload to look like on a week-to-week basis, I think I'm doing everything in my power because we know Kyle likes to run the ball 30 times a game. That's his goal. Can I get at least 30 carries from my running backs? Ideally, I would like McCaffrey to be in that 15 to 17, maybe 18 carries a game or touches a game range there. Because then you got Brian Robinson who could take, 8 to 10 from there. And then you can have Isaac Guerrero maybe for a snap or 2 as well. And again, that's where I think Brian Robinson's value is going to be the greatest, is not so much what he does on the field, but just the fact that he is a guy you can send out onto the field instead of Christian McCaffrey. And whereas with Jordan Mason last year, you felt good about him getting a few yards, but he can only do it with his feet. Brian Robinson Jr., he's not as good as Christian McCaffrey, but he can still do the things that Christian McCaffrey can do, albeit for a fewer carries per game. And that's going to go a long way to, I think, easing the workload, hopefully, off of Christian McCaffrey, because Kyle Shanahan knows that he has that alternate option that he can go to. And that's kind of where I hope that the wear and tear question marks on Christian McCaffrey, that's where I think you can kind of breathe easier a little bit and not question that as much if they kind of go about it in that fashion.
Who is Brian Robinson? You're asking Niner fans? Yeah, I saw him at Bama. I'm not watching Washington football as much, although they were a fun watch last year with Jaden Daniels, Dan Quinn, Cliff Kingsbury, and co. Well, we have some of our hosts out in 106.7 The Fan, the Grant Paulsons, the JP Finleys of the world, who joined some of our shows last Friday, Steiny and Guru, and then Willard and Dibs. Let's start with JP Finley, again, 106.7 The Fan host out in Washington, who covers the Commanders. Here's what he had to say about the pros and cons of one B-Rob, as they call him, Brian Robinson Jr.
Honestly, with B-Rob, it's like most of the facets of his game, I would say he's like a B. You know what I mean? There's not necessarily something that he does at an A level. He had 2 fumbles in a Week 17 game against the Falcons. But then he followed that up with a really good game against the Cowboys in the finale. Then in the wild card game against Tampa, he was pretty ineffective. Now, they were ineffective as a whole running the football, and Tampa has a really good run defense with Vita Vea in the middle, but he was ineffective. But then he followed that up the next week with a really good game against the Lions in that divisional round upset. So there will be some inconsistencies. There will be, I don't know what his workload will be there, right? But, like, if you look at the box score from last year, you would see a 11-carry, 31-yard game followed up by 14 for 68. Like, it can be hit or miss.
Which is, you know what? Perfect. I don't care. That's great because I can rely on this guy to carry the football in the wear and tear of a season. That's what I looked at first, Sam, when I looked up Brian Robinson, and I'm just going to do it right now. And I was happy when I saw these things, all right? It was just the amount of games he played and was he suited up for them? And you go to games played, right? So from when he was a rookie onward, and he was a rookie in 2022, 12 games played. Okay. Was he the number one there? Was he toting the rocks as the number one? I think he was, divvying up some time. Awesome. 2023, 15. Great. Check mark there. 2024 last year. Again, these are playoffs included. 14. That makes me a lot happier knowing I can rely on this guy if Christian McCaffrey needs a week off or 2, depending on, I don't know what happens. Here's a rib or something or just sore. I don't know. But I can rely on this guy going forward. Now, is he going to be Christian McCaffrey level? No, he's not. There's only one Christian McCaffrey. There's only one Derrick Henry. There's only one, insert Hall of Fame talent there. You're not going to replace the production there. What they needed was a guy that could see the hole, take the hole, and go there. Jordan Mason, can I get Jordan Mason type production from Brian Robinson Jr.?
Plus the patch.
Yes, I think I can. I don't think it's that much of a hot take.
That's the part that I think gets me really excited. Again, you go back, you look at B-Rob's tenure with Washington. First 2 years, he was splitting those carries with Antonio Gibson. Last year, he was splitting them a little bit with Austin Eckler.
And those teams stunk. Those first
last
2
year,
years.
Yeah, no, I mean, they weren't good. They were still coming up. They hadn't found their quarterback. And they had Taylor Heineke, who we saw kicking the ball around on Saturday night as their quarterback at one point. So you share in the backfield with Austin Eckler last year. He also lost a lot of carries to Jaden Daniels last year because Jaden ran for 891 yards last year. So, no, what gets me the most excited, what really alleviates the question marks around the red zone, it is the pass catching, just because we saw how stale this offense got last year when they did not have that weapon. And so if McCaffrey has to see less carries, I think that's a good thing because that means you could still get plus production from Brian Robinson Jr. And who knows? We'll see how this season goes along. Maybe McCaffrey gets stronger as the year goes along. Honestly, there's a chance that McCaffrey is 100% healed. His feet are completely fine. The Achilles tendonitis has gone away. And all this hand-wringing that we're doing over Christian McCaffrey's health is just all a complete fugazi. So we'll find out week 1, but that is until we know better. That's just going to be the question we're going to have is around that health in the red zone.
We're up against it. We got to take a quick break. Come on back. Has your feeling changed on this team now that preseason is over, Niner fans? Has your feeling changed one way or the other? Do you feel better or do you feel worse than you did before the preseason? 888-957-9570. That's my question to you, Niner fans. Plus, on the other side, your chance to win a pair of Giants tickets is also coming up. It's going to be brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Interest rates as low as 0% APR long-term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 per launch through AHFC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
Bradley.
He's got T.O.
Tariq Owens scores! Owens! The first touchdown of his professional career. In the uniform is where his dad caught so many.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
You might be doing that right now. Who knows, Sam? Who knows? I do know that Laughing Monk is awesome, and you should be checking them out every single 49ers home game as well, because that's where Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings will be at.
Every single home game?
Yep.
So like if I want to go and hang out with Lo and Evan, I just got to go down to Laughing Monk and I can do that?
Simple as that, brother.
Wow.
Simple as that.
And I can park there?
I think so.
That's really cool.
I would hope so if you're going to go eat there and hang out with those guys. In a parking lot, I believe. I parked there just the other week and went down there and
all
had
right,
a good time.
so boots on the ground action. I love it. Lo and Evan at Laughing Monk.
Dude, get after it. It's the summer of Lo, they're calling it, because he's been on KPIX as well during these preseason action with Vern Glenn. I love Vern and Lo together. They just have great chemistry. Man. Well, that's not bad. Not bad. He's a good dude. I always like Lo Neal because if you ever worked with the guy, he wants to feed you, and he'll always do it on his dime, and he doesn't care. He won't have it any other way. That's good people. He'll feed you, do it with a smile on his face, and obviously I always remember the agony of defeat, him and Dan Dibley. And
I was not at the station when that happened. I do remember the horrific look on Dibs' masked up face with the gloves as he went to town massaging those disgusting piggies that Lo Neal has down there.
I'm trying to think of a bet between Shasky and I, and maybe the callers or listeners can. No. Something funny. Like, we have to have a bet on something this season that we have to keep all year long. We have to keep revisiting.
Jake Moody kicks?
No, I thought it'd be funny if one of us gets a perm at the end of the year, because apparently that's the thing everyone's doing. I get the curly hair. Shasky gets the curly hair.
Yeah, Shasky isn't
he's not going to want to do it, though.
Well, wait, Shasky's not going to pay up on a bet? That's so unlike him.
We're I'm not going to kick the guy while he's off on a week. All right, he's going to have his whole hiatus. That's fine. He's getting revitalized, getting revamped. He's up
it's
at the
not like
cabin.
He wouldn't do the same.
Well, no, I'm just saying we got to have like some sort of a funny bet.
No,
that,
I like
that.
well,
Like it's not too serious, but also poke fun at ourselves. That's what we like to do as a society.
Let's do it around Jake Moody kicks.
Okay, what's gonna be? Well, I need a bet though. We need like something that's funny that we could both be in a part of.
Let's workshop this throughout the week. That'll be our week-long project here. And so then when he comes back on Monday, we'll present him with our findings, and we'll make some sort of a bet of Jake Moody has X percentage of kicks made. And if he hits the over, you win. If he hits the under, then Shasky wins.
Fair enough. By the way, your chance to win a pair of Giants tickets coming up in this hour, as well as the 8 o'clock hour. But in this hour, you got to be locked in. We've already played the sounder a couple times. I'm not playing it again. I've already played it too many times, Steven. So if you're listening, you're going to hear a sounder. And at that time, you got to be calling number 5 to the contest line to win. And at said time, don't worry, I'll give you the contest line phone number. 888-957-9570 is the number to get involved with the show, though. Either call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And I asked this question before we went to break. Has your feeling changed on this 49ers team now that preseason is over? A lot has taken place. You know, I think the vibes around this team were pretty freaking good at the start of training camp. There was no drama. There was no nothing, right? You locked up your quarterback, Brock Purdy. You locked up George Kittle. You locked up Fred Warner. You're getting Trent Williams back, right, for training camp. Nick Bosa is healthy. He's ready to go. Christian McCaffrey, by all accounts, healthy, ready to go, right? Now you had to trim some of the fat, and you had to say goodbye to some players that meant something to you. Deebo Samuel is a tough goodbye. But you know what? I don't think he has that many good years left in him, to be honest.
Probably this year, and then
we'll see, right? And then you got, Dre Greenlaw. Bye. There's a lot there, though, unfortunately. You got the Achilles injury in the Super Bowl. That sucked. Can he have that same explosion? I don't know. He played about a half of football last year, and he already had a sore Achilles. You had to shut him down. Talanoa Hufanga had an all-pro season.
Gone.
Injury concerns. So there's a lot there, right? How are we feeling now, though? Preseason's over, and if you just look at the makeup of this team, Niner fans, are you feeling better or worse than before the preseason? 888-957-9570. Sam, I just got the same question. You feeling better about the Niners after preseason or worse about them?
Man, honestly, I think my mood of this team kind of went down a little bit.
What?
Since the start of preseason. Well, there's layers to this. Part of it is the feeling around this team coming into the start of training camp felt sky high good. Everybody was healthy. You had all your guys signed, almost all your guys signed, and it just... You had about as clean of an offseason as you could have asked for. Contrast that to what we went through, in the 2024 summer leading into that season, where every week it was contract drama this, contract drama that. The Brandon Ayuk one, we all, for the most part, knew that was going to be both sides digging in and fighting some trench warfare throughout the summer. It got uglier than I think anyone really wanted it to, but... By and large, you knew going into that offseason, like, hey, here we go. This is something that we're going to have to deal with this summer. But then the Trent Williams one happened last year, and that I feel like caught a lot of us by surprise. And it was just, there's so many dark clouds. This year you had none of that, which was a good thing. You felt really good going in the training camp because of that. But then you start practicing, and then this guy's leaving the field, and this guy's leaving the field, and then this guy's leaving the field. And I know the easy, I saw some in the YouTube chat put this earlier, and yes, every team does deal with injuries.
They do.
And this year especially, maybe I'm noticing it more, maybe not, I don't know. But the amount of times, because I get my Twitter alerts on my phone from Schefter, from Rappaport, from Jordan Schultz. I feel like it's a good trifecta of football insiders nationally to have, to where if you have those three, you're getting most of what's going on.
Still interested to see how it shakes down when Rap Sheet eventually goes from NFL Network and joins ESPN. Are they going to have to duke it out and
cage fight?
Celebrity deathmatch style between Rap Sheet and Schefter?
And then
I'm here for it.
And then the winner gets to send out that update.
I think I'm taking Shefty. He's older, but I think he's a little more stout, a little more strong.
I don't know, Rap Sheet's a little shifty there. I wonder how much the paywall for that fight will be.
Remember when Jordan Schultz confronted him? Like the Starbucks or something.
That was Schultz. I forgot
combine.
That.
Yeah, that was good times. Good times.
Fun times at Starbucks. Last night, I'm reading Mike Florio's thing on that. The amount of legalese he put into everything that he said, it was just Mike Florio painting with his words.
I love Florio.
Between all those guys, I've been seeing so many teams this year with, insert team here, saw insert player here, carted off the practice field. So it's not just the Niners. A lot of teams are having injury issues. But I by and large, I don't really care about the other teams' injury issues because out here in the Bay Area, we're focused on the Niners. Like, if Niner fans don't care about other teams' injuries because other teams' injuries don't mean anything for this team.
I'll ask, what's the injury that concerns you the most then? Like, why do you feel that way? Because I just listed all the guys that, the important guys are healthy, Sam. Brock Purdy, healthy. Christian McCaffrey, by all accounts, healthy. Trent Williams, healthy. Nick Bosa, there's a Q next to his name, but
I think he's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine. Fred Warner, healthy. Like, so the big boy at George Kittle, healthy. Like, all the big boys that you need to be healthy are healthy, right? Jake Moody.
Well, great.
I know you scoff at that, but like he did have a high ankle sprain last year.
It's the important guys are healthy. That is correct, but the important guys aren't enough. It's a team game. Not to sound like a generic dork, but you need the guys around you. The Dominic Pooney PCL injury, like in order for this team to go anywhere, you need your big boys up front to be able to pave the way.
Got the emergence of Connor Colby, rookie.
Well, I've been all in on Connor Colby all preseason long.
6'6",
I love what he
310 pounds, 7th rounder, Iowa, George Kittle's boy.
There's just something weird about a left guard or a right guard having the number 75. But no, I like Connor Colby a lot. He does give me some confidence if Pooney or Ben Barch, one of those two, go down. But let's say if Dominic Pooney's not ready for week 1 and Ben Barch twists an ankle, then you got Connor Colby and Nick Zakelj going in there. And if Nick Zakel's in there, yikes. So, yeah, there's the Pooney injury does kind of concern me a little bit. Ben Barch has got a questionable next to his name. Jacob Cowing, are we going to see him at all this year? What's going on with Mac Jones?
Mac Jones.
He had the knee sprain or whatever the other week. I need him to stay healthy because Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai, whichever one of those guys end up making the roster, if the Niners do decide to go with 3 quarterbacks, which I think they maybe should do, like, yikes if it gets to that point.
Well, if the starting quarterback goes down, I think Mac Jones will be more than capable of keeping you in a game. See, that's where I go at.
But that's if Mac Jones goes down, it's all kaput.
Well, sure, but if you're going to the third-string quarterback, season's over anyway, Sam. So, like, I hear you, but it's a trickle-down effect.
Remember the last time they went to a third-string quarterback?
How many? Okay, again, that was one of the biggest. Like
Carter Bradley is Brock 2.0.
The biggest outliers in the history of outliers.
But still, it can get tenuous very quickly with some of these injuries.
I'd argue there's only a few teams that legitimately feel good about their offensive lines in the NFL. Like the Eagles, maybe the Chiefs had a revamped offensive line. But again, like, I'm talking about like the cream of the crop feeling good about their O-lines. And again, if they lose 1 or 2 players early on in the season, then you're feeling awful about them, right? Like the Chargers, they went from an A+ offensive line to maybe a B after Rashawn Slater went down with his torn pec, right? Or whatever it was, his torn soft tissue injury. I apologize, whatever it is. But again, even the best are one injury away from it not going well. Trent Williams was that guy last year, didn't come in the greatest of shape. The holdout, it wasn't a great time, and it showed. And for his standards, although he probably still was a top 10 if you go to the metrics, left tackle, for his standards, that's not good enough. He's usually top 5, top 2, 1 guy when he is healthy. And I'm expecting that same level of Trent Williams, bona fide first ballot Hall of Famer, greatest left tackle of his generation. But we asked the question, do you feel better or worse than you did about the 49ers before this preseason now that it's over? We're going to go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland because he also has a big question mark that he wants to release about this team. He's a big Niner fan, so we love some Oreo Cookie at about 7:30 in the morning. Nice glass of whole milk on the side. It just hits different. It does. And when you become a dad, Sam, you'll realize this. The milk tastes a little bit better. The peanut butter and jelly sandwiches at midnight taste just a little bit sweeter when you become a father. Can't wait for that to happen with you, with those luscious locks of yours. Oreo Cookie, Oakland. What's up, man?
What's up, man? You're right about that. When you become a father, every small little break you can get, it's an adventure, man. You gotta keep those, man. But I do feel better about our team now that I've seen them play. But my biggest question mark to me is our third down defense. Holding teams to 3 points and not touchdowns is really big to me. Getting the other team to punt the ball is very huge as well, and that also reflects on how Kyle is going to attack the opposing defense. We all know he wants to run the ball, but to me, the linebacker crew is the biggest question mark. But we do have a couple of guys that I do like. I like Winters. I like Bethune. And then there's another guy that I can't remember. But these guys
Nick Martin,
man, thank you. These guys played without their leader. And when you put their leader in there, Warner, and you got those guys following him, I saw a lot of guys getting to the ball. And I think watching them play and hounding everybody to get to the ball, I think I'm encouraged, and I think our defense is going to be back.
That's Oreo Cookie, and he's back on the roast, 888-957-9570. It's the linebacking core. And, yeah, there's going to be big question marks about that because you know what? Dre Greenlaw was an all-pro player. And you saw in that Super Bowl when he went down against the Kansas City Chiefs at Allegiant Stadium, the entire air was just released on that Niners defense. It just was. I mean, their leader, it's Fred Warner.
That's a tough one to go through.
He was in tears, man.
Yeah.
And then what happened? As soon as he went down, Travis
picking on Oren Burks.
Travis Kelce and Oren Burks, who, by the way, and I'm twisting the knife as Niner fans are watching the playoffs last year, what was he doing with the Philadelphia Eagles?
The exact opposite of what he was doing in the Super Bowl.
Making plays left and right for a Vic Fangio defense, right? Former defensive coordinator in his own right for the San Francisco 49ers. But that's going to be up to Robert Saleh.
There's no justice in the world.
Well, Robert Saleh is a big, this is a guy I'm circling to have a big breakout year. Steve Wilkes, God love him, didn't work out. Nick Sorensen, God love him, didn't work out.
Nope.
Now you're going back to Robert Saleh. Oh, was it the Thanos meme where did your failure bring you?
You could not live with your own failure. Yeah. So where did that bring you? Back to me.
You love that. You love your.
I'm a big Marvel guy.
Well, at peak then, I'm over all the Marvel stuff now. It's
just faded away.
Completely downhill.
Hey, Fantastic Four was wildly watchable.
Was it fantastic?
Sure.
They should have just called it number 4 then.
It was pretty good.
888-957-9570. Robert Saleh is what I'm looking at right now and why I'm actually feeling pretty good about this team.
I agree with that. Saleh has been a great plus.
Seeing him in preseason action again and seeing the juice that he brings just on the entire roster, not just defense, just him being fired up, it makes me feel confident about that defense. Maybe that sounds stupid. It's not quantifiable, but there's something to be said about having a pulse on the sideline. And I heard from Nick Bosa, I heard from Fred Warner, I heard it from all these guys saying, oh, well, we're used to having a guy on the sidelines, him being up in the booth. And then what did they do with Steve Wilkes? They kind of pressured him and bullied him to going down to the sideline. Yeah, how'd that work out? Did it do anything? I don't think so.
He was built for this.
I mean, again, I'm gonna die on this hill. He was not the reason they lost that Super Bowl. The defense showed up. They held Patrick Mahomes, that Kansas City offense, to 1 touchdown in regulation. It was not his fault. Can you make an extra point? Jake Moody, I know I got your back, but sorry. Can you make an extra point when it matters? There you go. But Robert Saleh, I'm looking at why I'm actually feeling better about this team, Sam, than before the preseason.
What is it about Robert Saleh that has you juiced then?
Just the level and experience that he has had and shown on this team and the familiarity with Kyle Shanahan. And, honestly, what he's learned being a head coach in the league. I know we can all scoff at what he did and didn't do as the New York Jets head coach, but you can't tell me he's not a better coordinator or a better coach having gone through that. Going through that dumpster fire with Aaron Rodgers. And let's be honest, he got a raw deal there. And that's just what comes in the territory of the New York Jets. They're one of the worst run franchises in all of American sports, hell, globally. They're god-awful. God bless Aaron Glenn. They're going to be atrocious. You're relying on Justin Fields this year to stay healthy. Who's their backup? Tyrod. Don't call him Tyrod Taylor, please. It's a dumpster fire there. They're set up to fail out in New York, and that's what Robert Saleh was dealt with. Hell, he lost Aaron Rodgers in his sophomore season.
4 plays in.
It was over. And then last year, he just wasn't very good. The team wasn't very good. The defense showed up there. The defense, by and large, in New York was showing up. Quinnen Williams was showing up. Sauce Gardner was showing up. I think he's going to show up for the 49ers defense. And I'm actually looking for this defense to be ahead of the offense early on in the season, Sam. For an offensive run team, an offensive head coach in Kyle Shanahan, I think it's going to be the defense leading the charge early on here against Sam Darnold week 1. I can't wait for this, by the way, because, and Robert Saleh, what was he, gone before? I think Sam Darnold was there. I could, yeah, right.
Correct.
He was already in Carolina.
Sam Darnold was the Super Bowl year, so yeah, Saul was not there.
I think Sam Darnold's going to be seeing Ghost week 1. I cannot wait to see Sam Darnold week 1 because he doesn't have his boy, Kevin O'Connell, Mr. Quarterback friend out there in Minnesota.
Video came out last week of Darnold in practice just throwing absolute ducks out there.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Oh,
no, he's got great arm talent. I'm not like Sam Darnold was an incredible.
See him throw that ball.
He was an incredible story last year. He was awesome. But when expectations became legit for him later on in the season, the 2 biggest starts of his career up to that point, he wet the bed against the Lions, right? And then against the Rams.
Yeah,
in the playoffs. Yeah, it was bad. It was his worst performances, and he got paid. But I'm sorry, I'm still not a full-on believer in Sam Darnold.
I've never been a believer. I was watching what he did last year. It was fun to watch. I think there was a period. I remember you and I were doing the show one time. I even threw out his name as an early season MVP candidate. That's how well it was going for Darnold last year. But that was also a product of just you had one of the best offensive lines around you, and he still was a league leader in sacks. So it's just
Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Aaron Jones at a resurgence here.
A great defense helping
Kevin O'Connell's a hell of a coach. That's why I give him the credit.
Darnold is going to come crash. That's why, again, what did I say when the Seahawks signed Sam Darnold this year? Oh, that's 2 wins for the 49ers right there.
Well, we say that, and Geno Smith beat him last year.
No, I would take Geno Smith over Sam Darnold.
But not by that much. I think they're very comparable as quarterbacks.
You're happier that you have Geno Smith as the Raiders quarterback than you would be if it was Sam Darnold.
I mean, you're going up. You're improving from Gardner Minshew, so it's not saying much. By the way, in the next 10 minutes, someone is winning a pair of tickets to the Giants-Orioles on Saturday. It's orange and black versus orange and black on Saturday. Giants v. O's. Someone's winning a pair of tickets in the next 10 minutes.
I believe you get the African American heritage jersey for that game too. First 15,000 fans. They were showing it off at the last homestand. It's a pretty cool looking jersey. So
I'm gonna be honest. My first little or Mustang League pony, whatever they call it, my pony league. I was playing Mustang baseball. I was 8 or 9 years old, whatever the age bracket is. I was on the Orioles. That was my team, and it was like the old bird or kind of like the real looking bird. I got to be honest. So unswagalicious.
Oh, I like the cartoon bird.
I could not stand being. We were called the Oreos. Everyone made fun of us and just
Oreo cookie.
I couldn't have been on the Giants or the A's or the the cool uniforms. You guys know what I'm talking about? Or the Rays, who were just everyone wanted to be on the Tampa Bay Rays, Devil Rays back then. It was just not a very cool uniform. So I always go back to that. I was on whether it was T-ball, Mustang, or Coach Pitch. I had the worst jerseys. I had the late 90s Padres jerseys, the Tony Gwynn ones. The orange and the blue. It was whatever. And then I had the early 2000 Astros ones, which are also, I did not think they were cool. The Craig Biggio ones.
Yeah, the star.
Those were not my favorites. And then I had the Orioles, and it was just straight up not having a good time, Sammy.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to go a diatribe of why I didn't like my baseball. Also, I got hit all the time. I crowded the plate. I got my on-base percentage. Me, Kevin Youkilis, Mark Hanna.
You and half the Giants this year.
Yeah.
You fit right in.
Stinks.
Yeah, no,
sounds like the 90-mile-an-hour pitches have a better chance of hitting you than you hitting them.
I'll hit them, though. I got on base. You know what? Hey,
I wonder how many times Boston Nahegan's going to hit you.
Boston stay in your lane, by the way, buddy. I'm just going to say it. Stay in your lane, all right? Don't be throwing the balls at me. I guess he's a lefty, so I should be concerned.
Let's get a little chin music, brush you off the plate.
Everyone's trying to...
Stay off my plate.
Everyone's trying to critique my swing. I'm just... Just wait. Just wait, people. Just wait. And by the way, I'm finding out who my teammates are here at 95.7 The Game. I know Sam's my teammate. I know Steven Risotto's. We'll see if he's my teammate. I know Bonte's not my teammate. Shasky, Carter, none of those guys are my teammates because they don't have belief in me. I like to be around people that have belief in me. And right now, it's about 2 people at the station. That's fine.
There you go.
That's all
you
I
know
need.
who 2 people I have belief in this year?
Who?
It's Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall.
Thank you for getting us back on
Exactly.
track.
We're talking about things that make us feel good or worse. I will say one of the things that makes me feel better about this Niners season compared to where I was at the start of training camp, it has been the connection that we're hearing about, that we're seeing develop between Brock and the guy who is a year ago was on a hospital bed, is now going to be the number 1 receiver. All hopes pinned on you, Ricky Pearsall. I hope you're ready to grow up really fast there, buddy, because, yeah, you are, wide receiver number 1 now for the foreseeable future. And honestly, I would not be shocked, Spadoni, if he is wide receiver 1 all year long for this team, even when Brandon Ayuk comes back. Yeah, that's how bullish I'm going to get on Ricky Pearsall right here, only because he might have no choice but to have to kind of rise up to be that guy.
Man, we are coming up on almost a year from Ricky Pearsall, who got shot in the chest in an attempted armed robbery right down the street here August 31st, that happened. We're about 6 days away from the year removed, and it's crazy just to think about
really
that.
Quick,
You're right.
Really quick, I want to tease this. We'll get back to it later. It's a big anniversary today. A big 9-year anniversary today.
Really? That is a tease.
We'll get into that later, but I just want to set that up.
Are you married and you didn't tell anyone?
Shh.
Oh, okay.
Well, someone's been married for 9 years.
Look at that. Sam Loveman's married to the game, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he's married to. To the orange and black weekend rap and Dan Devone. They're married. Speaking of married, I wonder if Larry on a cruise is. Is this Larry? It all says
just
Larry
on a cruise?
Well, on a cruise. Where are you going? Where are you, Larry? Currently, you're on the Morning Roast.
Oh, maritime law.
Good morning, guys. I'm right here on the Royal Corral. We're on the Ovation of the Seas on the cruise, and we just pulled into Ensenada in Mexico.
Oh, okay.
And, I listened to thank you. I was just listening to you guys' show about my Niners, and the bottom line for me is this: if we don't keep Purdy upright and the receivers crap don't turn out, we're going to be a long season, believe me. And I think that getting Robert Saleh back, that was a great deal. That definitely improved the defense. You see it already with the young cornerbacks we got already. And I think we'd be okay. If we stay healthy, I'll see the Niners in the playoffs, maybe deep run in the playoffs with the experience of the coaches. And with that, I'm out. You guys have a great day. And I'll see you when I get back. Bye.
Go enjoy some fish tacos, Larry, from me out there in Ensenada, Mexico. Sam, you ever been to Mexico?
I have left this country on 2 separate occasions. Both were to go to Vancouver. So, no, I have not been to Mexico.
Okay, you've only gone to the Great White North. That
yes,
is
and
Canada.
I barely even the Great White North. Vancouver's still basically America.
Okay. There it is. Your San Francisco Giants are taking on the Baltimore Orioles at Oracle Park this Saturday, August 30th at 4:15 p.m. And the first 15,000 guests receive a Black Heritage jersey. Buy your tickets at sfgiants.com. But if you want to win your way into the game, be caller number 5 to the contest line now. 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. And you'll score 2 tickets to the game, courtesy of Cutwater. And by the way, I do love me some Cutwater. Those things will get on you in a hurry.
I honestly don't think I've ever had one.
They're very good. They have
they are alcoholic.
They
right?
are.
It's like what, alcoholic water?
It's no. They're like almost like cocktails, like mixed. Like you see those a lot in cans. It's like 12 or 11% alcohol. So it's like a margarita.
Those White Claws or the Micheladas or whatever.
Sure, but it's like they have like different like flavored like margaritas, or they have a Moscow Mule. Like it's all built in there. Very good. They sneak up on you in a hurry.
I know.
If you don't like drinking IPAs, but you want to feel the heaviness of said IPAs, but a little sweeter, have that. It's kind of like a Cutwater is like an IPA meets like a cocktail, if you will. Not the taste wise, but just if you want to hit that.
It's a nuclear bomb in a can, basically.
Hopefully you're not going to be drinking too many of those on Sundays if you're Niner fans, because if you are, it's one of 2 things. Either you're so happy they're getting messed up, or you're so depressed that you're getting messed up.
Let's do 1 Cutwater for every touchdown Ricky Pearsall has.
Oh, boy.
And hopefully you're just getting wasted that way, because that would mean that Ricky's having a great year at the expense of your liver. But we did see it last year, Spadoni, once he did show up. Kind of a slow start at first, but he really started to pick it up at the end of the year. He had that great game against Detroit. Was that his coming out game, his arrival game? Look at me, I'm Ricky Pearsall. If Ricky Pearsall is the far and away number 1 receiver for this team all year long, if that is the case, I mean, is that a receiver core that is going to be good enough to get you to compete in the NFC West, at least for the first few weeks? Because, again, you do have Demarcus Robinson coming back after week 3. You're going to have Brandon Ayuk come back at some point. Theoretically, you could say that Jauan Jennings is going to be on the field for week 1. Everyone out down there at Santa Clara is saying that is going to be the case. I am in I need to see it mode right now with Jauan Jennings. Like, I am you talk about I'm trying to be a positive with this, Ricky, but then I bring up Jauan Jennings. Now I'm feeling negative again, because this holdout has kind of irked me a little bit, because it's like I'm all for guys getting their bag. I want athletes to get paid. I want NFL players to get paid, because you never know when you're, running a route in week 7 against the Chiefs and all of a sudden your knee gets taken out from you and you're not going to be back until week 7 of the following year. But at the same time, it's just like, Jauan, you're the number 3 receiver, if anything. Like, this has gone on long enough. I get that, it's the Cav. Let's use that as cover. At this point, it's just like, dude, let's just figure this out. if you are actually hurt, then I'm going to be the jerk here on this one. But like I have a heart. This is my I go conspiracy theory brain here. I truly believe that there is a price point that once that price point is hit, Jauan Jennings' calf is going to suddenly feel a lot better.
Well, he spoke about it, Kyle Shanahan, that is, yesterday. He expects him to be back week 1, that he's been dealing with this calf injury, quote unquote. Again, is it a hold-in? Is it a calf? Is it a combination of both? We shall see. But I'm with you in that, Jauan, you're not that guy. Like, when we come to these holdouts, there's a Micah Parsons level holdout, and then there's a Jauan Jennings level holdout.
No, I think there's Micah Parsons, there's Brandon Ayuk, then there's a large gap,
correct.
And then there's Jauan Jennings.
Sorry, this is a auditory medium, but people probably...
So right now he's holding his hand way above his head.
Way above my head right now.
And then slightly above my head, and then Jauan Jennings is slightly below my chin.
There you go. And there are levels to these negotiations and holdouts, right?
Negotiation sensation.
And Jauan, again, I think this gets, figured out, because I don't think he's asking for Brandon Ayuk money. He's not asking for Justin Jefferson type money. He's asking for a couple million pay increase and maybe another year tacked on. And you know what? I think he's earned that. I think the Niners realize that. And they're probably just haggling right now about maybe the difference of $1 million, or maybe it's another year and he just wants that security, which I understand. But you said something about Ricky Pearsall. And, for as much as, getting shot last year and it was horrific, and we kind of all were in agreement, like this is kind of a redshirt season for this guy. You invested a first round pick in him, and he does need to be the number one. He does. You invested a first round draft pick in a player. They need to be in a number one conversation. That comes with the territory. I don't care if it's a down draft or if it was just for need or for depth. I don't care what it is. You invest. This guy's a first round talent. He needs to prove why he's a first-round talent this year. And I actually feel better after preseason about Ricky Pearsall than I did before, Sam, because of that connection in that game, too, in Allegiant Stadium in Vegas with Ricky Pearsall and Brock Purdy. Like, that was awesome. I saw the first few plays. They were just going left, right, third down conversion.
Very much in sync, knowing what the other's doing.
If it could be third in Pearsall this year, instead of third in Jauan, I'm feeling great about it. I'm feeling awesome about it.
I think you're already at first and second in Pearsall, but I see where you're getting at there.
But this also goes back to the passing game and the wide receiver depth being a little thin. And this is why I love the Brian Robinson acquisition here. Maybe because I had Brian Robinson and I was worried about those touches and overextending my hand with Christian McCaffrey this year with the lack of depth behind him and throwing him the ball. Maybe I could do that a little bit more now that Brian Robinson's here. And I could swing out Christian McCaffrey out wide a little bit more. Because say this about Christian McCaffrey, the guy's, I believe this. I truly do. He could, if he wanted to be a wide receiver, he could be one of the best slot guys in the NFL if he was a full-time wide receiver. I think that highly of him as a route runner, his cutting ability. Hell, his father, Ed McCaffrey, was one of the best in the business at one point on a Super Bowl winning team out in Denver with John Elway, right? I know he wasn't considered one of the best. The guy was legit in his own right. And hell, Christian McCaffrey is his brother, Luke McCaffrey, wide receiver with who? Jaden Daniels. They made it look pretty easy last year, right? With Cliff Kingsbury and co. So I'm very high on Ricky Pearsall right now. And it might, be an overreaction of what I saw in preseason, but you know what? He stayed healthy,
exactly.
Sam. And that was actually prior to him getting shot last year.
That was not a guarantee for him. Yeah, he was dealing with a hamstring injury, I believe, last year before he had that happen.
And I actually asked Baldy the question last week, and Brian Baldinger joining us every single Tuesday at 7:30 going for our 95.7 The Game. NFL Insider breaks down film better than anyone, outside of our own Greg Cosell, obviously. So those guys are 1A, 1B, or tied, if you will, when it comes to breaking down film. But Baldy coming up at 7:30 tomorrow, every Tuesday going forward. And I asked him last week, I was like, what can we expect from Ricky Pearsall? He's held some injury history in the past. And I was referring to, training camp and the hamstring and, protecting him from himself because we have Herm Edwards on his college coach, previously in the past. And then he's like, well, he got shot last year. I wouldn't really call that. I was like,
I think I had Risotto put what Baldy said on your board if you want to play it.
Yeah, I
about
do.
Ricky being the number one and why the Niners drafted him.
You have it. Great. I have it right here. Brian Baldinger on last week. Ricky needs to be the number one. Here's how it sounded here on the 95.7 The Game.
Honestly, they need Ricky Pearsall to be a number one or as close to a one as you can get. He came out, there was three guys that basically came out of similar type. Lad McConkey, right, when he came out, Pearsall coming out of Florida, Roman Wilson coming out. These guys were route runners. They were tough. They could play outside. They could play inside. They showed versatility. And the only guy that we really saw last year play was McConkey, and he was awesome. They need Pearsall to get close to being like a Lad McConkey. Their problem right now is they don't really have anybody opposite McConkey with the Chargers. They're trying to find somebody that can balance it up a little bit, take some coverage away. But they need Pearsall to be good. I mean, they traded away Debo. We know the injury history of some guys right there. They drafted him in the first round for a reason, to be eventually, because they knew the quarterback contract was coming, and they knew they weren't going to be able to pay everybody, and there's going to be a release of a lot of good players and guys that won a lot of games there. So when you draft somebody in the first round like that, like, he's got to hit.
By the way, this is slept on because they end up losing the game and getting crushed. But Lad McConkey, he did have the most receiving yards by a rookie in a playoff game last year. He had 197.
And that's without a guy opposite of him. And what's great about Ricky this year is he's going to have a guy opposite of him in the form of George Kittle, who, again, hopefully will be going downfield a lot more this year. Last year, there were times where he was not able to go downfield because he needed to stay back and block because Colton McKivitz couldn't do it. You got Luke Farrell and Jake Tongas now. Hopefully they can hold those blocking responsibilities, and that allows George Kittle to kind of run wild downfield, and that hopefully does draw some of the coverage and attention away from Ricky Pearsall. Now, if there's one thing we know Kyle Shanahan can do, is he knows how to send his receivers deep in a fashion that is able to draw coverage one way to open up another guy on the other side of the field. That is going to be, I think Ricky is going to be a perfect fit for that. I do think that Ricky could take attention away from George. George could take attention away from Ricky. They're going to have to do that a lot the first 3 weeks because outside of those two, I mean, who's going to be your number 2 receiver week 1 going into Seattle right now? I think
Jauan will be there.
I guess it would be Jauan.
I think Jauan will be there.
But here's the thing, Spadoni. We saw it with Ayuk last year, and then now we're getting back into why I feel bad vibes. Like, how it took a minute for Brandon Ayuk to really kind of get it together last year when he first showed up. Like, those first few weeks, he was clearly out of step. Remember, he had the drop touchdown on Monday Night Football against the Jets in that first game, and there's a lot of, I'm not going to draw the line here, but a lot of people were drawing a line from, the absence of training camp to those kind of misplays at the start of the year. Brandon Ayuk is a better receiver than Jauan Jennings, and it still took a minute for Brandon Ayuk to get up to speed. Are we really expecting Jauan Jennings, after missing all of training camp with a calf injury, is he going to really hit the ground? I did quotes there for those listening on the radio. Is he really going to hit the ground running in a way that is going to take that attention away from Ricky and George Kittle? I don't trust that.
Don't worry, we got Sky Moore now, if I'm a Niner fan.
What did Carrington Harrison say last week's Rizzo?
He can't catch.
Wait, what was that?
He can't catch.
I've loved that that's actually a drop already.
That's all right. Just, do some end arounds.
I mean, I do think,
creative.
He does have the speed. I think he will be.
What's a wide receiver if you can't really catch, right? Just put him into a running back role, yeah.
I mean, that's like but I do see Sky Moore kind of being maybe the guy who kind of takes up the jet sweep mantle that Deebo Samuel had last year, at least at first to start the year.
He dropped his first third down opportunity in this past game.
We're going to see a lot more of that.
Well, I was looking at, and they invested a pick in this guy, so they're going to be trying to play him and see what they got with him. But just see what you got with Tariq Owens. He has an opportunity, right? Jacob Cowling's going to miss some time. He's the hamstring's there. You invested a 4th-round pick in Jordan Watkins. He has a high ankle sprain. He's not going to be available week 1.
Again, we're talking about health
Robinson
again.
Suspended. So you're going to have Jauan, I'd think. You're going to have Ricky, Sky Moore, and then Isaiah Hodgins, Junior Burgeon.
Like I'm saying, you're basically
two tight end sets. Luke Farrell, you paid that guy. I would like to see more of that.
You're basically 2.5 pass catchers deep going into these first 3 games here in Seattle
and
at New
Orleans. And we didn't bring up George Kittle, though, Sam. That is a part of this conversation where
that's why I said pass catchers.
Yes.
I went, pass catchers. So that's Ricky, that's George, and then I say the half because I don't know what Jauan Jennings is going to be. So let's say Jauan Jennings, today the calf is fine, the contract's fine, he's ready to go, he's practicing for the next 2 weeks leading into week 1. Then maybe now you're 3 deep at receiver going into that week 1 matchup in Seattle against the 12s. Even still, that is tenuous at best with that trio. They're good, but that's a lot to put on those 3.
888-957-9570 is the number. Preseason is over, Niner fans. You feeling better or worse than you did at the start of preseason about this 49ers team, as they are less than 2 weeks away now from regular season action. Game 1, Birds, the Sea Hacks, is that what I called them last week? Yeah, the Sea Hacks week 1 up in Seattle against the 49ers, and we're going to be breaking down that all season long, all the next 2 weeks, really, leading up to that game. We got the 49ers Red and Gold Summit next Thursday, King's Fish House, then at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Can't wait for that. I also can't wait to tell people about another opportunity to win a pair of Giants-Orioles tickets.
There's more?
There's more.
But wait, there's more.
And you got to be stay tuned in the next hour to get them. And it's going to be happening before 8:15, they tell me, before 8:15. So be locked in the next 20 minutes for your opportunity to win more Giants tickets, a pair of said tickets. But in the meantime, injury report. We're not talking about drama in this 49ers training camp so far. There are really injuries. But there's going to be some drama tonight. We got the Love Island reunion, baby. Can't freaking wait, Risotto. Peacock, baby. Be there or be square. Nick Alondria, are they still going? What about Brian and Amaya Papaya? What's going on with Iris and Pepe? Cheating allegations? What's going on with the Valkyries is can't catch a break when it comes to these injuries. Friday night in Phoenix saw 2 players leave the game. Carla Leet left with an ankle injury Friday that kept her out of last night's win over the Wings. More concerning is the knee injury to Tiffany Hayes that she suffered on Friday night. It is unclear when or if both players will return to the court. Valkyries have this next week off, which could not have come at a better time. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And what's coming up at the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Spadoni, it's Sam Loveman in for Joe Shasky. Halfway home here on a Monday in the Bay on 95.7 The Game.
Fun times at Starbucks.
Now at Whole Foods Market, Prime members get 20% off New York strip steaks through August 26th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Pair with sautéed shrimp for a surf and turf dinner. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Ugh. Kitchen ants? Runaway roaches? A spider? A spider? A spider! Relax. Just use Zevo. Zevo insect killer sprays use a powerful blend of mint and rosemary to eliminate those pests and up to 20 other bug types. Plus, Zevo is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Just spray the bugs and wipe them away. Zevo. People friendly, bug deadly.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
This is the story of the one.
As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Save big during Labor Day at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, buy more to get up to an additional 20% off. Shop even more savings with 3 Stay Green 1 cubic foot vegetable and flower garden soil bags for $10. This Labor Day, take care of your home for less at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 9/3. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up!
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Fun times at Starbucks.
Yeah, there was some fun times this morning. There was. I'm feeling great. This show's flying by. We got Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni alongside you. We got Steven Risotto. Preseason is over, people. There's no more preseason. We got real football coming up here. Less than 2 weeks away now, Sam. Niners, Seahawks, week 1. And the next time we talk about a 49ers game,
it's going to be a real game.
It's going to be for real. Are you for Aurelia? Shout out Rich Aurelia. That's what we're going to be talking about.
13 days.
Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDonald. We got a lot to get into in 2 weeks' time. We're going to be doing it right. There's, again, no place you want to be other than 95.7 The Game when it comes to football, basketball, baseball. We've been dominating all of it. And in about, 2 months' time?
We've even talked hockey on this station once upon a time.
We've talked some hockey.
Not lately, but,
Yeah, well, the Sharks.
And not today.
Don't worry. The Sharks, they're biding their time, all right? They're developing. They're getting younger. They're getting stronger. They're getting faster. Macklin Celebrini, I'm looking for not a sophomore slump, Sam. I'm looking for him to take that next level in his sophomore year, right? The guy got comps to Sidney Crosby, all right?
I think this could be their
If you get comps to Sidney Crosby, you got something.
I think they're going to have an arrive earlier this year.
Really?
Anyway, that's just the hot hockey take of the day there, so we can stop with that for the next couple months.
It's over. It's done. No more hockey talk. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, by the way, brought to you by First Norcal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First Norcal financing at the dealer. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk righteously brewed in San Francisco. And be listening in the next 10 minutes or so. In the next 10 minutes, we're going to play a sounder, and you got to be caller number 5 to the contest line. I'm not going to play the sounder. We played it a lot, all right? But when you hear the sounder
air
next,
horn for those who don't know.
Well, yeah, for those of you who don't know, but you should have been knowing. You should have been listening all morning long. But if you don't, and you caught us just
Good
now,
point.
be listening in the next 10 minutes. We're going to be giving away a pair of Giants tickets coming up. So be listening for the next 10 minutes.
I'm not leaving.
Thank you. Love me some Wolf of Wall Street. By the way, speaking of Wolf of Wall Street,
That's impressive that you knew you could pick up that drop right away.
Sam, you know me, like the weird like pop culture line references.
I've seen that
that's
movie
me.
a bunch of times. There's no way I could have picked it out that quickly.
Well, I've been watching a lot of the Cowboys doc on Netflix, and for those of you
I actually
who have
checked that out last night too.
It's really good. It's what is it? The American Gambler or whatever it's called.
America's Team.
America's Team. Yeah, the Gambler. That's what it is. America's Team, the Gambler. Again, I just call it the Cowboys doc on Netflix because there's so many damn documentaries these days.
Too many.
But it's really good, and I finished. And I urge you, for those of you who haven't seen it, to watch it. And there's gonna be a conversation at some point this week when it comes to ownership here in the Bay, and the downfall of the Cowboys has been widely documented. It's Jerry Jones.
Yeah,
he's been part of the rise of the Cowboys, but also part of their failures and not getting back to an NFC Championship game. It goes on his shoulders, squarely on his shoulders.
No, I'm 2 episodes in, and first things first, the concept of Jerry Jones not being old kind of escapes me. He's just one of those, he's kind of in that Morgan Freeman territory in that, like, he was just born at age 75, right? Like, he just kind of came out that way.
Right. Well, the Jim Nance, I always think of that way. Like, I've been watching Jim Nance for the last, 25 years, and it looks like he hasn't aged at all.
He's been 65 forever.
Yeah, forever, right.
So he's born as like, hello, friends. I'm Jim Nance. Welcome to the world.
That's right.
But yeah, seeing young Jerry Jones, it's unsettling. But
so I'm talking about that because we're talking about ownership and expectations, right? And it's funny how we viewed those teams, right? The team of the 80s was the 49ers. The team of the 90s was the Dallas Cowboys. The team of the 2000s, hell, for most of it, you can just go with the whole Patriots.
Team of the 20th century has been the Pats.
It's been the Pats. And then of the last 5-6 years, it's been the Chiefs, right? And it's kind of a fun question. I guess the team of the 2020s, it's been the Chiefs so far.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone's wresting that from them.
Can the Philadelphia Eagles take over there and start their own little mini dynasty? I'm sure Niner fans do not want that at all. But it just got me thinking, what could have been with the 49ers these last few seasons? Could that have been the team of the 2020s? No, it's a good point.
Like you get 1/3 down stop in Super Bowl 54. Jake Moody makes an extra point a couple years ago. Jaquiski Tart comes up with a catch. Brock Purdy's elbow doesn't explode.
Right.
Oh my God! There's a litany of them.
And what the Cowboys were going on through the doc was, what if they stuck with Jimmy Johnson? That's how they ended the doc. Spoiler alert is,
wait, Jimmy didn't work out with the Cowboys?
No, there you go. Yeah, but
I'm a big Jimmy Johnson guy.
Well, I am too, and I actually came away from it a bigger Barry Switzer fan because I think that guy got a lot of unjustified hate when it came to him being so much different, his approach, than Jimmy Johnson was. He's more of a wrap your arm around kind of guy, kind of like, pat you on the back saying, hey, it's going to be okay.
Jimmy
good job.
was the first episode. Oh my God. They're talking about the conditioning thing. I was watching last night. It's like, they're talking about the conditioning part. And one of the players like, yeah, I'm running. And I look to the side. I see a guy lying on his back. And they cut to this kid lying on his back. And he's like, Coach, I have asthma. And Jimmy's like, what? I don't want no asthma. Go on that field. Go have asthma over there.
It's so
I'm just
great.
like, oh, that is how you become what Miami was to the U.
Yeah, you say screw asthma. That's what you do. You say screw asthma and we win national championships.
Go have asthma on that field over there.
And you can't.
Could you imagine Kyle Shanahan saying that to one of his players?
I can't. He's more.
Ricky, go have a bullet hole over there on that field.
Oh my God! It's just you're jumping the shark.
I'm not a
here.
doctor.
Jesus.
So.
It's a great point in regards to Kyle
Jauan,
Shanahan.
go work on your sore calf over on that field.
I'll say this, Kyle Shanahan, his style and approach, it is very millennial. It is very just, I'm going to put my arm around these guys. I'm going to try to relate to them more. He's more surly, and that comes out with his dad, right? He is his father's son in that regard. He's going to be a little more pissed off to the media. He's going to, be a little snide and sarcastic, which, again, very millennial. I don't think he is a millennial. Maybe he's on that fringe. I think he's in his mid-40s, right? But
possibly.
I actually am coming away from that documentary with a lot more respect around here in the Bay Area when it comes to ownership and coaching. And what I'm getting at is this. Kyle Shanahan, I think I'm a lot higher on him as a coach than a lot of other people are right now. I think stock is down if you just ask nationally when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. If, would you rather have Kevin O'Connell or Kyle Shanahan? People would say Kevin O'Connell. And let's be honest, what has Kevin O'Connell done in the NFL that's been greater than Kyle Shanahan? Nothing. He hasn't gone to 2 Super Bowls like Kyle Shanahan has. He hasn't won playoff games like Kyle Shanahan has. Kyle Shanahan, at worst, Sam, he gets to the NFC Championship. That's what he does. If you get him in the playoffs, he gets you to the NFC Championship. So when I look at this season and ask the question at 888-957-9570, preseason's over, Niner fans. Are you feeling better or worse about this team than you did prior to preseason starting? And I'm saying I'm feeling a whole hell of a lot better because at the premier position for a Kyle Shanahan offense, you improved. You have Christian McCaffrey as your number one, healthy Christian McCaffrey as your number one, and you have Brian Robinson Jr. as your number two. This is as good as I have felt about the running back room in years. And it's just because of two players. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Like Raheem Mostert and, the Matt Breidas of the world, and you had Tevin Coleman. I was like, can you really rely on those games, like those names for a full season? No, it was like by committee, right? But Christian McCaffrey, Hall of Fame talent.
Yeah.
Brian Robinson can be a one.
I think some legitimacy here.
I think he could be a one on some teams as it is cut day, and a lot of people are going to be cutting down their rosters.
I think tomorrow's cut day. I know. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock is cut day.
But you're going to start seeing all the cuts being had. You're right. No, you're right. You're right. Cut day's technically tomorrow, but I'm seeing it now around the league. A guy like Mike Hilton out of Miami getting released. Drew Rosenhaus making it known. So you're going to be seeing all these quote-unquote bigger names getting cut elsewhere in the next 2 days. And maybe you will find another running back or a wide receiver or a secondary help. They're not done yet. Another man's trash is another man's treasure, right, Sam? So you're going to be seeing that. But I'm feeling a lot better about this team because of that Brian Robinson Jr. acquisition, Sammy, going forward here.
No, and again, you brought up Kyle Shanahan here, and I'm kind of curious where he falls in because we're talking about all the things that make us feel better or worse since the start of training camp. And Kyle Shanahan is a lightning rod around this team, and I do kind of wonder. I mean, I feel like most Niner fans are kind of entrenched in their stance on Kyle. Either they're in Kyle we trust or it's in Kyle we bust. And it's just, I don't know how many people are changing their opinions right now. I am kind of curious where Kyle Shanahan falls on the why I feel good versus why I don't feel good spectrum for the 49ers and this season coming out of training camp. Because, I said this the other day, I think the one thing I do trust Kyle Shanahan to do is find talent in the draft and then develop that talent into capable, everyday, sometimes superstar football players. I say this because up and down this roster is full of guys that Kyle Shanahan has found late in the draft at times who have become just absolute studs for this team. George Kittle, Fred Warner, they highlight that. Brock Purdy, he's become a great success story. Brandon Ayuk as a first-round pick, Nick Bosa as a first-round pick. Kyle Shanahan has shown that he is able to find that talent and develop it up. And then when you look at what he's did with this draft this year, I do like the talent they found in this draft. I'm excited to see what Mykel Williams could do. I really hope that missing the preseason isn't going to set him back too much. I do have concerns there. But I look at the Alfred Collins, might be a work in progress. Love Nick Martin. My goodness, was he flying around in that game on Saturday night. Forced that
He's
fumble.
Been a bright spot these preseasons, yeah.
If I'm like, it looks like you got a winner right there. And if I'm coming in the season, I love the idea of my starting linebackers being Fred, D. Winters, and then either Tatum Bethune or Nick Martin. Between those four at linebacker, I'm feeling really good there. Upton Stout looks like a great one. C.J. West, I think he'll probably be in the second string of defensive tackles to start, but I still like a lot of what I saw from him. You got some great defensive players here that came out of this draft. I think Kyle Shanahan did a pretty good job on this draft, or maybe it was John Lynch because it was all defensive players. Whatever you want to say, Kyle Shanahan is the dude down there making the final call, so he does get the final shot there. That does kind of give me some reasons for feeling good. I'd feel a little bit better, though, if I saw more from West and Collins.
I was going to say, because
I saw things I like from West, could have seen more Collins. It's like, you're a bull rush, and that's it, buddy.
Nick Martin, Upton Stout, yes. And how are they going to translate to regular season action, not preseason, going up against the ones? We shall see. But I'm very encouraged going forward. Mykel Williams, I don't know. Haven't seen him enough. Can't tell. He gets hurt in joint practice a couple weeks ago against the Broncos. We'll see. Alfred Collins, underwhelming. C.J. West, underwhelming. Jordan Watkins, where is he? I don't know. High ankle sprain, nowhere to be seen. Jordan James, same thing. Marquise Siegel was nice. We'll see. And then Curtis Rooks, obviously, was hurt when he got him. Connor Colby, that's another positive. We'll see.
Yeah, like him.
You got to step up. Again, the name of the game.
Junior Bergen could hopefully solve some of the return issues.
Maybe. I don't feel great about that. I'm just going to be honest.
Well, either him or Sky Moore.
Again, can we get someone with hands? Like, that could catch the ball, please? And someone could, like, I know it's not
That's just such a wild thing to say about a receiver.
You can't catch. Well, but that happens. There are wide receivers that stick around because solely on their speed that can't catch. Darius Hayward-Bay being one of them. There's guys that stick around that aren't known for their hands, but known for their speed, and occasionally they will get a deep bomb and catch it, and then you're good. Hell, there's that meme of Nelson Aguilar. Remember that? He's like, oh,
unlike Aguilar,
right? But in the Super Bowl, I always remind people, the Eagles, when they beat the Patriots, Nelson Aguilar had like 100 yards. He was incredible in that game. So
stepped up.
So we'll see with Sky Moore. I think they got him because they just need bodies in general. They just need depth.
But I do think he's going to be on the final roster, so he's going to play a part there, and that's where I'm kind of curious how Kyle Shanahan is going to utilize him. He does have the speed, but he doesn't have the hands. That's why I do think he's going to be kind of the Debo jet sweep guy. I'd be curious to see if I'm right on that or not on that one. But yeah, so you feel high on this team right now coming out of it because of the leadership of Kyle Shanahan.
I feel like there's more. Oh, look at that!
Oh, what's that?
I'll get to in a second because that was the sounder. And your San Francisco Giants are taking on the Baltimore Orioles at Oracle Park this Saturday, August 30th at 4:15 p.m. The first 15,000 guests receive a Black Heritage jersey. Buy your tickets at sfgiants.com. But if you want to win your way into the game, be caller number 5 to the contest line right now. 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. And you'll score 2 tickets to the game courtesy of Cutwater. All right. I feel good about this team, Sam. You know why? I do feel like there's more known about this team than unknown. And I do think why a lot of people have a lot of trepidation, a lot of fans are scared right now, is because everyone has fears of what? The unknown. Mm-hmm. That's what we don't like. It's just human nature.
Understandable.
We don't like what we don't know and understand. And unfortunately, there's deeper levels to that conversation that go into a whole hell of a lot of stuff that's over my head, yours. That's way bigger problems than sports. But in sports in particular, we fear what we don't know. Right now, Warriors fans are having a tough time dealing with the fact that the window is closing with the Golden State Warriors and Stephen Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, and they're all getting older.
We don't know what we can expect from them on a night-to-night basis.
And
that's
we don't know what we can expect after they're gone. And that's why you want to maximize.
That's even worse.
You want to maximize the here and now.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, you don't know what you're going to have once they're gone, Sam.
Correct.
You know it's not going to be the same. And you're probably never going to reach the heights that you did when you had those guys. Probably. And this is what Michael Jordan, the Bulls, right? That's the fear, is turning into the Chicago Bulls post Michael Jordan. That's the fear, the unknown. All right? And I think a lot of Niner fans are fearing right now is the unknown about the number 2s on this roster. The number 2s, the guys that need to step up alongside George Kittle, alongside Fred Warner, alongside Nick Bosa, Diamador Lenore. All these guys that are knowns on the team, but a lot of people are like, can we trust Mykel Williams? Can we trust Bryce Huff? Can we trust some of these guys? Can we trust, Brian Robinson Jr.? I think you can now, Brian Robinson. I think that is a trust factor there for Niner fans. So I actually feel better because of the amount of knowns on this roster than unknowns. I think Niner fans would be surprised. If you look around the league right now, like even in your own conference, the Detroit Lions, they have 2 new starting coordinators. Now they have talent. They dealt with a lot of injuries. They're going
to have Aiden Hutchinson back.
We'll see. I'm very curious to see how that team's going to look and Dan Campbell's going to look without Ben Johnson, who we all thought was, the cream of the crop, the offensive coordinator, now head coach with the Chicago Bears. Aaron Glenn, he's gone. He made something out of nothing with that defense a lot last year when push came to shove, and now he's the head coach out with the Jets. All right. And then you obviously got the Eagles. They're the standard. They're the favorites. We get that. But look in your own division.
Yeah.
There's a lot of unknowns with the Los Angeles Rams.
Is Matt Stafford? Yeah. What's going on there?
Thank you. Literally the biggest unknown is at the quarterback position. The unknown for Kyler Murray at the quarterback position with Jonathan Gannon in year 3 now. Hey, kind of nut up or shut up if you're in Arizona, right? Sam Darnold. There's still. Do people know who Sam Darnold is?
I think we know what Sam Darnold is.
No, do we though?
No, I think we do, and that's why we don't. That's why no one really knows what the Seahawks are going to do.
I don't know if I know what Sam Darnold is.
The Seahawks. They have talent around Sam Darnold. I mean, you got a great receiving core with JSN and Cooper Kupp, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. That's a solid number 3 right there. Yeah. But it's the dude getting the ball to him? That's the unknown part there. I do agree. Yeah, there is, I feel, probably more known about this team, but even still, I keep comparing this team to the 2021 season, where I do think there's going to be some bumps in the road. There's a lot of youth on this team. There's going to be some growing pains, and I do think this team, I would not be shocked if this team is 3-5 halfway through the year.
Really?
Yes.
3-5.
I think, and then I do think they're going to rally in the second half of the season. A 10-7 season is, I think, very much 10-7 and a playoff appearance is still very much possible.
I think they're going to start the season 4-0. Personally, I think they're
Really?
going to be favored in every single one of those games, and maybe in all the games the rest of the season. Just due in part because of the schedule. I'm just looking at some of the teams they're facing who were top 5 or top 10 picks in this past draft, meaning they weren't very good. Seahawks week 1, Saints week 2,
2-0.
Now look at the Saints quarterbacks. Again, I'll wait to give the predictions here, but I'm just saying there's a good chance they start out 4-0. The Cardinals, the Jaguars, I get it. Like, those aren't shoe-in wins, all those. And I don't know what version of the Jaguars we're going to get. I understand.
It's hard for me to look at the Cardinals games right now as gimmies, considering what the Cardinals did to the Niners twice last year. Maybe I'm being a little too pessimistic on that one. I can see that Cardinals game being the 3-1 record to start the year.
Maybe.
But that October slate of at the Rams, at the Bucks, versus the Falcons on Sunday night, at the Texans. I said, man, 0 for October. I would not be shocked.
0 for October?
I would not be shocked if that's what happens.
October?
I hope I'm wrong there, and if I am wrong, I look forward to being called out on it. But when we look at how I could see October being the growing pains month.
Wow, Rams, Bucks, Falcons?
Both on the road.
Texans weren't that impressive. I know they were a playoff team. The Texans, really?
Texans are a tough team right now. They're on the up and up right now.
I think Stroud. I'm high
they're
on
moving
CJ,
in a positive
but we'll
direction. Again, I like to be wrong on that, but there's growing pains when it comes to development, and we've seen this in the past. There was, a rough patch that we saw in 2021. Same thing in October, things got ugly, and they were 3-5 at that point. They turned it around though. And I think that's what you'll see here. Because then coming into November, you got at the Giants, you got the Rams, at the Cardinals and Panthers. You got to feel if the defense is feeling better there, if the defense is performing better there. You're going to have Brandon Ayuk back by then. Your offense is going to be fully clicking on all cylinders. There's no reason why the second half of this season won't see this team just going on a run here. They might have to work into it, and that's going to suck to have to wait for that to happen. But if this team is 3-5 at the end of October, but then 10-7 at the end of the season in the playoffs, I think you're taking that path.
888-957-9570 is the number to weigh in. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. BPA Seal, we'll get to you in a second. What do we know about this Niners team? What do we not know yet? We are less than 2 weeks away from the start of the regular season. Preseason is over. Cut down day tomorrow, as you said, but you're going to start seeing all the teams making their big cuts today and tomorrow leading up to, so you'll see some big names or some names that you recognize, and maybe the Niners will be interested, maybe they won't be. Maybe the Niners will have some surprise cuts. We shall see.
Love dumpster diving.
But what is the known and what is the unknown on this Niners team currently? 888-957-9570. I feel like there are more knowns than unknowns, and that's why I'm feeling better about this team than most going forward. Let's go to Brian, who's in Palo Alto. And is he feeling better about this team now that preseason's over? What's up, Brian?
Hey, guys. No, but I didn't have tremendously high hopes before. But, yeah, I think this is what I've said is Kyle's blind spots are fatal, and he can't quit them, right? And so the Moody is a perfect example of, right? Like one of the things I respected most about Kyle earlier, years ago, was when he moved on from Trey Lance when it was clear it wasn't working. That took guts, right? And there were a lot of reasons to make a political decision. The Moody situation is just so unexplainable. This guy is absolutely cooked mentally and a complete liability, should not be the starting kicker for the 49ers. It's sad. It's hard to watch. And Kyle continuing to throw him out there when it is clear to everybody that this guy is gone mentally. And he's going to miss a big kick. It's going to be early, and the fans are going to go absolutely nuts, and it will be Kyle Shanahan's fault because he didn't tell the truth. He didn't call balls and strikes. He made a decision for reasons unknown to go with Jake Moody, who is an absolute basket case emotionally. And, it's not in the best interest of the team. And he consistently makes bizarre decisions like that. And they're fatal. His blind spots are fatal always. and he has not corrected them. That's my take.
All right, that's Brian in Palo Alto. He's not feeling good about. No, well, I think that's where everyone's waking up this morning feeling like, and that's why I'm like not as hard on this team, because talking about a kicker, like most people are waking up this morning. If you're a fan around the lake, oh, I don't feel good about our offensive line. Oh God, that defensive line, I don't know.
Well, no, I mean the Niners still have concerns on the offensive and defensive lines too.
But if you're telling me the number one concern is the kicker, that means you're not feeling as bad everywhere else, right? That's usually what that tells me.
Yeah, a kicker issue
is an extra point. We're acting like this guy is mentally shot.
You cannot.
Hold on, Sam. He had a game-tying field goal with less than a couple minutes last week, and then the game-winning field goal of 50 yards or more. Like
no one
that
cares.
meant something. No, you don't know. Oh, it did. Brian Baldinger told us it meant something.
Where you try to duplicate that in practice, going, okay, if we make this field goal, there's no conditioning. If you make this field goal, we're eating steak tonight. I mean, you can do all the things you want to assimilate in practice to put them in a pressure situation. But there's only one pressure situation that's, to go win a game. And he did. So, look, it was a disaster last year from the kicking to the special teams. That all has to improve this year.
So you can only simulate that in a preseason game. Practice isn't going to be simulating it.
I wonder how many steak dinners Jake Moody has cost the Niners over the last couple of years in practice. No, Spinoni, I'm sorry. You cannot say it's just an extra point when literally one of the major reasons this team does not have a Lombardi trophy that says you won it in Las Vegas is because Jake Moody was too low on an extra point.
I think we're making way too much of Jake Moody still.
Jake Moody has cost this team enough games to the point where just the confidence is gone. It is. There are Niner fans out there that probably root for him and probably want him to turn it around. And that is great. It would be awesome if he did. But I'm sorry, no, you cannot just sit here and dismiss it's just an extra point when that has been an issue for him.
Extra point in a preseason game, that doesn't matter.
This is going to be a team that's going to be playing close games. They do not have a world-beating offense right now, considering what the state of the receiving game is. They can run the ball. That's great. But points are going to be important, especially if you have a defense that I don't know what they're going to be like early on. You cannot afford to leave points on the field. And if it's we'll see. Week 1.
We will.
If he has to
rooting for Jake Moody.
He has to kick the game winner in week 1. I really want to know. Maybe we can get on this on the other side. 888-957-9570.
It's flying by.
It's 2 seconds left. In Seattle, down by 1. Jake Moody's coming on for a 40-yard field goal. What are you feeling? I want to know, Niner fans, what are you feeling? Because I'm not just dismissing, it's just preseason. There is an issue with Jake Moody, and you cannot leave a win on the table because he can't get the job done when the time comes.
Do you have faith in Kyle Shanahan? Do you have faith? Yes
Possibly.
or no? It's a yes or no answer.
Possibly.
Do you have faith in Kyle Shanahan?
I have faith that Kyle Shanahan...
Just answer the question, yes or no.
What faith in what?
And him being the leader of this team.
Yeah, I think he can lead this team to a disappointing finish.
He has faith in Jake Moody. And he'll tell you that on the other side.
I don't believe
that. And
it's
going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing $5 deals for members. $5 for deli specials like Chicken Tenders Original or Nashville Hot, JoJo Potato Wedges, and more. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
When you own a business, texting Janine and shipping on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited interline apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel. of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spidoni and Joe Shasky.
What's up, Jonathan? It's Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky alongside myself, Joe Spidoni. We got a little bit of breaking news per Adam Schefter, ESPN. A deal has been struck. Washington and wide receiver Terry McLaurin reached an agreement today on a 3-year contract extension that will end his hold in and get him in uniform for the regular season opener versus the Giants per sources. So Scary Terry staying in Washington.
Do we have the numbers there on that one?
Not
here, I
quite.
got Jordan Schultz has the numbers. 3 years, $96 million.
Thank you.
Sources tell him. So yeah, Jauan Jennings, there you go. There's your number to shoot for, right?
3 years, yeah.
3 years, $96 million. I hope Jauan's listening right now. He's like, Lubman has a good point. Hey, Kyle, I want 96 now. Click.
Oh my God. Exactly.
And that is how Sam Lubman killed the 49ers season.
And that's why this whole Jauan Jennings thing is just kind of laughable to me because again, I get it. He was the number one on a 6-11 team last year, but you were number one on a 6-11 team, dude. You weren't Brandon Ayuk. You're not Justin Jefferson. You're not Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
You're not. And quite frankly, I think Ricky Pearsall at the end of the season is going to be the number one on the team anyways. So, but I understand Jauan.
It's not a knock on Jauan. I like Jauan a lot.
He's trying.
Like, we know what his role is here. And again, it's just when your number 3 receiver is doing this, there is a level of just like, come on, man. Like, as Chris Berman used to say, come on, man.
I love those segments. I miss
Chris Berman.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number to get involved, by the way. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Mark in Idaho, Noel in the city. I will get to both of you in just a second. We're digging a little deeper here. Obviously, preseason's over. We're less than 2 weeks from the start of the regular season between the 49ers and Seahawks week 1 in Seattle. And we're talking about the biggest concerns. And your biggest concern right now, Sam, it sounds like Jake Moody and Brian and Palo Alto called in. There's a lot of people that have a lot of concerns in regards to the kicker.
Yeah.
Well, sure. And that I'm just not there yet. I'm just not going to be there because I look at Jauan Jennings. I look at that wide receiver core. I look at the offensive line. A lot of names that are, outside of Trent Williams, not very recognizable, right? They're just not. Great, you brought them back. But again, you brought back guys that are a lot of question marks all around there. The defensive line, it's Nick Bosa and, right? Like, there's so many others, like, places I get to
Bryce
before
Huff.
Exactly. Like, I'm not the kicker.
No,
sure.
listen, I'm making a big deal about the kicker because I'm embellishing a little bit, and he's a little bit.
I don't think you are. I think you are concerned.
I am concerned. Like, I think it's just because I am concerned about Jake Moody does not mean that there aren't other concerns that I have for this team. The Jauan Jennings situation, as I said earlier, like, even if he is ready to go week 1, as in he's on the field week 1. I am concerned about just how ready to go he is going to be in week 1. So yeah, that is absolutely something that concerns me. The passing game in general these first few weeks, it concerns me only in that we talk about what's known about this team. Here is where I'm going into the unknown, as Elsa would say, into the unknown. You're
Frozen
familiar.
2, he kind of missed me with that
It was not as good as Frozen 1. But, when I look at this receiving core, there are questions. I do think, as much as I do like Ricky, as much as I am bullish on the Brock-Ricky connection, Ricky, George, Jauan, if those are your 3 receivers, that could be tough to open up the season. That does give me concern. I do think once they get Demarcus Robinson back, once they get Brandon Ayuk back, you got your stable of 5 guys going down deep who you can trust there. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better right now in that situation. But like Robbie Chosen might be your number 3 receiver going into week 1 in Seattle. Robbie's had a great preseason, but also like the dude's been bouncing around his entire career for a reason.
The chosen one. We're going to go to the phones here in a second. 888-957-9570. I did tease some Shanahan sound we will get to because I do think it's coming down to these as the top 2 concerns as I keep seeing it on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, Sam. It's either Jauan Jennings or Jake Moody when it comes to concern right now. And hell, between the two, what is more concerning? Is it Jauan coming back? And what Jauan are you getting when he's coming back? Because we saw Brandon Ayuk missed most of training camp last year, Sam. He was not the same guy for most of the season. Now, there's the calf injury. How much is this the calf injury? We'll hear what Shanahan had to say about that. But first, Mark is in Idaho, wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Mark? You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning, Joe. How you doing today?
Doing great. Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. Say what's up to Sammy.
Okay. Sam and Joe. Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you, Mark.
I just happened to turn on the radio and caught the last caller before the break talking about Moody, and he was very eloquent in how he felt about the whole Moody situation.
He was.
Very well spoken. And then I heard Brent Ballwinger giving his 2 cents, and like I was talking to your screener, and probably the most concerning thing for me is Jake Moody. I mean, it was great to see him kick the game-tying field goal and then the game winner, but it's preseason. And then you saw the very next game how he shanked the extra point. And he's lost I mean, like somebody said, he's lost all confidence in himself. He's a basket case. The players in the locker room have got to be just fed up with seeing him trot out to make an extra point or even an important field goal. You know, so I can't imagine any of you guys thinking that that isn't the number one concern right now going into the season. What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Mark in Idaho. And I hear what you're saying. If it's a close game, right, and maybe 49er fans are thinking there's going to be a lot more closer games this year that could be decided by 3 or fewer points, I hear you, but that's why I paid my quarterback, Brock Purdy. That's why I have Christian McCaffrey. That's why I invested a first-round pick in Ricky Pearsall. That's why my head coach, as everyone tells me, the boy genius, the boy wonder, Kyle Shanahan, is one of the best in the game, and it comes down, and it was what Leroy in Oakland said earlier, and I am totally in agreement with him. It's scoring touchdowns in the red zone. Mm-hmm. I don't want to see a lot of Jake Moody either, but it's for different reasons. Not that there's no trust, because I want to see him kicking extra points, not field goals.
Absolutely. No, I agree with that. And listen, if the only thing Jake Moody is missing this year is just extra points and he's making all like 14 field goals that he attempts all year long, yeah, you're probably having a good year. Obviously, again, I'm not trying to poo-poo the extra point missing. That's still a very important thing. I want him to make all of his extra points. But no, and I threw it out in the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. You know,
love your YouTube chat. Do they love Sam Lubin? Are they loving you back, Sam?
They're providing use today, which is, not more. You can't say that very often. But Taylor Archibald, he's very concerned about safety. Jair Brown's not doing it for him. And when you're getting cooked by nobodies who are having the ball thrown to you by DJ Uiagalelei, who I swear to God,
you just like saying that name. Let's be honest.
Well, I just like that I could say it and like very other few people can. Like, can you say it?
DJ Ukulele.
Yeah, there you go. Like Steven Risotto. Let's hear your DJ Uiagalelei.
He doesn't want to. He's locked in somewhere else. He's cutting.
He's doing producer stuff. He's basically being me and Carter in the back right now.
Yeah.
But when you're getting cooked by him, like, come on, man, what are we doing? So yeah, that was Taylor Archibald said that. Thelonious Monk. If the O-line can protect, then the kicker won't be an issue. I agree with that.
Thelonious?
Apollo Crew. I don't pick these names.
Is that the name of the guy from Shrek? Right? He punches the mirror.
Was it Thelonious? It was Thelonious. Yeah. That's a good pull there on that one. Love a good Shrek reference. Apollo Crews, he's freaking out about the defense. Doesn't think there's enough run stopping there. Pierce Evans, O-line isn't great. D-line needs to show it can stop the run. And
that's what I'm getting at
least Purdy isn't a QB who elevates others around him and needs a great supporting cast. Some wonky set and structure there. Let's see. Ernie Chavez, Sam Lubman, he concerns me about the Niners. What else is going on here?
I love you, Ernie.
So there are other things besides the kicker. The D-line thing, yeah, especially on the interior, that's a very fair concern because we saw what the Arizona Cardinals did to this team last year, or it might have been 2 years ago, where they just gobbled them up on the inside runs there. Though that's going to drive Niner fans crazy that ends up happening.
I love me a turkey gobble. I also love me Noel in South San Francisco, who wants to join the conversation when it comes to the biggest concerns right now with the 49ers heading into week 1. Preseason's over. There's a lot of concern around 2 guys right now. Jauan Jennings or Jake Moody? What's the biggest concern for you, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. The first Noel. Good morning, Noel.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Sam and Joe. How you guys doing?
Doing fantastic. It's a Monday, and I'm feeling the football fever, baby.
Yeah, let's go. Come on. Thank you guys for having me. Second-time caller, long-time listener.
Heck yeah.
Well, honestly, I'm all the slander that Jake Moody has had. I'm done with that. Once the season starts, I have bigger concerns, and the concerns are injuries. That's my take. We have bigger concerns. Jake Moody, once he gets, I think he needs some confidence inserting in him. We have the easy schedule. No, like I agree with you, Joe. We're not going to have close games. We have Purdy, we have Christian McCaffrey. Once Moody gets locked in, he's gonna do well. He's gonna do well. I have no concerns.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying, let's go, Moody. Come on, lock in, and that's all I have, fellas.
Let's go.
Concerns are just injuries. That's all. Once Moody gets locked in, he's gonna do great.
That's Noel in South San Francisco. Moody needs to get locked in. And again,
a lot of joy, Noel.
I'm just telling you, the Niners, and I'm not saying this is the Super Bowl squad they were a couple years ago. I'm not saying that. Although there are some familiar faces on this team that are healthy that were there. I'm just going through that year, blowout after blowout after blowout.
Well, it was 30 for Purdy.
That's exactly what it was. And then there was just not a lot of close games where it really mattered until that Browns game where Brock Purdy, who I will remind people on that final drive, Brock took him down and it was up to Jake Moody and he missed the field goal. Brock Purdy also slipped the ball out of his hands. He turned it over. He tried to throw a pick on the first opening drive.
And there is the Jim Schwartz, Kyle Shanahan situation there where Schwartz, for some reason, is Kyle's kryptonite. No, again, and I will say this, as I am bashing Jake Moody all morning long. I agree with that. Maybe I'm being too harsh on him. I don't care about that. But when it comes to kickers in the last second field goal, I do say this, and this is the same thing for any other sport where you lose by one score. If you lose in basketball by one shot, if you lose in baseball by one run or something like that, I will always say that it's never just that one moment at the end is why you lost, especially for a kicker. If a kicker, like in that Browns game, when Jake Moody missed that kick at the end of the game and the Niners lost to the Browns in Cleveland, yes, you have to make those kicks, but it's not all on Jake Moody in that moment, because if someone else earlier in the game did their job correctly, you might not be in that situation at the end of the game. So no, those situations I don't blame fully on Jake Moody. But that is the life of a kicker. Just because you're put in a situation that you had nothing to do with being in that situation, you still have no choice but to execute in that situation. That's why your practices are the easiest. You go, you kick a bit, you relax on the bench, and then you go and do some stretch work or other stuff, back in the trainer's room there. But when the time to come out and get the job done comes, you have no choice. You have to do it, no matter how tough the pressure situation is, no matter how unfair the situation is. So, yeah, I'm not going to blame Jake Moody for certain situations that he has to kick in, but regardless, at the end of the day, your job is to literally kick the football through the uprights. And you have to do that at an elite level in this league, or someone else will come in and do it for you. And that's where it simply is at with Jake Moody. I do not feel that he is there enough he is able to do it enough at the professional level to where I feel comfortable about it.
Kyle Shanahan, has Moody's recent play warranted another option potentially at kicker?
I mean, I thought he had one of the best games I've ever seen a guy have last week. I know he missed extra point today, which definitely doesn't make us happy, but we'll see how it goes in the year. I know he's a talented kicker. I know he's done some really good things for us. He had a rough last 7 games last year, but I think he's had a real good offseason and a real good preseason also.
I mean, we're getting on the guy about a mixed extra point. That might as well be a dropped pass like Sky Moore in the preseason. If we're doing the kicker equivalent, a missed extra point is a dropped first down pass. Yeah, it sucks. Clean it up. We'll move forward. All right. A missed field goal is like a fumble or something from a Christian McCaffrey. I hear you, but again, it's not.
Well, okay, you're talking about the extra point here, and again, this is where you got to remember the emotional aspect of where this fan base is at. A missed extra point was literally the reason why this team was in overtime.
Was that a missed extra point or was it blocked? And how was that his fault?
Kick it higher up then.
That's not his fault.
You elevate the kick more.
See, this is where we get on guys. When it should
that
be
is
the
part of your job
fault.
of kicking the field goal, of kicking the extra point, is kicking it above their hands. If you kick it too low, you're gonna hit a guy's hand. You talk about, you compare a missed field goal to a fumble. What happened on that first drive for the 49ers? Christian McCaffrey fumble, the famous Hey George play. So It's like, you can't just dismiss these things as being small, because they have shown in the past to have massive consequences for the team and what you want this season to end it. So, yeah, that is why people freak out about Jake Moody. We have seen him come in a moment that matters the most, blow it, and then have that moment, among others, come back to haunt you still to this day. That is why I think the emotional aspect around Jake Moody cannot just be discounted here. I get looking at it from the outside and being like, yes, if you just look at the raw performance, there's a lot to like there. The fact of the matter is, it is the mental part. It's the things that happen between the ears. And as BPA so eloquently put it, it's just shot there. Like he makes a kick. You look at the kid, he doesn't seem happy. He might not even be happy with it. I'm speculating. I'm doing some reckless speculation here. But
what we do best.
That is where this fan base is at with Jake Moody. There is a lot of irrational thought here because they have been burned so many times by this dude not coming through when he has been asked to. Whether it's fair or not, that is the lot in life that Jake Moody has right now.
By the way, Football Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You subscribe to Paramount Plus, Sammy? You locked in?
That did not make the cut
not yet.
for me.
Well, you need to.
I have enough streaming services.
Because if you're not locked in on Paramount Plus, what the hell are you doing, Sam? Because I am. I'm locked in. I'm a subscriber. Because not only do I got all the football that I need.
All of it?
I got all.
Because you need a lot of football.
I need a lot of football, but I also got Nickelodeon there, too. So I got the Slime Zone. I got SpongeBob. I love all of it.
All in on
And you
SpongeBob.
can't count on much these days, Sammy, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Well, you've kind of sold me on Paramount Plus. I'm going to have to figure out which streaming service I drop and have it take its place.
Thank you. You need to figure that out. There's a lot of streaming services, and that's why
I'm going to figure out the streaming. Seriously, I'm going to figure out my streaming services, and then Jake Moody's going to figure out how to make kicks.
Well, he does that, all right, when it mattered most, which was, again, last week against the Raiders.
Okay,
and he did the time,
it did not matter the most in a preseason game. Come on, now you're just being silly.
Well, you're getting mad at him for missing an extra point in the preseason game. What's the difference? Vince in the city. What's up, Vince? What you got on Jake Moody? Is he a concern for you?
I mean, Jake Moody, if the game comes down to Jake Moody, then there's bigger issues at hand.
Thank you.
First of all. But second of all, I mean, Jake Moody still needs to be better. There's a reason why the whole team celebrated after he made that game winner against Vegas in the preseason game.
No, you can call him Oakland. It's all good.
My main concern, though, is going to be our passing game this year. It's going to be the first year that we don't have Debo and BA. Now, I know JJ is supposed to step up and be the number one guy, but I feel like all of his success was being a number three. I compare it to Jordan Poole being the three to Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. There's so much attention on Debo and BA before that JJ, I feel like he would get the scrub and he would always be open. Mind you, he is a big body and he's really athletic. So I hope that I'm proved wrong, that he can be like a solid number one guy. But I don't know anything about Slick Rick. I mean, yeah, he had a nice preseason, but what's he going to do against starters throughout a whole game? And then you got George Kittle. So those three guys really need to step up and perform, or else it's going to be a lot of the Jim Harbaugh era of running the football with CMC, banking our whole season again on a guy who might get hurt. Luckily, we got, what is his name? Brian Robinson, I think is his name. Robinson, the number 2 back.
Junior.
So I feel like there's going to be a lot of production out of the backfield if JJ and Slick Rick don't seem to pan out the way everybody hopes them to be. So that's my concern.
Well, and Vince, I appreciate it, but you did kind of just slide. Oh, yeah. Well, and George Kittle. Let's be honest. George Kittle is one of the best pass catchers in the NFL.
I mean, I guess he's basically the number one. He's the number one on this team. Yes. I guess let's just take the tight end. Like is a number one.
McDonald, week 1 on the Seattle Seahawks.
He's the number one guy you're circling.
Him and Christian McCaffrey.
Yes. And then but if we're just talking about pass catchers, he is more or less your wide receiver number 1, even though he is a tight end. He's basically, I think, transitioning to the Jimmy Graham portion of his career, where he's just basically a very large wide receiver. Remember Jimmy Graham, he's like trying to get paid like a receiver at the end of his career. Kane's legend, Jimmy Graham. So that's kind of where I see George, and that's a good thing. Like, I'm very excited to see what, going deep more often George Kittle looks like this year, because again, I'm hoping he doesn't have to stay back and help Colt McKivitz block on the offensive line. That is something that makes me very excited about what this team can do. But it's a good point. Like, it's with Kittle and Ricky, is that enough?
Because Ricky Pearsall becomes a number 1 on this team, and we had Baldy on last week, and he's constantly used this guy as an example, Ladd McConkey. And obviously a lot of people who watch college football know who Ladd McConkey is. If you watched the NFL last year or had him in PPR leagues and fantasy, he was really good. And coming out of Georgia, this guy's a national championship winner 2 times over. Again, I referenced 197 yards in a playoff game as a rookie. It's an NFL record. 82 receptions, about 1,150 yards last year. 82 receptions, 1,100 yards. If Ricky Pearsall does that, it's be an incredible redshirt season for him. It'd be incredible. That's kind of like not that much, But if he could give me McConkey-type production, Sammy, let's say 70,
sold.
Let's say 70, 65 receptions and like 850, 900 types, like 900 yards.
I'll totally take that.
Kind of area, you would take that in a heartbeat. And I don't know what George Kittle's going to be doing. Can he replicate what he did last year? I'm not sure. But I just need to come out of this season knowing Ricky's my number one guy going forward as far as the wide receiver core goes.
Vince brought up another interesting point there that I kind of liked is he talked about how he compared Jauan Jennings to Jordan Poole and how Jordan Poole got a lot of open looks because a lot of focus was on Steph and Clay. And how Jauan Jennings kind of had a similar situation last year where he's getting open looks because a lot of the attention is on Ayuk, Debo, or George Kittle. I am kind of curious now going into this year. The book is out on Jauan Jennings. Like, before he was just kind of the plucky third and Jauan wide receiver. Last year, he really kind of took a major step forward in his performance and what he means to this 49ers offense. He's not going to be sneaking up on teams anymore. There's a lot more film on him now. There's going to be a lot more attention played to him now because he's not just a third and Jauan guy. He is a first, second, or third and Jauan guy. So teams are not going to be caught off guard by that. Factor in the fact that for the first few weeks, if he does make it onto the field for week one, which I'm going to be generous and assume that he will be, it's not going to be that hard to focus attention on him, considering the Niners really, again, just are not full strength in their passing attack right now.
Speaking of Jauan Jennings and whether or not he's going to be ready for week one, I know Kyle Shanahan alluded yesterday that he expects him to be, but is it Holden related? Is it calf related? This was Shanahan, a little more surly Shanahan, last week talking about Jauan Jennings' availability.
I mean, any player, not just Jauan or anyone, but people need to practice. They need to get ready to get play an NFL season, or you end up getting hurt. So hopefully he can get his health back so he can get out there and start practicing. Just running routes, doing things like that. Same thing for Upton. Not many people can get through that stuff without practicing. We had it a little with Bosa one year, a little bit with Trent, some different positions, but it's always a huge challenge.
It's always a huge challenge. And, you know, is it calf related or not is an interesting question, because if it is calf related, it's also an injury that we've dealt with here in the Bay a lot, whether it's a calf strain, we've
KD,
seen it.
we saw it with McCaffrey.
Dre Greenlaw,
Dre, another one.
There's a lot of Achilles overlap there when we're talking about calf.
Dangerously close there.
Correct. Now the thing with Jauan is, which is, I guess good in this situation, is his game's not really predicated on explosiveness. It's not really, a speedster. It's not really, this big DK Metcalf type of a player. That's not his game. He will use his size, and he's a bigger body, and he'll try to post up on you kind of like a basketball player, box you out, and try to use his body and his size against you. But I am curious to see how defensive coordinators view this Niners team. And if I am, and I keep using this example, Mike McDonald, he is basically the DC de facto. He's the head coach. He's like the DC of the Seattle Seahawks. When they're game planning the 49ers week one, and they look at the receiving core, right? It's Ricky Pearsall, it's George Kittle, and Jauan Jennings. I'm slating it like this. I'm going George Kittle, I'm going Ricky Pearsall, and I'm going Jauan Jennings. If I'm game planning against those three, that would give me the fits. I hear you on Jauan Jennings if you're going to say he's the two in that situation based off last year. But I do think that Ricky Pearsall and his elite route running, and I do think he has a little bit more of a burst than Jauan. I think he could give defenses more of a headache going forward, just given that kind of Lad McConkey comp that Baldy was giving us.
If I'm Seattle there in week one, basically, I like how you laid out with Kittle's the number one, Ricky being the number two focus. At that point, are you just saying, run the ball, then try to beat us with Jauan Jennings? If I'm Seattle, is that kind of and again, trying to just make this team run the ball is its own dangerous thing. We haven't really touched on that as we talk about things we know and things we don't know.
I love the running back position.
I want to get to that in a couple minutes here, because I do think we've been very negative around Jake Moody and the wide receiver situation.
I haven't been negative around Jake Moody.
We as a unit here on this show, collectively at this station. But yeah, if I'm Seattle, I'm just thinking, if I could shut down Kittle and Pearsall and try and force Jauan Jennings to be that guy coming off of a missed training camp, and then just see if you can just make this team run the ball down your throat. I could see that being Seattle's strategy to attack this Niners offense week one.
By the way, in a couple minutes, we got Matt Lively joining us, KPIX sports anchor, Valkyries pre and post game, and obviously the fifth quarter on KPIX with Vern Glenn. And who's Matt Lively, you might ask? Well, I just told you all of his specifics, but he's been at all the practices, the training camps, preseason games. Guy is locked in on all things 49ers. Talk about some risers and fallers with him, what he views Brian Robinson Jr. on this team as legit insurance, and ask him about his bigger concern. What is it, Jauan Jennings? Is it Jake Moody? Are we blowing this Moody thing out of
proportion? I wonder how
proportion?
concerned he is about all these injuries the Valkyries are having.
That's the one for sure with the Valkyries. I mean, this is an expansion franchise, so I do think anything they do up to this point, like afterwards, is gravy. But that being said, you want to get greedy.
I want to make the playoffs.
You want to make the playoffs. Like, it would be disappointing if the Valks didn't make the playoffs at this point.
I need to see playoff Violet in action.
They're 19-18. I would be very disappointed if we didn't
still
see
got the 8th seed, I believe.
It'd be huge, man. Like, and I want to see action at Valhalla. Like, those fans, that fan base has been unbelievable. Have you been to any games this year, by the way, Sam?
I have not. Sorry, they have the 7th seed right now.
Yeah,
and a tie over the Fever.
In.
The Fever who come to town this Sunday, by the way. I have not been to a game. It's one of my biggest failings as a sports fan this year.
Caitlin Clark's coming Sunday? Mm-hmm. Are you going to be... Sam, you got to get to that, brother. Come on.
It's right when Miami and Notre Dame are playing.
Ooh, come on. On the phone. Come on. No?
I'm
well, how about you go to the Valkyries game wearing your...
If it was Miami versus anybody else, but no, dude, this is Miami Notre Dame. This is Catholics versus convicts. This is the number 3 rivalry in Miami Hurricanes. I can't...
It's the number 3 rivalry.
Florida State, Florida, Notre Dame.
Oh, is that how it is, the rank for you?
Yeah, and we got both of those 2 loser schools on the schedule too this year. So
where's Clemson at?
Clemson's in South Carolina.
Well, but ACC. Come on, man.
In order to have a rivalry with the team, you need to be able to beat them every now and then. Unfortunately,
Cal, Stanford. Come on,
we're working on that Cal one. Don't get me wrong on that one. Stanford coming out to Hard Rock this year too.
Oh, huge.
Anyway, yeah, can't wait to chat Matt Lively in like 7.5 seconds.
Valhalla, by the way, I've been to 2 games this year, both different ones. One was a win, one was a loss, so I'm 1-1. That's okay. The Atlanta Dream are for real. They got the size and the depth there to give any team fits. That's a sneaky dark horse for me come playoff time. But the Valkyries, I think I'm looking at this season as a success. But if I want to get greedy and give it an A++++,
oh, absolutely,
it's just making the playoffs.
Natalie Nakase is a shoo-in, I think, to win Coach of the
It's
Year.
not even close.
Yeah,
it's not even close. We've never seen an expansion team have this much success early on, and given all the lack of depth, talking about lack of depth, as you're talking about the Niners, lack of depth with the Valkyries, unbelievable. By the way, you're listening to 95 in the game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Matt Lively going to be joining us here shortly, courtesy of River Islands. But in the meantime, I wanted to hear this from one Trent Williams who spoke last Friday, I believe, after practice. And I haven't heard a lot from Trent Williams. And this is a guy, Sam, as we're talking about concerns, kicking, sure. Depth at other positions, sure. Jauan Jennings, sure. But the left tackle, the blind side, everyone goes to first and foremost when they're talking about quarterback success is who's blocking for him. We know who's blocking for Jalen Hurts. It's all those big boys, the Jordan Mailata's, the Lane Johnsons of the world, right? The Dickersons of the world who got hurt, but you got depth there. You think there. You think of, obviously, Rashawn Slater, who went down. That sucks. But Joe Alt is right there. You think of the years past, the Joe Thomases, the guys that become synonymous with blocking and are just available. Trent Williams is a first ballot Hall of Famer. But last year, I think he took a step back. And do we got our guy? We got Matt Lively. And we'll
tease that Trent Williams sound for the other side.
Tease it. Well, Matt Lively is joining us right here, right now. Courtesy of River Islands. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands is Lathrop. Matt Lively, KPIX Sports Acre, Valkyries pre and post game, and the 5th quarter on KPIX with Vern Glenn. Matt, good morning. Joe Spadoni, Sam Lubman with you this morning. And I just want to dive right into it. Preseason is now over. We are less than 2 weeks away from week 1 against Seattle. Biggest question mark for you is what for this 49ers squad?
Right now, it's got to be the wide receiver room. I mean, when you think about I watched DeMarcus Robinson score a touchdown, and then you think, okay, what happens in the regular season for the first 3 weeks? What is happening with Jauan Jennings? Is this a calf injury? Is this actually a contract thing? Where are we going after Ricky Pearsall? That's a huge, huge question mark for me. I don't think they're trading for someone at this point as they try to make their roster cuts. There's always this pipe dream of Terry McLaurin, which was never going to happen. He just got paid $96 million this morning. I'm concerned about the wide receiver position for sure. Yes, you have Christian McCaffrey. Yes, you have George Kittle, but it's going to be a lot on Ricky Pearsall for these first 3 weeks. If Jauan Jennings truly is going to have to be put on IR, which I know Tim Kawakami came out with that report that could be a possibility. So, I mean, they got to figure out what's going on with Jauan ASAP.
Yeah, Matt, again, you're talking about Jauan here, and Kyle Shanahan says that he's kind of hoping that Jauan will be there week 1. I mean, I don't really know what to make of this right now. I'm being generous this morning and assuming that Jauan Jennings is going to be on the field for week 1 against the Seahawks, but if you were to put like a percentage on it, like how likely is it that we are going to see a Jauan Jennings on the field for week 1? And the other concern I have is the ramp up that he's going to have after missing training camp. They're going to need him to be a big part of this receiving core. How concerning is it that after missing training camp, is he going to be able to be counted on to kind of shoulder the workload that the Niners might be putting on him earlier here in the season?
I mean, look at what happened to Brandon Ayuk last week, or last year, I should say. The ramp up was huge for him. Nick Bosa 2 years ago admitted that he wasn't really himself for the first part of the season because he had missed training camp. Jauan Jennings not going out and getting the reps after that first week of training camp, not being in a preseason game, it's going to hurt him. No doubt. And if this is truly a calf injury, which, Kyle Shanahan says it is, and they've alluded to the fact that this has been a problem in the past for Jauan Jennings, is this bothersome calf, then it's really an issue because he really was truly hurt, probably wasn't able to put in the work that he wanted to put in. If it's a contract thing, you got to figure it out right now, in the next few days max. But the damage has already been done in my mind. And it's not like these starters went out all 3 preseason games. The starters essentially played 1 preseason game. But I don't know. How does this happen every single year with these guys? It's insane to me that every single season, one guy who's going to be vital to this roster is somehow not there in training camp looking for more money or has an injury or whatever it might be. But they got to figure it out right now. As to a percentage chance, history tells us he is going to be out there because these kind of holdouts or so have worked their way out in the past and they've suited up for week 1. But if it truly is a calf injury, it is what it is.
Well, and Matt Lively joining us here on the Morning Roast, KPIX Points Taker. And Matt, there's part of me, if I'm a fan, being like, all right, Jauan, I know you were the number 1 on this team last year, technically, but there's levels to this thing. So maybe that's why, I'm not even taking it that seriously. I know it is serious because you need the guy out there, but you're not Terry McLaurin. You're not Micah Parsons. You're not some of these names out there. You're Jauan Jennings. And I'm not trying to poo-poo the guy, but once Ricky Pearsall emerges, he's a first-round pick. You got a first-round attached to him. You got George Kittle out there. If I'm game planning against Jauan Jennings, if I'm the Mike McDonald week 1, maybe he's the 3rd guy I'm looking to, 4th guy I'm looking to still on that offense. So I can't imagine, Matt, he's asking for this massive pay increase. Maybe it's another year and a couple million. I know you're not privy to all these conversations, but I can't imagine it's that big of a holdup, right?
I think that is the big question. Is he underpaid currently? Definitely. But you also signed a contract last year. That's the risk. He had a career year. He had a breakout year. So does he want, I get that he wants more money, but you just signed the contract last year. I always thought at the beginning of this, when the report came out from Adam Schefter that he wanted a new deal or he wanted to be traded, that we were looking at a Jacoby Myers situation. You're in the ballpark of maybe you give him 3 more years and you're giving him between 10, 12.5 million per year. You're looking at that 3 for 30 to 3 to 35 million. That's kind of what the range is that the Niners have to make right now. They already just paid a wide receiver 1. They gave Brandon Ayuk a ton of money. Christian McCaffrey is being paid a ton of money. George Kittle is being paid a ton of money. You look at what they did with Brock Purdy. You look at what they did with Fred Warner. There's not that much more to just go around. So if Jauan is coming in and he is looking for that wide receiver 1 kind of money, this deal probably won't get done.
Matt, we're talking about, things that, we're not confident or we are confident about with this Niner team this year. And one of the things that a lot of fans are not confident, or one of the guys, I should say, that 49er fans are not confident in, it's the kicker, Jake Moody.
Oh, boy.
Now, you were at the game on Saturday night, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seemed to me on the TV when he came out to kick, I believe it was the second extra point to knot it up at 13-all. It sounded like he was getting booed coming onto the field, which, yeah, I can expect that. It sounded to me, and I'm hoping you could dispute this, it sounded like there was some anguish from the crowd when he made it. Like there were some people in the crowd who were disappointed that he made the kick and that there's a rooting against Jake Moody thing going around out there. Was that just the TV sound playing tricks on me? Am I missing something here? Can you dispute that? Or what can you say on how fans are or aren't rooting for Jake Moody?
Yeah, from that like hermetically sealed press box at Levi's Stadium that filters out 80% of the sound.
Hey, they got great food there, though, Matt.
Oh, my God. Hey, the food at the Levi's Stadium press box might be the best in the NFL. Besides the fact, to the Moody question, it was funny when I thought I heard boos, and then I was going through my mind. I'm like, are people doing the Moody? And I was like, no, I don't think that's ever been a thing. I don't think people are starting that now. So I do think, excuse me, he was getting booed. I didn't hear the anguish after the successful kicks, but I did hear the very sarcastic applause. You know, it's like when a pitcher throws 8 straight balls and then on the 9th he finally throws a strike and the crowd goes wild. That is what it sounded like to me when he made the kicks, which you don't want that. You don't want your home fan base trolling your kicker like that. That's like the one position in football where you just need this guy to have nonstop confidence. And when your fan base is turning on your kicker like that, there's a big issue.
Speaking of the fan base not turning their backs on anyone, it's actually the quite opposite. It's the Valkyries fan base that is just loving what they are seeing from this team. Head coach Natalie Casse. Listen, she's doing one of the most unsung coaching jobs I've seen in quite some time. Losing your all-star, taking an expansion franchise, Matt, like the Valkyries here, and having them on the brink of the playoffs, the next 5 games at Ball Hollow, which are going to be massive for this team. Can you speak to the job that Nakase has done and how massive this homestand is going to be? Just talking about the depth of the Niners, the depth of the Valkyries getting tested left and right with all these injuries.
I know they have had the injury bug recently, which has been brutal for them. And there's a scary moment in Friday's game where Tip Hayes went down, and she's questionable right now and probably going to be day-to-day. As far as the job that Natalie Nakase has done, it's been nothing short of remarkable. To take an expansion team, to take all these different players from around the league, place them together, and then coach them up the way that she has and the way that they've been able to buy into her system. And not only the players that are currently there, but think they had players leave for Eurobasket, and they had to bring in basically alternates who had to fit into her system for a 3-week span, and they won a ton of games in that time. She's just gotten such a buy-in from her players, and it's been fascinating to watch. And she's had, when you look at the span of her career and being in LA with Doc Rivers and learning from guys like Ty Lue, and then having Becky Hammon as a role model and going to the Aces. And then even before she took this Valkyries job, she flew out to Boston and shadowed Joe Mazzulla, who she has a great relationship with. She has surrounded herself with really good people to look up to, really successful coaches, and she has translated that into success overnight in year 1.
Hey, Matt, great stuff. And I saw yesterday doing a little pregame action with our boy, Lo Neal. Lolo was wearing shorts. Like, whoa. First of all, he's wearing shorts, but Lo Neal could pull off any look. Let's keep it a buck. But how is it working with Lo? And by the way, you can catch Lo Neal and Evan Giddings every single pregame show every week, including the Laughing Monk for home games down at Sunnyvale. Go up and say what's up to them. But how is it working with Lo Neal, Matt? I'm
trying to get me, the number of his wardrobe person because he's been rocking some crazy fits this preseason. I've loved it. I'm 3 years into this thing with Lo Neal. And it's like an NFL legend. So you kind of pinch yourself, especially when you're walking down the sideline when they're playing the Chargers and you've got every Chargers fan who's screaming his name. And then you've got all these guys from the Chargers staff who have been there for years that are coming up wanting a little love from Lo Neal. So you pinch yourself because that's amazing. And he's just a great guy. He really is down to earth. You would never know that he's one of the greatest fullbacks of all time because he's just such a chill guy. And doing the show with him is a total blast. We have so much fun together.
Hey, great stuff, man. We'll do it again next week.
Thank you,
hopefully, actually, next time we're talking about you, we're either previewing or reacting to regular season football. Can't wait, Matt.
Let's do it. Thanks, guys.
There he goes. That's Matt Lively, KPIX Sports anchor, Valkyries pre and post, and also the fifth quarter on KPIX with Ver and Glenn. We'll react to that on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Weekend Brunch just got a major upgrade. Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. Starting this September, enjoy college football Saturdays at 8:30 a.m. and NFL Sundays at 9:30 a.m. Paired with craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer. Bring the crew, settle into our view lounges, and watch the action on giant screens with immersive sound. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game for an exclusive game day perk. And make your brunch reservations now at splashsportsbar.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance. Select the built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you, and for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen pack. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Save on your favorite brands at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off Stonyfield Organic Select Yogurts with Prime through August 26th. Make back-to-school season a breeze with grab-and-go breakfasts. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles. Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long. So come into Macy's today. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming protecting your health today.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Big rigs that hit the center divide.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the 2 right lanes are
Don't
blocked
wait.
off.
Get into a new Honda HR-V now. It's the Honda Summer Event, brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Second down and 5. Uyunglele going through the progression and throws it right to Curtis Robinson. Robinson all the way back for a 49ers touchdown.
I am so happy for Curtis Robinson. You know, Guy, I am a firm believer that good things happen to good people.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
It ain't nothing you can do about it. That's right. And it's Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky this week. He's been doing a hell of a job. This show has flown by for a Monday. And we still got to get some Giants thoughts from our very own host of Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. And you can find that 9 to 12 every Saturday with one Sam Lubman alongside Dan, Devone, and by the way, and we'll get to Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan right there, who were on the broadcast for KPIX Channel 5. And I was just realizing this as Curtis Robinson got the pick six there. How many Robinsons are on the 49ers now? It's like 5 or 4 different. I don't think any of them are related. Did anyone ask? Are any of them
it's like Carson's on the Giants.
There's Jacob, Curtis, DeMarcus, and Brian now. All Robinson.
All right.
There you go.
Rob Forson. That doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. You know what does work? The 2025 95% the game Red and Gold Summit, Sam.
Ooh.
And it's going to be happening next Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. And I can't wait. I'll be down there. Willard and Dibs are going to be down there live from 2 to 4. And then that's when the summit starts from 4 to 6 with myself, Shasky, Steiny, Goo, Willard and Dibs. Come on out, hang with us, and get ready for the football season. Great food, great place, and your chance, again, to hang out with the host. That's Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Let's start out the football season with a bang. And I keep looking at that menu, Sam. The lobster roll. I can go, like right now, 9:22 a.m., I could smash a lobster roll. I can go for a tuna melt. I can go for the mahi-mahi fish tacos. I'm hungry. Experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair. Now. Your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for the fans. You had something you wanted to get to, Sam.
I have 3 things I want to get to, actually.
That's a lot of things.
So the first thing is, first, I want to give a shout out to Eric Thomas, our anchor over at KCBS, longtime Bay Area radio news legend, years with ABC 7 in the morning, one of the titans here of Bay Area media. Celebrating 40 years of marriage this last weekend.
It's a big number.
That's a great 40. Number. So shout out to our guy E.T. Love Eric. Love chatting with him in the morning when our breaks do line up. Wears one of the most comfortable looking jackets in this building.
He does.
So shout out to him. And Speaking of anniversaries, Spinoni, I teased this earlier in the show.
Oh, boy.
But I was notified by our own Steven Risotto.
Oh, the Riz.
This morning. The Rizinator.
Yeah.
He told me that today, 9 years ago, 95.7 The Game partnered with your Golden State Warriors.
That's pretty good. Wow,
on
9
this day,
years.
9 years ago, the Warriors in 95.7 joined forces. And I remember this was during my first tour of duty with the station. I actually learned about this deal happening several months in advance. Remember, this was right after the KD signing had happened. And, of course, you knew this was coming down the table. And I'm told, don't tell anybody. And, it was on this day 9 years ago when this station latched on with the Warriors. Of course, this is at a time when we were, as a station, kind of in the process of moving off of the Raiders and A's being the flagship here. And we were able to find a great partner with the Warriors. And 9 years later and three championships later and countless memories and all those times having Steve Kerr on and Steph and Draymond and I don't think we've ever had Clay on, but all the assistant coaches, we had Clay on the station.
Damon used to be a weekly with Klay Thompson.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Man, Damon gets all the guests. But no, the Warriors have been so great for our station. I came up cutting Warrior games. That's how I kind of cut my teeth with this station.
Yeah, we've had all the Warriors on here. We've had every single one. Any Warrior you could think of has been on 95.
Okay, I missed the Clay weeklies.
Even the dead ones are somehow been on the station.
Okay.
The white noise.
Okay. I missed that one for sure.
Lucas was very upset about me with that one. It's fine. We got director of sports in the back right now.
You threw me off with that one there, but I just want to say shout out to our station and shout out to the Golden State Warriors. 9 wonderful years together. Here is to 90 more of these wonderful years. And then another year on top of that so we can get the even 100.
There you go. Very well said. And we love our relationship with the Golden State Warriors. Shout out Mr. Joe Lacob, Joey Lightyears. It's kind of like, I call myself Joey Lightyears first, but he can take it too if he wants to. Joe Lacob, no, what he has meant for ownership and, leaving the other station to come to us. It's been a match made in heaven. We could like to continue it. We're going to continue it. And no else you'd rather be than right here for your Golden State Warriors and Valkyries coverage. Again, 95.7 The Game. Kuminga crisis? No. Do we have one? No. As we're talking Warriors, might as well.
Can we just play the bed just for fun?
Sure. Do you have it, Steven, if you want to play it?
I just like hearing it.
Yeah, well, you made it.
I know.
It might be one of the greatest things ever created here at 95.7.
It really is. That's why I love it so much. So anytime we don't even have any Kuminga.
We used to have, when I was working here, it was the butcher shop. It was Shasky and it was Ryan Covey and it was me and Lucas, who's in the back right now. Lucas Alexander, director of sports, 95.7 The Game, producer Willard Dibs. He created a bed. I wonder if it's still in there. He probably is in his folder somewhere. It was a segment called This Place Sucks. So it would be whenever we were visiting, if the Niners were going to like Seattle or something, it'd be like the reasons why Seattle sucks. It was like, we're doing a hate week thing. And it would just be like, this place sucks. This place sucks. And it was like, he found a bed that like literally like the song, like someone made that. And it was one of the greatest things I've ever heard. And that Kuminga crisis is right up there with there. So the producing here at 95.7 The Game, nothing, but the best here.
That's what we do.
That's what we do. You know what?
The kicker watch has been all right. I still like it, but we'll be playing that all year long because we are going to be watching the kicker all year long. And the third thing I want to bring up.
Oh, this is a great tease. Wow.
This was about the kicker. And again, we were talking about, were fans rooting against Jake Moody on Saturday night. And again, I kind of say it, tongue-in-cheek, facetiously. I'm not going to go as far as to blaming the fans for Jake Moody missing it.
They weren't rooting against him, but they were definitely not rooting for him. Let's say that.
There's a tweet that was sent out on Saturday night that said, I've never seen a home crowd try to distract their own kicker, but 49ers fans behind the end zone were moving, all caps, a lot before Jake Moody attempted that field goal. After Moody drilled the kick, those Saints fans did cheer loudly, but that was funny. Trying to call out fans as being a reason why Jake Moody may or may not. The home fans are the reason why Jake Moody is missing field goals. I'm not going to say the name, but I just think that's a wild tweet to send out.
I believe it was David Lombardi, the SF Standard, that said it.
Okay, if you want to out him, that's fine.
Well, it's not even outing him. He just said that, but I'm not even going to crush the tweet or anything. I just
I think that's a wild statement.
Well, just during regular games like that at home, like fans are moving all the time in football games. This isn't like not moving for like a free throw at Chase Center.
Remember, everyone, when Jake Moody comes out to kick a field goal this year, everyone needs to freeze. Don't move an inch, or you will be the reason why he missed the kick.
Again, it's preseason. And
I was going to come out. Yeah, we really had faith in Jake Moody, but Brad up in the seventh row was waving his arms, and that's why Jake Moody missed.
Who's going to be under more scrutiny this season? Is it Jake Moody or Jonathan Kuminga? 888-957-9570. Who are you waiting to fail more? Is it Jake Moody or Jonathan Kuminga? That's what it feels like we like to do as fans. That's why I'm gassing up Jake Moody, because I'm tired of the negativity. Just can we bring this guy's confidence up? He just doesn't look confident. I said it. That might just be his face. All right. I look at some people. They have
resting, not confident face.
They just have a resting, snitch face, for lack of a better word. That's what it is. And I think Jake Moody just might have one of those.
He's just one of those Moody's.
I have one of those too sometimes. Like, I got bags under my eyes. I just look like this sometimes.
Well, yeah, but Jake Moody's not waking up at 3:30 in the morning to come do a radio show. He gets to sleep like 10 hours a night, probably.
I had bags under my eyes before the radio show, but that's a different conversation. So, again, don't judge a book by its cover. Jake, I feel like he can make 6
I've read a few chapters of this book. I feel like I have a judgment.
He won you the game in week 1 last year against the Jets. He had 6 field goals. Where's Christian McCaffrey?
Congratulations.
Well, you want to crush the guy again.
I am. Good for him.
Missed extra point when he actually had meaningful field goals in a game prior. Again.
That's great. You did it once. Now you need to do it all the time, forever, for the rest of your career.
If that extra point was the difference between a win or a loss, they won the game.
Well, again, like I said, you cannot just throw away extra points being the difference between a win and a loss, when an extra point was literally the difference.
It wasn't his fault.
Between
for him. It was blocked. It wasn't his fault.
Kick it. You know what I'm going to judge? I'm going to judge this stuff that Trent Williams is about to say, because you teased it before he went to break, and now I want to hear what he has to say so I can judge it.
Well, he says that Christian McCaffrey looks amazing. So check this out, Trent Williams.
Christian looks fantastic. He looks like Offensive Player of the Year, Christian. So that's really, really refreshing to see, knowing that, what he had to deal with last year, just a little nicks and knacks, and, not being able to do what he loved. To see him out there this year, 100% healthy, treating every play like it's his last, playing with his hair on fire. It really motivates the guys when you got a generational talent like that brings it to work and in practice every day.
So we've been talking a lot this morning about what we know about this team, what we don't know about this team, what makes us feel optimistic or pessimistic about this team. And when you hear what Trent has to say there, now I do kind of wonder if Christian McCaffrey didn't look good, if Trent would say that. But let's take what Trent's saying at face value here. As we're talking about one of the things we know and feel optimistic about, I feel like we know that we could be optimistic about how great the 49ers run game is going to be this year. If we're talking about how the 49ers are going to win football games, is this going to be just a ground and pound, grind them out, kind of the red and gold turning you black and blue? Is that feels like that's going to be the main approach for the 49ers to win football games, at least early on. And,
they're a run-first team. And
that's always been the case, I know. But probably a little bit more so early on when you consider the state of the receiving core right now. If I'm putting a little bit more expectation on the running game this year, that's a reason why I do feel good about what the Niners can do this year. Especially with B-Rob Jr. on board now, I do feel very, very good about, as you started the show by saying, with the running back room, that does, I feel like, take the vibes of this team, as we love talking about vibes here at 95.7, that does take it from here. I'm holding my hand at my nose, and I'm raising it up to here above my head for all those listening on the auditory medium here. That is one of the positive, optimistic reasons to feel good about this Niner team right now. And hearing Trent say that, again, I don't know if we're going to get 2023 Christian McCaffrey, but if we could just get really freaking good Christian McCaffrey, this is a very different looking Niner team than what we saw last year. No duh.
I don't need a Hall of Fame type of season. I don't even need a Pro Bowl season from Christian McCaffrey. You know what I need from Christian McCaffrey? To be available. That's what I need from him. His presence on the field alone is a positive for this team. And now that I have Brian Robinson Jr. alongside him, a guy that, he's not as explosive as Christian McCaffrey. Few are, but that's not his game. He's going to be more of a ground and pound guy, which is great, which is what I need. And a guy that can stay upright and stay healthy and who's going to be a number 2 on this team and splitting some time, potentially being a number 1. Other times, we'll see if the bangs and bruises, what have you, with Christian McCaffrey. But, there were so many times last year it was just so evident. They were just, a burst away from getting a touchdown, a breakaway touchdown. Jordan Mason just didn't quite have that extra burst. Isaac Orlando didn't have that burst, Sam, that Christian McCaffrey has. Brian Robinson Jr. doesn't have that, but Christian McCaffrey does. I'm going to be looking at that being the difference early on here in the season. If he still has that breakaway type of speed that takes, a 10, 12, 13, 14 yard, first down into a touchdown, a breakaway touchdown.
Just add those extra yards.
Yes.
Yeah, I see them. It's the thunder to the lightning. If Christian McCaffrey is the lightning, then Brian Robinson Jr. is going to be bringing the thunder. He's a bit of a bigger back, bit of a bruiser. I do like him in those short yardage situations. And again, B-Rob, I think 8 to 10 carries a game. If you could do that, and then I want to limit McCaffrey's carries to that 15 to 18 range, especially early on. Another thing I'm going to be interested to see from McCaffrey is how he handles contact, too. Because he's a guy who he can hit a dude, knock him back a few yards, and kind of push the pile forward a little bit, because don't judge McCaffrey by his size. That dude is a very, very powerful runner.
Or his hue.
Yeah, he can... his hue. Okay.
Another word for color. Continue.
Okay.
It's okay. Went over your head. Sorry.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
The fray. It's over my head. It's fine. Continue.
But yeah, he's got the strength to push. So if he can still kind of get those, yards after contact, pushes there, that's gonna be interesting to see there how he handles the contact. Because again, you played 4 games last year. You did get hit a little bit, but you got a full season of this coming up. So that's one of the things to see happen in there. That being said, that's if we're ranking things that I'm concerned about, Christian McCaffrey taking a hit. I kind of want to see it happen on the first play. Just get it over with. Okay, we're good. Let's go. Peel the Band-Aid right off.
Here's more from Trent Williams on Friday talking about Super Bowl or bust notions for this Niners team.
I honestly never remember saying it was Super Bowl or bust, but I don't really approach it like that. Every team is different. This team is different from last year. We got our own certain set of challenges in front of us. I don't look at it as being anything or bust, but obviously we want to be successful. We have the talent to be successful, and there's no greater motivator than, the Super Bowl being here right in our backyard. So obviously we got a long way to go. We got to get to week 1. We need to get some guys back in the lineup. But no, I think this team, for us to maximize our potential, I think we got to focus 1 week at a time. I don't think the Super Bowl should be at the forefront of anybody's mind. I think it should be having the best regular season we possibly can have, then getting into a playoff game, letting it go from there.
And again, I'm going to keep saying this. The NFC's wide open. It's the Philadelphia Eagles, and who else wants to step up? I have a lot of question marks on whether or not Washington can do it again. Whether Detroit's going to recover from losing both their offensive and defensive coordinators.
What's Minnesota going to look like?
What's Minnesota going to look like? Rookie quarterback,
Kevin O'Connell
basically.
and J.J. McCarthy, that's going to be an interesting one. But honestly, I don't hate what Trent Williams is saying there. Like, I don't think that you should have Super Bowl or bust expectations on this team. I do think it is let's just take it 1 week at a time and see what happens.
How many teams have Super Bowl or bust expectations?
Right now in the NFL, if I were to list all the teams with Super Bowl or bust, well, I mean...
Let's just go through it.
Well,
Philadelphia Eagles is Super Bowl or bust.
Can you be Super Bowl or bust when you're coming off of a Super Bowl?
Yes.
Well, here's the thing. I hate that phrase, first off, Super Bowl or bust, because I think not many people really understand what the bust part means. Like, the bust means, like, it's done. You're blowing it up. You're moving it on. So, like, that's how I define it as.
No, I define it as it's Super Bowl or your season was a failure. If you don't get to a Super Bowl, the season was a failure.
Okay, well, let's go off of that definition then. I do think, I think it's kind of hard when you're coming off of a Super Bowl win to still have those expectations. But yeah, we'll put them in that corner. Ravens, absolutely they're in there. Chiefs, I think they've had enough Super Bowl success where they're just in extra credit mode right now. Buffalo Bills, absolutely. That is a Super Bowl or bust. As in, if they don't win it this year, if they fall embarrassingly short this year, then there might be some heads rolling out of Buffalo. Bills, Ravens, Bengals. You see, that's one where I kind of we say that because we think Joe Burrow is one of the Elite Four, which I believe that he is, and we give him that moniker because he is the only AFC quarterback to have beaten Patrick Mahomes in a playoff game that is still playing today. Not trying to leave out Tom Brady there. The Bengals, I don't know if I'd say they're Super Bowl or bust just because there's a lot of issues around on that team. I want to see what the defense looks like. They should be in that category, but I don't know if I would put them there just quite yet. That's all for the AFC. When I look at the NFC, No, I don't. I mean, the Lions, there's definitely, I think you're getting there at the Lions just because you don't know how long that window is going to be open. And I do think there is a lot of question marks around just the people Campbell brought in. Now, Dan Campbell, we're stressing, can he hire great coordinators? He's already 2 for 2 on hiring coordinators with Ben Johnson and
Aaron
Glenn. I was going to get there in a second. So what if Dan Campbell is really good at hiring coordinators? That would be pretty cool. So I'll put the Lions in there too. But that being said, that's what 4 or 5 teams that have those Super Bowl or bust expectations. I don't see the Niners on that level, and that's okay. Again, as I always nauseatingly compare this team to the 2021 team, I don't think anyone had Super Bowl or bust expectations on that team. But that team ended up, surprising a lot of people and stumbling in the NFC title game. And honestly, I thought was good enough to go to the Super Bowl that year. I see no reason why, if this team can get on a run here to finish the season, if the defense starts to come together, when Brandon Ayuk is healthy, we got Ricky Pearsall getting better by the week, George Kittle having a great year, Jauan Jennings, he'll be up to speed by that part of the season. I could absolutely see this team putting together a run in November and in December and carrying that momentum into January. That's a team. I mean, they're going to be a team that you don't want to face in the playoffs in this situation. Now, are they the Super Bowl team? No, but they're easily a team that could be the team you don't want to face in the playoffs just because of how difficult of an out they could be. And there's one thing we've seen from Kyle Shanahan, his defenses can travel on the road in the playoffs.
Well, they're going to be more of a hunter than hunted, And
I think that's a good thing. That's a good change of pace.
Well, we'll see.
I think it's kind of interesting, though, about what Trent's saying there. What is he's kind of dismissing the it's 1 week at a time. The Super Bowl isn't the super expectation there. It's a 37-year-old saying that. You don't know how many years he has left. Guys like him, they want to get that last ring in before they retire. I think it's kind of interesting that Trent Williams here in his final years is kind of that resigned to. I think that's kind of interesting that a veteran of that stature is kind of that real about the expectations.
Trent Williams is a very interesting guy. Last year, obviously, the holdout rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, as holdouts tend to do with fan bases, and he just didn't look like he ever really got back to being at that top 5, top number 1 kind of left tackle expectation that we've all come to know when it comes to this guy. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer if his career ended today, and he didn't play like one last year, and it was disappointing. Now he dealt with some personal tragedy, obviously. And, I think a lot of us, looked at the end of the season, just what? It was dumpster fire season. Let's all just kind of pack it up, roll it up like a piece of paper, throw it away, fresh start. We'll see. And I think that's kind of the mindset for a lot of fans heading into this year. It was having a fresh start and fresh perspective with a lot of these players. And I'm going to have that when it comes to Trent Williams. But you got to wonder, how many legit years does he have left? 37 years old. And this guy's size and his speed, it's still, I'm sure, legendary. That being said, I saw, whether it's at joint practices, whether it's preseason games, just him just kind of standing there, not doing a whole hell of a lot. I wonder what level of Trent Williams they're going to get this season. And what that means for Brock Purdy is everything. He's the blindside tackle. He's the guy that's got to protect him. And if you don't have faith in your offensive line, you're going to see what you saw with Brock Purdy last year, which is a lot of running, a lot of indecisiveness, and more interceptions, or holding onto the football too long and strip sack fumbles. And that's something you just can't have. And I go back to Christian McCaffrey in this run game. If they can get the running game established early on this season, changes everything for this team. And all of a sudden, you're looking at a team where, can they win the division? No. Can they be one of the best in the conference, potentially? I still think they have that capability in them. And I think a lot of people are just wait and see when it comes to them. And I think nationally, too. That's why I kind of scoff at the Moody thing. I always try to look at a national perspective, because sometimes we get so bogged down into the nitty-gritty here locally. We just lose perspective on how other people are thinking about us. And, you can say that's, we all worry about ourselves and I don't care what other people are saying. Well, I do, in the sense that, sometimes it gives perspective. What do you think the national perspective is on this 49ers squad? Do you think a lot of people are saying they're done? Their Super Bowl window is completely closed and they can't win going forward, and, it's laughable that they paid Brock Purdy? Because I do think that is kind of the national perspective as I look at it. It's they paid Brock Purdy, but he's not a top 10 quarterback, and you got Kyle Shanahan and you got Christian McCaffrey. That's the guy I keep looking at. And that's why it's no one's talking about Jake Moody nationally. Just real quick, no one's talking about Jake Moody. They're
I
wondering
mean, how often are kickers talked about nationally just in general?
Well, exactly. That's why I think it's laughable we're talking about it here locally. But it's Christian McCaffrey. That's the guy that it comes down to. It's not going to be Trent Williams. It's not going to be Nick Bosa. It's not going to be Fred Warner. It's not going to be George Kittle, as everyone's worrying about their fantasy lineups. It's what Christian McCaffrey version are we getting? That's why I go back to Brian Robinson Jr., him being massive for the squad and him being a great landing spot, the 49ers, that is, for him. And this is what JP Finley of 106.7 The Fan in Washington, D.C., our sister station, had to say last week with Evan filling in for Steiny and Guru.
I think the Niners are a great landing spot for him. I think, as I've seen kind of the injuries there and trading away Jordan Mason and knowing that McCaffrey is, all world when he's healthy, but has dealt with some injuries too. I thought it would make a lot of sense. Clearly, with Adam Peters running the show in Washington, coming from San Fran, and they already completed a trade earlier this year for Debo, I figured that would at least be one place they talk with. So not a surprise at this point, but.
And here's more from JP Finley again, who joined the boys last week, 106.7 The Fan in D.C., on Robinson Jr. being a good but not great running back.
He's a really good number two. I think being the backup to McCaffrey will really be a good role for him. I know how well Kyle schemes it up, and I think he's really good in short yardage and goal line situations. He's a big, physical back, like 5'11", 210. He's 6'1", probably 230. So he's a good back. He's not a great back. Like he's not gonna push CMC.
Did you hear Guru in the background? He's like, I don't like to hear that. JP, I'm nervous.
Running backs, man.
That's kind of what it felt like. But I was like, again, the way he laid it out is he's a really good number two. And when's the last time you felt that way about the 49ers having a really good number two, Sam?
I think you got to go back to the Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson Jr. tandem in 2019, maybe.
Breida? Yeah.
And Breida the Cheetah? Yeah, I think that's, which again, like, think of the names we're saying there. Like, Raheem Mostert was, a very good running back, but I think that's just it. He was a good running back, which, by the way, did I see him popping up on the Raiders the other week?
I think you might have. Yeah, him being the number two to Ashton Genty, but he could be a surprise cut. So maybe you look for more depth here and then take a
I would not hate that. The hoster with the Mostert.
He's 33.
Maybe not then.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's all you need from Brian Robinson. Can you be just good, not great? Again, you're going to be getting, ideally, 8 to 10 carries a game, maybe even less, because as Brian Palo Alto said, Kyle Shanahan does not fix his issues. So, that's all you got to be. And I think being good is going to be good enough for one Brian Robinson Jr. And who knows, maybe again with less carries, fresher legs, maybe you're maximizing those carries a little bit more. Maybe you're becoming better as a pass catcher this year. Again, he's going into his fourth year. He's entering what is basically the prime years of his career, where guys are playing the best football of their careers. It's not crazy to say that Brian Robinson Jr. could be a bigger asset than just a good running back this year.
Here's another one that I thought was interesting. This is Grant Paulson, again, from the same station, our sister station out, 106.7 The Fan. These guys know Brian Robinson Jr. more than anyone else. They've seen him the last 3 years out in Washington, and obviously the resurgence of Washington last year. He was a big part of it. Him alongside Austin Eckler, Jaden Daniels. It was a really fun offense to watch, and Cliff Kingsbury, very interested to see what he does, kind of a sophomore season with this team, because I do believe if Washington's good again and that offense is explosive again, Cliff Kingsbury is probably going to be the number one guy looking for a head coaching opportunity again, obviously failing and falling short in Arizona, but getting resurgence here out in Washington. But here's what Grant Paulson had to say in regards to Brian Robinson. And Washington wanted to be more explosive, but that just isn't who he is.
He hits singles. There is not a home run in the bat. And occasionally he could run into a double if everything's blocked up well, but they wanted explosiveness. They wanted some twitch at the second level. They wanted some make you miss in the open field, and that's not him. And I don't know that they would have drafted like his skill set in a world where they were taking, a back in his draft. But the bottom line is when you're not their guy, when they take a guy in the 7th round, they had like a 4th round grade on, and they have another player a lot like him who's cheaper and younger, and Chris Rodriguez. He was just the odd man out. And I don't know, again, if you sign a guy like Brian Robinson and bring him in, and that player knows when they're coming in, like their role is going to be minimal, it's probably not a problem. But when you go to a guy for 3 years who's done nothing wrong necessarily, and you say, hey, now you're going to stand around a bunch, and there might be weeks where you're not active, that just wasn't going to go over well. And I get the sense that that's how we got to a point where Dan Quinn's addressing the team to say he's not with us anymore the day before a preseason game last week.
And again, Dan Quinn's not married to that guy. Dan Quinn's first season with the team was last year. Brian Robinson had been there 2 seasons prior. So again, new regime, hard truths cut both ways. Shout out Stannis the Manus of the House Baratheon, Sam.
One
he had
true
no thank you. Your words and mine. He had no problem moving off of this guy. You mentioned Chris Rodriguez. You got Austin Eckler there. And Jaden Daniels in his own right, has that running game.
He was their leading
humming.
rusher last year.
He was, by the way, Jaden Daniels is incredible. Oh, my God.
Got to do it again.
He's got to do it
And
again. Just like C.J. Stroud had to do it again, and he made the playoffs.
Just like Jake Moody has to do it again.
Just, again, what have you done for me lately? That's what not for long, the NFL. I know we like to say it, but it's always, what have you done for me lately?
That is the truth.
And, what have the Niners done for me lately? Well, they had a down year, 6-11. I do think if they stay healthy, though, they'll be back in action. We're less than 2 weeks away.
And are we confident they're going to stay healthy, though? Like, again, acknowledging the base of injuries are a thing in the NFL, there is a line. And last year,
can I real quick? I just hate talking injuries. It's
I know.
just such a
no one wants to talk about injuries.
I hate talking about them because of the woulda, coulda, shoulda nature. It is one of the most tired things to talk about.
But it's a reality, though.
It's the amount of, Stephen Curry, he was hurt. Yeah, it's like, well, when Steph Curry's hurt, you're done. I don't care what Jimmy Butler did after that, quite frankly, because when Steph Curry gets hurt, you cooked.
And there's a lot of guys on this Niners team where if you lose them, you might be cooked. Christian McCaffrey's on that list. He may not be high on that list, but he's on that list. Trent Williams is very much on that list. If you're missing him, I mean, that's every game he's not there, that might be a loss. And in a season where every win is going to matter, every point is going to matter, because I forget what the caller who called in earlier said, yeah, there's going to be a lot of high-scoring games. I kind of think there's going to be a lot of low-scoring games, to be honest. I think there's going to be a lot of tight games, and there's not going to be a lot of room for mistakes around the margins. And that's where if you miss a guy here, if you miss a kick there, that's when those things start to add up in what could be just a tight, close season.
You know what else is tight and close? It's Fast Five. Relax. Get your mind out of the gutter, people. Disgusting. What do you got, Sammy? What's your final thought today?
My final thought is the Giants did take 2 of 3 from Milwaukee.
They really did. Hey, we're back.
Oh, totally.
Giants are back.
We're back to 6 games below 500.
By the way, you see your guy Shohei Ohtani? I know you love him so much. He was dapping up the heckler at the Padres game yesterday.
Oh, really?
After he won yard.
The heckler's like, Shohei, I had you on the over.
And he dapped him up.
And Shohei's like, me too.
There you go. And he dapped him up. I know you love Shohei secretly. You just don't want to.
Sure, totally. Love watching him get busted for gambling. You would look past all of those
if somehow, some way he was a San Francisco Giant.
Well, that's not the reality we live in. And reality is often disappointing.
It just makes you a hypocrite. Just saying.
No, I think it does. I think it just makes me a normal human being. I'm pretty sure this is my final thought, Joe.
Our final thought.
No, this is my final thought, all right? Don't be that
guest
Joe.
Host this week,
Don't
Sam
be that
Waldman.
Joe, okay? We got enough problematic Joes on this show. We don't need another problematic Joe on this show.
Knox guy. 2 pros and a cup of Joe.
Yeah, we actually know what he looks like now. But yeah, I want to give a single one flower to Bob Melvin. If we're going to crush him in the bad times, we got to acknowledge it in the good times. The loss that they had on Friday night, that William Contreras walk-off, that easily could have just sent them spiraling the rest of the weekend. And I do credit the same message of just get up and do it again the next day. I'm giving that message the credit for the Giants not crumbling over the last 2 days. Logan Webb playing the role of stopper on Saturday. Love seeing that. And how about Ryan Walker getting that save yesterday? Quietly putting together a 2.45 ERA since the All-Star break, putting him in the closer spot because Randy Rodriguez wasn't available. By the way, Randy Rodriguez, arm soreness. Uh-oh.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
that'll help.
If that's, the Giants don't have enough issues. Let's add Randy Rodriguez arm soreness onto that as well. So, a good weekend in Milwaukee. Stopped one of the hottest teams in baseball for a weekend. Day off now, and you know what? Just keep doing whatever you can do the next month plus. 32 games left in the season. 31 games left in the season. So, counting down there. Just do what you can, Giants.
There you go. And of course,
those are expectations.
Milwaukee, or as you call it, Milwaukee, which is of course Algonquin for the good land.
Of course.
There you go. What do you got? Steven Risotto, who's holding it down solo at times back there alongside Matt Nahigian. It's got to be Love Island related tonight, right? The reunion. Come on. I know you're excited.
It's not related to that, but it is related to Jauan Jennings, who unfortunately with the 49ers, there might not be love at the moment. Tim Kawakami writes this in the Standard in his article yesterday. There is growing frustration between the two parties, and Jauan Jennings' lingering calf injury and contractual contractual status with the 49ers could combine to send him to the injured list. And putting Jauan Jennings on the injured list, that could hurt him financially. He has incentives, of course, bonuses, game bonuses, and it would leave the 49ers very thin at wide receiver. So that could be a threat on the 49ers side to get things going here with Jauan Jennings.
He will be back week 1. Lock it in. This is a big nothing burger. I'm not worried about it. You shouldn't be either. In the 49ers fans. The calf injury, sure. We'll see. We'll see. I got faith that they're going to get it done eventually. And you know what? Again, I'm going to keep saying this. It's not like his game is predicated on elite explosiveness or elite speed. JJ will be just fine. Him, Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle. I'm very optimistic now talking about the receiver core there. And I'm also optimistic about the Love Island reunion tonight because that's my final thought, Sam. Are Amaya and Brian, the winners, still together? Nick Alondria, who have been dominating the offseason when it comes to their social media game. The most beautiful couple maybe walking this face of the earth. And then what's going on with Ace and Shelly? Are they together? I don't know. And then I believe Steven Risotto, they're going to be revealing the Hudda Heartstopper challenge between Ace and her that made a lot of consternation there in the villas.
Bring it on, man.
We'll be seeing Hudda. She's one of the great villain of the off season. Hudda, I think her last name is Mustafa. I think I'm pronouncing that
Malik
correctly.
Mustafa?
Maybe they're related. Who knows? That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. Steiny and Guru next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a 2025 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $269 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing. Includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 8/31/24. MSRP $27,816. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN JF2GU ABC7SH275175. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price, exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Let's get nuts.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. All right, see if I remember how to do this.
All right.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's when you go,
buddy.
What's going on with you? Tupac is back, Jack. What's up with it?
You know, just getting back into the groove.
It's called the microphone. You got to say something into it. Evan gave you a round of applause. And real quick before we get to you, another round of applause for Evan. You did a phenomenal job. Bravo. Bravo, Evan. Good things.
Thanks, Goo.
Yeah. Look at my man.
You know, one of the athletes that never gets enough credit around the Bay Area. It's David Lee. And David Lee was a great player.
Yeah.
But it was time for Draymond Green.
The lefty.
When it was time for Draymond Green, it was time for Draymond Green.
Day. It's always fun game.
Yeah,
that's my boy.
Draymond Giddings, he's coming. He's coming.
Well, tell us something we don't know.
No, I mean,
you ready to step aside?
Maybe.
Look at my man. But it wouldn't be because of Evan. No. You would just be the hotel type. You're checked out. Yeah.
No,
you want to golf.
I'm not
you want to
checked.
shoot 18 every morning.
That's stupid. Don't say that.
I would like to play 5 days a week, and I'm trying to work that into my schedule. 4?
Look at my man. How was the trip?
It's fun.
What did you shoot?
Well, I played 7 times.
On a private jet, we saw your picture. You got to talk to, I'm going to be quiet. Talk to us about that experience of getting there on the private jet. What was that like? Bypassing SFO all that.
It's pretty amazing.
You feel different? Do you feel more important?
I get the drop ready. I mean, this was my second time on a plane like this. Dude, I didn't even go through security. I parked at this aviation place next to the airport. I pulled in. I started taking my bags out of the car. Somebody met me and was like, I got those. What party are you with?
And that's what life's about.
Bastion. He's like, okay, you can wait inside. I got him. Don't worry. Wait inside. Plane's out in front. We just walk onto the front.
That's amazing.
I never got my passport out. I never got my driver's license out.
So you had the Jerry Jones experience. Al Davis.
It was fun.
Did you have a stewardess, though?
Flight attendant. Yeah, Sheena. Sheena on the way up
her
there.
Name.
And Caroline on the way back.
So you were sipping on they had
Not
stuff
on the
for
way
you.
back.
Up there.
Yeah. Sure, full plane.
I'm jealous, man. One day, maybe, if we keep up these numbers, maybe we can live that life. I want to know why
What I miss.
Where you want to start? You miss Ramos Gate. Okay. Scott Osler joined
everything.
Joe and Joe. He had said something about the fans, and it was taken out of context. Look, wink, wink. So Scott Osler thought he put him in a bad position. You missed we had a Bob Melvin, Willie Adamas dust up.
I saw that.
But it wasn't much of nothing.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
And you missed a tweet from me, something that came out of my mouth, about 84,000 views on social. You wouldn't get that on the email. It ain't came out, so hopefully that'll make it. But the bottom line is, I think Bochy's coming back to be the manager here for the Giants.
Oh, so nothing's changed. So, because I think you said that the Wednesday before I left.
No, it was
okay. We can get into it. And Bochy he's addressed these.
Yeah, and the Niners got a new receiver named Sky Moore. Yeah, don't ask people from Kansas City to come on and talk about him, Steiny. He dropped the ball Saturday, but he did some good things too.
Yeah, I mean, it's the last exhibition game. Moody hit a 59-yarder.
And missed the extra point and kicked one out of bounds. And I've been defending him. Get it out your system.
Why don't you tell me where you're coming from on Moody, and then I'll just take the opposite.
He's your guy.
He stinks.
Okay, but hold on. Do you really believe that?
I don't believe he's going to kick all season for the Niners. I
think we got a bet. I think we put that in the cap. Okay.
I think we did bet
and I'll say this to that. But, Steiny, what if you judge somebody doing warm-ups, shooting three-pointers or BP? Just give the brother a chance, and I am understanding the pressure that's on the kid. The boss is out on him, and, they go back to Michigan, but that was the good version of him. But the bottom line, Steiny, is I don't think they're going to do something that they haven't done because they could have ran him this offseason. They did not. And Robinson Jr., DeMarcus, 8 touchdowns last year for the Rams. Steiny looks like a dog. Caught a touchdown Saturday, but he's going to miss the first 3 games of this season, allegedly due to the transgressions that he had.
And how much time did you spend on B-Rob?
We did a whole show.
Oh, wow.
It broke during our show.
Slow times.
Well, I'll say this about B-Rob.
He's got 800 running yards the last 3 years.
Yeah, 8 touchdowns last year alone.
Sure.
But to me, the Niners go as McCaffrey goes. So help me figure out, like, they got better. He's a dog, Steiny. He can pick up the blitz. He can catch the ball out the backfield. But I'm looking at you right now in your lime green polo, and I'm like, well, that's McCaffrey's job. So will the boy genius dial it up to where we see both of them? Maybe McCaffrey out wide and B-Rob in the backfield. But I believe they got better. And Jeff Wilson Jr., this is not good news because they went out and got somebody that's going to be ahead of Garindo on the depth chart. And Steiny, I'm feeling uncomfortable. I'm talking too much like I went on vacation. You got to tell us what you saw. I'll take a play off. It's hard.
I saw the Oregon coastline, which is beautiful. That's about it.
All
right. So you want to know my numbers?
No, seriously, yeah.
Before we get out? All right.
Does Dibs know them with that app you have? Would he know?
Dibs checks my yes.
See, I love it.
He checks my scores.
Keep you honest.
Here are my scores from the last 7 days. What? Nobody cares. Let's.
Well, Evan doesn't. He ain't got his headphones on.
All right. I'll just go through them.
All right. 90. Give you a letter grade.
95.
That's a D.
80.
That's a B. That's an A- for you. Wow.
89.
That's a B.
88.
That's a B plus.
91.
Give you a C plus.
89.
I'm gonna give you a B minus.
82.
That's an A plus. Bravo. So you were in the zone.
Yeah, it was all right.
And took your own clubs?
Oh yeah. Wow. You got to. Although you know what?
That's got to be.
I'm due for a new set. And I'm going to get it pretty soon. I'm going to get a new set pretty soon. I've decided I'm going to get a new set when I retire.
Sounds like your boy can buy it for you.
My boy. No, he's going to send me a bag. He's going to send me a new golf bag.
He should have you with some new clubs, though, you would think. And a rollie. That's a watch night. People saying I look Italian with this shirt.
I like that shirt.
Tony Soprano.
Hey, Derrick Rose getting his number retired. You like that?
I do like it.
Why?
He was all-time great Chicago Bull, and it's like Penny Hardaway. We got robbed of Grant Hill, of what could have been. But I'll say this about cement. The Lakers giving Pat Riley a statue. We had talked about Steiny. Do they give more statues than anybody going?
They deserve them.
No, I get it, but they don't wait.
There's a piece of news I missed that Pat Riley was getting a statue.
Yeah,
but he's not getting one in Miami.
I don't know what's going on in Miami. I mean, he's still living, right? He's still doing his thing.
Yeah, Goo, if I asked you with the exhibition season over and now the Niners less than 2 weeks away for their season opener, you feel better about this team than you did a month ago?
I don't.
When they started training camp.
And
better, the same, or worse?
I feel worse because I assumed Jauan Jennings was going to get reps. Okay, forget that if I'm being picky. But what he put on his social media Saturday, we'll get to it, Steiny, was a signal to me that it doesn't seem like they're close. And if you're telling me in an important year for everybody, obviously, but Brock Purdy and this offense to revenge what happened last year going 6-11, and your steward, your OG of your wide receiver room is still not happy and you're far apart, but now he's doing what Ayuk did on Instagram last year, Steiny, you got a game in 10 or 11 days. Make this make sense. So just with that alone, I got concerns that the Niners offense and what it's going to be, and it's just funny. I won't even say names, but I know we're up against it, Steiny. A lot of people are poo-pooing just how important Jauan Jennings is as a receiver in a bigger role or the biggest role since he's been on the Niners, and people are like, it's nothing to see here. I don't like that. I thought the drama was over. We didn't see Mykel Williams at all. Nick Martin is shown. Jake Moody in and out. Shout out Animal Style number 2, but I don't know what to make of this, but your boy's excited.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners basically been last 4 weeks since training camp started. Are you feeling better about this team, or maybe not quite as good, or is everything the same? That you still have some questions, or you feel confident, or you have skepticism about this team? 888-957-9570. On the other side, I want to get into maybe two of the bigger question marks, Jake Moody and Jauan Jennings, but The number's the number, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
And that's what life's about.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Before summer calls it quits, make memories in a Toyota built for adventure during Toyota's national sales event. Score big with fuel-efficient icons like the all-hybrid 51 MPG 2025 Camry or the versatile RAV4. Itching for a road trip? The all-new 4Runner's your passport to anywhere. So don't wait. Hurry to your local dealer for Toyota's national sales event, now through Labor Day. Toyota, let's go places. Event ends 9/2/25.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
If I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school. Ooh.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that reminds me, we'll have Ross Tucker every Tuesday.
Starting September 9th, Steiny.
Yeah. Every
yes,
other.
Sir. Every other.
Oh, every other.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'll get on him for that on the 9th. We're bi-weekly. That's how important we are to
I don't
him.
think that has anything to do with him. You know?
You think it's about chicken?
Hey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I've been gone for about 10 days, and I want Goo to help me out. Okay, so how the Giants doing? I looked at the numbers. They're 4-6 since I left.
Right.
So
I'll tell you
they're
what.
playing pretty well.
No, the best part of what they've done since you've been gone just happened this weekend, taking 2 or 3
Did they extend
from
Melvin
Milwaukee.
again?
No.
Another year for Bobby?
It is what it is, but at this point, Steiny, I got to give them credit for doing their job, but they took 2 or 3 from Milwaukee. And let me just tell you this, and I told Evan Friday, he kind of planted the seed. The Brewers are not winning the World Series, okay? They
Neither
are
the
a great
Giants,
story. Hello. But the bottom line, Steiny, is I will go to my grave with the 2025 Giants being underachievers. I believe they're better than what they've shown. That's neither here nor there, but you're right. 4-6 since you've been gone. So I guess you could say, and you said it during the break, nothing's changed, right?
Well, where are we with Melvin over the last 10 days? Has anything changed there?
I think a lot of people, Giant fans included, social media, think he's gone. Or would like a change.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, 6-8. I guess does the math still work for the Giants?
No, I'm not even. I told Willard Friday, you missed this. We'll see him today on the crossover. Get to 500 first before you start talking about some damn playoffs.
Well, I don't think. Are they talking about the playoffs?
No, I'm just for anybody, for even me. Commodore 64, shut off until you are 500. That's my computer.
Okay.
Old school.
All right. And what's going on with Kuminga? Are the Warriors sniffing around LeBron James again? Before we get back into the night.
No, go take your time. It's our show.
I just want
to. OUR. Our show. Damn it, take your time. There was a report, erroneous, that I was ready for a victory lap here. Evan wouldn't let me take it. But his biggest fan on the Warriors staff or in the organization is still Joe Lacob, like I have been saying, neither here nor there. But, Steiny, what is going? Like, it's not embarrassing, but it's just disappointed that, I mean, it could go so many ways like a Rubik's Cube, but damn, again, what is the holdup? Is there any part of spite, bitterness, this holding this thing up from both parties? I can't believe this is how they drew it up. You say what to me?
Well, I'm sure it's not the way they drew it up. I'm sure they would like to have had some kind of resolution by this point, but I completely see why they haven't. And Kuminga's just one of 4 restricted free agents, all of whom haven't been signed yet. So it's we're getting ready for September?
We got Cam Thomas, Giddey,
I don't know what to tell
and I forget the 4th.
I mean, I just think we're in a holding pattern, and it's going to go on for a little while. All right, the Niners. Let me ask you a question right now.
It is preseason's over. Finito.
Can we talk? Let's talk about one guy, and that is Jake Moody. And what should the 49ers do with Jake Moody?
He's like Evan. Yeah, I love you, and I had a blast.
So let me just start here. Let me just start here with Moody and the way I think the problem is he's going to start the year like Gabe Kapler started his tenure with the Giants as a manager. He's going to start underwater. He just is.
Why?
Because there's a lot of pressure on him. He's coming off a bad year. They brought in competition for him, and he's going to be the guy that is going to get as much scrutiny as anybody. And he will miss a kick this year. Like, he's going to miss a kick. And the minute he misses a kick is when everybody's going to start talking about, well, what about the next kick? So I just think with a kicker like Moody, with so much water under the bridge, you're playing with fire with Moody. You're asking him to have, he not only has to have a great year, he's got to not even have a slump. And so I don't see Moody succeeding here over the course of the entire season. 888-957-9570. We're the faithful with Moody right now.
I think they're like you, Steiny. They got doubt. They want change. But the bottom line is, you know, a word we kept talking about last week was draftism in regard to Brock Purdy and what we think he should do. And is he getting his propers, you know? And I'll say this. I believe a lot of that anguish comes from the Niner faithful because of where he was drafted. But the bottom line, Steiny, is he's relatively young. He's got a strong foot. So to me, you know, again, he hit a 50-yarder in the Super Bowl, missed the extra point, you lost. You know, you went to overtime. But I just can't believe that the vitriol that's coming this young man way. And to me, I talked about Bob Melvin, I feel like doesn't have this component. Coach him up, Steiny. I feel like kickers, it's all a mental game. This dude's got the strength in his foot. So obviously, I'm not too far off if Kyle and John chose to bring him back, or did they not want to cut him so somebody could write up in the Examiner, the Chronicle, the Athletic, the Standard, how bad of a pick that was by Kyle? Is there something to that, you believe?
Well, I think if you look at the situation,
admit the mistake?
Well, I mean, they did it with Trey Lance, so I got to believe they're not afraid to do it. But I also think part of this is, I mean, Moody was a third-round draft pick, and they're giving him every opportunity under the sun. And the question now becomes, can he have a great year? Because I don't know if a good year is going to cut it.
Wow. 70% last year, Steiny. He played 14 games, missed 3, 24-34. I'll tell you this, and anybody listening out there, 6'11" from 40 to 49 yards, Steiny, 4 of 9, 50-plus, and his long was 53. I'll say this. If he has the exact same year he did last year, I think he's done. How about that? Meet me halfway.
I would agree with that. This is Kyle Shanahan on Jake Moody.
I mean, I thought he had one of the best games I've ever seen a guy have last week. You know, I know he missed extra point today, which definitely doesn't make us happy, but we'll see how it goes in the year. I know he's a talented kicker. I know he's done some really good things for us. He had a rough last 7 games last year, but I think he's had a real good offseason and a real good preseason also.
It's just amazing. Ask me what?
What's amazing?
The fact that some people don't consider field goal kickers, and I'm talking about NFL players, they don't consider them real football players, and yet these guys, you know, the offensive, defensive players put their life on the line to have an outcome of a game most of the time. Sometimes in big moments come down to a kicker that some athletes and players deem are not really football players, and it's just incredible, Steiny. So if I'm Jake Moody and my coach says he had the best game of his career and that was preseason, I guess that kind of just puts a stamp on what he's been since he's been a 49er, right?
Well, listen to it again, because am I the only one that – I can't be the only one that caught this.
I mean, I thought he had one of the best games I've ever seen a guy have last week. You know, I know he missed extra point today, which definitely doesn't make us happy, but we'll see how it goes in the year. I know he's a talented kicker. I know he's done some really good things for us. He had a rough last 7 games last year, but I think he's had a real good offseason and a real good preseason also.
He said, we'll see how it goes this year.
No, I heard him.
He didn't say, Jake Moody's our kicker. He said, we'll see how it goes this year. That tells me that this guy is going to be on a short leash from the minute the first game starts. And maybe that's the way it should be for every kicker. But I think with Moody, it's exacerbated because of his year last year. And I also do think that the people that aren't crazy about Shanahan look at this as a blemish on his record, too, because he is showing a loyalty to Moody that maybe he hasn't shown to other players.
But when you draft a kicker that high, you're trying to you're telling the world, I found another diamond in the rough, but he's a kicker.
Well,
and it ain't panned out.
Well, it didn't pan out with Trey Lance.
No,
and they got rid of Trey Lance. So why can't they get rid of Moody if he can't get it done?
No, and to your point, I don't think you're wrong. And in no shape, way, or form do I feel sorry for Jake Moody. But if I were his best friend or father or whomever, Steiny, I would tell him, hey, son, you're kicking for your job. And normally, you just said it a few seconds ago, that's normally par for the course. But the bottom line is, I don't know if what he's going to do with that pressure, but he is kicking for his job. And Kyle just said as much.
Right. That's why I don't think he's going to be able to make it through the year. Because let me ask you this. Like, what are Moody's, what's the criteria now for Jake Moody? Like, how many kicks does he get to miss? Does he get to miss one a game? But if you keep winning, you keep going with him? Like, this is the part that I think we're underestimating going into the season. Yeah, if he makes his first 5 kicks, that'll be a good start.
Buy yourself some time.
But if he misses the 6th, then it's right back onto the clock.
And then what are you doing?
Because you can't miss 2 kicks in a row.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's going to get ugly. So the fact that he said we'll see how it goes this year, to me shows he's not married to this guy at all. In fact, this guy may have the shortest leash of anybody on the team.
And he did mention, Steiny, I'm not making excuses for Jake because I'm rooting for the kid, and I know Niner fans are, but they just don't. They're like you a little bit. They don't believe in him. But his first year, Steiny, 21 to 25, 84%, 4 of 5 from 40 to 49, and 2 of 3 from 50 plus, and his long was 57. He fell off last year. That field goal percentage went all the way down from 84 to 70, and you're going to be like, Goo, no excuses. The last 7 games, he was coming back off an injury, Steiny. Remember, he tried to make that tackle. So I'm just saying maybe that was a part of why he was so, not relied on or unreliable last year. But, man, he cannot have a 2024 in 2025 and think he's going to have a job. The pressure's on him.
Well, and that's why I don't think he makes it the whole year because he's not going to be afforded one slump during the year. I can't imagine because he's such a focal point.
Well, let me say this to that. All right, he makes the first 4 of 6 field goals.
Well, 4 of 6?
Yeah, 4 of 6, but the 2 he misses are game winners or one to tie the game.
Then he's done.
See, wow.
How long are they?
So, I can't.
4 of 6?
Yeah. He makes them,
I need
but
to know
the 2 he misses are one's descended to overtime or one to tie the game.
That's all that matters.
So there's a variance of the importance, right? They're all important, but
well, I mean,
if
if he's 4 for 6 and he's missed 2 60-yarders, I think that's one thing.
Let's say 54 makeable kicks for the tie or to go to overtime. I think that's like missing 2 or 3 kicks.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Of course.
The visual.
That's the point. If he costs him 1 game this year,
margin of error.
Then what? Like, I'm not saying then what, but I'm saying then what in terms of the fans. Then what in terms of Moody's teammates? Then what in terms of Shanahan feeling pressure about maybe having to make a move at kicker? Like, I actually don't, like, I think kicker's huge, but I also think if a guy's not working out, lose him.
But
there are other kickers out there.
But Steiny, you're going to go to the Walmart or Dick's Sporting Goods of field goal kickers?
Yeah. Because
you never go get Ray Wershing or the best guys that way.
Moody stunk last year, and if he's not effective this year after 5 or 6 games, he's got to go. And I mean, I'd be happy to look down the list, but in football, I think there's been a number of occasions where they bring a kicker in, and then the kicker just becomes the kicker for a few years.
But a 3rd-round pick, Steiny, that's what Kyle saw something.
What? Well, what did he see? Okay, what did he see in Lance?
I got you.
Like,
we talked about Lance
What
last
does he
week.
see? Like,
I hear you.
I'm just saying.
But what Moody did in 2023, where his field goal percentage was 84%, only missed 4, That at this point, are you done with that? Are you just going Janet Jackson?
That doesn't matter
what
anymore.
What have you done for me lately?
Why? Okay, let me ask you a question.
I'm being real.
Why would 2 years ago matter now?
Because he did sustain. I'm not making excuses, people. He did get hurt last year,
but
you kind of wonder.
But you're. I get it all. But
okay.
You're saying, like, you're agreeing with me that if he misses some kicks, he's done. So, like, that's all I'm saying is he is going into the season
on thin ice,
under the gun.
Yeah,
and that's not how you want a kicker to go into a season, especially one who's got some, I don't know, confidence issues.
Now there we go. And
this is where
that's big right there. You just said it.
And this is where I got to just disagree with you a little. I don't think Kyle Shanahan can say anything to Moody to give him confidence if he doesn't have it. Moody's got to have confidence on his own. He's got to figure out that he needs to go back to the kicker that he was that got drafted, whatever that means.
But even go ahead, Steiny.
I mean,
even if you got to lie to him, prop him up though. That's what I mean. Like right now, he could truly be intimidated, thinking, my coach don't believe in me.
Then you gotta lose him.
But he's afforded some misses before you get there. But I would lie to somebody, hey Steiny, we believe in your kid. Go out there and just concentrate and do your thing. You might miss the next 8, but I do wonder if Jake is kind of smelling and hearing the noise about, I'm on thin ice. And maybe that's why they celebrated like they won the Super Bowl against the Raiders.
Yeah, my question to 49ers fans is not, how this is going to play out, because we don't know how it's going to play out. But if you're Kyle Shanahan right now, or you're a member of the 49ers front office or coaching staff, and your kicker is Jake Moody, and you're coming into this season, like, how do you handle that if you're a head coach? Do you pretend all systems are go and that your kicker is as solidified as any kicker in the NFL when we know that he might not be? Like, I'm asking 49er fans, like, what would be the best case scenario here other than, Moody's going to go 23 for 27 with 3 of his misses being 50+. Well, that's a great year. But first game of the season, he goes 1 for 2 and misses a 39-yarder. Like that. Think about the noise. And
it's there now, but again,
that's why I also think their decision making in this particular area may have to be very decisive. Like I said, he goes 1 for 2 in the opener, misses a 39-yarder. You might want to just cut your losses there, as opposed to let's give him a couple more games to see if he can get it back and start making field goals. I don't know. And you also have to be aware, I think, you have to be aware of how his teammates feel. I mean, what if his teammates don't have any confidence
Didn't they
in
just
him?
show us that in Vegas? Or do you think there were, when they mobbed him? Or do you think there was sarcasm in some of that?
No, I mean, he hits a 59-yarder to win a game. I mean, you want to
prop him up.
You want to celebrate the thing, but it's like, of course they're not rooting against him, but if they don't believe in him, then you can't use him.
So, and you tell me how you feel. So in 2023, when they went to the Super Bowl, Steiny, and lost to the Chiefs, he was 3 of 3 and had a 55-yarder. That was his long. We all saw it. 3 of 3, but he missed the extra point in which a game went to overtime. But I honestly believe that performance, and I moved past it, is the reason he's still here on his 9th life. Can you understand? Like, when he's good, that's what you can get outside of the missed extra point. And I think that's why he's still, you're ready to jetson him and you're not by yourself. But Steiny, I do believe that's why he's still kicking here.
I'm not ready to jettison him.
Because that's the biggest, grandest stage of them all, yet you did miss extra point.
Again, that would so it sounds to me like what he did in one game 2 years ago is more important than the season he had last year.
No, definitely not that. I would just say, I honestly believe, Steiny, when he came back, he wasn't the same, but he was out there. And you could say, and that's why Kyle kind of condensed it to the last 7 games. But you got to do that if you're going to run him back and hopefully, point your finger. But you're right. In any sport, whatever position, if confidence is what you think is the issue, man, I only believe a psychologist or self-policing oneself can get you out of that.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let me just put it to you this way, 49er fans. Do we have a field goal kicker problem? Right now, do we have a field goal kicker problem going into the season? And is it something that's got to be monitored in real time so that if and when they need to make a move, they got to make a move immediately? Because I do think after everything that's happened that he's got to be on a shorter leash.
Do you think that somehow he's a scapegoat, Steiny?
For what? He had a bad year.
And so did they.
Okay, and they got rid of some guys who were part of that team last year. And, like, I don't get it. Like, you're okay with a mediocre year. Like, that, all I'm saying is the way it's been set up this year, they're asking for trouble with Moody. Right. That's all I'm saying.
And all I'm saying is 3 strikes and you're out, and I am holding on to the past 90, and I'm going to 2023. That counts for Jake Moody in my book. I just don't feel like it's a sure shot. You go to the football Walmart or the kicker aisle, and you're going to find somebody that's better than Jake Moody. Well, if he's the good version of Jake.
Well, that's fine. If he's a good version of Jake,
we got no problem.
We'll keep him. Yeah. If he's Jake Moody from last year, I do believe you could get somebody in here and do better than him. He was not very good last year. Let's go to Kay Bueno in Oakland. Kay Bueno, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing all right, guys. Happy Monday. Just wanted to touch base on this whole Moody situation. And, yeah, I mean, you said it right now. The leash is like, I don't even know if he has a leash anymore at this point. I feel like, the slack is at a minimum for him. I think he's got to be a good Jake this year in order to just keep his job. I think the way I feel, and I think a lot of fans probably agree with this, with Moody, I feel the same way I did when Duvall was still in the Giants. Duvall, he had great stuff, regularly clocking in at a C note on a speed gun. The dude could throw gas. He had good stuff, but he just had the whoopsies. And every time he came out of the bullpen, I just didn't feel good. It was a flip of the coin. It could be either great or it could be boom or bust. And with Moody, it's the same thing. The guy's got a great leg. Yeah, he can hit it from 60 plus, but he's inaccurate. He's inconsistent. And I feel like the general feeling is that he's going to cost us more games to lose than actually win us more games.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. You're down 2 with 30 seconds left, and Moody's got a 45-yarder to win it. I mean,
you want to feel like that's going in.
I hate to say it, but, like, the game does depend on him. Right. And he misses that kick. How many more do you give him? Like, that's the part. I think it's one thing. Let's say they come out against Seattle, he misses a 49-yarder, but they win 21-13. All right. Let's go to go to week 2.
Yeah.
All right, week 2, Saints. They win again, and he's 1 for 2, but he misses a 48-yarder. I mean, there's going to be a point where if it costs them, I don't know what the answer would be at that point, because the only thing you could say is, no, we've got full support. We've got full confidence in Moody, but that doesn't change. I think it matters when a field goal kicker comes onto his home field and gets booed. Like, I think that does make the job harder. And
go ahead.
That's the one thing I'm wondering about. I always try to I try to think about this, how it practically might play out, and what would be the best case scenario. Well, probably makes his first 10 field goals, 7 of which are over 46 yards.
Right.
Yeah, okay, that would be great.
Confidence on 1,000.
But 1 miss, 2 misses, maybe they don't hurt you. The 3rd miss, week 7 hurts you. You're just going to be trying to calibrate the field goal kicker position all year, and it's a lot of pressure on Moody.
Yeah, and I'll wrap it up like this, because you said it earlier, Steiny. Just cut your losses. It would be a bad look where you had an opportunity to just cut the experience, cut the cord. But could you imagine by week 4 or week 5, he's off to a horrid start, and then you do it? Then they'll double back and question, why didn't you guys take care of this in the offseason? Like, I'm telling you how I feel.
Well,
but I understand that would be a horrible look for the brass.
888-957-9570 is the number. And if you're assessing the concerns of the 49ers after the exhibition season, is it a singular player like a Moody, like a Jennings, like a McCaffrey? Is it special teams? Is it the wide receivers? But after a month of watching this team since training camp, where are we? And is Moody your biggest concern, or do you have bigger concerns than Moody? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Hey friends, I'm Sharon McMahon, host of Here's Where It Gets Interesting. Each week I speak with authors, experts, and thought leaders on everything from American history and democracy to how to be a better person on the internet. And don't miss my extremely popular docuseries, which educate you on things you never learned in history class. Follow and listen to Here's Where It Gets Interesting on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at tmobile.com.
Well, I know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody.
There it is.
Not Tony Gwynn, Tony Penn.
Oh, my God.
You know what I'm saying?
That's...
Heat rolls, man. I just continue to keep coming with it, man. Spark McGuire, man. I make myself available. The best ability is availability.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Fabi. Oh, Steiny, you need the backstory?
Can you translate that for me?
So.
Okay, thank you.
Not Tony Gwynn, Tony Penn.
So Fab.
Okay, go ahead.
Fabby Davis, all right, Mr. Fab, front row Fabby, has so many, he's so talented, Steiny, he writes verses in a charge artist. So he'll go on his IG, hey, Steiny, if you need a verse, anything, 500,000, whatever it is. So he calls himself, get this, because he's a writer, not Ken Griffey Jr., but Ben Griffey Jr. Ben Griffey. Oh, so not Mark McGuire. He comes with the heat. Spark McGuire. Not Ricky Henderson. Ricky Penders. Tell me you love it. Oh, my God. Welcome back, man. Risotto, come on, man. Ricky Penders. Oh, but Penny Hardaway.
But most artists work off a keyboard now.
No, it's like writing a song, no, Steiny.
But they do it on a computer.
But come on. How would you know? You ain't been have you ever been in the studio? Seriously. I used to live in a few.
I've never been to a studio.
You never had friends that were in the business? Or
I'm sitting in one.
But hey, Risotto, I'm talking about making a music one.
Steiny spits bars on the daily.
Exactly. No, I haven't.
Okay, but, sounds like it.
But I've seen a lot of documentaries that take place inside studios. Does that count?
Yeah. Speaking of which, have you seen the Cowboy doc?
No.
That everybody's talking about.
No, but I saw a good one last night. Wow.
Why do you watch the ones that don't attain to the job?
I'll bet because I want to get away from the job when I'm not here.
You've been gone 10 days.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Which one?
I'll bet you more people have watched the documentary that I will now mention as opposed to the Cowboys documentary.
All right, here we go.
It's called...
Because there's too many sport docs for me right now. The Kingdom, the Celtics, the Cowboys. It's too many for me.
Has anybody seen A Night in Idaho? It's about the multiple...
Not the
homicide.
College kids?
Yeah, at the college.
Oh, no. Wow.
Yeah, it's like a 4-parter. I drilled it all last night.
No, I'm serious, Steiny.
It's amazing. I mean, it's just really crazy.
So what was up with the dude?
We don't know.
What do you mean? They caught him.
They did, but he doesn't talk. Like, he's never said anything. Nobody knows why it was these.
So the families have lost ones and have no idea.
They have no idea.
Oh, my gosh, man.
They have no idea.
That is, yeah, I'm going to check that out.
They don't know if any of these 4 slain college students ever knew him, ever met him, whether it was just totally random, it was.
Did they say what he did? I know you're going to throw some. What did he do for a living?
Well, that's what makes it really fascinating. He was studying like criminal psychology.
Oh boy!
So he was basically studying like serial killers and stuff, and
that's what he ended up being, basically.
Exactly. So,
Steiny, I may check that out. You have no idea what service, Netflix?
It's a big one. It's one of the big ones.
All right, I'll check it out.
Amazon Prime or something. How's the Cowboys documentary?
I knew all this stuff.
Is it live right now, or is it you can watch the whole thing?
You can watch the whole thing, 8 episodes.
Okay.
It's everything you knew, but I'll just say this. My biggest takeaway real quick, not to ruin it for you out there, Steiny, is as much as my favorite ball coach of all time is Jimmy Johnson, the former Miami Hurricane coach and Dallas Cowboy coach, I look back now as an older man, like he had some thin skin. If he had a little thicker skin and knew who Jerry was, even with Jerry's faults, he wouldn't have dipped out of there as fast as he did. That's my biggest takeaway. And Michael Irvin's lucky to be a free man. That's part 2.
Oh.
Yeah. Mike.
Should I check it out?
You should.
Is it worth it?
Yeah, Evans watched it. Spadoni, Bonte texted me over the weekend, the fire emoji. I'm waiting on a Warrior doc.
There is going to be
not the Matt Barnes. That ain't coming.
No, they'll never.
We believe.
No,
what a waste.
I'm pretty sure the Warriors are putting together their own movie.
Hit us up, Matt. Let us know. Get us up.
What do you mean?
That we believe should have been a doc.
Yeah, this is. Well, let me see. I think I can figure this out.
But it's not for the Warriors.
Yeah, it is. So I think the Warriors are putting together. It's called First in 40, the story of the 2014-2015 Warriors, episode 1.
What?
Yeah.
So this is the beginning, the embryo stages.
Exactly. So I'm just looking at episode 1 right now.
They got to have when Lacob got booed, Chris Muller. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, by the way.
You talked to Lacob?
No.
Oh.
Why?
Because I said Lacob, then you said, oh, by the way.
No, no. But anyway, they're doing a documentary, and I think it's coming from the Warriors' in-house staff.
Wow.
It's just on the first. It's on the first year, but obviously they're going to have to get into Curry and his ankles before the championship.
What was it? 4 for 44? Was that the contract signing?
Yeah.
Oh my good. And Risotto, you had some Warrior news today.
Let me.
Is this an Omaha, or are you Matumbo and me?
I mean, 7 times already today you said I'm doing too much, so I'm just trying. Okay, so let's test. We can test our listeners' knowledge of 95-7, the game. Something important happened 9 years ago to this day. 9 years ago to this day, important day for the station. Does anybody know why? And don't say it. We'll see if somebody can get it.
But you know what you did as a teammate to Risotto? What? You took an opportunity from him to shoot a shot.
No, I'm not qualified to say it.
Right? No, what I'm saying is you can.
What?
You'll give us the answer.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
After some people guess incorrectly, is what I'm saying.
All right. Dude, I can't wait for that. Dude, Clay.
You lived it. Who what?
No, David Lee. I would love what word am I? A refresher course on that.
I can give it to you.
Was he mad?
I was disappointed,
and
he
came to the lucky break and cheered us on.
But David Lee, at that point of his career, thought, you know what? If I yield my starting spot, it'll be good for the team and it'll be good for my reputation.
And it was the birth of Saginaw's finest, Steiny. Draymond Green. Who knew? Were you skeptical? When did you know Dre was different as a player?
Well, I remember saying...
Seriously.
I remember saying that when he first started playing, he was playing 15, 18 minutes a game.
Right.
And I was thinking, I wonder what happens when he gets bumped up to 30 minutes a game. Will he be a better player or be a worse player?
Were you leaning one way or the other?
I was leaning worse.
Wow, Steiny.
Yeah.
Damn, Day-Day. That's interesting, man. And look what he is now.
But that's,
a future Hall of Famer, man, with 4 chips and counting.
Here's the other thing, though. It's like when Draymond Green started playing, it's not like half the world said, this is going to be one of the greatest defenders of all time.
Oh, no.
It's like,
that's the beauty of it.
Nobody knew that.
That's the beauty of it.
And here it is. And also 14 years later, he's still can't shoot. Still can't shoot.
So you coming back from vacation with that, huh?
But did something change while I was gone?
Yeah, but dude, you don't say that. You say he was still top 3 in DPOY.
Right, but his three-point shooting has never improved. It's just never improved.
Dude, first half of last year, he was money.
Yeah, and he ended up at 31%.
Yeah.
But I'm not here to.
There's E.
So anybody know? Let me see. Anybody know yet? What happened 9 years ago today? Yeah, that's right.
Somebody got it? You got to call in.
Shane in San Francisco got the Warriors broadcasting contract. That's right. 9 years ago today.
I wanted you to test Evan, see if he probably knew.
Well, he doesn't have his headphones on.
Yeah. Well, you're not supposed to tell the people what, you know what I mean?
You know that the station had a 9-year anniversary today, is having a 9-year anniversary. Do you know what for?
Well, you just said it.
I
didn't think his headphones were on.
It means something when Evan and those youngsters don't know. When you don't know that, I'm like, okay.
Well, I didn't know before you said it.
Okay. All right. See, that's honesty.
Well, my question now becomes, were we doing a two-man show at the time?
No, we weren't.
Who was trying to glom off us at that time?
It was Joe Lowe and Dibs, I believe. Dibs will have it. He'll know the whole order. And I think you were afternoon with O'Connell.
No, not in 16. He was gone by 3 years at that point. What's a bigger issue, Goo? Jake Moody or Jauan Jennings?
It's not even close. Jauan Jennings.
Oh.
Did you see what he put on his IG? I got to be careful here.
Yeah, you really do. What did he put on his IG?
I should be as skinny as Evan, the amount of victory laps that I take. But you remember last year when Ayuk was doing his deal and Jennings put something on his social, his IG, and it was sort of like some people have an inflated ego of themselves. And then of course, it got back to him and it wasn't about Ayuk. But he went up basically saying he's tired of being pushed around and people not taking him for granted. That's how I took, taking him for granted. Steiny, this is a mess. I love Ricky Pearsall. I like Robinson. But you're going to be Claude Rains the first 3 weeks of the season. That's the original Invisible Man. And I don't know if you got enough in the passing game for Brock to have action, or you guys go 2-1 or 3-0. So I'm asking you, why didn't they see this coming? Or did they? They don't give a damn and they're not budging. Now we saw, again, news out of the nation's capital. McLaurin got his chicken. He's a better receiver than Jauan Jennings, but I don't care about that. Steiny, why are people here in the Bay acting like Jauan Jennings does not matter? Oh, he's a 3, he's a 4. He kept your playoffs alive against Green Bay.
This is what you do, and I haven't been around for a while, but thanks for reminding me. It's what you do.
What? Bring the passion.
Everybody is not saying they don't need Jauan Jennings. Everybody's not saying that.
But they're acting like it.
They're balancing how much he's worth. And the reality of the situation is he's due to make $7.5 million. He wants more money. They haven't given it to him yet. I don't know if they will or not.
We're days away, bud, from the week 1 opener at Seattle.
Here's where I'm thinking. Yeah. Here's what I'm thinking is you got Robinson. What's his suspension?
It looks like the first 3 weeks of the season. Yeah, he's good.
I'm not paying. I hate to say this, but I'm not paying Jauan Jennings a lot of money to be our best receiver for 6 games. And that's the way I'm looking at it.
Oh, so you're looking at it, Robinson's made him expendable?
Not expendable, but Robinson will play. Ayuk likely will play.
Well, we don't. Okay, be careful there, though, Study.
Well, okay, if he misses his second straight year, then there's a bigger issue there. But you can't give a guy a deal because of circumstances.
No, I guess
But here's the other thing: you can disagree all you want, but up until right now, the 49ers look like they agree with the people saying you can't pay him $15 to $20 million.
Okay, with that said, have you missed an opportunity to possibly shop him? How long did you know that there was a threshold to where he was asking for too much? Steiny, I just know he's a veteran. He's got strong hands. He's a tough SOB across the middle, and he can hang on to the ball. You telling me after you gave Brock those M's, I know it don't kick into next year, bottom line, he's a made man. Why would you not have a target like that out there for Brock? And again, the one component we don't have, and Evan and I kicked this around like Pele in a soccer game in his prime, Steiny. How much do you think he's asking for to where it's just like, it's ridiculous? I'm going Don Wrinkles. It's ridiculous.
We don't know any of the numbers. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I would say it this way.
Give it to me.
Is that I think if we're acknowledging that the 49ers are in the middle of a reset, and we're acknowledging that they're making decisions on who's here for the future and who's not,
okay,
and they love Warner, and they love Purdy, and they love Kittle, and those guys got it, okay? They're not giving it to Jauan Jennings. Because
it's a smaller version than that. It's a smaller version. He's not getting that type money.
But what I'm saying is this. If there's not an urgency to win the Super Bowl this year, which there is not, because that's what the 49er coach has been saying and their front office, then I'm not letting Jauan Jennings hold me up because we're not going to be full strength for 6 weeks. You just signed Brock Purdy to a 5-year deal. He's going to be the quarterback here for the next 5 years. So the fact that he's going to maybe miss Jennings because Jennings isn't here for the first 3 to 6 weeks, you know what? I feel like the 49ers are making a statement now that they're just making hard decisions on who they think that they want to be here and who they don't. And they're not going to pay Jauan Jennings for being a number one receiver for 5 weeks when the stakes this season and people are not going to like it are lower than in the last 3 or 4 years.
Now, hey, I hear you.
And I also don't believe Jauan Jennings is the difference between 6-11 and 10-7. I just don't.
Well, hey, you express how you feel, Steiny, and I'll just say this. Forget the number, if he's a number 1, 2, or 3. When he was the 3, he still can help keep your season alive. So I'm just telling you the essence of sports. I don't got to give you the definition, but to me is you never know when it's your time. And you talked about that Warrior when they won the Warriors. They won their first one. That came out of nowhere. Yeah, they'd been trending upward, but that shocked the world. So, again, there's nothing better than talent, Steiny, but more talent. And I believe Jauan Jennings, until we're notified of what number he's asking, I just feel like after winning 6 games, and if you're right, this is a soft reset, okay, what's that mean? 8 wins, 10 wins, you're 1 round and you're out, but I just would love to know what he's asking for to where they feel like he couldn't help them win a game. Like, big third and Jauan.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
How long is the Robinson contract? Do we know offhand? Of course we do. It's probably a couple years. So this is where I think the 49ers are coming from. And I think you look at it as incredible urgency, but the reality of the situation is when the 49ers look at their receiving core in week 10, what they want it to be is Ayuk 1, Pearsall 2, Robinson 3. So Jennings,
8 million
Jennings asking for 15 ain't going to happen because the best case scenario, right, everybody, is that Jennings goes back to being a 3/4 after week 10. And you know what? If he doesn't, which would mean that Ayuk's still not great.
And that's where I'm concerned.
Your season's shot anyway at that point. And at that point, now you have Jennings under contract for another couple years, but your guys are probably going to be getting healthy. I mean, I think
we haven't mentioned Jacob Cowings and all these youngsters that are banged up, that if the Niners are banking on, hey, we ain't missing too much from Jennings. But I'll just tell you this, partner. Last year I understood what Ayuk and the CeeDee Lambs of the world. But, man, I just thought this would be rectified or we would have some idea. And, again, I'm talking to you on this Monday morning, and, Steiny, I don't know if he's hurt, but that IG post tells me this is more about the chicken.
I'm sure it is about the chicken.
And feelings.
He's a third receiver. I love him. I think he's probably their toughest receiver.
But do you love him, Steiny, though?
But he's a third receiver. I mean, that's the thing. This is where.
But not anymore.
Yes, he is. He's going to be the third receiver in week 6. You've already said, and again.
But what if you're 2-4 in week 6 because your passing game is raggedy?
Okay, well then you get Ayuk back and you got to get better.
That don't sound like love. That's all I'm saying. Like, he's a talent, but again. If he's asking for something, the Don Wrinkle's ridiculous.
He got a contract last year.
I get it.
Last year he got a contract.
I get it.
And the other thing is
Evan and I talked about it real quick. We said we'd do the same. This is his last opportunity with leverage. You feel leverage. The Niners may be like, nah, this ain't it.
I don't think he has leverage. I really don't.
And the actions would say you're correct right now from the team.
And again, the more I think about it is, in a best-case scenario, week 7 or 8, your receivers are Ayuk, Pearsall, and Robinson. I mean, like, that's why you can't pay him between 15 and 20 million. I mean, I don't think. But 888-957-9570 is the number. How do you think the 49ers are handling the Jauan Jennings situation, or how do you think Jauan Jennings is handling the Jauan Jennings situation, quite frankly? To me, the longer it goes, it is more of an indication that the 49ers are uncomfortable doing this, because I think we see it for what it is. I don't know if it's a great leverage play, but it is a leverage play because they've got receivers who are hurt.
But it only works. It's only a leverage play if it works, Steiny.
Exactly.
If it doesn't work, then it's like, man, ouch.
And here's the other. What's he going to do?
And
what's he going to do?
Man. If you look at his career, and you and I are regular civilians, but if you look at his career earnings, I don't think he's in a position to sit out and miss game checks, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't know whether he'll do that or not. Can you imagine paying Jauan Jennings and then you don't have a great year? And then now we come back next year and they've got 4 receivers. Nobody's going to be happy.
But Steiny, I look at it just a bit differently.
You can't pay 4 receivers.
I got you. But I'm saying this to you in the masses. There's one thing not having a good season, but if I knew it wasn't because of my receiving core, that's something we could check off the list of where we need to improve. That's all I'm saying. But you look at it as if everything's raggedy around and the receivers are a bright spot, and that's the beautiful thing of watching football. You can tell where teams lacking at and where they excel. So to me, I want him out there for Pearsall to learn from him, and with Demarcus Robinson and Kittle, and now you got B-Rob and McCaffrey. You could talk about this offense not being pedestrian at all. So again, the $1 million question, and we don't have the info right now, is how much is he asking for? But it looks like he's asking for more than they're willing to give him.
That's the way it seems to me. I mean, if you're a 49er fan, you just pay Jauan Jennings.
Just pay.
I mean, I can't do it. I can't. Not this year. Not this year. I can't do it. Can't do it.
Mike Singletary.
But again, we'll see. We'll see. And again, if
it's a game of chicken right now, who's going to,
and that's where I wonder if there really is a game of chicken, or if the 49ers front office hasn't just said to themselves, look, we like Jennings, but we know who he is, and we can't give him this money. And not only that, we're going to get Robinson back in 3 weeks. If Ayuk's on schedule, we're going to get him midway through the season. And for all you people out there that are saying, well, what if they're 3-5? Guess what? Twice during this run, they've gone to the playoffs after they've had bad starts.
Yeah,
so if they go 2-4 or 3-4, but they're starting to get healthy, they still have a shot at it. So I also don't think, well, if they don't have Jennings, the whole season's going to be down the tube. No, it won't. They'll just be playing without Jauan Jennings the first 3 weeks of the season. And then they'll get back Robinson. So 888-957-9570 is the number. How do you think the 49ers are handling the Jauan Jennings situation, ladies and gentlemen? And
a lot of people calling them greedy, Steiny.
Or do you blame Jauan Jennings? Hey, it's the 2025 95-7 The Game Red and Gold Summit, and it's happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. That's right. We're doing the 49ers Summit down in Santa Clara at King's Fish House. Willard and Dibs, they will be live from 2 to 4. And then the summit with all the hosts, that's from 4 to 6. Come out and hang with us as we get you ready for the football season. Great food, great place, and your chance to hang out with all the hosts. Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Come out and get the season started with a bang bang. You can also experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair. your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for the fans. Segment also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Butcher Boy here. Hey, Tesla owners, it's time to trade in the hoodie for a jersey. Get into a Mustang Mach-E at Ceremony Ford Colma for $239 a month, plus $2,500 rebate, 0% APR, and a free home charger installer. Over 100 in stock. Offer ends September 2nd. CeremonyFord.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On one. Ready, set, go!
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Football is back, and we're getting some of the best matchups of the season in Week 1, where powerhouse programs will meet. A battle of tigers will take place when the number 9 team in the country takes a road trip to meet the number 4 team in Clemson. Another battle of top 10 teams will take place the same weekend when the number 6 team heads into Miami to face off against number 10. With new rosters and new coaches, anything could happen in the exciting opening weekend of college football. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Because right now, you can get huge savings on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe and Santa Fe hybrid models, or go all electric and choose from America's best awarded EV lineup, like the breakthrough Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 6. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a great deal, only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Jauan Jennings.
He cannot be that guy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go ahead and do it and put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Why can't we just boil this down to what it needs to be boiled down to? We've got 2 athletes in the Bay Area who are nice role players, but they want to be paid like stars. No can do.
Well,
sorry.
6 years other than
Jennings,
other.
You're a third receiver. Jonathan Kuminga, you're a 6th man. I mean,
You're 22.
Let's get real here, people. We can't just be handing out money when somebody says, hand me money.
Both teams need the players that you're talking about.
Not as much as you believe.
Yeah. Well,
not as much as you believe, I don't think.
The Warriors are in no position to say night-night. After Butler, Dre, and Steph, it is fright night. So you need something that Kuminga possesses.
It's fun. Remember the show, Goo, you did where you were like, you know what? Shame on me. This is a team that got to the Western Conference semis, and they would have beaten the Timberwolves with Curry.
No. Oh, my God.
And then, of course, we sweep Oklahoma City. And, okay, well then you're going to win it again. You just get healthy and you win it.
Look, I'll die on the hill of I do believe Lakeup, the hold-up. I got no sources, Steiny. Lakeup is his biggest fan, and that's who you want your biggest fan if you want to stay. Now, ask me, do you think he wants to stay? I don't think he wants to stay.
And how has Lakeup being Kuminga's biggest fan worked out this offseason and last offseason up to this point? He's a businessman.
There's been no training camp.
He's a businessman. Yeah. The feelings don't matter. Man. Feelings don't matter to Joe. That's why he's successful. Mm-hmm. Well. Let's go to Daryl in Alameda. Hey, Daryl, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Steiny.
Thank you.
And before I get into my little rant, you're not leaving, are you?
No, I just threatened.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, no.
If it's about the money, then okay. None of my business.
Trade me. I'm kidding around. Kind of.
That segues into what I was going to say about Jennings.
Yep.
You guys remember last year when Ayuk was out and Jennings is the only one that spoke up. I thought athletes were supposed to stay out of other people's pockets in their negotiations. And he was like, don't think you did this on your own.
Yeah, man. You're right.
That floored me. I'm like, dude, you are out of here. There is no way that if he's a teammate of mine, that would have. Oh, that's it. You're out of here. And his talent level, like Steiny said, he's a third receiver. He doesn't have breakaway speed. He's nice on possessions and all, but you can get those guys a dime a dozen. So no, I'm not in for him to, like, as y'all say, get the chicken.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up because last year, two Daryls agree and think alike. I was told to suppress that thought. There was nothing there. He didn't mean anything. And here we are. Not the chickens coming home, but the rooster coming home to roost. Because that's what he was doing. There's no doubt in my mind, Jauan was taking a shot at Ayuk and what he thought Ayuk was trying to do. And then now here we are, and look. Shout out to Daryl.
Well, you and Daryl disagree, though, on you just want to pay him.
I think
you want to pay him.
No, I think he's better than what the other Daryl said he is. No, because you don't know, and I'm rooting for Ayuk. One of my faves. You don't know, even when he comes back, how good he's going to be.
Do you ever look
at Geico was
okay,
and what it's been? Jauan.
I see. I would go into this season assuming Ayuk will not be the player that he was 2 years ago.
I'll give you that.
This year.
I'll give you that.
So,
2 thumbs up.
Without a healthy Ayuk, with a Pearsall learning the system, with a new guy, they're not going anywhere.
Well, you don't know that.
I'm not saying you don't try to win. Of course you try to win. You put a great season together. Maybe you make the playoffs, but damn it, you can't.
But it all intertwines.
Can't let Jauan Jennings hold you over a barrel. Not him.
Well, I'm not saying that. But you know, it's all a collective, right? You hadn't mentioned Kittle, you hadn't mentioned McCaffrey. All that matters. DeMarcus Robinson. So you put, you know, a reliable Jauan Jennings with that and Pearsall. Steiny, I think you got something.
And then what happens in Week 10 if Ayuk's back? Now you're paying Jauan Jennings $18 million, and you look out in the field, and what if he's your 4th best receiver at that point? Because Robinson's better than him. I don't know.
What do you think the holdup is? Like, when do you think we'll have some clarity?
I don't know that we will. I mean, we may just go into the season, and nothing happens, and I don't know if he's hurt or not. But I think we know what's going on. Tony's in Santa Clara. Hey, Tony, how you doing?
Hey, I'm down with this, but here's the deal. They said Jerry Rice was slow. He don't know how to run routes. This and that. At the end of the day, like, dude got down last year. He showed up when it mattered. He possessed some stuff, some talent.
Contested catches.
My kid's screaming. Contested catches. No, don't you love? Here's another thing. Who plays Stratomatic in that group?
I do.
Hey, who's the best arms? Growing up, Jesse Barfield. Hold on.
Hey, he was part of the Blue Jays.
Barfield, George Bell, and Lloyd Mosby.
Yeah. The catchers. Hey, the catchers. Hey, when we were drafting, Johnny Bench was like a -5. No, dude.
I know what
Here's
minus.
Another one.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
I need a compass to keep. What was that? I love to.
I'm used to reacting to stuff that I have no understanding of where it came from.
Yeah, Evan, while you were in your meeting, we played the Fabby rejoin, and I named Penn Griffey. I did them all. I'm proud of myself. Penny Hart, he didn't get any.
I got him. I just,
because he's really good at writing.
Well, Steiny thinks computers write the songs now.
You're an idiot.
Ooh.
Not Fabby.
No, but you okay with that?
I'm saying I'm sure he writes them on a laptop.
Dude, he came Mike Tyson with that one.
That's fine.
Oh, I thought you said, I thought Guru meant that you said you believe that
he did. He
artificial intelligence is writing their lyrics.
No, that's not what I said.
No.
I say you write your songs on a laptop now.
I set you up.
I don't care.
But Evan dunked it too hard.
I'm starting to realize the less you care, the less stress you have. Seriously.
Now, that's my line to life.
Oh, so okay. Well,
you can borrow it. You don't live by it.
So get this. I'm listening the other day.
To who?
You guys. I listened a lot.
You did listen.
I listened some.
Steiny, Odyssey app. What you hear?
I actually got a little pissed off.
I'm trying to think.
You guys are ad-libbing at your best, and I get it. You're trying. And the next thing I hear is Guru's talking about podcasts. And Guru goes, something about, Steiny. I gave Steiny a great name for a podcast, The Court of Public Opinion. That's mine.
No, Evan
and
gave that to me. Okay, I'm going to say that.
Layout.
Yeah.
My, what's it called? Daughter-in-law came up with that name. She said, Matt, you should do a podcast mixing sports and culture and politics called The Court of Public Opinion. In fact, I came in here, said it to both you guys.
Both of us rebuked that.
No
you
chance.
Forgot to say it. I believe she had to. Evan, we would remember, Steiny, that one hit me.
Number one, that never happened. Number two, you did text us that, but you didn't say what the text was about. I just got a text saying, that's my daughter's idea.
That's right.
With no reference as to what you were describing.
I'm describing the court of public opinion name.
Dude, you act like we know when you're listening to the show.
Well, so wait, you just make stuff up if you think I'm not listening?
No.
That's what you did.
Evan brought it up. That's the origin to us, is he came out his mouth.
Right,
and I said, I need to snatch
him.
it. Oh, I wasn't
You
around
don't want to
then.
play this game.
Yeah, no doubt.
You guys don't want to play this game.
I'm going to go with the younger mind. And Steiny, you didn't say it because I would have jumped at it like that's an incredible idea, young lady. No, I believe it's she. I don't believe you
just
forgot
keep talking.
Yeah, you
No, I didn't.
Evan, we would remember. Just tell them.
I swear to God, I have
that
never
is
heard
so
that.
catchy and it's awesome in so many ways. I would have remembered. Nobody's trying to cut you out, bud. But you feel like you told us and you forgot.
Keep talking.
But now Goo's going to get royalties. I hope you know that.
Dude, it's, I mean, the court, because that's all that really matters now, and that's what's scary. How many people have came in and apologized to Malik Beasley? We thought he was a criminal. We thought he was going to jail. We thought he cheated the game. Nobody's doubled back and said, hey, Malik, we're sorry. Not one person, and I'm doing it today. Malik, I'm sorry because I thought you threw your career away. Don't you get it? What's he doing?
You know, Steiny, even the boss thought it was a great idea.
Did he say, the boss is sharp.
Wink, wink.
No, like cheddar cheese. Abby!
You know I'm right, Steiny.
Wednesday, June 11th.
Oh, why is my sister's
from
birthday?
Teddy and Josie. Matt, you should start a podcast on sports and politics and call it the Court of Public Opinion. We are not kidding at all.
I believe that part. I believe that.
Right
People
here.
study. I believe that.
Read it.
I don't need receipts. You should start a podcast on sports, politics, and call it the Court of Public Opinion.
What's the
Partner, June 11th.
Thank you.
Nobody is saying that didn't happen. You forgot to, it's not a night.
It's a night. It's a Curry night.
Just say you forgot to bring it to air.
Nope. I did bring it on air.
We're not in the family group chat.
So why are you asking?
I brought it on the air. You guys didn't listen.
Ernie Chavez, help us out.
You don't want to go there. And Ernie doesn't either.
That's the part that you're frustrated at. You didn't say it out loud.
Yes, I did. I remember it.
It's an awesome name.
By the way,
what you got?
You're welcome.
Yeah,
so, before we came out of the last break, Steven Risotto said, Steiny, and it was, I'm going to do it just like him. Hey, Steiny, I'm glad you're back. Really missed you. And I can't figure out whether he is trying to be a jerk or not.
See, that's who you're telling on yourself. Because you would do something like that. Not mean it. We call that dry capping in the union.
Don't tell me. You know what?
Hey, that's a great haircut, but really it's just like, you got shout out Shasky, you got butchered.
You got to have more trust in people.
Yeah, you didn't say it out loud. That's why you're mad. No, the girls did. That's awesome.
Uncle Looney with some news on the YouTube chat. Breaking news, there's a podcast called Court of Public Opinion. 3 of them, actually.
Damn it.
Are you kidding me, Evan? That was too good.
I'll bet you it didn't start before June 11th. I'll bet it started after June 11th when word got out.
Uncle Looney, that is it's all right. I'm gonna come up with one tomorrow, Evan. You'll be good. Yeah, I'm gonna miss Evan.
I'll be around. I'm not going anywhere.
But everybody, I'm gonna put another rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. I want all my teammates to listen. More funerals than any host here, unfortunately. But what's the etiquette of when you're gone and removed from the group chat? Because sometimes I think it's not fair. One guy's gone and I'm still getting them, Evan. Where do we draw the line? Like I left you personally alone.
Well, what you need to lose is it's your last day. It's not my last day.
You know what?
I'll be back soon.
What's that say about the business when everybody takes it?
Spadoni thought I was going to die.
No, I was like, damn, Spadoni. Great show by him and Lovin today. But, Steiny, you're quiet. You're reserved. Just say, we know it happened. You didn't bring it to air.
Yeah, I did.
In your mind.
I did.
That's the name of your podcast, In Your Mind. Oh, my partner is back, Jack. Did you hear Bonte?
Where did the guy come from? Jerry Rice was slow. How about Jesse Barfield?
What was that?
What?
Evan, we need to put that. Did you hear Bonte Friday? And there's not a Steiny.
I did not.
My man was Jesse Owens verbally. Why? He was mad at a lot of texts that have been going around, and he got it all out. And I said, well, if you were on the Odyssey app, you would have listened. You would have heard. Anyway.
That was last Friday?
Yeah.
I was on my way to get on my private plane. That's where I heard you say that you created something that my daughter did.
Oh, my Evan.
It was about 11:45 on 2 Fridays ago.
I'm being real here. Can I ask you a personal question? Because you've met my friends, right?
Well, who?
And you met some that you're not their flavor. They and I have to defend you. And you were with your buds. Do I come up at all with who you work with?
Oh, yeah.
Do you defend me?
Yes, absolutely. Because for some reason,
being real, Steiny, you work with the guru. How do you answer it?
See,
or do you cower to give me another
here's
shot?
The bottom line. Because they're my friends, they like you way more than me. Don't you get it? That's called
Mine's
being
vice
a
versa,
buster.
though. Vice versa for me. I got to defend them.
My friends talk about how you carry me.
Well, stop.
No, they do.
Steiny, stop.
Oh, good. He seems like a great guy, Steiny. Is he?
But I'm not Brian Gumble. Yeah, you went from writing to work with a dude that won a contest. Guy. You get some of that. Keep it real. You let him talk to my friend. You let him talk to you like that. I want to get one in the kid. It's my guy. He's a teddy bear. No fights. Black men. I just had to ask that. I got to believe they had. So you work with the guru, huh?
I mean, you're not a.
But I'm not Brian Gumble.
What does that have?
I didn't go to school of broadcasting.
No,
that's a reflection.
That's why they make fun of me. That's why they make fun of me.
Right. So they don't like me more than. They said I carry you?
No, yes, they think a guy who won a contest carries me. And so then they can then say, you're not really much of a professional, are you?
Oh, now we're getting to the nitty gritty. Oh, I would love to meet him, though.
Trust me, I get it back tenfold from those guys.
Oh, man.
All right, let's go to our friend Trey and Lamore.
All right.
Hey, Trey, how you doing, man? Everybody's worried about Evan leaving now.
State of the business.
Welcome back, Steiny.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You do a little world traveling?
Yeah, up to Oregon.
Oregon.
Oh, okay, Oregon.
Oregon.
Beautiful country.
God's country.
It's nice up there.
Nice. Yeah, it is nice over there. I'm over here in Mesa, Arizona, sweating my behind off right now.
Man.
Is it hotter than Lamore?
It's hotter than Lamore.
Wow.
At least at Lamore, around 2 a.m., 3 a.m., I can open up my windows until like 8 or 9. Over here, the AC is running 24/7, my man.
Yes,
nice.
Sir.
Nice.
24/7.
Is Jennings getting you mad?
He's getting me mad. I just wanted to ask Guru something. Hey, Guru, it don't matter if you won a contest. You still do a great job.
No doubt, fam.
The only thing is, man, I really felt embarrassed for you a lot of times during them Jeopardy games. I wanted to fill in for you, brother.
Hey, let me tell you something about the business real quick, Dre. You know it was shtick. Somebody had to be somebody had to not know. That's all, Dre. You know I was better than that, baby. Somebody had to be the heel, right? Yeah, Steiny knows.
Hey, as far as Jennings goes, I don't know if it's him or if it's his agent, fellas. But to me, I think he's getting paid a fair amount. I don't know if the Niners have offered this, but do an incentive pay on top of what he's making this year. Hey, you get 600 yards, we're going to break you off more. You get 1,000 yards, which everybody knows he's not going to get. We're going to break you off a bunch more. And then a good part of his game is blocking. Hey, if you spring a badass block to get CMC into the end zone on a 30, 40, 25-yard run, we're going to break you off every pancake or every 2-3 people you take out of one play. That's only fair. Other than that, Jennings, you ain't getting your money. I don't know how Washington's going to afford McLaurin and Debo. I don't know how Cincinnati, their defense is crap. They can afford Higgins and Chase. Dallas, sorry to talk about your Cowboys, but I'm not, Guru.
Go ahead.
I don't know how those crazy guys are going to be able to afford Pickens now that they got him. They've already paid C.D. Lamb. I mean, people got to know your role. Just like The Rock says, guys, know your role.
Thanks, Dre.
Taking my call.
Yeah, Dre.
Oh, good stuff. Yeah, man. I'll say this. So, Steiny, you got a problem, and Evan reminded me all week. You don't even know this, Steiny. He did get a new deal just a year ago. So is that what that's the principality about this? Is that what this is all about? We just gave you new chicken.
I think there's a lot of things going on with Jennings. I think, yes, the fact that he got a contract last year is part of it. I think a lot of fans see that he's doing this as their wide receiver room is decimated.
Okay.
And that makes some people feel a certain way. And I just think when we get to situations like this, there are a lot of fans that say, you're under contract, go out and play. Period. End of story. And I realize it's the NFL and you can't do that with every player, but the NFL, more than any other, I think league prioritizes without guaranteed contracts, you know who you want to prioritize and who you don't. The guys that you want to give a lot of years to. And I don't think they want to give Jennings more money or more years right now.
And I guess I'm being a sports simpleton, Steiny, and it wouldn't be the first time somebody's referred to me as that, and I'm doing it myself. And it goes to the Kuminga thing. I guess the one thing that just stinks about all of this is it is a game of chicken. So we're going to wait to possibly 2 days before the season, and if the Niners give in, then are we going to get on? Are fans going to be mad that they gave in 2 days before the season? Like, you saw this coming. I guess I just want to get people to get their books in order. And the Warriors, for that matter. There's no way you saw this, or maybe you did, and I need to shut up. This Kuminga thing. Make a decision and let's go.
Well, what's the decision? They need more.
What is Jennings going to be this year?
Forget
is
Jennings. He
going to make contributions, or are you going to?
You're talking about Kuminga.
Both of them.
Well, Kuminga, two people have to make the decision. Two entities. He doesn't want the Warriors' offer. So that's just the way it is. There's no malice.
The season's going to start.
Okay.
So a decision will be had.
We'll see. It doesn't have to. I mean, I could see Jennings going into this season saying, no, what, my calf's still bothering me. I mean, tomorrow they got to cut down to 53.
And what would you think of a player that would do that? And that's his Bobby Brown, his prerogative.
I would say.
But Steiny, that would be, you're letting all the other 52 dudes.
And I would say no other sport are you allowed to leave your teammates hanging more than in football. And in no other sport is it more understood because it's the most violent sport and everybody supports a guy trying to get as much money as he can.
Yeah.
And that's what Jennings is.
It didn't seem like Jennings was doing that when Ayuk was trying to get his money last offseason. To the caller that led off the last segment, I felt that and thought that, but look, nothing came of it. But look at us now, a year later, and you are right, man. I'm just curious. I'm watching, and I want him to be out there because I think he makes them better, and Purdy. But damn, hey, Steiny, we're getting it's almost go time. Come on now.
How about this? This is from Veggie2 on the YouTube chat. Jennings should have taken the opportunity of being wide receiver number 1 and then being a free agent at the end of the year.
Wow. Easy for us to say, but whoa.
I think it makes sense. You're making 7.5, and for maybe the first 6 to 8 weeks, you're going to be the number one receiver. So pile numbers up. Pile numbers up, play the rest of the season, and then go get your money at the end of the season. I think that's fair.
I'm with
Especially
you.
if he's asking for something that the 49ers don't want to give him. All right, 888-957-9570. I see Wesley, Phil, Caleb. I'll get to you all on the other side. We're talking about Jauan Jennings, the 49ers, Jake Moody. Season's coming up, ladies and gentlemen, and that always makes us happy. Football is back. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Honda of Vallejo, and on the other side, I'm going to tell you about something coming up that's special on 95.7 The Game. Jimmy Buckets!
Interest rates as low as 0% APR long-term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 per launch through AHFC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the Summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Your game day headquarters is here. Splash at Thrive City in the heart of San Francisco. They've got the largest LED screen in the Bay Area, immersive sound, and a private or semi-private spaces for your crew. Host your fantasy football draft or watch every NFL and college football game in style. With craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer on tap, not to mention golf simulators, pool, and shuffleboard. Fun for the whole family. College Saturdays kick off at 8:30, NFL at 9:30. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game to score an exclusive game day perk. Reserve your spot now at SplashSportsBar.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
In North Beach, 58 degrees and cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I think he was out of breath.
That's like me after a couple pumps. Oh my God.
Couple what?
Simmer.
That was TMI.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
I thought of you during the break.
Good to be back.
Yeah. You're supposed to ask why.
Oh, why'd you think of me during the break?
Because I just feel sorry for you in this sense. Risotto said he was actually happy to have you back.
Well, I don't know that for
sure.
And
instead of processing that like, damn, that's my teammate and friend, you went to the lab and thought like he didn't mean it. And I guess all I'm saying, I'm not perfect. That's sad.
Well, it's sad that that's the society we live in. I agree.
That's your mindset. The dude got no reason to lie to you. Just take a compliment, keep moving.
Listen, I have enough yes men around me. You know what I'm saying? I have enough of those.
I ain't one of them.
I need people who, actually, I don't want anybody to challenge me. Never mind.
You seem like somebody who's actually got no men around you.
I'll second that.
What does that mean?
Asked me.
It means they all tell you no.
You need a team.
Like a baseball team?
No, somebody to check. To just like, dude, that's not. You two look like De Niro in Casino. Somebody said that with the color of the shirt and your glasses. No doubt, he was a bad boy. But why didn't he know Ginger never loved him? But anyway, you need somebody to just help you out a little bit. Okay. I try.
Let's get to some calls here. Let me get back to some Niners in a second. Wesley's in San Francisco. Hey, Wesley, how you doing, man?
Pretty good. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, first of all, first-time caller, and I just can't say enough about this show. I mean, you guys keep it so real, and it's your comic relief for me every day.
Wow. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
I like this. Wesley.
See, that sounded sincere.
Yeah. So listen, on that documentary, I'm pretty sure it's the same one I saw over the weekend. It's amazing. I mean, really amazing. It made me I forgot all about that first team. It goes into in-depth interviews with all the players. And it talks about like how Livingston came on and they interviewed him and what happened with David Lee when he had to go to the bench and and it's just really, really well done. And I grew up here in the city. I remember the championship team in the 70s.
Sure.
And after that, the Warriors, it was just people forget, it was just a given the Warriors were not going to make the playoffs.
Yep.
I mean, it got so bad that I just assumed no matter who they drafted, they were going to, like Joe Barry, Carroll, whoever, they were going to screw it up. So for me right now, everything with the Warriors is just icing on the cake. They've had an amazing run, and I highly recommend anybody watch that documentary. It'll really make you appreciate the Warriors. So
Thank you. Thank you, Wesley.
Yeah, no doubt.
I thought he was talking about a night in Idaho.
Me too. I was like, man, their families.
I was like, I knew it. Somebody's going to think it's great.
But this is what we're talking about. You need people in your corner. Steiny, you had me thinking this Warrior doc was on its way out to be released. It sounds like it's out.
Evan, we might need some help on that one.
Yeah, the documentary is out. It's been.
Oh my God!
Well, they're rolling them out in episodes.
That's what I thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think the first 3 episodes are out.
Wow!
And it's produced by the Golden State Warriors, so obviously it has a hometown twist.
No doubt, but just to see the footage and the interview, like Wesley said.
Well, you can go on YouTube and see anything you want, highlights and stuff. The highlights, if you want.
I'll give you a 1.
You really want to hear Andre Iguodala wax poetic about teamwork and
no, I want to hear about how
opportunities.
What's his name called him a mole, Coach Carl. Remember that? Oh man,
Surprised Iguodala was available.
Man, he's big time.
Let's go to Phil in San Bruno. Hey Phil, how you doing?
Hey guys, doing great. How you guys doing?
Hey,
doing well, thanks.
Hey, I just called to give you a gift. You don't have to give me credit. I don't need royalties. It's the title of the podcast that you want to do.
Oh, let's go.
Instead of the court of public opinion, which is used already, call it the sport of public opinion. It's a play on words. Nobody's used it. It's my gift to you.
Hey, I don't owe you anything because I like how that was Fabby like. You see what he did? Change this. Oh my God!
All right, Phil. Noted. We'll take it into consideration.
Of public opinion.
I appreciate it.
Evan and I are going to run with it.
That's really good.
That is, man.
Sport of public opinion.
Because we do.
That's not bad.
Dude.
It's not bad.
Yeah. I like it. Now, when I say Steiny, want to record an album, I'm out.
Well, if we could. Well,
but
wait a minute.
Evan,
So
we got it.
So let me try to channel my inner Fabby. You ready?
Let's do it.
So we could do something like the sport of public opinion, right? Opinion. Risotto laughing.
As that applies to Fab. Evan, yeah. I see what you did.
I thought Sean Living Pen or whatever. I mean, yeah. Okay.
Well, it would just be Sean Penn.
The court of
Shout
public
out Milk, a great movie by Sean Penn. You ever see Milk? M-I-L-K?
No.
Sean Penn. He was a... We had some dudes that don't get it. Evan and I are going to do a movie pod too.
No, that should do well.
No, seriously.
No, I said...
Charlie Sheen, guys like... They don't get enough love for what they've done on screen.
What was his... Give me your top 3 favorite Charlie Sheen roles.
Platoon.
Well, of course.
Now, why would you ask me?
Because you're not going to be able to go number 2. And I ain't and half man and half a baby sitcom ain't one.
Which is phenomenal. Dude, I love that. Dude, I watched that twice. Hey, you ruined it for me. I gave you one.
In Platoon. Now, what was your second favorite?
Charlie Sheen. There's so many. Wall Street.
Of course. Good one.
That's 2. Look, Evan, what was that?
No, you're on it.
Yeah, but it looked like you were shocked I was on it.
There's an obvious one.
Charlie Sheen, Platoon.
Major League?
Yep. I was going there. No, I wasn't.
You hate to see it.
Thank you, but I was
Good job,
going there.
Evan.
Yeah. But, dude,
what?
No, I'm just telling you, there's a lot of talented people not getting a lot of credit. We should just #random. That should be like maybe on a Friday or a Thursday when we're loose. We should have where we can point out people that not getting their propers. Sean Livingston, let's bring him on.
Why?
Because
he doesn't play anymore.
Yeah, but when you played, we took you for granted.
No, I didn't. He was the best post-up player on the Warriors for 5 years.
When you think's the last time he heard that? That's what I'm talking about. Give people their flowers while they're still here.
Compliment a guy who's a has-been.
Stop. Charlie.
And by the way, Goo, and I've told you this over the years, they're just human beings.
Please.
They're just
I've been around
people.
stars. You don't got to tell me. Eddie House.
Oh, I'll tell you. Okay, here you go.
Ellie.
Hey, Caleb, I see you there. You're gonna have to wait another minute. How come you guys didn't ask me about the text I sent who I saw up at Bandon Dunes in Oregon?
I didn't like it.
Why?
You explained you went groupie on us. I wasn't used to it coming from you.
This is you're so wrong.
I didn't like it. I got to be honest.
It's not even freaking funny. Yeah, okay. Please. These guys,
all of them.
First of all, there were a couple guys I didn't know. So I come off the course, and there's a group of guys sitting there that have obviously just come off the course too. And I noticed that 3 of them had played in the NBA or were NBA players. DeAndre Jordan, Zach LaVine, and Dougie McDermott. What are you saying? Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. All you did was send those 3 names to the chat. You didn't say you saw them.
We have. I was like, "What's he talking about?"
I have no
was with
clue
Evan.
what that means.
They were up at Bandon, and I saw them.
We put it together, Steiny, after a day.
I thought you were putting together like the list of your worst.
Are they Warriors? Like,
worst
what
players.
happened? But anyway, did you say what's up?
I went up to DeAndre Jordan because I've heard he's a really nice guy.
Did you have your pen with you?
What pen?
Give me an autograph.
Guru, I'm not you with Steph Curry. They're just people.
Well, we take pictures.
In fact, I was just like, hey, what's going on, man? How'd you play today?
Oh, there you go.
He goes, I did all right. I said, what'd you shoot? He said, 104.
Oh, Lord, hang on.
And I said, and of course, because this is who I am, I said, that's not bad on these courses, man. They're tough.
You're gutless.
Stick with it.
104 is like, dude.
And then I walked by Levine and I go, would you shoot? Levine said 90. That's pretty good. Pretty good, Zach. 89 today, though.
Did you get a who are you?
I walked away. That was it.
No, you should have.
All right, fellas. Have a great trip. See, that's the way I do it.
Any cocktails?
I didn't notice.
All right.
They seemed all very coherent.
That's pretty dope, man.
It's not
Jordan
hard.
tall in person, though, huh? DeAndre.
About 7'2".
Dude.
He's a big boy.
Oh.
He is a big boy.
That didn't make your trip, though.
What do you mean?
I'm not used to you. What?
No, they didn't make my trip.
Starry-eyed.
I'm not starry-eyed.
It sounded like that on the text when we figured out what happened.
I walked right by Dougie Buckets, and because
dude's still playing.
Is he? Prove it. Let's go to Caleb in Livermore.
Oh, man.
What's up, Caleb? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
What's up, baby?
Good. I always watch you guys on the YouTube, man. Good. I see you with that button up, man. You about to put up Hawaii?
This is
Caleb,
shout out to
call,
Mr. Furley or Roper on Three's
You got to
Company.
call back. Caleb, call back. You sound terrible.
And Evan, I got a problem. I got Charlie Sheen in Money Talks with Chris Tucker before Major League. That's why I was a little late to it. So Major League would be 4th, but Money Talks with Charlie
Money
Sheen
Talks is
at the cop.
what just came in over the text. 510 Money Talks on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys.
Well, I got
line.
the YouTube chat
Oh,
up.
boy.
No, I got the YouTube chat up. Come look. Anyway, don't you ever bring your phone that close to me and make me read something. That was uncomfortable.
June 11th.
Why did he put it in front of your face like it's what he needs
And I'm
to read?
old, like my hair. I
It's what you needed to read.
Yeah, but you don't put it. I need
tell me
it
what
out
to
here.
do.
I'm just telling you.
Don't tell me.
Not everyone's nearsighted.
No doubt. Money Talks was incredible. Charlie Sheen and young Chris Tucker.
Well, look at this. Uncle Looney, you too can be an NBA insider. He said Dougie Buckets re-signed with Sacramento. So that means he and Levine are teammates.
Where did Jordan come in? They're folks.
Jordan.
You can never know. Get to the origin of relationships.
Maybe they got the same agent or something.
Yeah. Could be something like that.
DeAndre just collecting the check. That's going to be a nice picture.
He's a...
all that size, you can't get out there.
He's 42.
He backs up Jokic.
So is Verlander.
I was thinking about this. Hold on.
Go ahead.
You're listening. You haven't heard this in a while, have you, people? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All right, we can go back to Caleb because he does want to talk some Niners. What's up, Caleb? How you doing, man?
Good. Does I sound better?
Yeah, we got you, baby.
And then, I got to compliment you too, Steiny, on your button up, man. If I had to guess, Macy's, Target, what are you doing?
What with
your outfit and your shirt? Where'd you get it from?
I don't know. It's where my partner gets.
Well,
them.
you get. You're in a shirt club too.
This is Menlo House. It's called, I think.
There you go. Then I didn't forget about Evan, man. I caught what Evan said a while back about Evan called you an idiot, Steiny. He has to apologize.
Boy, you being messy, man.
You know what? Hey, Caleb.
Caleb, you
I think
got
you're exactly right.
He said it.
Took me by surprise. He took me by so much surprise I didn't even have a reaction.
Oh.
But look, let's talk some Niners stuff, man. Even though, I'm a Raider fan, everyone knows that. But, look, I think the biggest addition the Niners made this offseason is bringing back Robert Saleh. I mean, I don't know what you guys think, man, but I think, especially since DeMeco Ryans left, I think this defense as a whole has just taken a step back. And I get it that Robert Saleh doesn't have all the pieces that he had when he was the DC when he was there. But I think just bringing back that kind of mentality and his mindset, just his character, I think he's going to give some juice back to this defense. And I think they've been missing that. And look, I mean, when Robert Saleh was the head coach for the Jets for those few years, like they built a really good defense. So he knows that side of the ball. I think bringing him back is really, I think people are going to realize and throughout the season, like, man, this Niners defense is back flying around and playing with the energy that wasn't there the last few years, I think.
No, good call.
Thanks, Caleb.
But it's kind of scary, too, though, Steiny.
What is? It's just football.
No, Robert Saleh and Evan and I got into this, and hopefully you listen.
Oh.
But no, we just talked about if you don't got the horses, can you really win the race? And one thing about Robert Saleh, who, like DeMeco Ryans, was incredible, passionate, and the players fed off of him on the defensive side of the ball, all of them for that matter. But, Steiny, do they have the horses? I know you got Warner and Bosa and Lenore, but do you got the same depth that you had last time you were, a star on this team? So it'll be fun to see what he can do and how much he can do, where a lot's going to be predicated on how these rookies take off. And Michael Williams, Steiny, we didn't see him at all. Nick Martin's flashing, showing, so okay, we'll see if he can take that into the regular season, but they're so dependent, Caleb, and any Niner fan out there, and Saleh on what these young guys are going to do and how fast they can pick up this system.
Right.
And it's not just week one. I get it.
But this is kind of what, and the comparison may be way off, but it's Moody. I'm going to say Moody / Saleh and the defense. All right. I got news for you. Robert Saleh will not be judged this year. He is assumed to be a great defensive coordinator, especially when he was here. So if the 49ers defense isn't very good, it will be all on the personnel because that's what we all think of Robert Saleh. Like, I don't believe Saleh can possibly be blamed if the defense isn't good. Moody, on the other hand, like, you're going into the season with a question mark. And I get they're two different things, but like Saleh and the defense, they just have all year to try to get better and to improve week to week, and hopefully by the end of the season, they're better than they are at the beginning. Like, Moody doesn't have that luxury. Moody's got to be great early, and he's got to be great all season long. So when I look at the 49ers defense, like, Robert Saleh is a made man. There's nobody, I don't think there's anything that can happen to this defense where in a year we're saying, boy, Saleh just doesn't have it anymore. I just don't, he's too highly thought of here, and because of that, he's not going to get any heat.
Oh, Steiny, there's a lot there.
Nothing.
Yes, there is.
Team's too young. He's not going to get blamed for anything.
No, but the beautiful thing about being a top-tier teacher is everybody can grade or teach the smart kid. It's the C's and D's. Can you get them up a notch or two? And if teams run roughshod over the Niners, then it's not about – then there's going to be replacements. I mean, if it goes all bad.
It will not come on Saleh.
But
that's all I'm saying. Saleh will not – he will not take the heat if this team doesn't have a good defensive year.
Well, does that apply to Kyle too? Are you there with Kyle if somehow this team – go 6-11 and there's not injuries? Are you going to say, "Oh, Kyle just didn't have the horses"? There's always a way to judge.
Right? We're going to say they're young.
And the beautiful thing about youth is maybe they don't get the results, but they're going to have moments to where we're like, man, they come back, they did well for themselves. Some having stellar rookie seasons, that's when I say, hey, look at Saleh. He's coaching them up. But like Steiny, if this team is just Swiss cheese, I am going to – it's not – he ain't getting fired, but I'm going to say, okay, he don't have the horses.
Right.
But are you the guy to raise the horses to get to that juncture or plateau?
We don't know that any of these young players will ever become a Bosa, a Warner, a Greenlaw, all those guys. So if their defense is bad,
which I don't expect it to be,
their personnel will get hammered, not Robert Saleh, because it's just assumed that Saleh is a great defensive coordinator.
So if Mykel Williams doesn't have the best rookie season, and that's too strong.
It's on Mykel Williams. It's not on Robert Saleh, I don't think. I mean, he's supposed to be the best defensive coordinator in football, one of the best.
Yeah,
so if Mykel Williams stinks, is that on Saleh?
And you know what, Steiny? Let's put another right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. We would be fools to use 1 year as to get to that, does Steiny or Goose stink? It's still going to be, they could struggle, get better at the end, but it's going to take a little longer for just 1 year for us, I believe, to make that strong of a statement about any of these youngsters you're relying on. The Nick Martins. You know what I mean? Like, I could be wrong, but...
Well, but we'll see signs.
But, okay, give me this. And we
like, how was Jauan Kinlaw's rookie year?
Well,
like it wasn't good, and it never got better.
But it led you to the next year thinking, it's going to pop this one. It's going to pop, and it never popped.
Right.
So, like, how many? I think we could say now it wasn't any coordinator's fault with Kinlaw, right? It was on him when it was all said and done because he had enough chances in a Niner uniform. My point is, I think this is an opportunity for a guy like Saleh that's already made. And you're right, his reputation is what it is. But, Steiny, if these guys get it, let's just say, a little quicker than we thought, and this Niner defense is thumping and bumping, then we're going to be Robert Saleh's in, like, he's elevating what his portfolio is now because he's got these guys to pick it up that much faster. And he's blitzing. And whatever they're lacking for, maybe with a lack of rush, they're bringing guys. There's so many ways for Robert Saleh to shine with this young group if they get it. And I guess what I'm telling you, partner, is I do have expectations for this defense. Not that they're going to be the top 5 defense, but you kind of know it when you see it. I'm not saying he's getting fired, Steiny, if this was bad. I think
this
is an opportunity to coach him up, and you got some OGs that are still in their prime.
He's obviously going to coach them up.
Yeah.
My main point is, with so many young players and first-year starters on the defense, Robert Saleh is not going to be talked about. The only way we're going to talk about it is if Williams isn't playing and Martin's not playing, Collins isn't playing, and they're not very good defensively. Then we're going to start saying, well, who are these guys that they drafted?
That's interesting.
But I don't think Robert Saleh will get an iota of criticism.
Evan, where are you at on that? With the Saleh meter, just in your thoughts on this Niner defense, I think there's an opportunity if they get it. He's elevated. Definitely not fired, but where are you at on if it went bad, is it just on the players and not him at all?
I think that's kind of why he took the job, because he can win if he elevates an unproven group. And if he loses, there's not many ramifications for it. I would say, if anything, I don't know, some people by the end of the season, if it goes horribly wrong, might even think about, could Saleh replace Shanahan?
Man, could you? I mean, I get the map, the road map there. But yeah, Steiny, he's not getting fired. I got you. But I do feel like there is, and you could call it unrealistic, but if you got this group up and running, he would be more of a god than he is now. But if you didn't, I think 1 year is too soon to say Steiny didn't pan out. Like the Kinlaw thing. He got chance after chance, and, at the end it didn't pop.
My assumption is that Robert Saleh, from everything I've heard, is a great defensive coordinator.
Man, teacher.
Okay, so that to me, what I'm going to assume is that if Robert Saleh is as good of a defensive coordinator as everybody says he is, well, then he will get the most, whatever that is, out of this defense. And all I'm saying is, if this defense is not very good, I'll still assume he's gotten the most out of it, and that the players just aren't very good.
In year one, for whatever you...
Sure.
Yeah, like Bosa. We're watching. Steiny, we ain't talking much about it. I know we're up against it. I can't wait to see how he comes in. You got to dominate, Jack. Live up to that contract, Jack.
You don't think he's been living up to it?
I think he's just been walking in the park.
That segment was brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Gene and Mike. I'll get to you guys on the other side. Hey, this Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids. Before you head down the coast or even over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at Dolan.
On us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots. On us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year. You guessed it. On us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months, and it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker, 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarter. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you
you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Football is back, and we're getting some of the best matchups of the season in Week 1, where powerhouse programs will meet. A battle of tigers will take place when the number 9 team in the country takes a road trip to meet the number 4 team in Clemson. Another battle of top 10 teams will take place the same weekend when the number 6 team heads into Miami to face off against number 10. With new rosters and new coaches, anything could happen in the exciting opening weekend of college football. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Because right now, you can get huge savings on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe and Santa Fe hybrid models, or go all-electric and choose from America's best awarded EV lineup, like the breakthrough Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 6. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a great deal, only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
You guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
No. That's gone too far.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's the 2025 95.7 The Game Red and Gold Summit, and it's happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Willard and Dibs, they're live from 2 to 4. And then we have the summit with all the hosts. Hey. That's from 4 to 6. Come on out and hang with us as we get you ready for football season. Great food, great place, and your chance to hang with all the hosts. Somebody was making fun of me a little hour or so ago. That's Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House, Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Come out and get the season started with a bang, and you can experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair, your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for fans. Goo.
Yeah, I can't wait. We'll be out there. And speaking of bang, did you see my prize pick bang last night? 10 for 200. Can I read who I had in it?
Well, it looks like you're gonna.
Jake Irvin. I had the over 1.5 walks, pitches for the Nationals, 2. Kevin Gausman, Steiny, under 96.5 pitches, got yanked with 94. And then Paige Beckers, who was on fire playing the Vals, they D up, under 18 points, had 9. 2 more. Veronica Burton, my PG, Steiny, she is my favorite. 11.5 over points, had 25. And to end it all, this is my favorite player in the league right now. The beautiful Nafisha Collier, 6 rebounds, over, had 9. Pay to Gipper. Yeah, baby.
So you'll be able to buy a drink?
Yeah, I got you.
No.
Hey, the caddy's in the shop, so we'll see. I'm waiting on the call for death. But listen. Oh, yeah.
You're going to make a point about how good you are at gambling?
I got to show you guys something. Evan, I've been hiding this. You know who I am at heart. I recognize talent, musically, acting, stylistically. I know talent. I'm not perfect. But something I heard just a second ago, I want the people and you and Evan to hear. And Steven Risotto, if you're there, please do what you did for me. Hold on. Because there's nothing harder in the world. And John Miller is great at it. I used to see him on Roy Firestone when he was calling plays for the Orioles, play-by-play, doing imitations. But the greatest one I just heard, Steven Risotto, will you please do your Dave Fleming impression for the people?
I like how you enjoyed this, Goo. It means a lot. You said that it was an 11 out of 10.
Just shut up and do it.
Let me close my eyes.
All right, I'm closing mine again, and I heard it, Evan.
Thank you, Guru. Welcome to Oracle Park, the home of the Giants. We get you ready for baseball at the corner of 3rd and King. Yeah, thank you, Sam Lubman. Thanks for having me on the Morning Roast.
That's incredible!
Thank you.
We got to get it to Flim, the morning show.
It's gone.
Dude, that's incredible. Steiny, that's a wow.
That's great.
Evan, I know you guys are like, Goo, where you going?
He's done it for me before. It's a 10 out of 5.
That's incredible.
It's really good.
Matt Chapman.
Oh, my gosh. We got some talent here. Steiny, our days are numbered, man.
That's really good.
Dude, is that good?
That's good.
Wow.
That's really good.
Good job. Like, how did he know he could do it? Just driving in the car, listening, like, let me try it.
That's not his only one.
Yeah.
He's kind of got a little Rich Little in him. Look it up, young people. They don't know who Rich Little is.
Stuart Little.
That is a little.
Oh, my God. Little Daryl. That was incredible. I need a radio.
What's the deal with fantasy?
It's widened in terms of the bottom line results. I look at.
What's the? Are we having a fantasy league this year? In the station.
Yeah.
How many people are in it?
The draft is the 3rd.
We don't know if Goo's in it yet.
Now, seriously, because now I'm about to just take off. If I had earrings, I'm taking off.
Why don't you do this? All that big money you won last night, why don't you pay Lucas?
The caddy's at Cadillac right now. I'm getting the call of death. You know, can't see I'm sweating. Evan, why would you say that?
Because it happens every year.
So let me tell you something that happened over the weekend real quick. I'm at my brother-in-law party. I get a text from Lucas, who's on vacation out of town. Do you have your fantasy fees? We haven't even had the draft, but you're outside. I got a problem sitting in the seat. Steiny, come on, man. Meet me halfway. The timing was peculiar. We ain't had the draft. That's when I got you. You got nothing to say.
Don't you take a look in the mirror and realize you're the only one he's contacting so early because you're always the hardest to get the money from?
See, I could see how you go there, but I did my due diligence, and other people got that same note.
I didn't.
Evan, tell me what you thought when I sent it to you.
I think I've already paid.
I don't know if I'm going to play this year.
What if I told you we wouldn't miss you?
Okay.
You ain't Shasky or Bonte.
You auto-draft anyways.
They've been out the league for years. I don't like it.
Yeah.
All right, I started with the Dave Fleming. That was incredible. I'm glad I did. Let's get back to it.
Okay. Let's go to our good friend Gene in Oakland.
The man.
Hey, Gene. How's it going?
Hey. It's going great. All right, so look, I want to say something about Saleh. Originally, I called in about Moody, but I want to pivot to Saleh. Before I do that, though, I want to make a quick prediction. Okay, Valks will make the playoffs.
Let's go.
Right? Put a lock on that.
All right.
Yeah.
Big win last night.
They just need to get. They just got to. Yeah, it was great. I mean, that's a garbage team, but listen, if they get healthy, they got to win one more game against a quality team, and the rest should be gravy. So. All right, turning to Mr. Saleh. So, listen, I'm so happy he's back. I was one of the first to call in when he was let go, and I said, "You got to go get this guy back." I've been a big fan of his from the beginning. Granted, he doesn't have Buckner and Armstead and a young Bosa to work with, but he will do a good to very good job. Listen, at very least. He's going to command the respect. He has gravitas.
Yeah, he does.
Command the respect of the defensive team immediately, okay? Much more so than either of the last two coordinators did. So I expect him to be very successful, He's going to develop these guys. And, Evan, I liked your remark about, who knows, maybe he gets to replace Shanahan somewhere down the line. If Shanahan still can't get us over the hump. Anyway, something to keep in the back of our minds. I hated the way he was let go. It was terrible. It was kind of personal to me. I don't want to get into specifics, kind of political. If anybody want to check it out, look at what I'm talking about. But I'm so happy he's back. Go, Robert.
Thanks, Gene. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean, Evan, little hornet's nest Giddings. I mean, you want to talk about a hot take? Yeah, that's an original take. Yeah.
Put that up there with my Bochy. Maybe you'll get 85K views. Oh, Evan,
is that what it's about?
Yeah, it is for him.
Court of public opinion.
Sport.
I'm playing.
Sport.
You guys are the best.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing though about Saleh that I think is kind of funny is all you guys defending how lousy he was as a coach for the Jets.
No.
Oh, still what a raw deal he got. Yeah, well, let me tell you something. Wait till they start talking about him as the head coach of the Niners.
Wow.
Nobody's going to want him as the head coach.
Evan's bit. Yeah, that was Evan.
No,
Evan
it's not my bit. I'm just saying there's going to be a lot of 49er fans that are going to say, we don't want Robert Saleh because he wasn't very good in New York for the Jets. Notwithstanding that one clown who came on and said, Saleh got a raw deal.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Aaron Rodgers, that clown that cost him his job.
No, talking about, Evan, who I'm talking about. You know that guy.
Yeah, Saleh absolutely got a raw deal.
No, he didn't.
That's Benjamin Solak, ESPN.
There we go.
Let's get him to be the head coach of the Niners, and he'll get a raw deal here probably.
Yeah, Saleh absolutely got a raw deal.
No, Steiny, you seemed perplexed when I brought up Bosa. Like we hadn't talked about, like, man, I really just, from a personal standpoint, I need you to be disruptive. I kind of had alluded to giving him an out. But, man, that's a big piece. If Robert Saleh can get the Bosa that was the game wrecker when he was here last. And I'm going to tell you what. I'm not coming in here like, oh, he don't have the help. You are the help. You got to go be a beast.
Oh, boy. So in one day now, he needs help. Or he doesn't need help.
No,
he needed help, remember, because
when you get the chicken he's getting, Steiny, you are the help.
Well, he's had the chicken now for years.
Yeah. And last year was, to his standards, was kind of lightweight. It wasn't T.J. Watt-like.
Can I point out one of the beautiful fundamental differences between you and me?
There's so many.
This is, when you said that to me, it was before last break, you said, oh, I can't wait to see Bosa. Like, it was luckily at a break because I was feeling a certain kind of way.
Oh, wow,
and then this text came in the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, and I was like, this is what I want to say to Guru. From the 650, Guru, you can't wait to see how Bosa shows up? He's going to show up the same way he's shown up since getting that contract.
Wow.
Very good, but not what fans consider living up to the contract. I agree,
but
don't you get it, Goo? When you start saying that every other year, every throw, Bosa's got to prove something, it's an acknowledgement that they haven't been consistent.
But listen,
so they're not.
Yeah, I'll say this to that. For whatever reason, because he damn sure didn't like the brother, and that was Wilkes. And because he threw him under the bus at every turn. But the bottom line is he didn't like his defensive principles or whatever. But I feel like his play waned a tad bit. And under our guy, who was it last year? My guy I'm forgetting.
Leonard Floyd?
No, the special teams. He's in Dallas right now. Sorensen, thank you. So I think Robert can bring that fire, and hopefully that'll reignite what we know Bosa to be, a game changer and wrecker.
So let me ask you this. Let's say Bosa has a really good year. Does that mean that Wilkes and Sorensen were bad coaches? Like, does Big Nicky need to play for a certain coach?
Nah, that's interesting you bring that up. I wouldn't go there, and I'll say this about the last two. Sorensen, that thing was bad. And, we're here to two. If I don't know what to say, I was just shocked at how inept it was defensively, and injuries were a part of it. But I'll say this about Wilkes. Steiny is, and I didn't agree with everything he did, but on the biggest stage, when we were in Vegas for that Super Bowl against the Chiefs, they were playing.
That reminds me.
They were playing.
That reminds me.
Oh, Evan.
That reminds me.
We heard you.
What's the blow for Johnny Depp?
I should have taken notes while I was gone, but I didn't. You have a habit of doing something, and I've got to point it out to you, and it's easier for me to acknowledge and hear when I'm listening on the radio than when I'm next to you. And this is a hard thing.
Evan already half laughing.
This is true. And Evan started to address it just a little bit. You are so... let me
be honest.
Oh, I'm going to be honest.
Don't be politically
I'm going to be honest.
Jesus,
but this obsession you have and your want to continue to shoehorn this into discussions time and time and time again, it's so old. But here's the other thing. I'm realizing you have an ulterior motive while you're doing it. And it's this. You're sticking it to 49er fans. You bring up these 2 Super Bowl losses infinitely more than 49er fans. And if you want, you can stand there and you can sit there.
Actually 3.
And you can sit there with your mouth agape. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about. But, oh, my God. I'm listening 7 times, but I can't help but think, Evan, I can't help but think, did the 49ers miss their window? And if they miss their window, then what? Then they missed their window. Like, you don't have to bring that up. It's irrelevant now. It's 2025. And you know what? You are sticking at the Niner fans. You really are. And it's that inner cowboy in you, which is fine. And I know I'm going to get him revved up soon.
No, I'm not.
But
chill.
I do believe that 49er fans are starting to see you.
No.
To see you who you really are. No. Like, you got to, let's move on. Can we move on?
Once you win a bowl.
Well, might not be for 50 years. So are you going to bring it up in 2037?
If it's relevant, and
it's not relevant now.
Listen. The 49er Frankie, that's my blood. That's my family. If I can't win it, I want the Bay to be happy. So I'll leave that there. I'm disappointed because I thought you were going to bring up my slogan. Niner fans used to say
they're 5-3
when we go.
I know
we win.
I could hear your exasperation
when we go.
When he did this, I was listening the other day.
When we go, we win.
Is there a skip in this album?
So what do you have to say? Because you don't have the fan mechanism in you, Steiny, and I'm being polite to not know they're on a 3-game effing losing streak in the Super Bowl, and they should have won 2 of them.
Yeah,
so you keep lollygagging because you don't have any dog in the fight, but there's some people losing hair, blood pressure going through the roof, getting diabetes watching this team. So how dare you omit what some people will never let go? And that's the true definition of fandom. 2 Super Bowls where they were up 10, not in the game, in the fourth quarter.
There you go.
You just omit it because you're a casual.
It's all right.
I'm not sticking
irrelevant.
nothing. I'm saying facts. And then what I learned with Evan, or I forgot, is it's 3 Super Bowls. Because the one they lost it with Harbaugh, they were at the 12-yard line.
What year was that?
So it's 3 of them.
What year was the Harbaugh?
But you are so casual, you don't give a rat's ass.
No, I do give a rat's ass.
So don't tell me I'm doing something without doing it, because I don't chicken foot like that.
No, you just bring it up all the time.
Bottom line is they lost 3 Super Bowls in a row, and Kyle may have blown his wad on trying to get them there. Because you're talking about reset. And it might be. And it happens in life. You missed a chance.
I mean, you got. You know, you can go.
I feel better.
When were they in the Super Bowl with Harbaugh? 14 or 13?
I'm in timeout. Put myself in there. You got the you do constantly. Stating facts.
No,
0-3 last 3 Super Bowls.
Right. We
2
all know
in the last 5 years.
Like, I know that as a non-49er fan. 49er fans, obviously know that. And it just feels like sometimes you want to hammer it in.
No, I'm just stating facts, player. Stating facts.
Yeah. It's almost like you're in the driver's seat because we can't talk about the Cowboys losing a Super Bowl.
They haven't been to one.
Exactly.
So where's the correlation?
The correlation is
my job is to talk about the Niners with you. But you got to have a take for us to have a conversation, and sometimes we can't get there.
I just told you
got to do that.
I just told you my take.
No, so them losing didn't happen?
No, it happened,
Yeah.
but
it didn't hurt you. It didn't affect you, right? Because you don't know what a fan is.
Why? I think
you need to sit this one out.
I think you're harping on it a little too much.
No, I'm stating the facts.
I think 49er fans.
And Kyle's best chance may have come and gone. Okay. That's valid.
And so should we not play the season?
No, that has nothing. That's just a horrible retort. What are you talking about? The bottom line is
how long are we going to talk about it?
They got to do a soft long as I want to talk about it.
Okay.
Now,
you want to talk? Okay, let's talk about it.
Because we ain't having a discussion. It's something you heard. But you can't argue with the facts. And the facts are Kyle should have a ring by now.
Okay.
That's how I believe.
Right. And it's just something
if you had a take, I could be quiet and we could hear what you think. But you don't.
No, I do have a take.
All right.
I absolutely have a take.
Well, mine is old because I'm stating the facts.
Well, I'm just wondering
Don't get me upset, Steiny. Really don't.
I'm just saying.
Because you have no passion at all for sports, so you are missing how people and Niner fans are holding on to those losses.
Well,
that's the bottom line.
No, you know what?
It's offensive to a fan, a real one.
If you want to get really into this.
No, yeah, you got into it. You turn it off. Let's go.
Okay.
You can. It's so convenient for somebody to sit back and just watch the animals in the gallery. I wish I could do that. I know Niner fans that will never forget these losses.
That's right. But
and you up here playing I'm playing.
You harp on the Super Bowl losses more than 49er fans.
All right.
I believe.
You don't. What metric do you have to say that? You're just talking out your ass now. You have no metric to say what you just said.
Anecdotal.
Yeah.
Anecdotal. I shouldn't have said it.
I'm fine.
I just didn't agree with the idea of a Super Bowl losing streak, because it happened over like 13 years.
I'm good.
I don't know. I needed you to go on for 3 more minutes, so just could have gone to a break.
But why would we have to do that?
What do you mean?
Because you would think, I'm not mad. Now you're laughing. I'm truly not mad. But I had to play that card, Steiny. It's easy for you. And Evans, they have lost their last 3 Super Bowls. You're a natural, Richard.
Look at the top, and I'm not going to read it.
No, but you can. Just read it. I don't have it up, Steiny. Read it.
Nobody's as upset as you from games that happened 5 years ago involving the Niners.
I could have 10 49er fans call in here in the next 20 minutes and tell you that that's wrong. Okay, so don't just one person or 2 person, don't make it valid.
Okay, you want me to be honest? Yeah. I think a lot of 49er fans are hurt by that. Of course they are.
They should.
Okay, well, stop reminding them. 17 times. They know they lost 2 Super Bowls.
So you say I bring it up too much? Wow. Wow.
It feels like it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. You know what? This is not
our guy that we used to work with.
This is not one for me. This is one for 49er fans.
Okay. He'll let me know.
Who is that?
If you believe that our guy Brian, our former board operator.
He doesn't count.
Yeah, he does. And he's right now, too. If you believe that Kyle's had his best chance with this team, then say what you really want to say and fire him.
There you go.
No, I'm not saying that because they have new talent, and that's why I said to you all, I'm excited about what the new talent can do or prevent them from doing, or is this a soft reset like I've used?
It is a soft reset. I think, and the Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers are definitely tampering expectations.
You haven't listened to Shasky or Bonte and not got that pain?
No, they have pain.
No, it's more than pain.
Pain.
It's more.
Right, but they don't talk about it all the time.
All right.
I think they're ready to move on.
All right. And I talked to both. Those are my friends. I talked to both of them, so I know there's more than pain.
Niners fans. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Robert Saleh. He is the defensive coordinator this year, and he's taking a shot at coaching a lot of young players. I feel like he's in a spot where I don't think he's going to be judged this year. If he were coming back to a defense from a few years ago, then maybe. But I think he's got a clean slate this year. 888-957-9570 is the number. And football talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles. Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long. So come into Macy's today. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our 2025 Q3 Game Changer, Frankie Fan. She's the go-to pro for fast answers, flawless support, and always going above and beyond. Frankie doesn't just help, she leads. Frankie, you truly are a game changer.
Save on best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Get organic yellow peaches or nectarines for $2.99 per pound with Prime through August 26th. Enjoy the sweetest and juiciest fruit of the summer. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, for the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, the 408 says, you dampen expectations, not tamper. I said temper expectations. T-E-M.
You can tell the people what I asked you during the break? You go, you're
Who
not.
I think's going to win the World
No,
Series?
you asked me, was I mad at you? I said in 8 years, I've never been mad at you
right, and that's,
in radio.
Come on.
And Evan might not know this. I only get hurt when you get hurt over something we say. The volume is, that's just who I am.
You've never been mad at me in 8 years.
Oh, hold on. I'm about to tell you.
This is where people are going to be like, see, this is why you can't take Goo at his word.
I get mad when I find out that you're actually mad. We share too much. We know too much about each other.
What am I actually mad about?
That you think I bring that up?
Do. I'm not mad about it.
I'm mad at Kyle more than anybody because they should have a stamp that says you got a Lombardi trophy of what he built. I will never run from that. So when I bring it up, I mean, come on, Steiny, you said it. Is this a soft reset? We don't know. But I'm never going to let go of them being Billy Badass. And they very well may. They weren't last year. But as far as me getting mad at you on a personal level, that hurts. No, it truly does. I know for a fact you've got mad at me, and I get it.
How about the time where you thought that I...
What? Tell me.
What was the one where you thought we dropped dime on you and we're talking about something during the crossover?
That was
you.
Okay, I was mad.
Okay,
you called me 40 times off the air. That was you and Evan. That was different. That was different.
Just acknowledge though that there's a misunderstanding on your part.
on that episode of
we might need Evan in here for this one.
Evan put him on fast. No, Ev apologized to me. Y'all was having fun at my expense with the wow.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that, Steiny.
Yeah.
About what?
Oh, I thought you wanted me to apologize for calling you an idiot.
I don't care.
We know you were
Apologies don't mean anything anyway.
Wow.
What do they really mean?
The power of an apology.
Oh,
There's probably a book somewhere called that.
Lori Matthews said this, the great Lori Matthews on the YouTube chat. Some Niner fans, Guru, have gotten over it. Some harp on it. And I don't, like what hurt me, I think, is you said, I bring it up to dig. No,
yeah, I think so.
I'm mad at Kyle more than anybody because you were in your own way, I believe, twice. You should have a ring. And now maybe you got to restart. But Steiner, I think it's fair for anybody to say, I don't know if they're as good as they were a couple years ago, especially going into 23. But, man, that's real. This dude has had great chances. Let's see if he gets it done. And I'll never do the Andy Reid. That was the biggest lesson I've ever learned.
No, it's not.
Just because you don't have one now doesn't mean you'll ever not get one. Because my man's sitting with some, and it didn't work for him in Philly.
Yeah. I like, okay, here's the last thing I'll say.
Go, you got all day.
Okay, because
I'm mad.
And I think you guys remember, like before I left, there's something that's very important to me when I state, an opinion.
Yeah.
And there's no malice here. But I do feel like there is a little malice on your part when you constantly bring up they should have two, they should have hoisted, like 49er fans, they just don't need to hear that time and time and time.
Well, I'm not letting it go. And I bring it up as a compliment to Kyle because I feel like I know. It's not
okay, sure, it's a compliment.
Hey, I'm going to say this to you. We had somebody call in and say the Warriors should have 7 rings. And
I heard that.
I think it was 8.
Oh,
it was 8.
And I melted like, I get that thought process, man. I get it. Come on, man. Think about it. The 3-1 lead, 5.
What about this?
KD Clay going out 6.
How would you respond to this
Well,
text?
What you got?
The Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line. If you weren't really mad, that might even be worse. Because that means you're not being genuine.
No. There was a part that I had to
move on.
No, there was a crux of that where you doubted my integrity. You thought I was like stabbing or turning the knife.
I think you are.
My team ain't been to the game in 30 years.
And that's why you're doing it.
No.
That's why you're doing it.
Doing what? How
stick
can I
it to Niner fans?
I can't stick it if
Yes,
you've been
you
there
can.
3 times
No,
and
you
we ain't
can't.
been.
Because they're 0. Both have had 0 in the last 30
But we
years.
had no visits.
That's even better for
Please,
you.
Stop.
No,
my book, The Fan, coming out. Shout out 93.7.
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan's in Irvine. And I'm hoping Ryan's going to play along with a bid here a little. What's up, Ryan? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I sure will. Guru.
Hey.
On behalf of a large contingency of 49ers fans, thank you for bringing this up as much as you do. And please continue to bring it up.
I love this guy.
Because it is the largest example of reasons why we should question whether Kyle Shanahan will ever win the Super Bowl as the 49ers head coach. And I've been saying this since 2019. When they lost that Super Bowl, I was like, dang, what the heck happened? They ran the ball all the way to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
They had a 10-point lead, then they stopped running the ball. I'm like, this looks eerily similar to when he was with Atlanta. I'm like, I think I need to log that in case we ever get to another Super Bowl.
Hey, real quick.
He gets another opportunity.
Let him go.
No, I'm going to answer your question, then I'm going to let you go. Are you under 25 years old?
So I'm 38 years old.
Okay.
Wow.
The last time I saw the 49ers win the Super Bowl, I was 7 years old. And this is what I remember. I remember beating my neighbors at football in the backyard when I was pretending to be Steve Young. I don't even remember the game. I wasn't watching it. But now I'm an adult, and I've watched them lose 3 of them.
Wow.
So it's getting very frustrating. And here's the deal. I don't know why you have to be either a Kyle Shanahan, truther, or you're completely against him. We can admit he's a good head coach. I just think it's very fair to wonder whether he can win a Super Bowl. And that's what Guru brings to the light, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Guru.
Hey, I appreciate you. And Steiny, I'll say this. Evan's heard it a million times. I'll leave the last one alone. You were gashing the Chiefs on the ground. You got to their 49-yard line in a millisecond. Yep. And then you said, you know what? Let's let Chris Jones wreck everything and slap Jimmy Garoppolo in the head multiple times. So I do it, and I've called him a boy genius. Kyle's great. You should have one. And the reason I won't let this go is I feel like it wasn't the defense. It was you in your own way calling pass plays when you should have kept that baby on the ground. And I ain't met a Niner fan that I know and love tell me, Guru, anything you said is wrong. It's real, and it's pain. So now here we go, Steiny. Let's put it right on table real quick, and I'm going to throw it back at you. This is, they're back in we don't know land.
Okay.
And it
so
happens,
should we lament the last 5 years?
It's it happens naturally after you've been so good for so long. And multiple NFC championship games, 2 Super Bowls that you were up 10. I think it's
here you go again.
It's fair to question.
And you know what I think this is?
Are you going to get that shark on that hook or that big fish on the hook again as close as you have these in the boat?
You know what this is? You know what this is equivalent to?
Tell me.
All right. My sports bar idea. That's what it's equivalent to. My sports bar idea of a bar that you go to specifically root against San Francisco teams. So, what I'm getting at here is you continuing to talk about the Emmanuel Sanders overthrow or the 10-point lead.
How about that caller? Was that me on the phone, Scotty, real quick? Was that caller was my voice? Did I make that call, the guy that just called in and hung up?
No. Okay. No. He's just one.
Okay.
He's just one.
One of a large contingency of 49er fans that agrees, Steiny.
Right. Okay, so what do you say we spend next segment talking about the top 10 things that went wrong in the last 2 Super Bowls for the Niners.
No, and that's when you're like.
But that's my point.
Yeah,
it's like no.
The point is Kyle going to ever win one? That's the question. And I'm not here looking at you telling you no, but I'm not going to lie and say he ain't had hell of a chance. Chance is. Come on, man. And I know you're going to give him credit. It's the macro. He's been to the Super Bowl. Okay, but dude, I'm just saying, I ain't brought up Atlanta. Like, that's what somebody trolling would do. That dude's holding on to that.
Well, you just did.
No, because the caller brought it up.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike. What's going on, man?
Not much, guys. Hey, first off, welcome back, Steiny.
Oh, thank you.
Good to have you back. Evan, good job on filling in and everything. And before I get to my point, what you guys have, it's not anger, it's not hate, it's not mad, anything like that. It's what you call a bromance, okay? You guys straight up have a bromance because unless you do something terribly wrong to one another, it's a straight up bromance.
Yeah.
So that's what you guys are.
Oh, I love it.
So what I wanted to bring up, guys, my initial point was, and I'm going to pivot a little bit, but, Robert Saleh, in this case, look, in my opinion, he's got nothing to really prove with what he's done with the Niners, even when he was on the Jets or anything like that. I think he's a great coordinator when it comes to the defense. I think he's going to be I think if anyone can do it, it's going to be him that can actually play the veterans with the rookies that are involved, especially with the rookies that we're bringing in now. It's going to be a whole different scheme in this case. But he's still going to bring the heat to the table. And honestly, with the strength of schedule that the Niners have this year, I'm not going to say, boom, boom playoffs, but we're going to make a huge, huge push for what can make into the playoffs and potentially even further. My other thing that I want to talk about and what you guys were talking about, Goo, I'm number 2 on your list. I personally think that, Shanahan's window, man, he should – I personally think, I don't know if it's arrogancy, cockiness, or what, if you put it like that. But honestly, he kind of gets in his own way. And I wasn't going to bring up Atlanta, but now that you said it, Guru, Atlanta did get into the way as well. We had the lead. I think the defense did their part, but it is a both way street. Offense has to cover the defense. Defense has to cover the offense. But I still put it on Shanahan for what happened in regards to not making the other Super Bowl championships happen. I think it's just one of those things where he gets in his own way. If he gets in his own head, I don't know. Who knows at this point? But quite frankly, I really do put it more on Shanahan out of anything. I wouldn't put it more on the defense and also injuries at that point. And one last thing I'll say, guys, is I'm looking forward to seeing you guys on the 4th. I live like 10 minutes away from Kings, so I'm going to bring the baby in. I'm going to bring the baby and everything, so I can't wait to meet all you guys.
Nice.
Yeah.
Looking forward
some pictures,
to it, Mike.
Baby. Yeah.
Thanks for calling in.
You know what? Oh, go ahead.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
If you and this is what I do and you don't do it, but if you close your eyes and just think about those 2 Super Bowls that they lost, had they won, what would we be talking about? Kyle would be
I don't know what you would be talking about.
He would be a king.
You might be
They would
out of a
have
job.
more championships. No, I'm just saying, please.
Well, you know what? I got news for you. If they had won 2 Super Bowls, they'd still won another, the fans. Like, that's just the way it works.
But now you didn't do what Joe did, but you're still going. Like, I can't lie to myself about how close and how hit. What would we be thinking about the Chiefs? Just think about that. They got lucky and they earned it. But good God, I'm not going to sit up here and act like the Niners didn't have a 10-point lead twice and kept Mahomes in that offense at bay. It's almost like it is ridiculous they don't have one. Kyle should have one, and he's responsible.
No,
that's how I feel.
He should. They didn't earn it. They didn't do enough to earn a Super Bowl win.
That's different.
He got
You know the overtime rules. You make an
enough.
extra point here or there. 3rd and 5, you pick up a blocker.
That's right.
Maybe you win the game.
Okay, and that's the thing. Like, if you look at those 2 Super Bowls, let's go down the list of how many things happened that prevented them from winning the game, and that's where I come to the I don't look at it as, oh, they blew it. I look at it as they didn't earn it. They didn't earn it. Yeah. They didn't earn a Super Bowl win.
Right.
They didn't close out the game. They didn't.
3rd and 15, they gave up.
Sorry.
All right. I got
sorry.
You. I got you.
You got to close out a game.
But, you know, a lot of times I feel like you make it seem like I just like the game was 40-3 or 44-10.
It doesn't matter. They lost.
No, but it does matter in the sense that you didn't know the overtime rules or your team didn't. And I don't even know where I'm at on that. Is that really why they lost? No, you convert that 3rd and 5, bleed the clock, you kick a field goal, hopefully it goes in, and we have a parade that I would be at. But, Steiny, I'm just saying, I can't ignore 8 quarters. I feel like you can make an argument that the Niners outplayed the Chiefs in 6 or 7 of them. Neither here nor there.
Well,
that is not how it's played, but that's pain, man. And Kyle is a part of that both times to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what if you're a player? Like, do you expect a player to continue to look back and
not
say
many
we should have
left on
had
that
2?
Team. There's some, but, you know, this is why every iteration of the team is different. But you got guys like Bosa, Kyle mainly, Saleh back that were on that team, Steiny. I'm telling you, that's how good the Niners were, and they should have. I thought they had that game. That's all, and I'm not by myself, and I'll never run from that.
And I just I just don't know how it's relevant right now. A Super Bowl loss 5 years ago and a Super Bowl loss 2. It's over.
No.
It's over.
Is it
you got to move
for
on.
Kyle? Did he have his best chance?
Well, we don't know.
That is beautiful. That is, like, to me, that's everything. What are you talking about?
Well, let's see where it goes from here.
Yeah, but we didn't have to see them. They were Billy Badass. And they had the lead in the biggest game twice. So now we got to wait for the bus. You were driving the bus before. All you had to do was do this or that, and you win a Super Bowl. Super Bowls.
They're not easy to win, Guru.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're not go left, you win a Super Bowl. That's not how it works.
And so they may be back at ground zero. Who knows?
Okay, maybe they are. Then he starts the process over.
I have the right to say, has Kyle did he miss his best chance to get it done?
Okay, how am I supposed to answer that? How would you answer that?
Because I'm not asking.
How would you answer it?
I'm not. You're just fine. See, this is what you're doing. You're fine. You're trying to be a contrarian. That's all you're doing. Because there's no natural conversation off of my statement.
Okay, well then.
You were somewhere in the dunes or wherever you were at listening, and you're saying I'm doing this or that, and that's what set me up. I'm not doing this or that. I'm stating big facts.
Yeah.
You can't even tell me for sure if you think this team's a playoff team or not.
Okay, what does that have to do with losing a Super Bowl in 2019?
No, they lost one in 2024. That's 2024 too, Steiny.
Like, we're at a different spot.
Yeah, but
I just don't understand the constant bringing up 5 years ago. Yeah, we get it. They lost 2 Super Bowls.
It wasn't
they
5.
Were painful.
They lost one less than 5 years ago. The bottom line is they were good enough to get there. But what if you got to go retool? It's natural.
They are retooling.
And it
That's
could
what
take
they're
them
doing.
7 years to get back.
It might.
All right, there it is.
What should we do?
What's your question?
If they're at a reset right now, and they're moving into a new area, a new iteration, are we still going to talk about the 2 Super Bowls?
I don't know. You allow Evan to say they possibly might have a new coach, and then you get all giddy on that. But when I bring up
future,
that's future. That's what we're talking about.
One's the future, one's the past.
That's what we're talking about.
No, you're talking about the past.
No, you're
talking about the past.
I'm stating facts. I'm stating facts.
Right.
And I got you. I love you. I'm stating facts.
Get him out of here.
It's not hard, Will.
I'm talking about Willard.
I know. But you're talking about me too. Like, it's not hard, Steiny.
I mean, let's say,
give it to me.
In 5 years, Shanahan's not here because he got fired.
Oh.
And do they have one? Are you still going to? No, they don't have one. Are you still going to bring it up?
It would
in 2030.
It would be
when he's not the coach.
Steiny, it would be what he was as a night. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. It would have been what Buffalo experienced. Like, I don't sit here and laugh at the Bills. That was a moment, a team that everybody knew was bad, got to there 4 times, they couldn't win. I can't sit here and tell you Marv Levy's a bum. I'm just telling you they should have one.
No, they shouldn't. Why should
Scott
the Bills?
Norwood missed a field
he
goal.
missed a field goal.
Right, I'm just saying. I got you.
It's a whole whole team thing.
Yeah, no doubt. So I guess what I'm saying is, let's just say Shanny moved on to 2030. They didn't win one. How would you look back on the Shanny era? That's all I'm, as a writer,
it would be really good, except they didn't get the ultimate prize. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, and that's what I would lead with, too. What should have been? Especially when you go to 4 NFC championships, you lose 2, you win 2.
I prefer what could have been. They should not have, you can't
up
say
10 in
they
the fourth with 6 minutes left. I'm sorry. In NFL, when you're supposed to be in your tuxedo, dot your I's and crossing your T's, and you got the ball, you should close that out.
They didn't. And you know why? They weren't good enough. They didn't play 4 quarters
and
of
Kyle was a part of that, though.
Right. No doubt about it. And so was the quarterbacks who quarterbacked those teams. Yeah. Let's go to Dave in Fremont. What's up, Dave? Dave, what's going on? Hey.
I just want to say, I think it's amazing the back and forth that you guys have. It's like 2 brothers going back and forth on like their favorite Star Wars movie. It's incredible. No, I mean, honestly, it may get a little heated and stuff like that, but you're both super duper passionate. You both make really, really good points, and it makes for great content and great radio, like real talk, no smoke. Real quick, I just want to ask a hypothetical into the conversation that you guys are having, and I'll take it off the air. Let's just say the 49ers do win 1 or 2 of those Super Bowls. Y'all think Jimmy Garoppolo would still be the starting quarterback of the 49ers right now, or
I don't.
What do you think would have happened after that?
It's interesting. I do, because I saw what it did for Joe Flacco in Baltimore that one. I felt like it gave him 5 extra years, but I won't hog the mic, Steiny. I think we would have seen more of Jimmy, and they wouldn't have treated him like they did had he got that win. I truly believe that.
Yeah, I don't. I
How about the caller? Do you agree with that?
With what?
For him to bring up the question, I just wonder if he agrees, if he believes that had Jimmy won. Oh, he dropped. Thank you, Evan. Would he have got maybe another crack at it?
I don't
think they draft Trey Lance if Jimmy makes that, like the whole Jimmy Butler, if Kuminga didn't get hurt. I know it's different. Maybe there is no Jimmy Butler if you were balling out. That's all.
No, I don't think he'd be the quarterback right now because he's not good enough.
Well, some years have gone by.
Whether he would have won it, and this is what I always.
But would they have drafted Lance, Steiny?
I don't know.
I think not. Winning, it's a big deodorant, man. I mean,
But they drafted Lance, and it meant nothing, really. Like, he impacted the team absolutely zero.
Right.
But no, I don't think Kyle ever liked Garoppolo. I think he coached him, but I think he never thought he loved him.
I think a lot, too, was not just his play, Steiny, and his arm. It was him getting hurt. It was him. I really believe they like the whole Jimmy Garoppolo experience. You couldn't hide from. He would get hurt, man, and their season, it was done at that point.
Let's go to Bob in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey, I love the show, guys. As usual, it's great.
Hey,
thanks.
I agree with Guru. It's about the uniform and not the individual, because you're representing the Niners, right? And so, you bring up the Super Bowl they didn't win, right? For sure, even if it was 5 years ago. I kind of agree with that. I'm still upset over the 83 loss to Washington.
Oh, wow.
And to make another point, the reason why it was so special in 81 when we won it, and we beat Dallas to get there, was because under the Brody years, they kept losing to Dallas. And they kept becoming the bridesmaid. So when we finally got over the hump and won the Super Bowl in 81, that's what really led to our success. So, And to bring up another point that Guru brought up, if Garoppolo had won the Super Bowl, I agree with you, Steiny, they probably would have traded him anyway. They probably would have got Kirk Cousins or somebody, right?
Yeah, maybe.
You think?
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call. Now, this to me is interesting, and we'll take a break right after because I want you to think about it. Not you, everybody.
Give it to us.
650 says, so why don't we look back on Harbaugh the same way? The 2012 team could possibly be the better constructed team.
But there was only one of those.
Well,
imagine had they been
he missed
two.
His opportunity.
Yeah, and he had the NFC Championship game. But
right.
Yeah.
I mean, so
I'm not
we're only
calling
talking
him,
about one extra game, one extra Super Bowl appearance.
Which is a big deal, but I hear you.
What's 888-957-9570 is the number. We got the crossover coming up at 1:48 with Willard and Dibs.
Your first time seeing them, Steiny.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I've been looking forward to it for about 9 days. Trust me, I was on the golf course thinking about, man, I can't wait to get back and do that crossover. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. What do you know about Kyle's growth?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Now at Whole Foods Market, Prime members get 20% off New York strip steaks through August 26th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Pair with sautéed shrimp for a surf and turf dinner. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor portrayal. Terms and conditions apply.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com. Or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Yeah, fellas, hey, get back to arguing now.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
I hope Scott wasn't listening today, and we weren't arguing, Scott. You like to pick at me, and I like to pick at you, Steiny.
Yeah, fellas, hey, get back to arguing now.
That hurts me, Scott. What? We're more than that.
Not much.
I'll tell you what.
I mean, seriously.
Ask me the best thing going in the Bay right now.
Goo.
Within the next 20 seconds.
Guru. What's Guru, if I asked you right now.
Evan, my man.
What's the best thing going on in the Bay right now?
And I mean this with every fiber of my being. The Golden State Valkyries.
I thought you were going to say Casey Schmidt.
No, you're having a good year, Steiny, for me.
Yeah,
they're seventh, Steiny. They're in the 7th seed. Now, the only problem is they're tied with Indiana and the WNBA. Do you want your the team on their first crack at it get in, or Caitlin Clark if she comes back? I think you know the answer to that one. But, man, they're balling. Veronica Burton, Steiny, they just play hard. D-Dub Paige Beckers, who dropped 41 on the Sparks in a losing effort the other night. Did you see that?
I didn't. I got you.
Yeah, I got you.
On vacation.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I was not watching sports. We're watching some baseball, for sure.
Boston beat up on the Yankees.
Watched a lot of golf.
What happened yesterday? Some new guy finally broke through, huh?
Well, he's not a new guy.
What's his? Give me the name.
Fleetwood.
Yeah, Fleetwood. I thought of the old Cadillacs. Fleetwood. Now, I will say this real quick about go ahead. What, can I get it off? Just real quick.
Okay.
Steiny, the WNBA, their playoffs are 3-game series.
Okay.
But the top seed gets the first 2 at home, right. So the bottom seed may not see home.
Put them away.
What happened to 1-1-1? If you're going to do 3 games, Steiny, that's
not
whack.
Enough. I like it.
So the Valkyries, if they get in and get swept, the Bay doesn't get a home playoff game.
Well, Bay ain't getting one anyway, apparently.
Hey.
San Jose's getting one.
I'm
kidding. I'm going to be down in San Jose on September 4th. I can't wait to see my peeps down there.
I'll be with you.
For what, Steiny?
For the Red and Gold Summit, September 4th. It's a Thursday at King's Fish House, West Valley Fair. Get down there.
I was waiting for it, Joe.
2 to 4. Dibley and Willard, 4 to 6, all the other hosts.
That must be nice that they're there. You know what I'm saying? Do the show. We got to get down there.
Well,
We
know it's nice for them to already be down there because it's caused some internal turmoil.
And then we pull up on them.
Show.
We might not be able to do a crossover that day to get there.
Stop trying to cheer me up.
Look, you can't wait for your besties to come in.
Yeah, okay. Let's go. I'm not burying the Valks. Who's burying the Valks?
No, we're 7C right now.
Let's go to Rich and Hayward. Let's talk about Jake Moody. I'm assuming it's Jake Moody, not
guys.
Moses.
Hey.
Yeah. It's Jake Moody. I'll tell you, it's like when you guys brought up Marv Levy and the Buffalo Bills, I was thinking, I said, I can't recall any kicker missing an extra point in the Super Bowl ever. Or in my recollection, and then the fact that he missed one on Saturday, he hit that game winner versus the Raiders, but that should be a no-brainer, and that falls on the coach. Jim, I know he's a high pick, I know he has a strong leg, but Janikowski had a strong leg too, and he's unreliable. I mean, I'm a Niner fan, and it's like we should be in the playoffs or the Super Bowl with that sorry schedule we got this year. I don't care about any injuries and all this stuff about injuries. It's preseason, and that's over with. And they got to just can all that. I know they got extensions. Thank you, Brock Purdy. My friend named his son Brock. And
really?
It's like that. He saved their job. Yes, he did.
I believe that.
Named his son Brock.
Wow.
Yeah. And that guy, it's been the best thing that's hit, since I can recall around here. I'll tell you, it's like, it's just like when we stumbled onto Joe Montana. It's like that, because he was a third-round pick, but back in the day, a third-round pick didn't start. You know what I mean? And now he's a sixth-round pick, but they got fool's gold on that, and he's turned out to be a gem. But now you gotta make those kicks. It shouldn't be like I'm pulling my hair out or help me, Niner Nation. You know it. I'll stay on the line, but I'm just frustrated.
All right, Rich. Well, let me try to help you out, and thanks for the call.
Richie.
I wouldn't be frustrated yet about a season that hasn't happened. Let's see what kind of year he has. Jake Moody.
Well, that was my take to start the show. You were like, you don't think he's going to make it, and you're not by yourself.
No, Kyle doesn't. I don't think Kyle thinks he's going to make it.
Well, Jake, all I would tell, nobody would ask me, Steiny, but I advise him, dude, just go out there and focus and kick because your job is on the line, bro. It truly, I get that, and it's draftism, Steiny. The only reason it feels this strong is because they spent a third-round pick on him. Well, that's it. When you do something like that, you're telling the world, I got my next, what's the guy, Massagegate in Baltimore before he went bad.
I'm not necessarily. So who are you talking about? The kicker?
Yeah,
Tucker.
Yeah, Tucker. You help you out.
Well,
yeah. That's what you do when you jump up there and show the world, I got a guy that is going to be here with me for the next 7 years, automatic.
Yeah,
kind of like Trey Lance. Let's say this. This move for Moody is more looking like, and I'll be honest because I'm rooting for Jake, but it's been more of the Trey Lance than the something that you'd write home about and say you were smarter than everybody else.
I mean, I don't think being a third-round pick
matters.
It shouldn't. I mean, Trey Lance was the third pick.
But and for kickers, Steiny, it feels like they went up to get him a lot early. That's
fine, but it's like, who are you going to have on a shorter leash? You're going to give a longer leash to Trey Lance than to a third-round kicker, I would think. And they got rid of Trey Lance. If Kyle Shanahan, we'll see. Let's see Moody cost them one game, and then we'll see what Shanahan is saying.
But I think, Steiny, he's got another life in regard to that happening to where they wouldn't just jetson him so fast that in week 4 they're looking for a new kicker or they're on the way to that. That would just be – then it goes back to, well, why didn't you do it if he was on that such thin ice? Why didn't you just scrap the whole thing from the beginning? Because if this thing is mental, then it could be all bad, man.
I'm just saying, if he stinks, I don't care if he was a first-round pick. He's got to go.
So you could understand if they moved off him already. Like a lot of – I think that's where the vitriol's coming from. Like if they had moved off of him, you would have been like, oh, I get it.
I get it. I just don't like I don't like coming into a season where your kicker's already on the hot seat before he's ever kicked. And you might say, well, that's the way every kicker is. No, it's not. It's not. I haven't looked around the league, but I got to believe the 49ers field goal kicking situation is as tenuous as just about anybody else in the league. And what I mean by that is even if you have a kicker that's young and unproven, you can at least gear up for some ups and downs. Like, what do you gear up for with Moody? What are you expecting? He's been kind of all over the place.
Man.
So, I don't think it's that far-fetched to think he's one or two bad kicks from and not being a kicker on the Niners anymore.
Now you got me thinking, Sonny, if it is upstairs, Lord, don't let it be an extra point. Like the other day, don't let it be those that you're missing. Then it's just like, my gosh, we got to hold our, we got to put our head under the pillow.
If he can't make extra points, it's going to be a pretty easy decision.
I mean, you could be, man, then you're telling on yourself.
Anybody out? Hey, Evan, have you ever been to King's Fish House, Goo?
I have not. I don't know if Evan has.
Evan?
I have not.
I haven't either.
Looking forward to it, though.
Yeah, I'd love to hear somebody who's been there. Just tell us about it. What's it like? I like to get a little scouting report on places I go to for the first time. Hey, by the way, Goo, I don't know if you've ever... this is going to sound like I'm trying to give myself a bit... So...
You're a big deal, man.
You asked me about the private plane I took.
I'm fascinated.
So I'd never heard anything like this before. So the captain comes out before we get ready to take off, and he's like, "Hey, this, that, put your seatbelts on." But we're pretty mellow up here, and he goes, just be aware that we could abort the takeoff, and just be ready for that. If I haven't built up enough speed to get elevated,
oh man,
you're gonna feel me hit the brakes, and then we'll try it again. I was like, what?
Hey, let me out,
I swear to God. He said, yeah, if I don't get the speed up to what I need to get it to, I'm gonna slam the brakes on.
You just said I'm gonna miss the front half of 1 and 1?
Dude, no doubt.
Oh my God,
50%. Oh, I mean, so how many were on the jet with
12.
you? Okay. So did you look at others and
I was like, what the hell?
What was that? Not a ringing endorsement, huh? Steiny, man.
You said something funny that just reminded. I had a guy, this guy in college. He was a point guard.
Statue of
His name was Brad.
Yeah.
He was younger than me. And his senior year, he gets fat. Oh, this is unbelievable. Tell me what you think of this. Just tell me what you think of it, because I won't make a judgment. So Brad apparently is at the line with no time left and nobody at the line, but it's a tie game.
Oh, wow.
And he's got 2 free throws. And Brad says to the coach, Glenn Robinson, he goes, hey, coach, if I miss the first, do you want me to shoot the second?
What? I have to believe you misheard or misremembered. Evan, what does that mean?
That's true. That came straight from a teammate.
Tell me, did he make him?
Did you ever pass him the ball again?
I had to pass it to him when I was a senior.
Do you want me? As if he had a choice to swap him out.
I'm not sure. There is an ending to that story.
That's lemon booty stuff.
I think the coach might have been like, Talbert, get in there and shoot him.
But you gotta. I'm thinking of an episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He made one of them to win the game, right?
I think so.
But that was bigger than him making them.
I mean, honestly, it didn't matter once he said that. Anyway,
Evan, oh man.
Let's go to Joe in San Jose. He's been to King's Fish House. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
What's going on, gentlemen? Yeah, that place is pretty good.
Yeah, we're
really
on
cool?
our way, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to make it out there to see you guys.
Cool. Awesome. What's so tell me a little bit about it. What makes it so good?
My thing, just like the appetizers, the atmosphere is pretty happening, and anything. I mean, I've had salmon there. I've had wings, coconut shrimp. Everything is good.
Well, Joe, if you're a fan of the show, you know I like to boil it down to one simple question about King's Fish House. Is there action?
Yeah, all day.
Nice.
I don't go anywhere where there's not action.
Look at it. Joe, hopefully we'll see you down there next Thursday. Hopefully we can
All right, buddy. Take care.
All right, buddy. Hopefully we can get Guru down there on that day.
Hey,
it was too easy.
I was waiting. I waited for that last segment.
That one came back on you last week, actually.
One more time?
Well, people were saying it's a Thursday, and Steiny's not here. Last week.
Yeah.
I worked the previous Thursday.
Well, we'll check with Dibs, see if you did.
Exactly. I'll tell you what. Let me tell you something.
My man had the receipts of that dude's
segment did not wear well on Dibs.
He cannot be that guy.
He can't be.
Kerr, that was so great, man.
The 510.
We had fun the day after you were gone, but we had fun with it.
Yeah, I didn't find it that amusing.
I bet.
I didn't. Especially coming down you don't want to. You want to go there?
Hey, Dibs, what did I pay in my taxes in 04?
Exactly.
Exactly. Well,
that crossover was gold.
Steiny,
Dibs, hey, Dibs, did you approve my raise?
Oh, man.
Well, you don't have to because there is none.
I'm Batman.
510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. King's Fish House is amazing.
Oh, wow.
Very fresh fish, mainly locations in Southern Cal. It's similar to Crustacean in San Francisco. Great beer collection. Crustacean's really nice.
Oh, my gosh.
That's too nice for us. Like we should, if it's similar to Crustacean,
but I've been
we
there
don't belong there.
I've been there so many times.
Where, Crustacean?
Yeah. Just even when I was single, trying to make a good impression.
It's moved locations. It's got a new location.
Yeah, you didn't ask me where it was at. I'm just
so
telling you.
You're at the old one.
And the new one.
Where's the new one?
I forget the street. Do you believe I've been to the new one? Just
no,
say.
I don't believe you've been to the new one, and I'm not sure about the old one.
What about Polk, baby?
Let me ask you this about
Polk
the old
Street?
one. Let me ask. No, you're wrong. It's not on Polk.
It is on Polk.
It's on Battery.
The one I went to is on Polk Street.
It's right next to right now.
The old one was on Polk.
Yeah, the old one.
Well, when did the new one open up?
The new one's been open next to
I
the
thought you were
the
asking me
Wayfair.
the old one.
Oh, I know how Steiny knows.
I took my late father there.
To the new one?
To the old one.
Oh, we're talking about the new location
I've
now.
only walked into the new one once to look at it and it looked pretty cool.
So you like crab?
I actually don't.
Mia loves it.
What if I told you this? One of the days.
Well, it's popular, so that fits.
on my vacation.
There it is.
So we were cooked. A couple of nights we cooked on our own, a group of guys, and one night we had a crab.
Oh, come on,
crab fest.
Yeah,
I had no crab.
Were they making fun of you?
Well, I know you did because you
Probably.
called it a crab fest.
Isn't that what it's called?
A crab feed.
Oh my
crab
Lord.
feed.
What don't you like about it?
It just doesn't do it for me.
I watched my brother yesterday, guys. I'm serious. This is throw up in your mouth.
Too
and
messy.
They're eating clams. How could you eat a clam? The look of that thing. That's barbaric, Steiny. A clam?
I don't hate seafood, Kane. You're wrong there.
Well,
I don't hate crab.
I do.
Just
Have you ever had fried clams?
No, I have not.
They're so good. You would love them.
Are you sure, E?
Clams are. Well, now I'm thinking about it.
Nasty. My oysters and clams and yuck. I'm like, seriously, I could watch
But like scallops are unbelievable. They're great. Lobster's incredible.
I love lobster.
But I'm talking about other fish.
Yeah, I know, but the texture's similar.
Oh no, I was just coming back to that.
All fish must answer to
but lobster and
mahi. That's you ever have a mahi
It's
burger?
a kind of fish.
That's right. I love it.
But there's other kinds of fish too.
But I'm telling you what I prefer, the fish I like. I like shrimp. Although, you know what?
Some people saying the goo don't eat class. If that ain't got nothing to do with a clam or oyster.
Oyster with a little lemon?
Ugh.
Yeah, oysters never. I've never even had one.
Heaven, yeah.
Never even tried. Have you ever tried an oyster?
Yes, that's how I know. It was like an eyeball. It was like the eyeball. Oh my gosh! Never again in my life, Steiny. And my brother, they were just. This is incredible.
I'm comfortable that I can look at a food and know if I'll like it or not without having to taste
I feel like
it.
I'm right with you. I like. You like mac and cheese?
Yeah, but you know what?
Can Susan make her own or your Kraft?
Yeah, no, Susan does.
The box ain't bad either, Kraft.
I love, I love clam chowder.
Now go figure.
I don't eat raw clams, but I love a little clam chowder.
Right.
New England, of course.
I wouldn't work in Boston, huh? Chowder.
Why wouldn't you work in Boston?
Because I don't like clam chowder.
Yeah.
They used to
That's
serve
the
it
reason?
in Cheers. Oh, no. You know what I got to be careful. I had a friend live it. I could say it on the air.
Did he like it?
Boston?
Yeah.
Nope.
Why didn't he like it?
I got to be careful here.
Jalen Brown.
Yeah,
Just asking questions.
No, I got to be careful here. But there was a name he said they gave black people out there in certain areas of it, and I'll never forget it. I'll never forget what he said. Now, I know everybody wants to know what it is, but yeah. But that's everywhere nowadays.
I know.
If you go to, I love everybody, Steiny. Even you.
Yeah.
Barbecue oysters. Now you got my. Is that any different than fried, Evan? Dude, it's so gummy and mushy and yuck. Like that eyeball thing. That's how I feel when I watch. Oh,
Oysters are a superfood.
I've heard that.
They're delicious.
I think
a little hot sauce in there.
So Steph Curry, you think?
What how can you possibly come onto your mind right now?
People with money, so he loves oysters. Joe Lacob.
What are you talking about?
People with money, like his oysters a mandate is what I'm saying, Evan.
No.
Well, if they don't like it.
But people want to be
Joe
fancy.
Lacob, let's bring some oysters out here, even though I don't like them.
Come on, I got friends
But
like
I just
that.
have money to burn.
I got friends like that. Come on.
Caviar.
Yeah. You ever had that? I have.
So you like caviar?
I didn't like it. I just
it.
like to say I had it. I was somewhere fancy.
Oh.
Yeah.
I got a
caviar. Wow.
Let me ask you this. Would you have done this? So, the guy who took me on the trip is
I feel like I know him. Yeah.
filthy rich. And, so we're in one of these clubhouse stores, where you can buy
gear,
shirts and stuff. So I'm thinking to myself, you know what? I got to do it. I got to get my guy Matt
No
a present.
doubt.
So I bought one thing for myself and one thing for him. They were each $150. So it's $300.
The least you could do.
I go, I got you, buddy. Here it is. Oh, thanks, Stein. You didn't have to. I'm like, dude, it's just a thank you. You've spent $90,000 on me over the last
You could have got him
years.
too, but go ahead, Stein.
And he's like, no, man, thanks. I appreciate that. See, that's cool. We go out, play golf. He's in my round. And at about hole number 15, he goes, hey, man, I got the caddies today. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, you got the polo for me. The thought was I got the caddies. So the caddies, you know how much they are?
I was just about
$150.
Okay, there we go.
So
yeah, you didn't pay for it.
I didn't pay for it. So in other words, he bought himself the
no.
the nice top, and
tell him to send your partner a care package next time. So next summer you're going for sure. It's every summer.
Next summer, Scotland.
How many in a row has it been?
Oh God, 20. Now there's more than a trip a year.
Will you ever get him to Cali? Well, he came, but he was.
We used to go up to Tahoe a lot in golf. In fact, we usually play really great, really nice courses that I don't belong on.
In Tahoe.
Like Palm Springs? You ever get him down there?
They've never gone to Palm Springs.
Oh,
I love Palm Springs, though. So.
Sound like they would have been there, Steiny.
I mean, they've been there.
So what's he do? Like, what's his title of work?
He's a boss. He owns a company.
What kind?
It's a great question. No, it's a printing company.
Oh, so he's
filthy. Raking it in.
So he came through before boom boom.
How about this? You know what? I'm being a jerk here, but we need him to have a big year. Because if he has a big year,
Russia,
we're taking a private plane all the way to Scotland.
Oh, man.
A big year we need from him.
That's amazing.
Because I ain't going to have one. I know that. Steiny, did you ask him how much he makes? I know exactly how much he makes. Exactly.
Stop! Could you share it?
No.
More than some ball players for sure, depending on who you are.
Oh, yeah, probably more than some ball players for sure.
Like Moses Moody, a guy like, he makes more than that.
Moses. Oh, my God.
Moses, you balling. Don't get me wrong.
He ain't balling like this.
Wow.
He's tennis balling. He's not basketballing.
That's a 4. Oh, man.
Nice little contract.
Yeah, he's doing fine.
He got kids?
Yeah, 3 kids.
So he got heir apparent. They about to, they're man.
All right. So what do you say we spend a lot of the crossover trying to make Dibs jealous about?
Can you do it though?
You want me to?
Yeah. Let's see if you can do it.
That segment, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's cars with a K, and it also means crossover time on the other side with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Mm-hmm.
Sports, man.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles, Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long, so come into Macy's today. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
A strong heart. A steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot.
Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results? Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I am Captain Appropriate Fear.
He cannot be that guy. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. That means we welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. Gents, how are we doing today?
We're doing great. Keeping an eye on that NFL wire with early cuts happening and, you know, people wanting out and people getting dealt and other people on the street. So just kind of keeping an eye toward it with, I think we're now inside of 24 hours until the actual cuts happen, 1 o'clock tomorrow.
What did you make of the IG post, Jauan Jennings Saturday?
Which one?
The one
freshman.
Yeah. I can't use the verbiage, but
was there?
I couldn't believe
other way to
I
take
was a
it?
little bit off the grid, so share with me what the.
How about you do it, Willard, so I don't get in trouble?
What was the artist that came out with the album? He quoted a song. I'm blanking on the artist. Just came out with a new album. And
Offset.
Okay, so Offset
from the
comes
Migos.
out.
Formerly the Migos.
And so none of us can do the whole quote because the N-word is in it. But it is a very, very clear insinuation sensation. You messed with the wrong dude, y'all.
Okay.
And so
Dibs.
has Jauan joined the ranks of I'm going to social media to complain about my company?
Right.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably.
So that was the gist of it.
Yeah. And
I'm unhappy with the way you were messing with me and you're messing with the wrong individual.
Look,
are you shocked?
I think
because we've been there.
I don't know, and again, I know you weren't here Thursday and Friday. I think a lot of days were like litmus test on the percentage of calf versus cash, as you called it.
Wink.
And a lot of us were moving more toward cash each day. Today, I have arrived at about 99% cash.
So you think the calf is fine?
Yeah, he's skipping practice. Kyle Shanahan's like, he'll be ready for week 1. Well, how do you know? You've been telling us for a month. I don't know about calves, and now you put a timetable on it. It feels like a threat to me.
Yeah, and Terry McLaurin gets what he gets today. 96
but he ain't on that
million.
level though. But he got it.
No,
That's
but
a
he
lot
got
of
it,
chicken.
and that to me was
you got
just
it
the point. But yeah, I mean McLaurin, he got it, and we're less than 2 weeks away from week 1, and they want him bad enough to where they gave him $96 million, not fully guaranteed, but he got himself a 3-year piece, and now Jauan is taking IG. Wow.
Do you think that Shanahan believes that because he thinks Jennings will end up playing on his current contract, or he has a feeling that they will work something out before the regular season?
I don't know if I would look at it either of those ways. I think they're trying to push the button that they have. Jauan's still trying to push the button that he has.
Do you think he has one, Will?
Not enough. He's got
That's
one.
what we talked about.
He's got one, but it's not enough. It's not. I mean, what are you going to do? Miss games?
And we looked at his chicken.
Yeah,
overall,
$10 million for his career.
I don't think
you're not going to miss games. But so what I worry about as a fan is the middle ground, because I feel like the middle ground is Niners don't budge. Jauan keeps getting more and more mad. Doesn't want to miss games, so shows up next week and then practices twice, and you send him out there. And I don't feel he's going to be ready.
And we've seen that before.
And you either play poorly or get hurt or both.
I hate that.
So I feel like the next 24 hours are huge for Jauan and the Niners.
Well, and the other thing I was thinking about is if the season goes well, then week 8, Jennings might be your number 4 receiver again. If the guy from the Bears pans out, you know what I mean? Ayuk could be back. Pearsall could be halfway through a pretty good year.
Who's the guy from the Bears?
The Rams, you mean?
Do you mean DeMarcus Robinson? DeMarcus,
he's a good
player.
Receiver, no doubt.
He's a good player,
right?
There's no doubt.
And so if you pay Jennings more, which you might, but then what happens if everything works out and now you're in week 10 and Robinson's good and Pearsall's having a hell of a year and boy, Ayuk looks great.
Yeah, but what if you're 4-6?
Which they have been and fixed it and 3 and 5.
That may be something they've got to, I wouldn't say prepare for, but if their defense is all about getting better over the course of the season, they may start slow and get better over the course of the year. No?
Well, you would expect that for younger players. If you have that many rookies and second-year guys and the occasional third-year guy, you would expect, with a new coordinator that they may start slowly and they may get better as time goes on. And if you look at their schedule, the back of the schedule is actually a lot friendlier than the front of it, even though the whole thing, to me, is somewhat of a picnic.
Yeah.
You could be in a spot where you've got 6 or 7 games left and you could basically run the table late in the year.
I think it means something that they've gotten to the playoffs from behind the 8 ball a couple times already in the Shanahan tenure. But as it relates to Jennings, he's going to be on the 53-man after tomorrow, right?
Could be on IR.
That would be 4 games.
Mm-hmm. And there's no winner in that. As far as week 1 in Seattle.
No, that's like. No, you're right. There's
so where do you guys stand if that was your son or best friend that he just signed technically a new deal, but when you look at his age, and I get he's got, you look at the lack of health from the Niner receivers that you think would bode well for him to get new money. Steiny brought it up like this, the ink ain't dried on the last one. Are you in that camp, or go get your chicken however you could get it?
Yeah, get your chicken where you can get it.
If you can get it.
I don't begrudge him for being able to go out there and try, but I'm of the camp where you just signed a deal, you have a contract, you go out there and you work your deal. And I understand in the NFL it's not the way it works, and they can cut him tomorrow and say, you get nothing, good day, sir. They already gave him an $8 million signing bonus, which was, last time around, so he got a nice little chunk of change, and then after a year, you're going to come back and look for more. I get where the team might be saying, we're not doing this.
I'm still stuck in not knowing what's being asked for.
That's so
I really sit here and feel, and I hate how waffly this is, but I don't know whose side I'm on.
Because that's important.
Yes, if you're asking for the McCaffrey
I hear you.
extension, or the Trent Williams extension, which is let's give you $4 million and guarantee some money, then I'm on Jauan's side.
That's a bump.
If Jauan is looking at his stats and going, you now need to pay me $20 million a year, then he's out of his mind.
I got you.
And we don't know that.
But you're messing around real quick, Steiny, with a player signs, gets 2 days of practice, go out there, and then you got a soft hit. We saw it with Ayuk. Nobody wants that.
The other way you could look at it, if you're Jennings, and I get it's the NFL, and that this isn't the first avenue you want to go down, but you're a number 3 receiver, but you're coming into this year going to have a much bigger role. You would think the first 8 games of the year.
Maybe the whole year.
Exactly.
Maybe the whole
year. This actually could be a year where Jennings could have a big year, and then he's a free agent. There's a possibility he could have an outsized role this year, have the best numbers he's ever had, and then he gets to hit free agency.
He could, but I like every NFL player I've ever sort of like had the opportunity to talk to about this kind of thing, they don't ever think in those terms.
No, I know.
You don't think in terms of what might happen next year because you have no idea what's going to be attached to your body at the end of the year. You use every single piece of leverage you have every year to get every dollar you can, and I completely understand and to a degree support that. Now, again, I don't.
Take that IG post is that your last proof of where this thing is at?
I mean, how much more do we need?
Man,
how much more do we need?
I thought it was fake.
How much more do we need? The Niners are speaking like it's a holdout. Jauan's acting like it's a holdout. Walks like a duck and it talks like a duck. It's a duck.
Yeah.
This thing's a holdout.
Shout out Gabriel from Cleveland.
Yeah, so, I mean, what do you do? If you're the 49ers, you go out and you wait until cut down day tomorrow and you see if anyone springs free that you can pick up and just throw in there. Well, and I just think that the Niners need to have a receiver is less than other teams. We've had this conversation about, what they try to do offensively, and now they've got 2 good running backs, and, Shanahan's probably thinking, all right, we don't need to throw it at all, really. And if we do, we'll throw it to Kittle or Pearsall.
I don't think he's thinking that. I think he wants to me, deadline spur action. And what I dig, here's for those of you who are Jauan fans, Niner fans, I'm both, and I look at the rhetoric getting ramped up as a good thing because it does mean that
it's go time.
It's a deadline tomorrow. Tomorrow's cut down day.
Yeah, all right.
Tomorrow the roster needs to be set, and both sides are starting to throw things at each other, which tells me they're putting all their cards on the table.
That's why you said 24 hours.
Yes. Yeah, that's why McLaurin happened today. It's roster time. We got to figure this out. What are we doing? Are we doing this or are we doing that? And so you're seeing very passive-aggressive threats. Kawakami writes an article where it's like, you might go to IR, and then your incentives are all blown up. Like, okay, Tim wrote it, but someone said that to him.
No doubt.
So they're all throwing it out there on the table, which tells me I feel like cool heads will come to the forefront here over the next 24 hours.
It depends on what the ask is, and it all goes back to what you're talking about because it feels like they're fairly far apart. I think you're right. If it was just like a couple extra million, guarantee this, guarantee that, and, I'll feel better about it, I think that would have already been done. But you're probably in a spot if you're Jauan and your agent's Drew Rosenhaus and he's used to the big win. This is not some small-time thing. So, you're probably thinking about that.
Yeah, but McLaurin and Washington were at ground zero the whole time. And then
I thought he was going somewhere.
Right, and then it got quiet, and then he got $100 million. So,
I think Mike to follow. I think
that one might be different. Boy,
he'll be out there Thursday.
Those two sides are really mother bleeping each other in public.
Yeah, and I know you're high like I am. Steiny knows on Pearsall and Dibs said it, but I just don't like the fact that if there is no Jennings, you're our number one, even if it's for 3 or 4 weeks. I just know the Niners are a better football team with Jennings out there when I show up in crunch time. I'm starting Jauan.
No doubt.
So, Dibs, to your point with B-Rob and the new running backs and weaponry, I like that, and I like Pearsall, but you want that adult in the receiver room, and that's just what I think Jennings is, and I thought this would be done. So I would be stunned if there's no Jennings week 1 at Seattle.
I'd be surprised. Okay. I wouldn't be stunned. Wow. Nothing would stun me anymore, especially now that we've gotten to this point where we're less than 24 hours away from roster decisions. Yeah. And even if he is able to sign today, that's 13 days until the game. Can he get up to speed? Probably,
scary,
but like you're saying, Mark, when you go from ow, my calf to now we're going full speed, you are more susceptible to have these sorts of injuries.
My neck and my back.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think this week of practice is big. Not like if it's just
already
next week.
Monday. I hear you.
Yep.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I also think that if the 49ers believe they are in a transition, and I kind of think they do, then they're not going to pay. I don't think they are.
When you say that, though, it's almost the insinuation is that the Niners are like, we don't really have to win this year. I don't.
I mean, it's not that they're going to go out and not try as hard, but the way you could look at it is, this is Brock Purdy. I know he's still under last year's contract. It's like, what's the team you're going to put around Purdy, and who do you want around him in 3 years? Probably not Jauan Jennings. You're going to want Pearsall and Ayuk to be 1-2, 2-1.
Maybe not, but what if I looked at it in a different, sort of through a different lens, which is right now, and I think this is something we haven't talked as much about yet. You did just publicly give your quarterback $52 million.
Hello.
Are you really going to introduce him to the world without his receivers? Like, dude, you got it. Well, that's part of the contract to me. You've got to then absolutely put him in his best position to succeed.
Oh, my man.
You need to put, if that's the man, then you got to put people around the man
that he already is accustomed to.
And they may be looking at it like, in 6 or 8 games, we will have our people around him.
God, it's half the year.
It is.
You could be 2 and 4 or 3 and they've done it before, 3 and 5.
I hear you, but that's a lot of ifs, and that's a long time from now.
I mean, I think we're saying, what if they're 2 and 4 and Jennings doesn't play? Does that mean you believe that if Jennings plays, they'd be 4 and 2?
Like, I think you would have an impact on the game.
I mean, is he gonna win you a couple games on his own?
I mean, he has in the past.
I think there's a way to look at it. If this is the start of the Brock Purdy era, it's like,
I'm paying 15.
I'm not.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Because 15? It's just the start of this.
No, that's his number. I'm
number
just
15.
Saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
God.
15.
I'm like 15 a year? No.
No, I'm saying
no.
I got to give Brock that guy, his guy.
No, Steiny, I think your point is fair, but at the same time, what is a coach's job? To me, a coach's job is to put his players in the best position to succeed. And I like that has to be factored into this discussion about Jauan. Are you putting Brock Purdy in his best position to win in Seattle? If and again, I don't know what Jauan's asking for, but this feels like not that big of a deal. Is what it feels like.
And that's why I gotta believe he's asking for like twice as much. I feel like, and I know we don't know the number, but I do feel like if I need 10, all right, we'll break you off 10. I need 12. Oh, what are you doing? Maybe 15. We can't do that.
It's also the precedent where, you've already had this happen again and again and again. And Mooney Ward said when he didn't get his money, he kind of went in the tank, and then he had the personal stuff happen, but it affected him and them all last year. So you get to a point where you can't just keep allowing these guys to knock on your door and give them restructures, especially if he's not an A-lister. They've always said, they're A-listers they take care of. And Jauan Jennings is not that. He had a great year, but he's not an A player for them. If they thought so, they probably wouldn't have drafted Ricky Pearsall. And now you did what you did with Ayuk, and that is an ongoing disaster. So you're going to pay another wide receiver more money than you really want to. I think the precedent of Ayuk is part of why Jauan Jennings is not getting taken care of.
And it's part of the reason he wants to get taken care of, too, I got to believe, is the way he watched Ayuk go about getting what he ended up getting.
He had a post on social about that.
Yeah, everybody,
and I was told, I got you, come on now. But now I feel like I was right.
I just feel like every wide receiver in the league had his brain scrambled over the last 3 years. And I get it. Why wouldn't you? Everybody was getting humongous dollars that I think are completely out of line in terms of their importance as related to winning. I'm not saying they're not fun. They're important. They're very visible. They are the swag of a team. They are the fantasy picks. And all of that matters. But go through all the Super Bowl winners the last 10 years and talk to me about their big, bad wide receivers, and you'll see largely a bunch of teams that look like the Chiefs, where it's like
until Philly,
right? Yeah. Like we have Hollywood Brown and maybe whatever. Like it's not. So but if you're a wide receiver and you are, what did he miss 1,000 yards by 20 yards or so, and only 20 some odd guys are getting 1,000, and you think I'm putting up numbers that are top 25 in the game, and these dudes are all making $30 million a year, and I'm making $7 million. Yeah, you're going to ask. You're going to ask.
So let me ask you this, you guys, what type of look is this from the Niners brass, though, that you had got this rectified?
It's the same look that it always is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is what they do.
Even though it's a B, C, it ain't an A-lister like that, I get.
Well, we don't know what the ask is. And that's where you can't, like to Mark's point, you can't really make a firm judgment on where you sit based on what you know or what you don't know. And all roads lead back to Kuminga. And when we all talk about this Kuminga thing, and last year he turned down $35 million a year, it's like, whoa. He did that. Then his agent, you should fire the agent. And the agent says, no, we never turned that down. And Mark was saying before, there's never anything that was offered. So even with Kuminga, all we know is 7.9 qualified offer. That's sitting there. Yeah. And everything else is who really knows. So it's hard to make these judgments.
Well, I feel like if it's true that the Warriors have an offer for Kuminga for 2 years, $45 million.
Yep.
That makes me believe last year they would have signed him for 3 or 4 years at $20-ish million. 4 for 85, 90.
At the time, that Kuminga probably laughed at that.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was a big mistake.
Yeah. I think when people say there wasn't an actual offer, I think what happened is, what's your number? Here's our number. Yeah. Oh, my God, they're so far apart.
We'll catch you next year.
Yeah, talk to you later.
And that's why I believe Draymond was talking to Kuminga in that little thing that he wrote up about guys reading the chessboard wrong.
To a degree.
I'm like, I believe there was some of that in there. Like, dude, you should have signed that.
For the life of me, I understand the Wagner and the Barnes and how Kuminga could see that and want it or think he should get it. But he's been making 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like, I get it. Those guys got broken off, but your next step is now 20, 22, 24. Do what you need to do with that, and then you'll get your 35, 40. It's like, what? You're going from 8 to 20.
Well,
I don't get the problem. That didn't happen for him.
His agent may, if you believe that the agent's the one talking to the reporters, they brought up Cade Cunningham. That's where I'm like, dude, you lost me.
You lost everyone, but he can't. That's why I'm that can't. There's no way.
Like that's the kind of stuff that lets you know sometimes who you're dealing with. It's like that's what we don't know about Jauan. Are you asking for 20? Then
now you're a fairy tale.
You're a crazy person.
All right.
But if you're asking for 10, I think you're completely in the right. So if you want to, if he wants to compare himself to Cade Cunningham, he's delusional.
Yeah, I feel like Jennings has been such a solid player for the Niners that if he were just asking to bump up to 10 or 12, I do think they would do it.
Well, except for don't you? Well, they're pinching right now.
Does he think he is good as IU?
They're like, they changed their philosophy. You ever had a parent do this? I do this to my kids all the time. You know what I mean? Where they're like, oh, you always say yes to that. Well, not anymore.
Wow.
There's a new sheriff in town. We're doing this, right?
Change it up
Mark
on
Willard the second. Same guy.
I did it to the kid. I'm such a softie, but I did a little one with the kids this year.
Yeah.
I sat him down right before the school year started, and I said, you know what? No more dad with hair on fire from 7 to 8:30 every weekday. Both of your schools are right there. Get yourself there. And they're like, you know what? To their credit, they're like, cool. And then I feel like a moron because I'm like, oh, that's how. Why didn't I do this 3 or 4 years ago?
Well, because they've been late 9 times.
Well, there you go. But I think there was a low bat with the Niners this year. They were like, we're going to do things different this time.
Absolutely. And you see in the way that they let a lot of those guys go. And, some of the free agent contracts, like Banks gets $84 million. Okay. Good luck to you, Aaron. We're not doing that. And Jalen Moore, your swing tackle, well, we don't want to pay that.
Now, Greenlaw took less than
and they went out there
offered.
Allegedly to get Greenlaw to knock on his door, and he still said no.
By the way, you weren't here. The Chiefs dude that called in who said Sky Moore can't catch.
He had Steiny laughing.
Did you know that Jalen Moore is not going to start?
He's not.
2 years, $30 million. He didn't win a job.
Wow. It's called depth, Mark.
Back up.
I like that.
Back up.
Man.
Now, I give the Niners a W for the way they handled Banks and Jalen Moore. That was correct to not pay those guys.
Well, the point is to what you were saying about they are doing things differently, and it was, Mooney Ward and Hufanga and Greenlaw and those two linemen we mentioned, and Debo's on the move, and so they definitely are doing some belt tightening, and Jauan Jennings, whatever the ask is, they think that it's more than what they're comfortable paying, which is why we've reached this point.
How was your trip, dude? Don't take your head down.
He's been flying private jets.
What? Dan had a trip too.
I know he did. I've already talked to him about his. And his was much less involved.
He wasn't on
and shorter than yours.
Much less fun.
And I have 4 more hours to
races.
They don't have the races anymore.
You don't even know what's going on with Dan Dibley.
I thought you had a race named after your dad.
We do when they have horse racing, but there's no more horse racing in Northern California. The bleeding heart liberals and the tree huggers have put a pillow over the face of Northern California horse racing.
They put it literally over the head of a horse, though.
No. God, no.
Steiny.
Ever since Golden Gate Fields closed, the Northern California racing circuit has completely
So they
died
didn't
out.
have it at the Alameda County Fair this year.
Nor did they have it at State Fair in Sacramento, nor did they have it in Santa Rosa. Nor did they have it in the Solano County Fair, which they haven't in like 15 years.
Horses are like wide receivers. They've got new leverage, Steiny.
You're right about that.
Tell them what the pilot told you before.
How was your trip?
It was fun. A lot of golf, 7 rounds. All told.
And?
If I give you my 7 scores right now, will you let me leave? And then you can talk about them.
Only if you're actually correct with all 7 of them.
I know exactly. 95, 80, 89, 88, 91, 89, 82.
You were not confident enough for me to believe that those are correct. And are you
check my gin?
Did you I always called it gin. Is it gin?
I don't know.
Anyway,
I'm more of a new vodka guy myself.
Good point. Did you putt everything out, or did you pick up inside the leather?
No, we got it. It's all right. All on the up and up because there's money on
And your body held up? Was this 7 days in a row?
No. 7 days and it was 5 days on the trip and then 2 this weekend I played.
So 7 rounds in how many days?
9.
Oh.
And you're ready for retirement, Mark.
And how's your back?
Dynamite.
Okay.
I feel good.
What else? What else happened? Give me one non-golf thing that stood out on the trip. Don't point to the clock.
You know who I bumped? Okay, I bumped into 3 NBA players.
Okay.
In Bandon Dunes.
Any of them active?
All 3 of them, I think.
Well, 2 play.
DeAndre Jordan? Is he still? He was on the Nuggets, I think, recently.
He's been inactive.
DeAndre Jordan, Zach LaVine, and Dougie Buckets McDermott.
Oh.
Outstanding.
Does Dougie Buckets still play?
He plays golf.
Yeah. Okay.
For sure.
It's not easy when you're tall, by the way.
No.
Did you see them actually swing any?
I asked them their score.
So you talked to them?
Just briefly.
Did they know who you were?
No. I wasn't going to.
How did you approach him? What did you say?
I went up to DeAndre Jordan. I'm like, what'd you shoot? And he goes, 104.
Oh, damn.
And I said, well, that's a tough course, man. That's not bad, does you know?
And you're 7 feet tall.
Right. And then I walked by, and then I saw Levine, and he was on his phone, like, big time in me. And that's when I looked at him, and I go, would you shoot? And he goes, 90. And I said, hang in there.
Okay, but at any point, you didn't say, like, I know that you're DeAndre Jordan. You just talked to them as if they were someone in front of you in the coffee line.
No, I talked to them like they knew that I knew they were NBA players, but I wasn't going to be like, oh, and I host a radio show in 95.7 The Game in the Bay. Can you come on?
You didn't take a selfie or anything like that?
No.
And then what did Dougie Buckets do?
We ignored him.
Why?
He was a little more reticent. On 95.7 The Game.
All right.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. It's cut down week. This is a big deal. Dibs is back, and I can't believe what an upset. What an unbelievable upset. Goo, you can't leave yet.
What?
Grab a microphone.
No, you take a shot at it because I got a selfie with Steph. He did it subliminal and it hurt, so I'm dealing with that. And Grandy picked up on it.
Actually, that had nothing to do with you at all.
What you mean?
I've taken selfies with people all the time.
You showed me yours with Steph.
Exactly.
I feel better
Someone
now.
else took that picture, but anyway, still, I asked them to. Now, how did we just have the crossover and Jake Moody's name never came up?
Because we did 2 hours on him. I don't know how.
What's your take?
Give the kid a chance, man.
Really?
Yeah, and you always say this word draftism. I believe that's why he's still getting his 9th life.
Give the kid.
That's just me, the Dibs.
Okay. All right.
3 for 3 in the Super Bowl. Did miss an extra point in the game that went to overtime.
Sure.
But you can't kick it out of bounds an extra point after you had your best game of the year.
Not good. But if you're going to kick it out of bounds, do it in the preseason.
Then get it out your system.
Go ahead and kick it out of bounds.
Which I'm trying to do now.
Okay, no, you can go. I needed to. Mason Crosby's going to join us in an hour. Mason Crosby.
Love it. Kicker.
The kicker.
Mason Crosby, the kicker.
Used to be the Packers kicker for a lot of years. Kicks in snow, kicks in rain, ice, and regular weather, and was really good at it, and now he hosts a radio show. He's going to come on. We need to talk about this.
We do, yeah.
Are you with Goo?
Totally with Goo.
Give the kid a chance?
Yeah. I mean, what has he done so far in the preseason that actually matters? My answer would be not a thing.
He missed an extra point.
It's preseason.
But that doesn't matter. You're a kicker.
It completely matters.
No, you're a kicker.
But it's the preseason.
But it's a completely different job.
Working his way through the preseason. And yeah, he missed an extra point and then he kicked the ball out of bounds.
Right.
Those aren't good things.
Right.
But you get into the regular season and you do bad things.
He's already done that too.
That was last year, yeah.
Right.
And he was given another opportunity to come in this regular season and make amends. And if he doesn't, then he's going to get what he's going to get. But my worry meter of Jake Moody is about a 0 out of 10.
You're kidding me.
No, I mean,
really?
It's a preseason. Are we worried about Sky Moore dropping the ball in a preseason game?
Actually, yes, but Sky Moore doesn't matter that much to 49er outcomes. Jake Moody does, and I can't believe that you guys are acting like this is his first offense. His rookie year wasn't that good. It was okay.
It's pretty good.
I remember the first game-winning kick. It was in Cleveland. It missed. Brock Purdy hits Brandon Ayuk. Oh gosh, it's a game-winning drive. 41-yarder. What are we doing here? Jake Moody can't be the kicker for this team.
Why not?
Because he's not good.
Well, we're going to find out. And if he's not good...
We've already found out.
He was kicking with a bad leg, and I don't excuse it because when you play, that's what you get. When you play and you put that on tape and you have your stats, they count. And so, yeah, that's why we are in this predicament where fans are booing him at home games when he misses kicks. And if he goes out and he struggles in big moments, he's not going to get any more of a free life. He's down to his last chance.
Let me ask you something. Why did they, and 888-957-9570, I'd love to hear some Niner fans on this. To me, Jake Moody can't be the kicker. I know he's going to be, but I think that's completely because the 49ers would like to legitimize their draft selection of him a couple of years ago. And right now, they don't feel like they've got a screaming second option, although I think they kind of do. Corey Joseph was fantastic in camp and is an experienced kicker. Has he been picked up anywhere else? Greg Joseph, sorry. Has he been picked up anywhere else?
Nope.
All right, he's still sitting there. Let me ask you, why did they bring him in the first place?
To apply some pressure to Jake Moody and to have some sort of a competition. Now, clearly, they didn't think that the competition was so tight that they wanted to give the job to Joseph or keep him around. I know the roster situation in camp was to the point where they had to bring in a body to actually practice football, and so they had to get rid of the kicker, but he's around. Greg Joseph is around. And if Jake Moody struggles, and if he misses a big kick in week 1 or week 2, that's going to be it. And at that point, they're going to have to admit that the draft pick that they made was not the right one.
I hear you. I don't know why you wait until games that matter to do this. I think he's told you everything he needs to tell you. You know what I mean? And this is why, especially if you're going to say, well, this is kind of about the preseason, then I'm going to go back to the Raider game and say, because what you're basically saying is this is process time, it's not result time. Because
there are no results.
Okay, then I'm going to call that 27-yard field goal that would have not been good from 28. I get to call it a miss because there's no results, and that was a crappy, awful kick. And Kyle Shanahan coming out over the weekend and saying that the game in Vegas, was one of the greatest games I've ever seen a kicker have. Please, stop treating us like we're morons. You've got to be kidding me. He kicked a buzzer beater from very far away. Wonderful. But out of the 5 times he kicked the ball, 3 times it went sideways. I'm sorry, twice. That's not a great game. It's a great finish, but you completely hooked a 27-yarder. Luckily, it was from 27. And you missed a 53-yarder, which is a 53-yarder. It's long, but in a dome. I'm sorry, that's why they picked you. You're supposed to make that. My issue with the kicker position is that 2/3 of the teams in this league have somebody who kicks it straight every time. And the preseason is different for kickers. It's not like a linebacker who can learn and read defenses differently and get better. You have a job, and it is very black and white. Kick ball straight. Line up, kick ball straight. Line up, kick ball straight. And my man does not kick ball straight enough. There are tons of teams around this league have dudes that do. You got to get one of those guys.
Well, right now you are dealing with what you have, and it's Jake Moody. And as far as the kickoff out of bounds goes, in this new kickoff era with the new kickoff rules, you're going to see a lot more kickers trying to be aggressive. And he was trying to put one down into the corner in play, and it went out of bounds. So I would look for him to do that now in the preseason. You have a quarterback who maybe makes decisions that they wouldn't make in the regular season, and that's okay. But when kickers struggle in the preseason, now we all lose our Casey Schmidt over it.
I mean, did you see the look on the face of the special teams coach?
Absolutely.
Okay, so they
not happy.
They did not feel like this. Oh, well, Jake's working on something and he missed. It's the preseason, all good. It was not all good. It was not.
But again, it's a preseason game, and if it was so not all good, then they would have just cut him. He'd be cut, and maybe come tomorrow he will get cut, and maybe they'll go to Greg Joseph tomorrow, and Jake Moody would be a last minute surprise cut. That could happen.
It doesn't sound like it. I'm not saying that they're going to act. I'm simply saying that they should. I've seen everything that we need to see, and it's only because it's the kicker. I understand that if this was a young player and we were at any other position and we're like, oh, there's been some good, there's been some flashes, it's a little raw, but, he's learning, we're going to coach him up. This is a kicker. This is a kicker. Snap, kick, straight. That's it. That's all you're doing here. And I don't even necessarily really buy the whole idea of like, well, these are his first games at this level. It's like, sure, the NFL is a bigger deal than college, but dog kicked at Michigan in the national title game.
Different. Like, it's completely different. The uprights are different width, and the football is different, and all the rest of it.
But it is also, the stage.
It's kicking, yes.
It's a big stage.
Sure.
He has kicked on a big stage, and he was great. And he's gotten to this stage and has openly admitted that he needs therapy every week because he's struggling with his confidence.
It's a struggle, yeah. So I just don't think that I'm personally not at the point, I know Shanahan's not either, where you're ready to just cast him out and go in a different direction. They do see the unbelievable leg talent, and that's undeniable, the talent that he has in his leg. He can kick the ball from tremendous distances, and so you're hoping that the accuracy will improve, and you still have the big leg, and you used a third-round pick on him. That's not nothing, so you're going to give him additional chances, although I do think now he is out of those additional chances.
Maybe, but
he's all chanced out.
Yeah, to me, like we sort of arrived in this game feeling that way, and he hooked the first extra point. Like not even close, way left. So that's it. And then then you make one after the crowd is booing you and they give you a Bronx cheer for making an extra point. And okay, then you head to the other end of the field and kick the ball out of bounds and your special teams coach goes nuts. Like, what? Why? What is it that we're doing? Like, I have the hardest time believing that right now the 49ers believe this is the best they can do. I believe that they think there's a financial fallout for switching, and I believe that they feel that there's embarrassment in switching because they did make him the highest picked kicker in years and years and years. when they picked him in the 3rd round 2 years ago. So it is an admission of being completely wrong. And that's why Jake Moody's still on the team. Not because they believe he gives them the best chance to kick the ball between the uprights. He clearly doesn't.
I think that they see the leg talent and they see that he's a guy that can be better than he was last year. And if that's the case, and yeah, the 3rd round pick is not nothing, as I said, but I don't think that he's been so bad in the preseason that you absolutely can't go forward with him. They don't think that.
I tell you what they're thinking. I think it's about money and draft status. I don't think it's because they think he's their best option right now. But what do you all think? We'll take some calls on this. 888-957-9570. Yeah, Grandy, what do you got?
You guys were talking during the crossover, Jauan Jennings and his hold-in/calf injury. You mentioned Terry McLaurin, who got a new deal. The biggest hold-in in the NFL has also ended. Bengals and Trey Hendrickson have reached an agreement on a $14 million raise for this year, meaning he'll make $30 million this season. He will still become an unrestricted free agent after the year.
That's huge. Trey Hendrickson. And that one had been pretty quiet. You still got Micah Parsons. You still got Jauan Jennings. We'll talk all of that out. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com. Hey, look, everybody, Dibs is back, and we'd like to hear from you. 888-957-9570. You done with Moody, or do you have more patience? We'll take your calls right now on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank, family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. Happy to be back here on the air on this Monday to talk about Fremont Bank and their deep commitment to all of us in the community, whether or not you're a client of Fremont Bank or not. When the money goes into the bank, they reinvest it into businesses, home ownership, philanthropy, everything else that makes the Bay Area so great. You should be a part of it, knowing that your money would thus become a part of the community like mine is. I've been a client, a customer now for 7 years with Fremont Bank, and I love being a part of a good local bank that takes care of local people through their actions. They've got 21 branches throughout the Bay Area. This bank started in 1964 with just one branch, and they've grown slowly but surely and kept it local right here in the Bay Area. They're not a big box bank. They're a good local financial institution that cares about local people and businesses and philanthropy and everything else that makes the Bay Area tick. Go in and see for yourself what full-service banking really looks like. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Weekend Brunch just got a major upgrade. Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. Starting this September, enjoy college football Saturdays at 8:30 a.m. and NFL Sundays at 9:30 a.m. Paired with craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer. Bring the crew, settle into our view lounges, and watch the action on giant screens with immersive sound. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game for an exclusive game day perk. And make your brunch reservations now at splashsportsbar.com.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
Jake Moody for the first time. The point after is no good. Wide to the left. Boy, the wind down there, you wonder, was that a factor here? That was not close.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Don't be a stickler, dude.
Me?
No, please, like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, can I have a little dessert after dinner? Yeah, it doesn't, you don't need to, it's not like I'm going to say you can only have dessert if you ran 4 miles today. Like, we don't need to be such sticklers, but hit the thing. Just hit it.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Wide receiver Amari Cooper has signed a 1-year deal with the Las Vegas Raiders. Amari Cooper back in silver and black as he joins the Las Vegas Raiders, and this is only hours after Jacoby Myers, their top wide receiver, officially requested a trade from Las Vegas. So loop that into everything that we're talking about. Jauan, Jennings, and more. Terry McLaurin in Washington. The wide receiver market has had a hell of a day.
Busy day, and I look forward to seeing what the contract details are. I know it's a 1-year deal, but everyone was talking here about Amari Cooper and, whether or not, Keenan Allen at the time would be somebody that they could possibly target, and Gabe Davis and all these other receivers. So the Raiders go out and say, okay, Jacoby, you wanna be traded? All right, we'll look into that. But in the meantime, kapow, we bring in Amari Cooper. How you like that, Jacoby? How's your leverage feeling?
Actually, I think it's still fine. To me, this is sort of like when the Niners got B-Rob.
And everyone's like, ooh, what does this mean for McCaffrey? And Granny and I were talking it out. I go, I think this is completely more about Garendo than it is about McCaffrey. Yep. Same thing here. I think Cooper, the Raiders had, they have Jacoby Myers, and then they had, I can't, like literally, that's kind of, so they had Jacoby Myers, and they had a couple rookies that they drafted. There's one other receiver on their roster who has had like any level of experience. And so I think that, and it's, Trey Tucker, that's who it is.
Right.
So you got Trey Tucker and Jacoby Myers, and then they got a couple of rookies. They got a guy named Dante Thornton.
Yep.
And
Jack Beck.
Jack Beck was the other rookie that they like. But
Tommy Mellott.
Yeah, but I mean
they got a bunch
also got
of them.
Brock Bowers.
Yeah, Brock Bowers, sure. But you need wide receivers. And I like a lot of these guys are going to get cut. Those are the four that they thought were going to make the team, and you need more. You need more experience. I think that's what Amari Cooper is about. I don't think Jacoby Myers is going anywhere. Boy, I would love it if he did. The Niners were interested in him a couple of years ago. I think he's a very underrated player. He'd be perfect here, but he's looking for big money, and the Niners are not looking to do that.
They're not looking to even give their own guy, Jauan Jennings, money.
Correct.
Big money, medium money. We don't know what the money will be, but yeah, this is not a total shock to me as far as the sequence of events because, yeah, Jacoby Myers, now you want a new contract or you want to be traded. Well, we'll just bring in Amari Cooper, and you go ahead and sit tight, and we'll have Amari Cooper be our receiver, and I'm just looking forward to seeing how much they're going to pay him for the 1 year.
I'd like to also add into this the way that Diana Rossini just tweeted about Amari Cooper. Are you ready for this? This takes it to a different level as far as our conversation. Diana Rossini just tweeted the Raiders are signing free agent receiver Amari Cooper to a 1-year deal. Cooper had interest from multiple teams, including the 49ers, but elected to sign with Las Vegas. That's interesting.
Yeah, somewhat. And if you're Amari Cooper and you're looking at your potential landing spots, you'd rather be a Raider where even if Jacoby Myers is there, you're wide receiver 2 with a bunch of rookies, and they have a good tight end, but you come here and you got a block, and Ayuk is coming back, and if Jauan's going to be around, they're going to play Jauan because Jauan blocks, and they've got Pearsall,
coming back.
A lot of different guys. So if you're Amari Cooper, it's a much better landing spot in Vegas depth chart-wise.
I completely agree. My interest is the fact that the 49ers were poking around. They were poking around. They're still poking around on wide receivers. And so I wonder, is that simply because of the injuries on the depth pieces? Is that because you've got a true leverage game going with Jauan Jennings that right now people are not comfortable with as we get to, what are we at? 22 and a half hours to go?
22 and a half, yep.
Until rosters need to be set. All right, so we'll circle back to that. We've been talking about Jake Moody. Dibs says, hey, preseason, whatever. I say, what are we doing? This guy kicks ball, it don't go straight. Too often for me, I don't think you need any more clues. This isn't just the preseason. It's kind of been the whole time. He was fine year 1, not great. Year 2, a mess. And yes, injury may have had something to do with that. And here we're starting out year 3. He got outkicked by Greg Joseph in camp. And he has had 2 games, 3 games, but in the first one he only had 1 extra point attempt. It went in.
I don't think he got outkicked in camp. Neither one of them missed.
No, okay. They both missed. Greg missed less. The percentages, and again, those are
outkicked in camp, like in practice.
Yes,
without people rushing, and you're just kicking balls in Santa Clara.
People are rushing, like they're doing that in an actual mock event, like they've got a line. Okay. Again, for me, this is because it's the kicker. Kick ball straight. How often do you do it? Other than that, there's really not a whole lot going on here. I know every now and again, a few times a year, you get a weird situation. How does he handle somebody breaking through the line or whatever? Maybe Moody's got a little bit longer of a leg, maybe. I don't even know. But to me, it is so A to B. Line up, kick ball straight. How often do you do it? He doesn't do it often enough for my taste. Let's go to Matt in San Jose. Hi, Matt. Thanks for calling.
Thanks for having me, guys. I listen every day. It's always good to hear you guys and talk to you guys.
My man. What's on your mind?
So, look, man, with respect to, like, how poorly timed all Moody's misses have been, I'll ask you this, Mark, do you think that your expectations of Moody and perhaps your feelings of him now are because of the Niners championship window? Because they didn't have time to waste to get Trey Lance ready. That's why they traded him. Like, we got a ready-now roster. And if that kind of roster, you need a ready-now quarterback and you need a ready-now kicker. Do you think that plays a role in that?
I mean, I don't even look at it, Matt, in terms of Super Bowl window. I look at it in terms of it is a professional sports team's responsibility to be as good as they can be every year and try to win every game. And if you're telling me that Jake Moody is the best you can do at the kicker position right now, that is the most reliable option on the planet, I don't buy it. That's the only thing I'm thinking about.
Does the Greg Joseph numbers, does the difference in Greg's numbers in camp and Jake Moody's numbers in camp really move you? Because if they're looking at it from the lens of numbers, they may not see the grandest difference as much as they just see, golly, this guy misses kicks at the worst times.
Well, isn't that a characteristic, though, Matt? And that's what worries me. No, I'm not. I don't even care if it's Greg Joseph. It can be somebody else. But we're watching somebody that, he kicks it crooked too often, and thanks, Matt, it's always good to hear from you. For me, Dibs, he kicks it crooked too often, and yes, I do think that we've also seen we've seen him get worse as the moment gets bigger, and that's a terrible characteristic for a kicker.
I don't know if you can use the sample of this preseason now. Is that what we're looking at?
We're looking at I missed an extra point in the Super Bowl. We're looking at
right. You also made 3 field goals in the Super Bowl.
Okay, great. But you missed an extra point in the Super Bowl. You had the kick against the Rams, which was going to be a game closer. You missed it. There was the kick 2 years ago against Cleveland, which was a game winner.
Your argument, though, is he's getting worse at that, and you're going back 2 years to his rookie year.
I'm talking about the whole time.
Right. You said that he's getting worse at that.
I'm saying he gets worse when the moment gets higher. I've always felt that way. He gets worse as the moment gets bigger. That's my assessment of what we've seen from him.
I don't think it's the Niners' assessment, and if they reach that conclusion and if they see it in the regular season, they're going to make a move. They're not going to give Jake Moody additional chances to try to disprove that notion. If he goes out and he misses big kicks in big spots and it costs him games, or if he kicks the ball out of bounds, or if he misses extra points in the regular season,
already done these things.
They're going to make a move.
They've already done these things.
Yeah, but kickers miss. Find me the kicker who doesn't miss.
Of course
You're setting an unfair bar for a guy that you particularly don't care for.
I don't have any relationship with Jake Moody whatsoever, and I'm not setting an unfair bar. You can simply look at the percentages of Jake versus others around the league. This is so mathematically A to B to me.
Well, 2 years ago, he was right about league average, 84%. He was 21 for 25. He missed 4 kicks, and he missed 1 extra point the entire year.
Yeah.
Last year, before the ankle injury, he had only missed 1 field goal. And then he got hurt. He missed 3 games. He came back, and he was patently awful after that.
And what field goal was that he missed? I'd argue it was the biggest one.
That was the one against
the Rams.
The Rams.
Yes, he would have closed out the game.
Right.
Remember that whole parlay? Ronnie Bell, special teams,
That's
DBs,
right.
Jake Moody, make a kick. Again, just I don't know what else anybody needs to see. These are extra points. These should not be missed all year.
Guys miss extra points.
I'll give you a list of 10 kickers who won't.
Right.
They will go undefeated this year for extra points. Undefeated. It will happen for multiple teams this year. And so, that's all. I'm just there. I don't have anything against the guy. He just doesn't kick the ball straight enough. It's kind of been the case the whole time. Drew in Sunnyvale next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Drew, what's up?
Hey guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally on Mark's side here. It's not only that he missed the extra point, but the kick out of bounds and special on the kickoff. That's kind of inexcusable. What are you trying to do there? And it's not the first time Jake Moody has kicked the ball out of bounds. He's just inconsistent. And I always harken back to Robbie Gould, and I know Robbie Gould. He's one of the best kickers of all time, right? But he never really had like a huge leg, so to speak, right? But he was consistent. You knew that if he got it between 40 to 49 yards, he would make it, right? And I don't feel that way about Jake Moody regarding any kick. It could be 31, it could be 59 yards, right? He hit the 59-yarder against Las Vegas, but that just goes to show how inconsistent he is. And as a kicker, you cannot be inconsistent. And so, that's it. I mean, last preseason game just left a bad taste in my mouth. I don't scour the free agents for kickers. I don't follow that. I think Greg Joseph is the only person that we know since he already came in and was competing for the job. But I think the team is leaning towards Jake Moody starting the year. But I have a question for Dibs. Like, do you wait for Jake Moody to lose you a game before you make a decision? I don't think that's a good process either. So. Yeah.
But the alternative is you go out and you replace him with somebody who may not necessarily be better. And looking at Greg Joseph's year last year, he was 16 of 20 on field goals, 80%, better than Jake Moody. But it's not like you're going out and replacing Jake Moody with a phenomenal kicker. Any kicker who is out there and available is probably not going to be much better than Jake Moody if Jake Moody is just average Jake Moody. Now, if he goes in the tank and, if he loses you a game or if he misses a couple of extra points, if he can't keep the kickoffs inbounds, yet you're still winning games, you're going to make a move because Kyle Shanahan does not have a lot of tolerance for bad kicking when he's out there, grinding on his laminated play sheet.
Yeah. 21 kickers last year go 85% or better. 21 kickers go 85% or better.
Yep.
Jake Moody was at 70, and we can talk about injury all we want. That's interesting, though, because you've always told me if you're out there, you're out there.
Yeah, he was out there.
And so,
But if you look at his numbers before the injury, he was among those who were better than 85%. And then he came back, and, he probably shouldn't have kicked at all. If he was that hurt, and then you're hurt, and then you miss, and then you lose confidence, that's the part of your argument that I'm looking at and thinking it may actually have teeth. The idea that he's losing his confidence or he doesn't have confidence, forget the injury or the non-injury last year. He was just bad. And if you carry that over into this year, and I know he's changed his approach to the ball and the rest of it, you have a new special teams coordinator, new long snapper, new holder, all the rest of it. Bottom line, you got to make the kicks.
Yeah.
All that other stuff, it doesn't matter. You're the kicker.
By the way, last year, through all of these horrific injury problems, apparently, do you know how many extra points Jake Moody missed last year?
One. And he missed one the year before.
Yeah. So,
but we're all hell bent on highlighting a miss in a preseason game.
Of course, because that's very, very rare. And he's not. I don't care what anybody says. Watch him play. He's not kicking the ball well. Okay, he made one in Vegas from 27 yards that he wrapped around the pole.
And he made one from 59 in Vegas.
Good. He doesn't miss them all.
Right.
But he doesn't.
And he had a couple on Saturday that were just perfect.
Right. And then he had a couple that weren't. He doesn't kick the ball straight often enough. I know he can do it. He doesn't do it often enough. 70% last year, you were healthy enough to make all your extra points. Why weren't you healthy enough to make your field goal kicks?
Yeah, and if you look at it, 4 of 9 from 50 and beyond, 6 of 11 from 40 to 49. Those are the 40 to 49s nowadays. You should be at 85% on those. When you get over 50 yards, it shouldn't be a 50-50 kick, but it should be certainly closer to 75% of those kicks you make, and he wasn't.
I mean, the Titans, the Packers, the Steelers, the Broncos, the Commanders, the Falcons, the Cowboys, I believe the Colts. I already mentioned the Packers, the Vikings, and the Jags, and maybe one other team. All of those teams did not miss an extra point all year. All year last year. So that's all I'm saying. You got to go get one of those guys. And you use a third-round pick on this guy. No matter what happens here, you got to at least admit, I'm not saying they need to do this publicly, this was not well thought out.
far, it's not looking great.
This was not a good way to use a third-round draft pick.
Well, you can look at other third-round picks that they've made, and this one is not even close to their worst one. And you could look at Jalen Hurd, I believe a third-round pick who never actually played professional football, and we can run all the way down the list. That's not what this exercise is for. You took a chance. You used a third-round pick, and I think it was one of the supplemental picks that they had gotten, compensatory picks. Not that really matters.
Yeah, I don't even remember.
End of the third, but you used it on a kicker, which is mostly unheard of, and 2 years in, now you're already thinking about maybe making a move.
Grandy says they actually traded up in the third round to get him.
Okay.
They traded up to get a kicker.
If you like the player and you're afraid that maybe he won't be there, then go ahead and trade up.
Yeah, but then he's got to be good, and he's not. And all these other teams found really good kickers just sitting there as undrafted free agents. It happens all the time. Wasn't Aubrey in Dallas completely undrafted? Brandon Aubrey kicks balls from 60 yards with regularity.
Yes, he was. I think Dibs was right, though. I was wrong. He was not. They did not trade up for him in the third round.
All right.
Yeah.
So third round pick. Give yourself a buzzer. Hit it. Thank you. Anyway, that's all. Like, look, I'm going to lose the argument because they're going to keep him. So he's going to get the opportunity to do this. Let me ask you this. How far do we go into how many misses in the regular season?
Depends on the miss.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on the miss. If it's a miss that costs you a game and you're down 21-19 and he's already hit 4 field goals in the game, but you got him at a 42-yarder and he misses and he goes 4 for 5 in the game, that might be enough to do it. Because like you're saying, it's the high leverage kicks, it's the pressure kicks. Those are the ones that you absolutely have to have. And you go back to 49er seasons gone by, and Robbie Gould is a name, and you had David Akers, who actually set the NFL record with the 49ers. That was, I think, the Harbaugh team, and having a kicker you can rely on is critical, especially when you struggle in the red zone, as they did last year.
I mean, I would like to point out, like, the teams that tend to scare you in the league usually have captain automatic. Like, look around the league, and the teams that tend to play really well, it's like who those kickers are for years. And I know the Ravens moved on from him because now he's accused of all stuff in the legal world. But the Ravens had Justin Tucker, 55 yards and in, automatic. The Chiefs are rocking Harrison Butker. The Bills have Bass. All those teams. And then look what happens. The Bengals think they have one, and then he shows up and has a bad year. And what happens? They miss the playoffs. Now, I'm not blaming him for the Bengals missing the playoffs. Obviously, their defense and many other problems existed. But my point is I tend to think that a kicker is really important to winning football games in the NFL. When you have an opportunity, sometimes it comes down to the end. And when you have an opportunity to win that game, you got to trust that guy. You can't tell me you trust him to make a big kick.
Absolutely.
You do?
How can you not trust him?
Because he's given you no reason.
Over the course of half a year. His first year was solid. It was fine.
Give me the big kick he hit. Do you remember the first year? They blew everyone out.
Last year on the opener, he made 6 field goals. Are those not big when you can't get in the end zone?
They were up by 25 points.
Because he was making field goal after field goal.
The first kick of his life that was considered like, dude, the game's on the line, he whiffed the sucker. And the rest of that year, nothing mattered because they were up 30-10. Every week and on their way to the Super Bowl.
In which he made, 3 field goals in the Super Bowl?
And missed an extra point, which I could argue.
You can dwell on the negative, or you can look at the fact that he made 3 field goals. As a rookie,
I don't think
he made
that's dwelling.
3 field goals. It's Ross Dwelly. He made 3 field goals in the Super Bowl as a rookie. That's not nothing.
Dude, you went to overtime and missed an extra point.
Right.
You went to overtime and missed an extra point. Who knows? You might have won that thing in regulation if he had kicked the ball through the uprights. Again,
you might have won in overtime if your coach knew the rules.
Yeah, sure. Again, I'm not putting every ill of the 49ers on Jake Moody. I'm simply spotlighting Jake Moody. You're telling me that you trust him in a big kick. I think I got more than half this fan base on my side. I don't.
Of course you do.
I don't.
Of course. And
why? What?
Why would you not have more than half the fan base on your side? Because people like to boo the kicker.
No,
you don't applaud the kicker when he does well because that's what he's supposed to do.
Give me the big kick.
But when the kicker misses, we go ahead and boo him.
Give it to me.
I'd have to look at the game log, Mark.
Because it hasn't happened.
Fine. It hasn't happened. Let's bring in Greg Joseph, a guy that no other team is out there trying to clamor to bring him in.
You can poo-poo it, but the bottom line is that he has now been here for 2+ years, and there's no clutch kick. You can't remember the one time where he sent everyone home happy.
Well, it's just 2 years, and he did it in preseason, which, you're really focused on that mattering.
Well,
so
I thought you just told me it didn't.
No, it doesn't. But you're saying 2+ years. He hasn't even started his third year.
I don't care if it's preseason or in your backyard or the Super Bowl. Kick the ball straight 90% of the time.
Yeah, it's just almost 90% is not the barometer. The league average is 84.
85 is, and he doesn't do it.
Fourth quarter of the Super Bowl, 2 minutes left, made a 53-yarder to take the lead.
Okay.
That doesn't count because he missed an extra point.
I didn't say it didn't count.
No, I
That's
said
a good
that.
answer. But he did. He missed an extra point.
Also made a 55-yarder in that same game in the second quarter. At that time, it was a Super Bowl record.
Great. Again, I'm simply talking about percentages. There's too many sideways kicks. And you can listen to Kyle Shanahan in a press conference if you want, or you can look at his facial expressions on the sideline. Don't tell me the Niner brass ain't pissed. Don't tell me they aren't.
Well, let's just see how pissed they are.
Well, they're not going to do anything about it because there's financial ramifications.
And also, there's no one out there who's appreciably better than he is.
You don't know that.
Well, if there was somebody who was definitely better, they would have brought him in by now.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. There are financial ramifications. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. There's somebody better than Sky Moore, but there are financial ramifications. We'll let you hear what Shanahan had to say about this. And then Mason Crosby joins us in 20 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
Save on your favorite brands at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off Stonyfield Organic Select Yogurts with Prime through August 26th. Make back-to-school season a breeze with grab-and-go breakfasts. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Now how will Jake Moody respond? Missed an extra point on the 49ers' first touchdown. Instead, the hold, Weeks to snap. And that is perfect.
You could sense the trepidation in the stadium.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, Grandy brought up an interesting point this morning, texting with all of us, with regard to basically what I think we just heard there. That's the call of Jake Moody's extra point. Yeah, where he got a boo followed by a Bronx cheer and then went out and the ensuing kickoff booted it out of bounds and made his special teams coach turn red. But have we reached a spot where here is the wrong place for Jake? Because let's say, Dibs, that you're on point today. Let's say we're being unfair. Well, I don't know if you can put the toothpaste back in the tube there. I mean, the guy is getting booed as he walks onto the field for a preseason extra point and has admittedly struggled with confidence over the last couple of years. So is this the best place for him to actually succeed, knowing that that's the environment?
Well, we'll see. I mean, if he does well, if he goes out there and makes his first 17 or 18 kicks of the year, extra points and field goals alike, well, then those boos will turn into cheers. I don't think the fans are going to boo him if he goes out and he's successful. And he missed an extra point in a preseason game, and the fan base is already feeling some kind of way about Jake Moody. And so, yeah, Jake Moody maybe will be better off going somewhere else and kicking. But the problem is there aren't a lot of those jobs open. And even if they are open, you don't usually take a cast off from one team and just plop them onto your team.
I mean, a lot of teams do it throughout the year. Ex-kicker
throughout the year, yes.
I mean, like they I'm not going to say they grow on trees, but it ain't like replacing your linebacker or a cornerback or a running back. Like it is easier to replace those guys. There are people on the street who can kick at an NFL level. Ex-kicker Mason Crosby is going to join us in 10 minutes. I mean, as I explore kind of the way you feel about this, let me ask you this. Why do you think the fan base feels the way they do about it? Because like talking to you right now, it's as if there's no evidence of a problem at all.
Well, there's evidence of him struggling. Yeah, last year, the second half of the year, he struggled. I don't look at preseason for anybody and make these sweeping judgments. I don't think that him kicking the ball out of bounds, it's not a good thing, but it's just a preseason game. Much like when you watch a Cactus League baseball game and Logan Webb goes out there and gives up 5 runs in 2 2/3, who cares?
But let me speak for some people listening to us. Why is Jake Moody seemingly with you starting at ground zero this year?
Because it's a new year, and they've chosen to give him the kicking job to start the year. So, as a 49er fan, I'm all in. I want him to do well.
Well, sure. I want him to do well.
I would not have booed him at a preseason game for missing a PAT.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't boo the home team. Like that's not my vibe. Whatever, though. If that's what you want to do it. I guess that's my I don't think that's the way most of us would look at a lot of different players. Do you know what I mean? Like when we come back for whatever preseason we're talking about, there are preconceived notions about a player based on how he's performed up to this point. You know what I mean? Like we did it this year with Camilo Doval. Camilo Doval came in for the Giants this year, and it was like, we're probably not going to use him as closer. And then he was closer, and then he wasn't closer, and then he was, and then he was gone. Right? Like there's history there. And
of course.
There's history with Jake. I'm not going to let, and that's maybe why when I say, he missed an extra point, you're like, he missed one extra point in a preseason game. It's like, no, we're not starting from scratch here. We've got a history of Jake Moody missing some significant kicks. Not all of them. Yes, he's made some. He's missed a lot of them, though, and is coming off of a terrible, terrible year. And so when you do miss 2 kicks in 2 games, this is not just like, it's preseason. Like, no, it's a continuation sensation is what it is.
I mean, for some, yeah. And, if Shanahan feels that way, then maybe he goes out and he has some struggles early and they go elsewhere. Yeah. Just looking at last year, a grand total of 36 individuals kicked in the National Football League for 32 teams. So it's not like the turnover was that great. Most teams, you get a kicker, you ride with them unless they are really, really bad. And Jake Moody was really bad last year. So for me, you start at ground zero for the year, but it's not like he's going to have the same amount of leash as he did as a rookie or as he did last year. No matter what the draft selection was to bring him in, this team's not going to sit there and tolerate him being erratic or being inconsistent. So
I'd argue they already have.
Well, and it's the preseason, so
and last season.
Fine, whatever happened last season was last season.
The guy drove Deebo Samuel nuts. Like this is, you know what I mean? Like this is, and by the way,
and that's the bar, right? Because Deebo,
of course not.
Deebo didn't drive him crazy, right?
Well, no,
whatever Deebo did.
I have no idea what Deebo did. He drove the long snapper crazy, Tabor Pepper, but no, that's not. It's an example, and you know this. Football players do not look at kickers as regular teammates. They don't. And so there is already an odd relationship there when you're missing big kicks, when the other guys are out there banging their heads against everything to make something happen, and then they create this opportunity, and the kicker goes out there and misses. It's tough. It's tough. And I don't think he's got the confidence of his teammates right now, which is why they bum rushed him in Vegas when he made a kick. That's why they reacted so over the top, because the guy is struggling. He's been struggling for an extended period of time now. So,
right, he didn't struggle in that game, going 5 for 6 and kicking a 59-yarder. So,
again,
when you don't know, that's why they bum rushed him.
Of course,
that's you jumping to that conclusion, and you're allowed to.
The whole radio station had an entire conversation about it the next day about how,
the whole radio station.
There was some feeling behind that.
I'm sure there was some joy.
It's a preseason game. Why would you bum rush the guy like you just won the Super Bowl?
Because maybe you're a guy who will never play in a regular season game, which is 2/3 of those guys who were on the field that day.
Here's what Shanahan said about this after the game.
I mean, I thought he had one of the best games I've ever seen a guy have last week. I know he missed extra point today, which definitely doesn't make us happy, but we'll see how it goes in the year. I know he's a talented kicker. I know he's done some really good things for us. He had a rough last 7 games last year, but I think he's had a real good offseason and a real good preseason also.
Okay, and I think Kyle right there is taking us for fools. He had the best game he's seen a kicker have in a long time that included A 53-yard miss, and B, a 27-yard field goal that would have doinked from 28.
Isn't it possible that he's saying that for Jake Moody's benefit?
Yes.
So that Jake Moody can hear his coach saying things and Jake Moody can maybe feel more confident?
Of course it is, but that's not honest.
You don't know how he feels.
Well,
that's his opinion. You're not going to take him at his word?
No, I'm going to take him at his facial expression that I saw on the field, which was livid.
Right, but the comments there are talking about the previous game when he was not so livid.
Yeah, well, that's a press conference.
Right.
We all know what we get at a press conference. Those are comments that have been through a filter.
And those are comments that are directed not for the fan base, but for Jake Moody. For Jake Moody to hear and feel like his coach has confidence in him, because that's what you want. If you're the coach, don't you want your player to feel confident?
Yes,
of course.
I would rather.
So that's why he's going to make those comments about the best game he's ever seen.
And that's fine, but I don't take them as valid. It's not the best game we've ever seen a kicker have. It's not even close, especially because, as you're pointing out, I mean, if this doesn't even matter, well, then kicking is a completely different deal in the preseason. Who cares? Who cares? There's nothing on the line, especially if you've got the job all locked up no matter what the hell you do.
Well, he's got the job. I wouldn't say it's all locked up.
We can just hook 27-yarders. You can miss 53-yarders, miss an extra point, kick a kickoff out of bounds. Doesn't matter.
Drill a 59-yarder and make 4 other kicks. Doesn't matter.
I'm not suggesting he misses them all, Dibs, but this is not a good percentage.
Well,
it's not a good percentage.
You're suggesting that it matters at one point and then it doesn't matter. And
it always
you
matters.
Kick the ball out of bounds. Maybe he's trying to put a ball in an area where he wouldn't try that in the regular season. You're allowed to experiment. Even if you're the kicker, you can try different things in a game that doesn't matter.
I don't know that at all. If you have that kind of a leeway, then your special teams coach wouldn't have had to go for a walk after that.
He looked frustrated.
He clearly did not have the leeway to do that. He did not have the leeway. Let's try something here. Or else his special teams coach would have been in on that. He would have said, hey, give this a little whirl and see what happens. Let's check it out. That's not what happened. He needed AirPods and a walk after watching Jake Moody kick the other day. And then they're going to come out here and have a press conference and be like, everything's amazing. It's not.
Well, what do you want him to say? Do you want him to come out and say Jake's on? He's on his last strand?
I don't want him to say anything. I can just freely say to you that I do not believe that was a genuine comment. That was the greatest game I've ever seen a kicker have last week. Give me a break. That's all I'm saying. Let's talk to somebody who did this. I'm sure he will agree with you because he used to do this. But let's find out. Mason Crosby, longtime Packer kicker, is going to join us in a moment. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready. With Valvoline Instant Oil Change, no appointment needed. You can stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
Your game day headquarters is here. Splash at Thrive City in the heart of San Francisco. They've got the largest LED screen in the Bay Area, immersive sound, and a private or semi-private spaces for your crew. Host your fantasy football draft or watch every NFL and college football game in style. With craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer on tap, not to mention golf simulators, pool, and shuffleboard. Fun for the whole family. College Saturdays kick off at 8:30, NFL at 9:30. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game to score an exclusive game day perk. Reserve your spot now at SplashSportsBar.com.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus tax and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Presenting Again Fling's Love Story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Get a bottle of Seafoam motor treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O Rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This summer, try the new Strato Frappuccino blended beverage at Starbucks. It's the classic blended iced coffee you know and love, now topped with a creamy layer of handcrafted brown sugar cold foam. Available for a limited time. Your Strato Frappuccino is ready at Starbucks.
(642-2202).
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, is this true, Grandy? I don't remember this. Dibs, do you remember this? 510 texted in, Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Did Boyer, the special teams coach, say after the Raiders kick that kick, quote, may have changed the course of Moody's career? Do you remember that quote? I don't remember that quote.
Yeah.
I don't want to take that as fact, but we have a texter saying that was said. And if that was said, that is interesting because it makes it sound like Moody either was or is on thin ice. So if that's the most recent kick against the Raiders, and then your follow-up is to walk out there this week and miss an extra point wide left by 5 yards, I don't know.
I'm looking at it here, and he said this is Thursday, last Thursday.
Yeah.
I mean, it could change his career. It's one of those kicks where what I really liked about his response from the 52-yard miss, I believe. He showed a lot of character in that moment.
Okay.
He hit 2 clutch ones, and on and on and on. So, and then he goes on to praise how awesome it was to see the kid rebound and all the rest of it. So, yeah, it could be he misses that kick, and confidence goes even lower, and maybe they end up making a change.
River Island's guest line, and when you go live to Wisconsin, it's always good to have this sound first. All right, let's do it. Let's go out to talk to our friend Mason Crosby, now radio host out there in Green Bay, longtime kicker for the Packers as well. We want a little perspective on this situation here on Willard and Dibs. Mason, how you doing, man? Thanks for the time.
Yeah, I'm doing great. Y'all having a little kicker issue out there? Y'all just feeling a little nervous right now? What's going on?
Mason, it like the body does not feel good when you line up from 45 yards with the game on the line right now. Like it just
a little tension there, huh?
just a bit. Yeah, so like I don't know what to think about this. To me, we've kind of seen enough, and I got to think there's somebody out there better. But it's a third-round draft pick. There's money involved. There's pride involved. Kyle Shanahan says they're going to stick with him. But what's your thought when you watch him kick?
So, Jake Moody, is this his third year?
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, third year. So, I mean, I have to look at my situation whenever I came in the league and being on in a good organization, an organization that expects to win games and, do all of that. They were able to kind of ride the wave with him early on, still, found a way to win games and things, stuff like that. So I know in my first 4 years, first 4 years, there were ups and downs. There were moments where it was like, gosh, this is not going great. But you invest a little time, you invest like sticking to the process and allowing a guy like that to develop. And then you just kind of hope it doesn't cost you too much, and I do think this seemingly is an important year, especially with what the expectations are in the kicking game now that, Jake needs to have a good year if they're going to roll with him. And I would assume he'd be on a relatively short leash, going there. But, you had Greg Joseph there in camp and, decided to move on from him pretty early. So that's seemingly, that's telling to me that they're going to roll with Moody, at least for the time being.
How much of the kicking game from your standpoint is just purely mental versus, the physicality that you need to make the kicks?
Oh gosh, it's it's all of it. It's going out there and being able to have freedom in those moments. So I think the mental side is in all that preparation. Getting your mind right for what each one of those moments is going to look like, feel like, and that comes with experiencing the good and the bad moments. I do think teams at times are a little too knee-jerk on, moving on from somebody. And you see that historically with teams that have 4 or 5 kickers a season and they've had 8 guys in the last 4 years or something like that, just because they just do not – they don't let guys develop like they do with other positions sometimes. So that's some philosophy, but yeah, I think it's experience. I think it's the preparation on a daily basis of getting your mind and then preparing your body to go out there and just be free in those moments. So I'm going down to a golf event in Alabama actually starting tomorrow, and I think about that all the time. I'm like, if I don't have time to go to the range, then I get on the course and I'm like working on my game, and that's always recipe for disaster, right? So as long as I go out and I separate, all right, when I'm at the range and I'm doing this, I can tweak and work on some things. Once I get on the course, I'm out there and I'm cutting it loose, and now it's performance time. And I think for young guys, that has to be the mindset where it's like, I'm working, I'm doing these things, I'm getting myself, my mind and my body right, and come game day, I'm just going out there and I'm cutting it loose and I'm performing, and let the chips fall how they may.
Longtime kicker Mason Crosby with us on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Okay, in both answers, Mason, you've used a word that I want to dig into, and I'm going to freely tell you before I even get to this question, this is probably a crappy take by somebody who has never been an NFL kicker, but you've twice used the word develop. And I'm thinking to myself, other than the stage being bigger, what really is it that y'all are developing? Like, the ball's on the ground, you kick it straight, right? Like, what is it that you need to learn when you get into the league?
Well, I mean, you got to think, like, a quarterback's throwing a ball forever. What do they need to learn? They're learning new play. They're doing different things. Yes, ours is much easier. We don't have to learn plays and do all of that, but the game, the rush, everything speeds up. You get moving too fast sometimes, so you got to slow everything down. You got to slow your mind down. You got to slow all those processes down and just stay in the rhythm and in those moments. And then there is a difference with kicking that ball and with the hashes. It's weird, like the narrower hashes give some guy, give issues sometimes just because of your angles are changing. They become very subtle. And then it just seems too sometimes like these young guys, they bang 50-plus yarders with ease, and then it's those 45 to 35 yarders that give them a little bit of a headache. I will say that, I think these college kickers coming from college where they're kicking 20-yard extra points to that transition, and now you have 50-plus 33-yard extra points every year that you're expected to make the same as you were that 20-yarder. It doesn't sound like a long kick, but whenever you do it over and over again, it adds to it. It's taxing. You have a field goal that you have to go out there and make every time that only counts for 1 point. So I do think all of those things play a factor. And then the stage is just that much bigger. The pressure is that much bigger. I talk about this all the time on my show about NIL and how we're going to see professional athletes not play as long, just because it is hard to be a professional for a really long period of time. It is taxing. Once you're getting paid, once that money is coming in, the expectations get higher and the pressure gets even more. And I think some guys just feel that a little bit more than others.
Yeah, you had a great long career, 400 career field goals made, and Jake Moody now in year 3, new long snapper, new holder, new step approach to the ball. How much of that is kind of a learning curve, and how much room should Jake Moody be given as he tries to go through these changes?
Yeah, you can't discount that operation, being different. I mean, we saw it with Justin Tucker. He had the same two guys forever. Not that he, fell off immensely with his percentage, but I mean, he was a 90+% guy, and then he dropped into the mid 80s there whenever they kind of switched some of those things. It's timing, it's rhythm, it's how it's weird stuff for a kicker. Whenever you're there, it's how the holder catches the ball and presents it, how quickly he gets it down. It's kind of all those things. I mean, it's like a lot of sports, pitching and pitcher and a catcher, their relationship, quarterback with his center and his wide receivers running their routes, like all of that timing and all that rhythm really makes a difference. And if it gets off a little bit, you hesitate for a moment. That's when all those demons can creep in. So it's easier said than done to just say, go out there, cut it loose. You've done this a million times. Like, just, have freedom, trust that it's going to be there. That's definitely easier said than done. But I always hope that these young guys get a little more leeway. They just give them a chance to go out there and, get through some of these moments. But the business doesn't always allow for that, right? It's just it's a different game. When I came into the league, if you were 85%, you were probably top 5 kickers in the league. And now it's the expectation is you're making 90% of your kicks and you're making everything inside of 55 yards. It's changed dramatically, and that adds pressure to the job.
Mason, I'm looking at your stats right now, and if we count those 3 games at the end with the New York Giants, 17 years in the league, You never missed a kick in that was less than 20 yards. If it was 29 yards or less, you only missed twice. This is in 17 years. And
you know what's disappointing about those two misses also is both of those ended my longest make field goal streak. I think both kicks I missed inside 30 yards. I ended a 24 make streak and a 27 make streak on both of those.
Oof! But then, the second one,
the short ones creep in there.
The second one happened in 2011, and then you went 13 years without missing one of those, and then you've missed 21 extra points in 17 years. So Mason, and I bet some of those were blocked too. So talk to me about, and I know the distance changed a little bit at some point, but the idea of just missing an extra point when everything went right and you just missed it. How often is that excusable?
Not if everything's right. It is inexcusable. I mean, missing an extra point, regardless of the distance, is it's hard. It's hard for teams to swallow. I think it affects it affects kickers more than missing a 45-yarder. You send one on the way, win, catch it, whatever. Something happens, you can almost move on a little bit easier. You miss an extra point, that's creeping in because now you're saying, all right, that's a 33-yarder. There's it's fundamentals. It's some of these things, and you really have to just. It's like missing a 4-foot putt. You just got to kind of. In a sense, laugh it off and be like, all right, well, I'll deal with that after this game. Don't let that creep into my next one because you see that happen a lot. Someone misses an extra point, and then they come back and they miss that, that kick later in the game that is even more costly. But those things add up, and you got to try to really – and that's probably where the mental side comes in because your mind will tell you, well, all right, something went wrong with my swing, with my kick – if I missed a kick like that, and you have to combat that nonstop all the time, and it takes work and it takes energy and it takes effort before you get in those moments for those things to not creep into your mind.
And is part of the challenge being on an island as a kicker? Because you don't often see guys come up to the kicker and give him an attaboy or try to coach him up if they're in a tight spot. Is it really a case where the kicker is basically just on an island throughout the game?
Sometimes, yeah. There's certain guys that are always just like, all right, we're not going to mess with the fragility of these these specialists, but. I always felt I was pretty fortunate. I had good teammates that if I missed a kick, if I had tough times, they'd put their arm around me and it's like, all right, let's get this thing going, just like I would do with them. And in a similar moment, it's like, all right, and that's what makes teams special as well. Is that those moments happen, things happen. We put ourselves on the line all the time, and we make sure that we support one another. So that's also a culture and a team thing as well. Can't be afraid to step into those spaces whenever it's going well and whenever it's going tough, because ultimately sometimes you got to just show up for each other and be like, hey, I got you, bro. We're gonna step up. And just a little inside football is I had missed some kicks in games that we won. And, we win a game and I'm kind of a little bummed, it's like, oh man, I didn't do my job fully. And then I've missed, I've missed a kick to lose a game. And I can't tell you how many guys, come up and they're just like, well, I should have caught that pass in the second quarter. I should have, we should have scored the touchdown. Everybody goes through a moment in a game where they're like, if I had just done a little bit more, that wouldn't have happened. So I think those are important things to remember as well.
Mason Crosby, longtime kicker, 17 seasons in the league on Willard and Dibs. Here's what I wanted to ask you, and it probably won't apply much to Jake Moody because he kicks here in California, though I think the first big kick that he had in weather came in his rookie year. Niners were 5-0, lining up for a game-winning 41-yarder in Cleveland in a rainstorm, and he missed it. And you're from Texas, and then you ended up in Green Bay. I want to know, the process of learning how to kick in weather.
Oh, well, you know what they say. You're just built different whenever you grow up and are from Texas. So, I don't know. Some of that is a mindset thing, and I will say, like, I was fortunate enough to have great parents and some guidance on just how to move on from good and bad, and try to just stay even through all of those moments. But there is a learning curve. Like I said, my first 4 years, today's standards would have been way below par. You know, it was, but I was fortunate enough to go to a place that was building something. We won a Super Bowl in year 4, so that, definitely helped. But we were building a team then, and then, we won the Super Bowl, and then I started, kind of getting my game together. But it took me a while to learn Chicago. Honestly, it took me a couple years to figure out, when we went and played Chicago, some of the win patterns in there. It's experience. You almost you sometimes have to just get lucky and have good weather in some of those tough spots, or whenever it's tough, you just don't have kicks that are just going to be too taxing. But the ultimate thing is learning from those moments as well. So yeah, Jake missing that kick there. If that is something that is in his mind nonstop, those demons can creep in there, and it can become overwhelming. And it's hard to flush those out sometimes. So for me, it's that too. It's like, and you talked about the mental side. I think it's see those sports psychologists. They have everything in those buildings now, and you have money, you have resources. Just go and just dive into that, because sometimes it's not even what's going on the field that's bugging some of these guys. They're humans. They have lives. They have all these things. You just got to be able to flush all of that stuff out. And then whenever that job is there and you're present on that game day, you lock in and you do the work. But it takes time, and it takes getting into those moments. And I do see it sometimes. Guys that play in San Francisco or in California, and that you're almost unlucky whenever you hit a bad weather or a tough situation game, like, say, Jake, for that Cleveland game. It's not all the time, so you're not able to prepare as often. I got to prepare once November hit. I mean, we were outside in it, and I was like, all right, I had 1,000 kicks in really tough situations before I ever took the field on game day. And so by year 4, it was like, all right, I've kicked 1 million times in this type of condition. Now it's just go out there and get the job done.
Mason Crosby, all right, before we send you off to play golf in Alabama, tell us your favorite story of someone coming up to you and expressing either frustration or gratitude because of something that you did for or against their fantasy team.
Oh, the fantasy team, yeah. I mean, I think fantasy football was the best thing that could have happened to my position as well, because I think it backed some hecklers off a little bit. And I had a couple bad goes there in Detroit. So Detroit fans loved getting after me on the sideline and things like that. But every once in a while, so I definitely had one guy that I swear he was there every time we played. Those must have been his season tickets. And it was funny how one time there was a shift, and he was like, I had no choice. You were the last kicker, starting kicker available, so I had to take you. And he was just like, don't suck today like you did last year. Well, I guess that's like a backhanded compliment, I guess. Like, it's like he wanted me to do well, but still wanted us to lose extremely bad. And unfortunately, for him, that was the year after my bad kind of horrible game in Detroit, and I ended up kicking a game winner against Detroit in both those games in 2019. So kind of came back twofold, but I do think fantasy football just changed that atmosphere a little bit, because there's so many times where it's like, I want y'all to lose so bad, but hey, make all your kicks because you're on my fantasy team.
Yeah, I'm a Niner fan, but I've definitely at least used you as a bye-week fill-in before, Mason.
Exactly.
That definitely happened.
Every once in a while.
Yeah.
Every once in a while.
Hey, man, thank you for doing it. Ton of fun. Appreciate it so much.
All right, yep. Let me know. Hopefully Jake gets it turned around and gets it going the right way, and we'll see how that goes. I'm always rooting for these young guys to make a good career out of it.
Hit them straight out there, man.
All right, I appreciate you.
Okay, Mason Crosby joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Yeah, like that in and of itself. And look, if you want to say I'm over-worrying, then fine. Say that I'm over-worrying. But there's a bunch of his answers that I like, and it's very interesting, I think.
Yeah.
It matters more. I know some people are like, are we really, like, this is the kicker? This is what you're worried about? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, this is what I'm worried about because it is important to winning football games. But if you have everything go right and you still hook or push an extra point to where it doesn't even come close, that is something that is that's a fundamental or a form error. And yes, I know it was only one kick, though I could give you all kinds of other things. But I find that to be very worrisome. This was the last tune-up for the regular season, and he went out there, and his first kick, he did something formatically completely wrong.
Right, but as Mason was explaining, it's not only the kicker, it's the operation, which is why I asked him about new snapper, new holder. The timing is something that's going to take time. He's got a new two-step as opposed to a three-step, and none of these are excuses because when you get in 13 days and you get on the field and you need to make kicks, you either make them or you don't. And if you don't, then they find somebody who can actually make the kicks. But the operation is something that's brand new with a new snapper. And, he was getting really into the detail of, how the holder holds it and how often or how early you actually get to see the ball as the kicker. These are all things that I think can lead to some of the inconsistencies we've seen. But then again, you get to week 1 in 13 days, it doesn't matter about all these things. You either make the kicks or you don't.
Yeah,
and if you don't, you're gone.
Like Brock Purdy's going to have some new offensive linemen. Are we going to be like, it's okay if you throw crooked sometimes?
Well, he's got new receivers and he's got, new everything, new QB coach and all the rest of it.
People don't want to hear it.
Well, when you get to the real games, absolutely. Yeah. And that's why I'm not at all really that worried about Jake Moody in the preseason because if he takes this form into the regular season, that's going to take care of itself.
Look, once we get there, because if you listen to Kyle's answer, I don't think that Jake Moody's job is on the line. Once we get there, as a Niner fan, you have no choice but to reboot. And if he starts making all or most of his kicks and all of the extra points, then of course you recover and we move on. But it does not feel good. And like, for instance, I got in touch with Mason Crosby's producers early this morning. And I said, we want Mason to come on the show. Mason never asked why. Mason knows why.
Of course.
We've gone on his show. He's come on this show before. It's usually because the Packers are about to play the Niners. Not this time. He didn't need to ask. He's like, yeah, y'all having some problems out there, right? And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, we are, Mason. So I hear you, but I'm not about to act like there's nothing to see here. There's something to see here.
Perhaps. I think. We'll see if there's something to see here when you get to the regular season games. And, if you get to where Kyle Shanahan is at 4th and 3 at the opposition's 40-yard line and he chooses to go for it as opposed to roll out Moody for a 57-yarder, that becomes a thing.
Might be the right thing to do. But, yeah, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. So many of us are terrified of all of the 49er injuries. I think I can try at least to make you feel better coming up next. So we'll do that. Matt Barrows is going to join us a little bit later on in the show, and we'll get to all the Jauan stuff too. It's Willard and Dibs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Discover Terra Madre America's
into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set, go!
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
This Labor Day, after doing it all, nothing resets you like a Lazy Boy recliner or kicking back on your Lazy Boy sofa. Taking you from workday to wind down with comfort that never quits. Don't miss the Labor Day sale with 30% off everything. Visit your local Lazy Boy today.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
So please help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake Moody for the first time. The point after is no good. Wide to the left. Boy, the wind down there, you wonder, was that a factor here? That was not close.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Can you kick it? No, you can't.
I mean, 75% of the time. I mean, he kicks it. He doesn't miss.
Sure he does.
So, yes, he can.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
Can he kick it accurately? Well, it's a different song. It's a different tune altogether.
Different song. Do you have Can He Kick It Accurately by Tribe? Do you have that one?
I don't have that one.
I don't have that one. They haven't made that one
Unreleased at this point. But, yeah, he kicks it. I don't know if he's ever gone full Charlie Brown.
Yeah,
just straight up miss.
That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing if he had punted it. Whoop! That's just preseason,
That's
so
right.
we're just trying stuff. Oh, gosh. Anyway, the Niners are not actually that hurt. Calm down. They might be.
Well, I'm looking at the preseason did not plays.
Talk to me.
Well, I mean, all these guys didn't play. And I know most of them aren't hurt, but, hard to really tell who is hurt and who's not hurt until you get to week one, right?
Well, I made myself feel better today, and I have to give some credit to Matt Mayoko because it was inspired by his tweet. His tweet was about Dominic Pooney. So Dominic was at practice today, didn't participate, but he was running on the side. And Matt tweeted out, he goes, he looks good. He looks a lot better than he did before. And then he ended his tweet with, I'd be surprised if he's not out there for week one. And remember, the initial diagnosis was, week one is, maybe he'll play, maybe he won't. So Mayoko says, I'd be surprised if he's not going to play week one. And for whatever reason, it just jumped into my head. All of these injuries, good Lord, the Niners are decimated, right? Okay, what do we know as far as who's not available week one?
Well, Brandon Ayuk is not available week one.
Okay,
yep.
And we've known that for almost a year.
Right.
Who else?
That we know is not available.
Like, I know today that somebody I wish could play is not going to play. What do we know? I'll give you another name.
Yeah.
Malik Mustafa.
Okay.
But we knew that. Anyone else?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, Isaac Guerrero, but
already been replaced.
He might be healthy, and not even up on game day. His injury may not even be a determining factor in whether or not he plays.
Okay. I mean, I could play the game of Jacob Cowing and Jordan Watkins, but Watkins has never played in the NFL, and Cowing has barely played in the NFL, so miss me with the idea that puts the 49ers in some awful spot.
Jauan Jennings would be one that don't know if he's injured or not. All we know is he's not playing right now. So
no, right, but we don't know that he's out week one, and in fact, Kyle Shanahan said expect him for week one.
Right. Okay.
Which is probably a ploy, but
for sure.
But again, so that's my point is actually for week one, the possibility exists that the Niners are as healthy as they could possibly be right now. I know what August has felt like. Oh my God, they're decimated. Are they? What if you walk out there with your full offensive line, your full defensive line, which largely returned to practice today, C.J. West, Mykel Williams. Your linebacker core right now is looking good. Renardo Green is healthy. Upton Stout is expected back soon. Diamado Lenore is fine. The safeties, we don't know who they are, but the safety room is good. They're healthy right now.
Yeah, short of Mustafa, who you mentioned, but we knew that.
Your running backs, ready to go. What if Jauan Jennings is ready to go? What if the 49ers are actually in great shape for week one? All I'm saying is that today, all of this hand-wringing and freaking out about, oh my God, we trade for Sky Moore. They might be fine. We do not know. Like, none of these dudes have been ruled out of week one as of yet.
With the exception of the two you mentioned, and we knew that.
Yeah, we knew that.
All the way back. And so even Garendo, I don't think he's been ruled out, but he's been usurped. He's now running back 3 at best, and I actually think that Jeff Wilson Jr., the way he looked on Saturday, I think that
we'll see.
I
don't know if he's going to make the team, but yeah, tomorrow will bring some clarity.
I mean, it's definitely changed now with Brian Robinson getting signed because, there's another veteran that you can automatically give the ball to and feel better about than you would with Isaac Garendo. But to your greater point, injury-wise, they don't have a lot of guys who are just glaringly going to be out in week 1.
And by the way, who knows, could be blessing in disguise. I mean, maybe some reps got saved in camp. I don't think this is good for the young players, but maybe some reps got saved in camp, and that could be a good thing. I was forever sort of adjusted when Steph Curry 3 years ago got hurt before the playoffs. And then the playoffs happened, and you're like, dude, that injury actually scored. That injury was great. He got some rest. And I don't know how many veterans necessarily this affects. The Niners are young in a lot of spots. But some of these injuries, maybe guys maybe they're able to sort of work their way through August in a way that keeps them fresher for September, October, November. I'm going to choose to think that the 49ers are going to be healthy until I know otherwise. And it just dawned on me because we've talked so much about injury that I'm like, we actually don't know that they're decimated by anything 2 weeks from now.
Right, and the fact that Dominic Pooney might play week 1, that's tremendous news, and you could have your starting offensive line, and your starting defensive line is kind of a fluid thing. You don't really have 4 ironclad guys you're going to lean on, and I know that Yetur Gross-Matos is a guy who has been hurt, and he continues to be hurt. He's a depth piece on the defensive line, so of your real mainstays, the guys you're going to rely on, you're right. Your running back, your tackle, your tight end, your quarterback, and your new receiver, Ricky Pearsall, healthy across the board. And defensively, it's, Bosa and Warner, and you mentioned the guys in the secondary, healthy. All the linebackers, they've been healthy. So you feel good about going into week 1 with the majority of your starters.
If they get there. I guess the other name that we could add to this that we haven't brought up yet is Demarcus Robinson. We know that he's not going to be available for week 1, not because of injury, but because of suspension for 3 games. He's never played for the Niners before, but I've been a fan of his for a long time. He's played for a lot of good football teams. I think he's a really good depth receiver. Rams, Kansas City Chiefs, the teams around him tend to be good. I don't think it's because of him, but if he is your WR3 or your WR4, I think you're in pretty good shape. He's a quality player, and he looked like he had a pretty good preseason. So, I'm not here to tell you that everything looks great with the wide receiver core today for week 1, but I don't know that on some level it's awful. I don't know that. If Ricky and Jauan are both ready to go for week 1, and then you got to sprinkle in whatever else it is they do between Russell Gage and Sky Moore and things like that.
Robbie Chosen,
whatever it is you have to do for week 1, sure, that's a little thin, and therefore it's a little scary. But at the same time, I don't know, man, that roster might look pretty damn good for week 1 in Seattle.
Depends on how much you have to throw it and how these receivers actually are. Jauan Jennings coming off of no camp, and Ricky Pearsall has been good so far in the short sample that he had with Brock in the 1 preseason game. But beyond that, you've had a lot of these guys you mentioned going up against the other team's 2s and their 3s. So you really don't know if Robbie Chosen still has anything left. And Russell Gage, didn't he get hurt again?
Yeah, no, I think he's
actually back from that last injury.
Was he back today, or was he expected back? I don't know if he practiced today, but word came out that they don't think that this is going to still be a thing 2 weeks from now.
Okay, good.
So, but I mean, look, we're going to get some clarity tomorrow.
And a lot of question marks.
I don't even know who the hell is going to make the team in that room.
Right.
At least to start.
You would figure Sky Moore would make it. Otherwise, why would you, trade, make a trade for a guy and then you end up cutting him? That would be
embarrassing.
A little bit awkward. Yeah. And, you did get him the ball on the jet sweep, the little jet pass, and he's got speed that not a lot of other receivers on this team have. So I'd like to see him up on game day and see how they actually are going to use him.
Grandy, can you find our I like to just call him Carrington Harrington now because it's fun, even though that wasn't
Harrison,
I know, but it's more fun. Carrington Harrington. Can we play for Dibs what he said? Some of the things he said about Sky Moore.
Who is this guy you're referring to?
Kansas City radio host.
Okay.
Yep. Covers the Chiefs, I think, from the Chiefs flagship on Odyssey station out there in Kansas City. And he jumped on the show with us while you were traveling. And I forget what his first example was, but he was talking about landmark moments in his career. And he was like, there was this thing that happened once, which was amazing. But clearly the number two landmark, most surprising thing that's ever happened in my career is that somebody called me to talk on the radio about Sky Moore. So we were the second biggest moment in his career.
Awesome.
Which was exciting.
To talk Sky Moore.
To talk about Sky Moore.
Yeah, which sounds like the career still has some bright spots ahead. Hang in there, Carrington.
Hope.
Yeah.
You hope. Yeah, he was like, he doesn't catch the football when you throw it to him, was his main point.
That's not good.
He doesn't catch it.
When you're the wide receiver and you have a hard time with the receiving part of it.
And then he dropped one in the preseason game. He caught 3, though.
Well, one of them was just you're in motion, I'm going to give you the bloop, the little the jet pass.
Right.
That was one of his catches.
That was a forward pass.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's one of his catches.
Yeah. But he caught 2 others.
Okay.
I mean, 3 out of 4. Apparently, if his name's Jake Moody, he's doing wonderful.
Right. There you go. 3 out of 4, he'll lose his job.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Matt Barrows will join us in exactly an hour, and we'll try to get the latest on this. But it has already been a very active day for wide receivers around the league. We woke up to Terry McLaurin has signed his extension with Washington. That situation is over. Then we get word that Jacoby Myers is requesting a trade out of Las Vegas, only to hear an hour later that Amari Cooper has been signed by the Las Vegas Raiders, and the 49ers were reportedly among those who were calling and had interest. Then there's also the non-wide receiver news of the day, which is that Trey Hendrickson has ended his hold-in and got a new deal for the Cincinnati Bengals and will still be a free agent at the end of the year. Why is all of this happening today? Well, because I believe cutdown day is tomorrow. Roster decisions need to be made, and people need all of the information they can have before you make roster decisions. They need to know who's available. So the fact that Jauan Jennings sat out practice again today, and the 49ers said over the weekend, we expect him by week 1, and Tim Kawakami's got an article, SF Standard, that's suggesting this is starting to lean much more toward holdout, and the Niners might even place him on IR almost as a threat because he's got a lot of incentives in his deal, and if he misses 4 games, it's going to be real hard to make those incentives. I got to think that they're working hard on this right now. We got 21 hours to go until rosters need to be set, and I would argue the 49ers need to know where they stand and where Jauan Jennings stands before they make that decision.
Yeah, and the decision will be mainly for a guy like Robbie Chosen. Do we end up keeping him? Do you keep Gage and Chosen because you're not sure about Jauan Jennings? I think when you look at the wide receiver room, you're pretty solid on your top 4, and if Jauan's there, your top 5, you know who you're going to keep, and then it's just a question of, do you keep another guy for insurance because Jauan isn't ready to play, or he has a calf, or his contract is not right? That, I think, is where you have to have a determination from Jauan as to exactly where you stand vis-a-vis him playing football.
Who are you saying are the top 4 that you know are going to be on the roster?
Pearsall and Robinson, and I think Sky Moore, and Ayuk doesn't count because he's on the IR.
And Robinson won't right out of the gate either.
Right.
Suspended.
Because he's suspended. So I do think you look at Gage is a guy who I think you'd like to keep because he's somebody a few years back who was productive. The other interesting one is Cowing, where I think Cowing makes the team, even though...
Oh, for sure.
I mean...
But he might be IR designated for return.
Right.
Same with, Jordan Watkins. This is kind of what I mean. Like what you're talking out, I think is a real challenge before tomorrow. And I don't think any of us even fully know all of the rules of, like, who counts for a roster spot and who doesn't. You're right. Ayuk's on the team. Robinson's on the team. Moore's on the team. Jennings is on the team. Pearsall's on the team. Cowing's on the team. Watkins on the team. But how and when and why and the injuries, suspensions.
And depends on when Watkins can be ready. Like, if Watkins can be ready for week 2, then you don't want to put him on IR because he's out for 4. And so there is a lot of that where you got to determine the severity of the injury. And in Jauan's case, the willingness for him to actually come play football. If we take care of this contract and we give you a little extra or whatever happens, will you come play football in week 1? Can we count on that? And that's something that they have to determine here in the next 21 hours.
Well, let's take a listen to what Kyle said, because I think we've officially reached the time where we need to start diving into every word, the tone behind it, what's actually going on here, what's being said, because we're not getting a straight story anymore. We've arrived at it's a calf. Calves are super tricky. No clue on the calf. Oh, but yeah, he'll be ready for week 1, which is in 13 days. I thought you just said we had no idea. To me, buttons are being pushed. And I hate doing this because it sounds super rude, quite frankly, to be making assumptions about someone else's body and injuries. I don't think Jauan is that hurt anymore. Maybe a little bit, but I don't think that's what this is about. I don't believe that anymore. To me, this is completely about contract. But you decide. Here's Shanahan about Jauan and week 1.
It's been almost a month since Jauan last practiced. Is he in jeopardy of missing week 1?
I mean, if it doesn't heal, yes. But I expect him to be back. I think he should be back from it, but you never know with calves.
Do you expect Jauan's calf to be this severe when he re-aggravated it earlier in camp?
I'm not a doctor, so like I said, calves take time. You never know with calves.
That's right, they're tricky.
You never know. You never know with calves. And he's right,
No, he's not.
He's totally right. You just never know with calves.
If this was anyone else's calf, they'd be talking to us about it. I mean, yeah, look, McCaffrey to a degree was a calf.
I'm not a doctor, so.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I have no idea. Should he be ready for week 1? Well, yeah, he should be.
Should be.
That's where he got me. Oh, he should be. Coaches don't do that about injuries because that is putting them in a really bad spot.
Right.
That's putting a player in a really bad spot if you put a timeline on an injury, but you actually don't know if the guy's going to be ready, because then fans start getting they get disappointed. They feel like too much has been promised and then not delivered.
Yeah, and this is a case where he can't really come out and say, because even if the calf is hurt a little bit, then he hasn't really been out there on the practice field to put it to the test. So even if there is a little bit of something in the calf, Shanahan doesn't know how he's responding because he's not out there practicing.
Yeah. So you combine that commentary with the reports that they could put Jauan on IR. How about that for an incentive-laden deal? How about if you miss 4 games, Jauan?
Tough to hit those incentives when you're only playing 13.
Meantime, Jauan is walking around the stadium on Saturday eating popcorn and fresh off of an Instagram post that essentially says, y'all messed with the wrong dude. That's where we're at.
Yep.
I don't see anything about a calf in there.
Well, he was walking around. I don't know if he was eating popcorn with a limp. I didn't really get a chance to see that exact footage, but
don't think so.
Probably feeling pretty good. Just having some popcorn. Get your popcorn ready.
Popcorn's delicious. I wish I had a bag of popcorn right now.
Tough to do radio and eat popcorn.
It is, although I know a lot of people are like, that's the one that you can't eat. But for me, it's anything.
And peanuts.
Anything from the nut family.
Yep.
Let's go to Austin in the city. Let's go to Austin in the city. I'm trying to find a way to say it so that it doesn't turn sophomoric and stupid, and I haven't found it yet. Anyway, hi, Austin. What's going on?
Hey, nothing much. Just getting off work, listen to you guys. Hey, I got this, man, for you guys. I'm not too much worried about the receiver group because availability is the best ability. The availability is the best ability. So with that being said, I'm so glad the 49ers got a backup running back within Robertson because, McCaffrey, although he's a good running back, he only had over, 1,000 yards 3 times in his career, and everything else has been injury-prone. And with that being said, too, also, my main concern with injury thing is Kittle. How long he gonna stay up for us to win games? Is he gonna be a blocking tight end, or is he gonna be a receiver tight end until he get injured? And then what? Who else we got on that blocking line for us, other than Williams?
I mean, why are you specifically worried about Kittle? Just because of the obvious, or you think because he's aging, or what? Like, I mean, any of these guys could get hurt, Austin. Any of them at any point, as we know.
It's the injury, and he go hard at his position. You feel me? It ain't no stopping what he do. He good blocker. He runs downfield, catches the ball. He does everything.
He's the best.
That's one of our biggest weapons on our team, and he's also injury prone. So we one injury away from losing it all.
I don't find George Kittle to be injury prone. I think that's an unfair kind of label. I don't know anybody who's played as long as him and hasn't had some injuries here and there, but George has never suffered a major injury. He has suffered bumps and bruises, missed games here or there, but he's never gone down with anything that has kept him out for an entire year or anything like that, Austin.
I'm not saying that he's keeping out for the years. The games that we need him in is that the games that we need him in for. So I'm just saying how long he gonna hold up. Just like the style of play that he plays physical. Just like Debo plays physical, and they miss his best ability is availability. And we need Kittle to stay available for us to do anything.
I hear you. Yeah, Austin, I hear you. I don't disagree. I just think that that's life. Like, I mean, I don't know how we can sit here and say that, you know what I mean? Like, George Kittle, does he play too aggressively or whatever? Again, like he has never suffered anything awful in his career, but I can almost guarantee you right now, yeah, he's going to get hurt on some level.
Yep.
He's going to need treatment. It's going to be painful. He probably won't play 17 games.
He never has.
Yeah, like I don't that's welcome to the NFL.
He played 15 last year, and that includes the last game of the year that he didn't play because why bother? The season was over.
Right.
And the year before that, he played 16 of the 17, and then 15 the year before that. So George Kittle is a guy who plays through pain and some injury. He's always available, and he's always out there doing it. But to Austin's point, I would worry about George Kittle getting hurt just because of the drop-off to the next guy up on your tight end ledger. You don't have that. Even with Brian Robinson Jr. now, you do have somebody who has proven to be able to run the ball in the NFL behind McCaffrey. He's not as good as McCaffrey, but the drop-off from McCaffrey to Robinson is a lot smaller, in my opinion, than Kittle going down to the backup tight end.
Yeah, and just one point of clarification on McCaffrey. He's actually rushed for over 1,000 yards 4 times, not 3 times, and he has had a season affected by injury 1, 2, 3 times, and he's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fully healthy seasons. So 6 fully healthy, 3 not fully healthy, 4 times over 1,000 yards. And each of those unhealthy seasons came right after major carries, major touches. All right, we're sponsored by Safeway. Matty Barrows coming up top of the hour. Let's get a little deeper into the Jauan situation coming up next. And where do you stand on it? What would you like to see the Niners do here? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing $5 deals for members. $5 for deli specials like Chicken Tenders Original or Nashville Hot, JoJo Potato Wedges, and more. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back of the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance. Select the built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you, and for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen pack. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor Portrayal. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states.
Hey homeowners, can I get a minute of your time? If you need cash but don't want another loan, I've got the perfect solution. You can access up to $500,000 of your home's equity without monthly payments or interest ever with Unlock. This isn't a loan, it's a home equity agreement. With Unlock, you may qualify for cash today in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No debt, no extra bills, just financial flexibility on your terms. Use the money however you want. Home improvements, paying off debt, investing, or boosting your retirement savings. Unlike HELOCs, home equity loans, or cash out refis, there are no monthly payments, no stress. You've built this equity. Now it's time to use it. Go to unlock.com for more information.
Don't wait. Call 888-780-6854 to unlock the equity in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Call 888-780-6854, 888-780-6854, or visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com for more information.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TrimFireRadio.com.
San Francisco, it's 64 degrees and partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
I'm not a doctor, so.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Can we do a little bit of a deeper dive? I don't know if you want it to be a deep dive Dibs.
All right, let's do it.
I want everybody to really understand what's in play here with the Jauan Jennings thing and go to one of the staples of this radio show. If it's out in the public, there's a reason.
Yep.
That means somebody in private wants it in the public. They want us to see it. They want the particulars to see it. There's no need to tell us what's going on with Jauan Jennings. But if somebody does, it's because they want it out there. So there's what they say at the podium, and then there's what they tell reporters. Go write that. And then as soon as they write it, we go, oh, okay. So Kawakami's article, SF Standard, I find to be very, very revealing. He literally writes, there's growing frustration on both sides as Jennings continues to miss practice with a calf injury and Niners management continues to show little interest in restructuring his contract. Growing frustration on both sides. That can't just be about the calf. So all of a sudden, multiple NFL sources tell Tim that they might put Jennings on IR. That might be the way to just sort of like fix the whole thing, right? Because that way, well, we could use the roster spot, go get another receiver and get ready for week one. Well, that's not what it's about at all. And Kawakami writes, quote, here's what I really want everyone to hear. So if somebody else in your car is talking, you tell them to shut up. This is the line. The mentioning of IR by the 49ers also, let's be clear, could be a tacit threat to the Jennings camp to try to get him back on the practice field in time to be ready for week one. That's exactly what it is. Jennings has a bunch of contract incentives this year. The money that he is sort of quote-unquote scheduled to make will undoubtedly go way down if he misses a quarter of the season because they're incentives. He won't hit them.
Yep.
He needs a certain number of yards, a certain number of touchdowns, a certain
snaps.
Number of, right.
It's
all
about
that.
$3 million in total, the incentives.
Which is a lot for a guy who's only made 10 in his career and is only scheduled to make about 7 or 8 this year. This is a big portion of the deal. So if the Niners believe, when you pair that commentary with the fact that Kyle said, yeah, he should be ready to go by week one, well, then why would you put him on IR? So that's why I've sort of lost all thought about a calf injury. I don't know if his calf hurts, but when I'm listening to the two sides talk and knowing that Tim has this information and somebody wants him to have this information, we're in full-blown holdout mode. We are. This is a negotiation sensation. It is on and TikTok.
Yeah, and I don't even know if we are in full-on negotiating period. We might be beyond that, where
standoff.
He comes out and has his Instagram post that basically says, you guys are messing with the wrong individual, and that is not by accident. You know, when you post something like that on Instagram, he's clearly frustrated because he feels like they're, quote, messing with him. And so then the Niners come out today through Tim Kawakami and basically say, yeah, IR is definitely a possibility. So if it gets to this point where you're using the media and you're having reporters write stories, or reporters are writing stories and you're putting stuff out on Instagram, we've gotten to the stalemate portion, I think, more than we are in active negotiation. I could be wrong, but the tone of this feels different than it has throughout the entire last month.
The IG post, for those of you not familiar with that, is of an artist named Offset. And the track is called Move On. And the quote is, you bleeped around with the wrong dude. Hope your next bleep be great.
Yeah.
That's what Jauan posted, and I don't think it's just because he likes the track.
Probably a good track. I mean, Offset.
I haven't heard it yet.
Migos.
It's new.
Yeah, it's fresh. It's a fresh hit. But yeah, I don't think that would be the reason. So he comes out and he puts that out there because he's feeling like he's being messed with and he wants to, quote, move on. But the team has no real desire, I don't think, to trade Jauan Jennings.
None.
He's worth more to them than he is to another team because of the way he plays and the way that the 49ers run their offense, the way he blocks and how important that is for the 49ers. So even if they entertained the idea of a trade, I don't think that they would get the value back that he can provide them as a member of the Niners.
Agreed, especially at this hour, although I don't know that I would say it that way, where it's like, I don't know what he'd be worth to another team if they had acquired him in July and he had a full ramp up. Like, I think Jauan is a really good player. I think he could be valuable in a lot of spots, but there's no doubt that Jauan Jennings plays football exactly the way the 49ers want people to play football. And his attitude is exactly what they want 49er players' attitudes to be. Like, I love this dude. He's such a team guy. He's so physical. He does all the dirty work, in addition to last year proving that he can do kind of the sex appeal work, too, of a wide receiver and go for almost 1,000 yards. So I'll just agree with you in saying it doesn't even matter to me what he might be worth to another team. I think he's incredibly valuable to the 49ers, and I think that they need him on the field. It doesn't mean, they can't win games without him. I don't mean that, but he does it exactly the way they want to do it, and I think he's a really good player, and you can't have too many of those. And then when you tuck it into the current situation where they are so thin, specifically at that position, who knows who's going to be back and whatnot, but they're so thin, and therefore there's not really been time for Brock Purdy to build rapport with a lot of these receivers other than Ricky Pearsall. That's the other thing that worries me. I think you can put other good receivers on the field. How many of them have chemistry with Brock? Because Jauan does. So to all of that adds up to, I think this is a big deal. I think the Niners need to get him on the field. It doesn't mean they have to be the one to blink, because as I've said all along, I don't know what he's asking for, but I think for both sides, this only and immediately goes to a bad place for everyone if he is not buttoned up, ready to go, on the roster and on the practice field this week, likely by tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, no practice, so today was a day.
Tomorrow's cut down, but by tomorrow, set up,
I'm with you.
Wednesday practice.
Yeah, and then you get into, a few days of shaking off the cobwebs, and then the week after that is game week, and you start to get the offense installed into the game plan, and hopefully if he's able to do that, the calf doesn't flare up. And however the calf is either hurt or not hurt, we have no idea, but just reading his IG post and looking at that and then hearing the comments from Shanahan and reading the Kawakami piece, it doesn't make me think that they're just a couple of million apart. This feels to me like a wide gulf between the two sides that has gotten it to this point where now he's blasting away on IG and stories are getting written by those in the know about, could be IR. There's other things the Niners could do. This feels like they're far apart to me.
Well, I get it, although what if I throw this at you? I sort of feel like it's designed to feel like they're far apart. I have no doubt that there's frustration. That happens. It happens in workplaces. It happened with Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals, and today they got it figured out. Now it's happening between Jacoby Myers and the Raiders. Will they get it figured out? I don't know. Sometimes I also feel like this is football, and you're allowed to play with frustration. I think most people play with frustration. It's a frustrating sport. You have to go out there angry and violent and aggressive and mad and all of those things. So if Jauan is ticked off at the Niners while he's playing, that's okay. That's okay. I don't think that means he will play poorly. What's not okay is him not practicing and then getting out there to play. Nothing good happens. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock is actually like midnight. You know the phrase, nothing good happens after midnight. So tomorrow at 1 o'clock, it's actually midnight. Nothing good happens after tomorrow for Jauan and the Niners. I think both sides go to a really bad place if they can't get this figured out one way or the other, even if it just means somebody throwing their tail between their legs. It might mean that. Sometimes you got to take an L. But you got to have this figured out one way or another to me in the next 48 hours.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, you obviously don't have to, and we've seen these, like the Nick Bosa dragged into the first week of the season, game week.
Doesn't go well, though.
And it didn't go great. I mean, he had a better year than people want to allow for, but ideally, it's not the way you would go about it. And if you're Kyle Shanahan, you want to know who you're going to have available as you get ready to play that first game of the season. And the interesting part about this is because he has been injured through all this, that they can just have him come back and it doesn't have to be a big embarrassment for him. He can just suddenly be healthy and just report, and the contract thing can go to the wayside and he can just be a 49er.
Yeah, but then there's no new deal. Like if there's a new deal, that will be reported.
Of course.
If there's no new deal, then
if there's no new deal, he could still just show up and play football. He may have to.
I have no doubt that he will. But the problem with that is that I don't think that will go well. We've watched this. You're not wrong. Nick Bosa didn't have this awful year. He was a little disappointing, but the point is it takes time to ramp up. Like, I have every belief if they just look at Jauan and they're like, too bad, dude, we're doing nothing. See ya. Sharpie. It's over.
Right.
If they do that, I do think Jauan will show up next week, but I don't think it'll go well. I think he'll get hurt. I think he'll underperform. I don't think he'll be in correct game shape. There's a big difference. It's already late. Next week, to me, is too late. Brandon Ayuk's season last year was doomed from the get-go, and it did all of the things. It had all of the characteristics that a lengthy and divisive negotiation has. He showed up, he was rusty, and then he got hurt. So he barely played any good football, and then he was gone. And I do not want that for Jauan Jennings. That does not sound like a good situation for the 49ers, and certainly not for him. Certainly not for him, because if he does come back with no new deal, guess what? He's a free agent at the end of the year.
Right. So he has to go out there, and if he gets no new deal, he has to go out there and ball out and make it so that the 49ers will regret not giving him more money because he'll go be a free agent. And just looking at his escalators in his contract, 50% of the snaps, he gets $1.5 million. And that, if you lose 4 games, then it's harder to get all the way up to 50% of the snaps if you happen to sustain an injury later in the year. 60 catches, he gets money. 600 yards, he gets money. 6 touchdowns, he gets money. All 3 of those are $666,000. So in total, it's more than $3 million that he stands to earn by playing as well as he did last year.
Yeah, once again, here's the Shanahan take. We'll take your calls on this if you're taking sides, Niners or Jennings, and kind of how you interpret Kyle Shanahan's commentary after the game, asked about Jauan's availability for week 1.
It's been almost a month since Jauan last practiced. Is he in jeopardy of missing week 1?
I mean, if it doesn't heal, yes. But I expect him to be back. I think he should be back from it, but you never know with calves.
Do you expect Jauan's calf to be this severe when he re-aggravated it earlier in camp?
I'm not a doctor, so like I said, calves take time. You never know with calves.
Okay. There's another characteristic that just hit me. Kyle's so good at this.
I'm not a doctor, so.
Head coaches are so good at this, but Kyle's
you have to be.
When Kyle's answers are really short, that just sort of means, like, I can't answer your question.
Yeah.
In other words, I'm not going there. So I'm just gonna give you a little this. I'm not a doctor, so
yeah,
that's it.
And his first answer of if it heals, and then I fully expect him to be out there for week 1.
Should be.
Yeah. So
that's a big. By the way, that's a big statement. Should be.
That's
healed.
right. Well, it should be healed. In other words, it's going to be healed. It's already healed.
It is healed.
And once he gets over the reality that he's not getting any more money from us, and he gets all up in his feelings, he'll realize that his calf feels better than he thought, and he'll be out there. He should be out there.
I get that, but see, this is the way I look at this. I know that a lot of us, when we're watching football or talking about football, we do sort of fall into the idea that it's a reality show. And whether Americans want to agree with this or not, we all love drama. TNT has built its entire network around it, right? We know drama. And so we love it. And we look at a situation like this, and we all have opinions and take sides. And the next thing we do is, you don't want to know what I would do in that situation? And the like old grizzled parent comes out in all of us. I'd tell Jauan, you better get over it. You better get over your feelings. We got all the leverage. You better get out there and you better play football. And guess what? You're right. The Niners can do that. But it's going to lead to bad stuff. It's not going to work. So that's why I suddenly feel a ton of urgency, which is to say that we can play the dramatic angle if you want. I'll tell you what I would do. You have to figure out with your employees, I believe, a way to sort of at least meet them halfway. Keep them happy. It doesn't mean you just kowtow. It doesn't mean you do everything they want. They also need to understand your business model. And understand that he just signed a contract. Yes, all of that factors in. But I'm just not a believer that employees with some sort of a gripe, I don't believe they should just be flicked because you can.
I don't think that he's being flicked.
Well, he feels that way.
Well, and he's allowed to feel however he wants to feel. And if I'm the employer in this case, I'm feeling like disrespected after just last May, end of May, he comes to you and says, or you go to him and you figure it out and you get a 1-year extension and you give him a whole bunch of money, signing bonus and upfront money, and that's it. We signed you. And then now a year later, you have a great year, and now you want to do this again?
Yeah, that's football.
Yeah, it's football, but it's
everywhere.
Also their ability to just, quote, flick him away, and they've got other players who can play football. So if he doesn't want to, we'll see.
Who are the other receivers right now who can play football?
Ricky Pearsall. I mean, you think that he's going to be one of the best receivers in football this year?
Well, I don't know about that, but
you think he's going to have a monster year?
I think he's
over 1,000 yards. You said so. You've got other guys who can play receiver, and you've got a quarterback who's going to be making $52 million a year next year. You've got the best play caller in football. So all these things build up to where, Jauan, maybe you're not as important to us as you think that you are to yourself.
Well,
so
we'll find out.
We will find out.
Yeah,
and,
we'll find out.
You come back to the team 15 months later and you want another reworked contract because you had a good year. That to me as an employer would be annoying.
408 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Willard, such a bad take. The sport is already bad, and if you're frustrated, you'll not be motivated to put in any effort. Let me tell you actually why your take is bad. This is going back to the comment I made that, like, you can play football angry. If you're mad at your team, how will Jauan go out there and play? You're wrong if you think that he won't put in any effort. Like, you literally can't even do that in a football game. You can't not put in effort. You'll get bulldozed. You'll get absolutely crushed. But furthermore, if Jauan does have to go tail between legs, I think he'd actually be extra motivated. But it's not the motivation you want. He'll be motivated to play because he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. He's going to want to put up numbers. He's going to want to play really, really well. He's going to want to show the Niners how wrong they were, and then he's going to want to get a big contract somewhere else. That's what he'll be motivated to do. So there's no question in my mind about motivation. But what's the motivation? Motivated to do what? Are you motivated to play well so you can get the hell out? Or are you motivated to win football games and have a common goal with a team? And are you healthy enough to do it after not having any camp? I mean, all roads lead to what? This is the concern with Jonathan Kuminga. If he's on the Warriors this year, what's his motivation? Is the motivation to win games and have a common goal with your team? Or is the motivation to so you can get a contract somewhere else in a year and a half?
Yeah, a little different with the receiver because you are reliant on the play call and the play and the pass being thrown, and then you can go out there and get the If you're Kuminga, you can have the ball in your hands and you can just decide, I'm going to do Kuminga things.
If you're on the floor.
Right. And that's the same thing with Jauan Jennings. If Jauan is not blocking as hard as he used to block because he's in his feelings, or if he's, having a couple of drops because he didn't go to camp. Well, those things can be fragile. Playing time can be taken away from a number of different athletes in different situations.
510 just texted in Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Is this constant stream of drama unique to the 49ers? No. It's not. Like that's
a lot of teams, yeah.
Yeah, it feels that way. But again, like I can't remember the last time the Bengals didn't have a weird offseason. If you think this is dramatic, you should go read about the Dallas Cowboys right now, and how awful that situation has gotten, to the point where Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons spent the entire preseason game over the weekend laying down on the trainer's table on the sideline, just basically trolling his team. And this came 24 hours after Jerry Jones went public on Michael Irvin's podcast and said, I had a deal with Micah, agreed to verbally. I called his agent to get the whole thing written up, and his agent told me to go bleep myself. That's public. So I'd actually still, in this moment, this take's going to go away soon, but in this moment, I think the 49ers and Jauan have done a really good job of actually making this look like it's not dramatic at all. I think the jig is up.
Well,
I think the jig is up, and now we're out of time, but this...
Also, it's not a high-profile thing. I mean, this is not Micah Henderson or Parsons, or even Terry McLaurin.
But it's a big deal to us. It's a big deal to the team. It's a 1,000-yard receiver almost.
Right, and it's a situation where maybe it'll get resolved, maybe it won't, but I don't think that it has a ripple effect across the league. Maybe fantasy drafts, when you get to the 9th or 10th round, you're wondering if I should actually take Jauan Jennings or not, if he's going to play football or not.
They always play. Like, do you know how rare it is for them to,
rare.
Who was the...
Trent Williams did it. He sat out a whole year.
Right, and Trent is the exception because, A, he is the big dog, and B, it's different when you've made bajillions of dollars. If you've already made big contracts, it's different. It's different. You may get to a spot where you're that angry and you're just like, I don't care. I'll make my millions back on the back end. But it's very rare that guys actually miss games, and then I think it's even more rare when they do miss games where it goes well for them. Le'Veon Bell or the examples we've had through the years of people who are like, all right, I'm not playing. Well, you know what? It's much more likely that you're never going to play well again than it is that this is going to suddenly turn into a financial windfall for you. So I'm with Kyle. Like, Jauan's going to play. He's going to play next week. But what do we got? What kind of Jauan? What's the health? What's the ramp up? What's all the things? You missed camp. So that, to me, is the question. I don't see Jauan Jennings sitting out till week 4. Like, no way he's missing game
Probably
checks.
not. I mean, if he goes on IR, then he still gets paid. So that would be one way that the team, and he, if he comes back and practices, maybe he feels a little tweak in the calf and he winds up on IR. You don't know, but he has those incentives that he's going to want to hit. And, 50% snap count for $1.5 million, that's enough of a motivation to get you out there to have you playing football.
Brian Robinson spoke today. We'll have a little bit of that for you coming up next as well. Matt Barrow is going to join us in less than 20 minutes. We're searching for answers on Jauan Jennings and much more. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. This is Willard Dibs.
Weekend Brunch just got a major upgrade. Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. Starting this September, enjoy college football Saturdays at 8:30 a.m. and NFL Sundays at 9:30 a.m. Paired with craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer. Bring the crew, settle into our view lounges, and watch the action on giant screens with immersive sound. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game for an exclusive game day perk. And make your brunch reservations now at splashsportsbar.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months, and it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker, 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarter. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.35% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at starone.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of August 1st, 2025 and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Your cold is coming! Your cold is coming! When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but it'd be a better day if Jauan Jennings had practiced.
Yeah, sure would have been.
But it's a good day.
Possibly. He got a calf. He's nursing a calf.
By the way, it might be a good day, but it's not going to be as good as tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a better day than today.
Tuesday, our number 7 ranked day of the week.
But this is going to be possibly the best Tuesday of the year.
Please explain.
Well, tomorrow is when we will be at Splash for the show, and the winner of our fantasy football draft contest will be on site, hopefully with 14 guests, filling up a private room with a private server with food and Wi-Fi.
I always wait for it.
And Willie and Dibby. And so tomorrow's going to be a ton of fun down at Splash at Thrive City, and we will do our best to bring to you the sound of the sites as this whole thing unfolds. I have no idea. I already forget. The winner was unveiled on Friday. You were traveling.
I was gone.
The winner was I think from San Jose. It was San Jose, right?
It was Jody.
Yeah, Joey. I just want to make sure. What's that?
Jody.
Oh, Jody.
Yeah.
Jody in San Jose. All right. Do we have any intel on how many Jody will be bringing with him to Splash at Thrive City? We do not. Okay. So 14 are invited. How many will attend? We don't know.
Stay tuned.
I mean, but picks will be made, and then fun will be made of those picks, and then we eat, and then we leave.
There you go.
It's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day.
Always a great day when you have a draft, and even when you're not, primarily a part of it, just to see other people draft and weigh in on their picks. It's getting exciting now. It's getting close.
Have you had a draft yet?
No, I'm just in the one league.
You're just in ours.
I don't know if I'm the first one to pay, but I'm all paid up. I'm in.
No, I paid up. I don't know if you'd be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Lucas, are you having any problems? Are we good? Can we out the people who haven't paid yet?
We don't need to do that. We haven't gotten to the draft. If we get to the draft and people haven't paid, that's when we have issues.
Well,
but I think we're at about 10 of
have paid
15.
15?
They're going to be 16. We're still working on exactly what we're doing with that 16.
16?
There's some content involved in one of these teams.
One of the people that didn't pay already talked about it on the radio today. You could guess who.
Okay,
he talks about it a lot.
Well, that's either Steiny or Guru.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm bugging me.
So it's either Steiny or Guru, and it's not Steiny. All right.
That's correct.
That's fine. And that's okay. But 10, I would say a week and a half before the draft, if you've got 10 out of 16, that's strong.
Very responsible.
That's strong.
The majority of our league.
I didn't know that we had upped it to 16. You told me we were going to 14.
I said 14 minimum. 14 minimum.
No, I'm not mad at
Capped
it.
at 16.
But I didn't know.
Yeah, 16.
Second round pick, Jauan Jennings.
Yeah.
If he's still there.
Dude, it's going to be really thin. Whoo, you got Dibs. Gonna have to do some homework now.
Oh, the homework is the easy part.
I mean, sometimes people print out those like top 300, maybe top 400.
Maybe, right?
We're gonna have to go a little deeper now.
A little deeper. Seriously.
Wow, 16. I've never done that before. I've never been in a 16-team draft. So A, it means you need to go deeper on your draft board, and B, it means you need something to do in between your picks.
Seriously.
Good Lord, if you're on the swing, if you get 1 or 16, you could go on a date in between picks.
Yeah, it's going to be a long time.
Holy crap. Like, honestly, even if people are quick with their picks, if you get 31 picks in between your...
Then you go, boop, boop.
That's, yeah, boop, boop. All right.
Go do the dishes.
Hey, honey, what do you want to do now? Let's go for a run?
Something.
Jeez.
And Lucas said the 16th team may be content or something. There's something mysterious about the 16th team.
What are you doing? You putting a listener in there or something?
I'm going to let the morning show announce what they're doing with it, but it's going to be Shasky's team, and they're going to do something with that first pick, I believe.
Huh.
What do you mean the first pick?
In the first round. Their first pick. Shasky's team's first pick.
Yeah, why do you keep saying they?
Well, because he's crowdsourcing, so he has multiple managers.
Okay, so he's in the league.
That is the plan.
But he's doing something with his ownership.
Yeah.
And that's the 16th team.
Yes.
Sounds like it'll be a morning roast consortium of sorts where each week a roaster probably gets a chance to manage the team.
Is the first round happening on their show?
Tentatively, again, we're going to let them announce it. That is the idea.
Just let me know where to show up.
When is the second round happening? Are we doing this in a progressive sort of a way? Like
Steiny and Goo get the second round?
Yeah, or like are we heading to the Golden Gate Tap Room for round 4? And then, like, what do we, you know what I mean?
Fun. Yeah, bar hop our way through every round.
Actually, a pretty great idea if any of us had the time or bandwidth to do something like that.
Yep. 16 rounds, 16 different bars. That'd be pretty good.
You are giving me an idea now.
Okay.
I mean, like, for those of you, because Lucas, didn't you meet up with people for a draft over the weekend?
I did, yeah.
Was everybody there?
We went abroad. No.
You went abroad?
Yeah. We went to Canada. I was in Vancouver this weekend.
Holy. And how many of was it 12?
Oh, it is a 12-person league. This
and how
is
many were there?
Me and my best friends from high school.
Okay.
We've been doing this league. This is year 10.
All right.
We do a destination draft
amazing.
every year.
You know what that is?
It's Destination Sensation.
Okay.
Look at Lucas listening to the show.
Ever done that, yeah.
Really
Seriously, he was like, I don't understand the bit. What do you, am I supposed to say something?
That's the thing you guys do.
Anyway, go ahead.
So 12-person league, and this is the one time we all get to see each other. People living all across the country, and we do this every year.
This is great. I love it.
Go to really fun places. New Orleans.
How was Vancouver?
Nashville. Beautiful.
Beautiful city, right?
Amazing city. Most underrated city I've ever been to.
I was there 1,000 years ago, so I was like a kid. But anyway, I do remember that. Beautiful city.
Amazing city. We had so much fun. And so we've never had fewer than 7 or 8 on any trip.
Okay.
Even in the COVID year, people went to Tahoe. Maybe we shouldn't say that out loud, but
no, it's okay.
I wasn't a part of it.
Yeah, you drove.
I was responsible.
With a mask on.
We had 4 people in Vancouver.
Well, when you make when you have to get your passport,
it didn't have to do with that. I mean, people are having kids. People are getting married. Money's tight right now for a lot of people.
Yeah, welcome to getting older.
Adulthood.
This is the way that it works. But actually, it really doesn't even matter how many people show up to your destination draft. You could do this if the people who weren't there had the patience for it. The idea of a different round in a different location, I could see this being fun in like Vegas. Except for it takes a hell of a lot longer to get to that next hotel than you think it does.
Yeah.
I do know that. But this is...
You could do it right here in the city.
Would this be fun or would it be annoying? I feel like it sounds fun, but it might be...
I'd be really annoyed.
By the time you get to like the 9th round, it's like, yeah.
Well, you're going to be wasted.
You got to make sure everybody's in.
It's going to take 12 hours.
That's the point. Where do you need to be? You all went on a trip together. It would take the whole day. That's the point. That's the point. I've told the story 1,000 times, so I won't again. But the commish of our league that's all my buddies for forever, he got mad at everybody one time for trying to hurry everybody up. And he's like, where do you need to be? What's better than here? So, like, if you did get everybody to go and you were all in Vegas together, what's the hurry? You're in Vegas. Make a day out of it. Round 4, 4 o'clock, Bellagio. Round 5, 5:30, MGM. I mean, people be Ubering.
Seriously.
If you don't get there in time, you get auto-picked.
Oh, my God.
Like, let's do this. I would totally do this.
Yeah, that would be, it's a lot. Like,
you would hate it.
No, I actually would like it as long as we had like prearranged places to meet.
Yes.
You go in the Bellagio and the place is massive. Where are we meeting? Like,
I don't know.
Just in the lobby? Which lobby?
Wi-Fi. Free. Complimentary.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it sounds a lot more fun than it actually would be.
If you planned it out and I actually like had a spot in 15 different places, you know, because 16th round, whatever, take a kicker and go home. But you get my point. Yeah. If you actually planned it out, I think that would be a ton of fun. Stick a laptop under your arm, a charger, and go. Can you get there?
Can you make it?
It's like turning a fantasy draft into a...
like the Amazing Race.
Yep.
Totally.
Scavenger hunt. All right. That sounds fun to me, but maybe I'm weird.
It's a lot. And
it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It might be awful, but I would like to try.
That could be fun in one of your various 5 or 6 leagues. You can do it.
Dude, there are more days this week where there is a draft than there isn't.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, if you count tomorrow, even though we're not in that league. But
not yet. I mean,
if Lucas was running tomorrow night's draft, it'd be like, yeah, you're in. Everybody's in. I don't know. Yeah, we're not in it. We're not in it, but we'll be there, so I'm counting it as a draft. I had one on Saturday morning. My son's hosted another one on Saturday afternoon. I have one on Thursday night. I have one on Monday, on Labor Day night. Ours is next Wednesday, a week from Wednesday.
Yeah, I guess it's next Wednesday.
And then we got a summit the day after that, and then the season starts.
That's busy week. Yep.
Dog. Fantastic.
Season starts basically during the summit, in the fourth quarter of the summit.
That is correct.
The first quarter of football will begin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, perfect. Matt Barrow's going to join us, by the way, in 2 minutes. But anyway, I did not know. That is news to me that there will be 16 teams in the 95-7 The Game League. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
And you won't actually play everyone in the league is the thing.
Yeah, you can't.
Right. Unless you go all the way through week 15 and then have a no playoff format. I don't know.
Yeah, you're not going to do that. Let's see. So there's 18 weeks now, right?
Yep.
But everyone wants the playoffs done by weeks. Yeah, no, you won't play everyone. I want to make sure I play Dibley. That was just a request.
Yeah, that was more than just a request.
No,
that was mean-spirited is what that was.
No, it wasn't because I think I can beat you. I think that the hosts of each other, the co-hosts should play each other. It makes for a fun week.
Sure.
What?
I'm just troubled troubled by the unbalanced schedule nature of this league. There's so many things about it that are. I got regret already.
Dibs is out next year.
I got regret.
Dibs is quitting
let's
again.
split us up into divisions then.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It's still unbalanced.
You still wouldn't play everybody in the league. 16 just seems a little bit foolish, but I'm in. I'm paid up, and I'm all excited for it.
Well, let's find out. Let's talk to Matt Barrows about it. River Island's guest line, one of our favorites, Matty Barrows, The Athletic, all over the 49er beat forever. Oh, before we talk to Matt, I'm supposed to tell you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Matt, what's the most people that have ever been in a fantasy league in which you play?
I feel like 12 is the max.
Thank you.
Because after 12, you start to run out of players to draft, and you're having to start. I'm trying to think of just a random receiver.
Russell Gage.
Yeah, I was about to say Russell Gage. That's so funny. Yeah, you'd have to draft Russell Gage in your league. So that's a rule. Never go above 12 players, and never draft before Labor Day, I would say, is another rule.
That's pretty late, though.
That's,
I mean, it takes a lot of coordination. You know, guys like me, Matt, who have too many leagues. If you save them all for Labor Day, like you're busy the whole week.
That's true, but I mean, there's so many things that come into focus right before the game, like Amari Cooper signing today.
Yep.
And there are going to be more moves like that probably throughout the week. So, yeah, I mean, if you had picked Isaac Guerrero last week and then the 49ers signed Brian Robinson, you might not be quite as high in that Isaac Guerrero pick as you were prior to the trade.
What about the Jauan Jennings pick that will be made, I'm sure, by somebody in this cockamamie 16-team league? Where would you put him on your fantasy draft board, considering what we know right now about his willingness and their availability?
I would still draft him. I wouldn't draft him really, really high because I think that he's somebody that could get a lot of reps early on, and then if everything goes according to plan for the 49ers, he probably doesn't get as many targets later in the season because you've got Brandon Ayuk, you've got Demarcus Robinson, etc. But, I mean, obviously things are at a standstill right now. No one's quite sure what's going to happen. I will say, though, that he's got a lot of money tied up this season in incentives. So, if he's not playing 17 games, if he's not out there, every game, more unlikely to reach those incentives. So basically I'm saying he has an incentive to get something done and to get onto the field. The 49ers obviously have an incentive to do that as well, given the state of their wide receiver room. So I still feel optimistic that he's going to be out there for Week 1 against Seattle.
Matt, are we comfortable officially just saying that this is a holdout and not an injury?
No, I'm not. We don't know. Some holdouts are so public that you know everything that's going on. Jauan Jennings has decided to not make himself available. His Instagram post the other day suggests that it is. He certainly wants to get a long-term deal done. It just doesn't seem like that's in the offing right now. Now, whether he takes that to the next level, whether there's more issues once the week of practice before the Seattle game starts, I don't know yet. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch will talk to the media on Wednesday. That's one day after their initial roster is composed. So I can guarantee you that the first 13 questions will be Jauan Jennings related.
And when you look at tomorrow and cut down day, how do you think they're going to navigate this with, assuming that they don't have resolution with Jauan Jennings? Are there some receivers that might get kept temporarily while Jauan Jennings is still trying to figure this out?
Yeah, I mean, I can't see how they can avoid doing that. And we're talking Russell Gage, we're talking Robbie Chosen would probably be the two veterans that you would keep around. And it's a good, argument between those guys. Who would you prefer? Right now, Russell Gage isn't even practicing. He's got a knee issue. So, it might be down to just one, Robbie Chosen. I do think that the 49ers are going to scour the waiver wire. We learned today what we probably expected was that they were in on, or at least interested in, Amari Cooper. Not interested in paying Amari Cooper a lot of money because they're sort of in this awkward situation where they don't have any receivers to begin the season, but by midseason they could have their whole core of receivers back. So you don't want to commit a lot for someone who's only going to have a bit role with your team. But I do think that, the waiver wire will be something that they look at very closely because that's something where you don't have to commit a lot of money to somebody. If Kendrick Bourne is made available, and some people in New England think that's the case, that to me seems like an obvious add. Someone who could come in very quickly and get up to speed with the offense and help you out even as early as Week 1. So there are maybe a few guys in that category, but for the most part, it's Ricky Pearsall. It's hopefully for the 49ers, from the 49ers' point of view, Jauan Jennings, and then Sky Moore. Those are your 1, 2, and 3. And don't ask me to name 4 through 6. Right now, that's a little bit up in the air. What I just wrote about in The Athletic is that on the flip side of things, they are deeper at running back. They do have a blocking tight end this year. They're one of the few teams that have a fullback. So theoretically, they could just, slightly change their philosophy. If they're weak at wide receiver to open the season, maybe they go a lot of 2 tight end sets. Maybe they go a lot of 2 tight end, 2 running back, 22 personnel. They at least have the option to do that if there's a true crisis at wide receiver.
Matt Barrow's with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, talking out all things 49ers. By the way, while we're on receivers, Matt, it was reported earlier today when Amari Cooper went to the Raiders that the 49ers were one of the teams calling and were potentially in on him. Is that your understanding as well?
I don't know that from my reporting. I think that's Diana Rossini, my colleague, was reporting that. And she's always right on this stuff, so I believe it. And it makes total sense because, the 49ers were in need of wide receivers. He was the best wide receiver remaining as a free agent. I actually asked specifically about Amari Cooper, I think it was when Jordan Watkins got hurt. And Shanahan said, these are some of the things that we're going to have to think about if this continues to be a problem. So would not be a surprise at all if Amari Cooper was on their call list.
I do wonder, though, if you go sign somebody like that who has a little name value, like maybe, I mean, what if it's Gabe Davis tomorrow or what have you? If you bring someone like that in, what if things go well health-wise as the season goes on? And then there's Demarcus Robinson, and then there's Brandon Ayuk, and you get your young guys back, who I know they want, in Jordan Watkins and Jacob Cowing. Like, how many wide receivers are you going to keep in the middle of the season?
Yeah, that's the counter argument to adding a big name guy. That after week 6, you might not need that guy. By midseason, you could have Ayuk, Jennings, Pearsall, Robinson, Watkins, and Cowing all in your lineup, all healthy, and Sky Moore. I didn't even mention Sky Moore there. So it does sound. Like they could have an embarrassment of riches at some point. The counter argument to that, and I'm sure there are thousands of 49ers fans screaming right now in their cars, is that between now and week 8, there are bound to be additional injuries at that position. So you can make the argument that you can never have enough wide receivers, especially on this team, especially given the injury situation that they've had this year. But yeah, I do think that it's going to be somewhere in the middle. They could find a serviceable wide receiver, somebody who knows this offense, has been either with the 49ers like a Kendrick Bourne, or who has played in Green Bay or Miami or one of these other places, Los Angeles Rams, where you could easily come in and hit the ground running in San Francisco.
How big of an addition is Brian Robinson to another room that seems like it might be a little bit thinner than what the 49ers want?
I think it's big. I think it's potentially very big. I think the 49ers, they feel like Christian McCaffrey is back. He looks like himself. But, he's a running back in the NFL, and he's approaching 30. So you can't rely on him to be a 17-game starter. And then they look at the number 2 back or their former number 2 back in Isaac Guerrero, and you look at his injury history. And they just needed another reliable body there, and they got a big body. And like I said earlier, I mean, this could be a team that maybe runs the ball more than it throws the ball to begin the season. They have the wherewithal to do that. I think that the Luke Farrell, he's the big blocking tight end that they signed in free agency. That could be a big component of this. I think they end up going to tight end a lot more than they did last year. They barely did that last year. And I think it's something that they want to do a lot more, and that would allow you to get away with having fewer wide receivers.
Matt Barrows, The Athletic, here on the 49ers. Look, we haven't even gotten to Jake Moody yet, and we certainly need to. Like, I know what they said, and I get the draft value and all of the reasons, but inside their hearts, like, I saw those facial expressions, Matt. So did you. How do you think they're feeling about this situation right now?
I think that they're willing to go into the season with Jake Moody and, thinking that he's going to find his groove at some point. But if he doesn't, I think that they believe they've got options. I mean, they cut Greg Joseph in early August, and he's still out there. We're coming up on roster cutdown day, so that there will be more, not fewer, kickers available after Tuesday. So I just feel like they are pretty confident that, okay, even if things go south with Jake Moody, we will have an option at kicker. And, there's always the possibility of injuries, too. Jake Moody, had a severe high ankle sprain last year. They had to find extra kickers. There are a whole group of kickers that are basically journeymen and go from... They're like, the David Banner on the Incredible Hulk, just kind of hitchhiking down the road for the next opening that pops up. And there's 6 or 7 of those guys every season, and the 49ers are pretty familiar with one of them, in Greg Joseph. I think he would obviously be their first call should that happen.
How much leash or slack do you think Jake Moody has if he comes out and has a bit of a slow start?
I mean, does it cost him games? If he goes 3 for 5 in Seattle and the 49ers win by 10 points, I don't think it's gonna matter. If it comes down to a 35-yard kick at the end and the 49ers are trailing by 2 and he's wide left, I think that'll be very problematic for this team. I don't know if it's one game, I don't know if it's 2 games, but I don't think the leash is as long as the 49ers are saying it publicly.
Matt, it feels like the Niners are all banged up. And then I was reading all of your reports, everybody who was out there, that Pooney was on the side, and maybe there's some optimism there for his availability for week 1. And I started thinking that, like, outside of Ayuk and Mustafa, who can we sit here today and say we know is a key piece of this team and we know they're not going to be available for week 1? And all of a sudden I was like, well, nobody. Nobody. Like, is there a chance this team is actually relatively healthy come next week?
Yeah, that still doesn't mean that they're deep at that critical spot, wide receiver. I mean, right. Demarcus Robinson can be perfectly healthy, but he might not be playing the first 3 weeks because of his suspension. I think it's clear that Jacob Cowing is out for an extended period. I mean, he's a IR candidate. It doesn't look as if Jordan Watkins, the rookie wide receiver, who looked so good in the spring and early summer, is going to be back for week 1. Week 2, week 3, I think that's more of a possibility. But, I mean, that was the hope all along. That was what was sort of Kyle Shanahan's saving grace, was that, yes, they had a lot of injuries, but very few of them were season enders or even ones that would kind of bleed deeply into the season. And the hope was that they'd start getting guys back. I mean, one of the guys who hasn't come back yet is Upton Stout. He had one of those calf injuries that they initially said was going to last a week, and it's been more than 3 weeks now since he's practiced. So I think they're starting to get a little bit nervous there. He's looked really good. He's still their number 1 option, but I think it's a real silver lining that Chase Lucas looked so good in the preseason. He got his opportunity because of that Upton Stout injury. He made the most of it, and now I feel like they're a little bit more reassured at that spot if Stout isn't in fact ready.
Is there anybody on the roster now who won't be tomorrow that you think would come across as a big surprise on cutdown day?
Tim Kawakami and I had this discussion on our podcast, and he picked Isaac Guerendo. I can't see that just because Jordan James, if they got rid of Guerendo, James would be their third running back, and I don't know where he is as far as coming back from his finger injury. But the guy that I've thought about all off season really is Jair Brown. Their highest pick, what was it in 2023, third rounder. That was when Steve Wilks was the defensive coordinator. Steve Wilks had a big hand in bringing Brown here. Steve Wilks is now with the New York Jets. I think that it's shaping up to be Jason Pinnock and the rookie Marquise Siegel as the starters in Seattle on September 7th. The team also has Richie Grant. He was back in practice today. I think that they'll probably at least consider keeping Saron Neal because he's sort of a versatile piece. He can play safety. He can play cornerback. He's really good on special teams. It might mean that Jair Brown is expendable. And I'm sure they're interested in or at least you guys turn these into headlines, so I have to watch my wording carefully.
Say it, Matt. I got my pen out. We're gonna I'm about to tweet it. I'm on Twitter right now. Go ahead.
It wouldn't surprise me if they got on the phone with the Jets and Jair Brown's name came up because of that Steve Wilks connection.
Okay, hang on. Matt Barrows
predicts
Niners
Brown
likely.
to get dealt.
Do you like the word likely? How about likely? Matt Barrows says it's likely that Jair Brown is traded to the Jets. Do you want me to hit post?
Yeah, 49ers insider, colon, big scoop, Jair Brown on his way to Jets. No, that's not correct. I'm just saying it's a vague possibility out there.
Okay. Hey, what were your first impressions of Brian Robinson Jr.?
Well, he's the biggest 49er tailback out there. He sort of reminds me of a bigger Jeff Wilson in that sort of linear, tall guy, sort of runs upright in that way. He had his first practice today, just did a very, it was a light practice overall, and he was just getting his feet wet. But his size sticks out, and he spoke to the media afterwards, and he's obviously intent on making a mark on this team. I don't think he's someone who's coming in to kind of hold the clipboard and ride pine. He expects to be worked into this offense this season.
Matt Barrows says Brian Robinson will start by week 3. Post.
Breaking.
Okay. Yeah. All right, we got everything we need, Matt.
You've been aggregated. Appreciate it.
Matt, thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your words.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Okay, there he goes.
You
Matt
bet.
Barrows from The Athletic with all of your 49er news, including the fact that Jair Brown is now a Jet and Brian Robinson has been named the starting running back for the 49ers.
Yeah, and Steve Wilkes, also a Jet.
Yeah.
I hadn't realized that he got the defensive coordinator job.
Yeah, he's built for that.
He's built for everything.
Yeah.
And if you look at his Wikipedia, he is, wherever he is, he's there for 1 year. 1 year.
That's not a good thing.
Not usually.
That's not a good thing.
He was the
I
assistant.
can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
He was with the Panthers from 2012 to 2017, and then he went Arizona, Cleveland, Missouri, back to Carolina, Niners, volunteer at Charlotte last year. Didn't think that was coming. And then now with the Jets, Steve Wilkes, Jair Brown. He loves him. That actually makes some sense. If Jair's going to get cut, trade him for a 7th round.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a lot of what you're seeing now with Sky Moore and Brian Robinson. That's what you're seeing. You're seeing teams go, hey, there's value with this player, but for whatever reason, they're not going to make our team. Whether it's just a positional room thing, whether it's a worn out the welcome thing, whatever it is, it's like this is an NFL player, but he's not going to make our team. So, yeah, let's trade him. And, yes, if Jair Brown were on their list, he absolutely fits that definition.
And you see the Browns and Raiders just made a trade. Kenny Pickett is now a Raider. The Browns traded him for a 5th-round pick in 2026. So the Raiders have a new backup quarterback. And you're starting to see some of these trades flying around here before cutdown day.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, speaking of Brian Robinson, and it's Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. That is the number. By the way, he was asked, hey, can you explain why you're not in Washington anymore? This is how he answered it.
I really couldn't tell you that right now. The last week or two has been a bit unusual, but nothing changes. For me, I expect to the same goals I set for myself 3-4 months from 3-4 months ago. It stays the same process, same everything. I expect to do everything that I expecting to do for myself this year. I expect to continue that, even though I'm in a new home. So nothing should change. Same process.
Okay, I mean, I thought just in sort of listening to him today, he kind of waltzed in with, I would say, the right amount and right kind of confidence. Because this is an I think this has been underplayed. A lot of us are just all, yeah, that's a good running back, and you got to back up Christian McCaffrey. Well, how's Brian feel about all this? This has been a lead back his entire career.
Yep.
This is his 4th year. For the first 3 years, that's the lead dog on his team. Well, you're not going to be here. And so I'm not saying that they need to, that they owe anything to Brian Robinson by any stretch, but you do wonder kind of mentally how he's going to approach that thing as fitting in as a number 2 back. And he's going to want some shine. He's gonna want to roll here. I think it'll be here for him.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And you look at his numbers in Washington, he only played 40% of the snaps, 45%. He's had some injuries that have kept him out of a lot of games, but consistent. 797 yards, then 733, then 799. He just is a good, solid back, and he's not going to get 200 carries here, but he's a guy, if McCaffrey happens to miss a game, you've got a legitimate veteran there, and hopefully they can use him every third or fourth series during games when they're both healthy. That way Christian can get spelled a little bit.
I'm sure they will, and he has had some injuries, although a lot of the missed games go back to his rookie year when he was shot before the year, and so he missed a lot of games there. Largely, most of his career since then, he's been pretty healthy. Washington runs a system where they move a lot of guys in and out, so they've never really done the whole, bell cow thing.
Right.
But he is the lead guy. He's never been a third down back, but he is the lead guy. Here's another one from B-Rob, because he was asked about expectations. So what kind of a role are you expecting?
I see opportunities for myself, regardless. I know C-Mac going to do his thing, and I'm going to be ready to do my thing for sure. Like I told, Mr. Lynch before I got here, I'm like, look, I respect, everybody. I respect the room. I respect C-Mac, but I'm a competitor. I come here to compete. I come here, I'm ready to do my thing just as well as, Christian ready to do his. So, my job right now is just to compliment him the best way I can, and we're going to be the best duo in the league.
Yeah, love it.
He gave a little best duo in the league. Right amount of confidence. I've got respect, but by the way, looking to play football.
Yeah, he's in a contract year, and unlike some players, he's not made a ton of money. He's only made, it'll be $5 million at the end of this year over 4 seasons. So he's looking to get that playing time and be able to go out there and get a contract somewhere else. I know running backs don't make as much as they'd like or as much as they used to, but if he can show that he's still a good, legitimate back, he's not going to be in a committee, but you go out there and you get another 750 yards and you don't fumble the ball and you're able to catch it out of the backfield, he'll get a nice contract.
Yeah, when you just said that, I was thinking to myself about contracts and the money that he's made, because this is still a rookie deal for him. And I don't remember how high he was picked, but it wasn't that
Third
early.
round.
Third round. Okay.
Yep.
4-year, $5 million contract. This guy's been making he's been making essentially Brock Purdy money.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that same
He's been making
thing.
Purdy money so far. So, this is a big, big deal for him because, those career earnings right now sit at $6.9 million for Brian Robinson. So, to be sent somewhere to be essentially a backup or a number 2, let's not call it a backup because the number 2 does play each week. But, this is probably – you're going to get somebody who's really looking to make a mark because, he's taking whatever he does with these 17 games out on the market at the end of the year.
Yeah, and, he doesn't really know what happened in Washington a couple weeks ago. It seems like you're going to be the guy, and, he and Austin Eckler, different roles, but kind of sharing the load, and they have a rookie that they drafted, and, Washington looked at it and thought, we're not going to sign you, so we might as well get something for you now and turn some of our carries over to the rookie.
They like him. They like him. You know what? You want to know what I look for on the final weekend now of NFL games in the preseason? A lot of people are like, okay, people are trying to make a roster, right? This is the last look at everyone. You want to know what I want to see?
I know exactly what you want to see.
Who's wearing a T-shirt?
Exactly.
Because that's who's going to play.
That's who they love.
That's who they love.
If they love you, then they don't play you.
Washington has 4 running backs, and 2 of them wore T-shirts. And it was Austin Eckler, who is brittle and a longtime veteran, and the kid. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, also known as Bill. And has anyone done any research on why he's called Bill? This is his nickname, Bill. But his first name is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. And they call him Bill. I don't know why. But that guy and what round did he go in? He was late, right?
When he was younger. You remember the show Little Bill?
Of course.
Sure.
Yeah. He apparently had a bald head when he was younger, and so his friends called him Bill.
Okay.
7th rounder.
7th rounder.
Yep.
And he's getting the treatment. 7th rounder, and week 3 of the preseason, he's getting the dude, leave your cleats in the locker. They love him. They love him. He's been firing up draft boards.
Yep.
Firing. Woo.
Speaking of draft boards, I was thinking about this with our 16-team league. When you draft your backup quarterback, he might actually be a backup quarterback. You know?
That's true. Well, I guess
there's 32 quarterbacks,
and so everybody gets 2.
Well,
and if somebody picks a third, we fight.
Totally.
Okay?
Give me a run on quarterbacks.
You hear that? Because Guru usually picks one in the first round.
Well,
so
you may have to with this. If you're
told me he might go Dak first round.
That's a joke.
If you're picking 15th in our 16-team league, and so you're picking 15th, and you go through and 6 running backs are gone and 6 wide receivers and a tight end, I mean, you might be looking quarterback at that
You want
point.
to know where my mind went? What if you get the first pick? You're the first pick in the draft. Your second pick is number 32.
Yeah.
32.
You also get 33.
You get 33, but oh my God, like your second round pick is going to be like, huh? I mean,
does he play?
What round are we in when we start hearing guys come off the board that like nobody's ever heard of?
Probably like by the 7th round.
Eesh. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Hi, Jose. What are you doing?
I'm driving home right now, but I'm extremely frustrated with this thing going on with the 49ers and the, kicker situation.
Okay, let's talk this out, Jose.
Look, to me, it seems like Kyle Shanahan has a pretty good chance of matching Mark Levy's record of going to 4 Super Bowl and losing 4 of them. I really hope they make it to the Super Bowl this year, but if he's going to keep Moody in the team, he's going to have a chance to match, his Scott Norwood moment also. This guy stinks. He's bad. He cannot, he might be talented when there's no pressure. The minimum amount of pressure, and the guy, he melts. He doesn't have any confidence in himself. Nobody has confidence in himself. When he's about to kick, I know for a chance, it's a 75% chance that he's going to miss it. I have no confidence in the guy, and I don't understand what they see on this guy. He's using up a valuable roster spot. They had enough time to get, other kickers, try out different kickers. The guy is bad. I don't know why they're still keeping him. It's not like they had to, pay him $50 million a year, and if they cut him, they're stuck with that, with that hit on the salary cap. Like I said, I'm so frustrated with this thing. Honestly,
Jose, what would you say if the Niners were like, look, he's a 3rd-round draft pick from a couple years ago. We're going to give him at least another year. What would you say?
Okay, just to humor you, I would say that's enough for me, dog.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted you to do.
That's right.
But then what would you actually say, Jose?
But on behalf of 90% of the 49ers fans out there, this guy's gotta go, okay? He has to go. Honestly, I don't understand. The first, I can guarantee you already, the first game that they play against the Seahawks, he's bound to miss either an extra point or a field goal, and we're going to end up losing that game. I can guarantee you that if he's in the team.
Well, we'll see, Jose.
Jose, thank you very much.
He's going to get that opportunity.
It's going to be a no from him, dog.
Yeah, I don't think he likes being your trained monkey.
Well, this is our show, so
right. Just to humor you.
Yeah,
just to humor you. He said it.
I'm here. You're here to see if we can put together things that are entertaining for people to listen to.
No doubt.
And Jose
is entertaining
to listen to, especially when he says that's going to be a no from me, dog. It's entertaining.
It is.
That's not my fault.
Well, it is.
Thank you. Now, there's somebody who does like being a wind-up toy.
Did you guys get him on Friday?
Oh, yeah.
He called in?
It was
nice.
Quite large, actually.
Okay, good.
It's quite a moment.
Not banned? No yellow card caution or anything?
No, he's invited again this week.
Okay, good. Yeah, I look forward to it. I was out of the market.
Yeah, snuck him in
Friday.
before the buzzer. It
nice.
was it was a late. It was it was a late call
for Jose in Oakland and the quote 90% of the fans that he's speaking for. You're gonna have to deal with it. You're gonna have to eat it and watch it and hope that Jake Moody makes kicks. Maybe you're one of those people who is hoping he misses so that you can get a new kicker.
Oh, definitely not. I would never do that. Like, come on, if you got the uniform on, I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting, and again, I'm going to lose this one because it was over before it even started. We had a discussion about it today. Kyle Shanahan already told you what he was doing. He told you after the game. Listen to the words that again, these coaches choose their words very carefully. Listen to the way he talks about it when he was asked about Moody.
I mean, I thought he had one of the best games I've ever seen a guy have last week. I know he missed extra point today, which definitely doesn't make us happy, but we'll see how it goes in the year. I know he's a talented kicker. I know he's done some really good things for us. He had a rough last 7 games last year, but I think he's had a real good offseason and a real good preseason also.
So the words he chooses tells you we're not bringing anybody in this week or next. That's not what we're doing. So you can forget about that. He didn't need to say it that way. He could have said, look, he had a great week last week. We didn't like that he missed an extra point. That's that kick, though. We feel like he's had a pretty good preseason, but we'll be ready. Jake knows that there's competition around these parts. And right. He could have done that. He said, let's see how it goes during the year, which essentially, to me, guarantees, I don't know what, the first month. I think it guarantees.
Depends. I don't think it guarantees anything.
I mean, you go start. Yeah, if he bumps 3 extra points in the first week,
Matt
he's
Barrow
done.
said when he joined us, he's like, if he goes 3 for 5, but you win a game by 10 points, that's not going to be necessarily a fireable offense in that moment. But if you go 4 for 4, but you need a game winner from 42 yards and you miss it, so you go 4 for 5, but your one miss was a game winner and it was makeable, that to me becomes more of an issue than in the previous scenario.
It's tough because it'll be the only talking point as well, and people will be going nuts. He did say that he thinks Jake is on thinner ice than the Niners are making it sound.
Yep, I think he's right.
Yeah, I did that. That's kind of the point I've been making all day too, which is that you can say what you want at a press conference. Too bad I saw your face. I saw your face. I saw both of your faces. Right there in the face. You guys were livid. You were livid in a preseason game. The special teams coach and Kyle Shanahan. So that matters. That matters. And we know damn well that what people say about their players in public and what they say to other coaches behind closed doors, those are two very, very different things. You know what I mean? We've watched that with all of the teams. We've watched it with everybody. We've watched Bob Melvin have people's backs until suddenly he doesn't have people's backs. We've watched Steve Kerr, pump up Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga and then bench them for long periods of time. There are conversations happening behind closed doors. I have no doubt that the Niners are terrified of Jake Moody right now. But they feel like they're in a spot, which is A, boy, he looks good in practice. B, he is talented, so talented that we made him a third-round pick. And C, oof, we made him a third-round pick, which means we are both embarrassed and out a handful of guaranteed money that we don't want to spend if we move on from this guy right now.
Yeah, not yet embarrassed. I mean, it would be embarrassing if you got to that point where you had to get rid of your third-round kicker, which you don't often see kickers taken above the 5th or 6th round. A lot of times it's the 7th round. So I don't think they're yet embarrassed. They understand the situation.
No. I mean embarrassed if they were to move on from him. They'd be embarrassed to move on from him.
Of course.
Yeah, 2 years ago they made him a relatively high pick.
One of the highest picks in recent years. You have to go back a long way. And, of course, Sebastian Janikowski of the Raiders was a first-round pick.
Yep.
But that was the Raiders, and he had a good long career. You got a guy here in the 3rd round, and, yeah, you don't want to have to admit you're wrong and go out and find another kicker. I was looking at free agent kickers on the street, and we talked to one of them today, Mason Crosby.
Still only 40.
About to be 41 next week.
Yep.
So, I mean, not so old that he can't possibly come back. I think he's probably ruled it out.
Oh, yeah, he's not coming back. It's funny. He mentioned to us multiple times about, kicker expectations are so different now than they used to be. Now you're expected to make your 50 to 55 yarders. Back then, he's like, dude, that was you got a big high five if you could knock one of those through. And you looked at Mason's numbers over 50 yards, barely over 50%. And he's right. That's not good enough anymore. And that's back when he was 25 and 30.
Right.
Now he's 40. So, yeah, I do not think that I think Mason's done.
You're right.
Got himself a radio show. He's probably making at least $30,000 a year out there in
Playing a lot of golf, no doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
Living the good life. And he also mentioned something interesting about patience, because Mason Crosby's first 4 years, looking at his numbers, he didn't even get 80% in any of those 4 years. Year 4, they win the Super Bowl, and he gradually got better. Kicking now, the percentages are all much, much higher, so the bar has been really raised. But he was talking about, just the patience, and he was hoping that the Niners would be patient with Jake Moody. And, you could say that they already have been, but this first 4 or 6 games, that's going to be key for Jake Moody to earn a little bit of that trust back.
Let's go to Bud in Oakland next up. Hi, Bud. Thanks for the call.
What's good, man? Yeah, I just dropped my son off at football practice right now, so he's got to go put that work in himself. You know what I mean? Listen, as far as this Niners situation, bruh, all y'all, Niners fans, all y'all can do is just wait and see what happens. Let's just see how the season turns out. I mean, of course, that's the writing on the wall. All we can do is wait and see what happens. As far as the kicker thing, I mean, it's not like he's got to learn the scheme if the Niners did go out and find a new kicker. I mean, all he has to do is stand there and kick the ball when it comes to him. So there's no scheme involved. But, yeah, I mean, the Niners feel like they have something good. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, yeah, the guy misses kicks. But I forget the coach who was the coach of the Vikings at the time. He said the worst thing he did was cut Daniel Carlson. The Raiders picked him up, and he's looked good since then. They don't look like they're going to let him go anytime soon. So you never know what you got. And I understand you guys gave this guy a couple of years. But, I mean, you might divorce your wife that you had for 5 years, and next thing you know, she hits the lotto. She's looking good all over again. You know what I mean? Especially that check, Will. So, thanks for taking the call, fellas.
Yeah, Bud, appreciate it. No, I get all that, but at the same time, you do have to live in the moment. This is odd, but you want to know the player who just came to mind for me when he was talking about that? Connor Joe. Connor Joe turned into a good baseball player. He turned into a guy who was a staple for a little while in the Pirates lineup and in the Rockies lineup. Farhan was absolutely ripped for having him as an opening day outfielder, rightfully so. And you couldn't keep him. You couldn't keep him out there. But he did turn into a good player. Different teams have a different amount of patience. We see this with the Warriors all the time. How much patience do you have for young players to develop, right, when you're trying to win out there? The Niners cannot go through kicker bumps and bruises all year this year. They can't do it. So he may be great someday. He needs to be good this year.
Right.
Or else he's not going to be their kicker anymore.
If they're a team like Carolina, for example, you could go through bumps and bruises because you're probably not going to be in a win window, which is where the Niners certainly think they are. So, yeah, bumps and bruises up to a point, but if he's blowing game winners and if he's messing up on PATs, and he's only missed 2 PATs in the regular season in his career, so it's not like the guy's been a train wreck, and I know he missed one in the Super Bowl. It was a big one, but by and large, on PATs, he's been among the league leaders.
Right. I'm sorry, that sounded funny. PATs. You should make all the PATs.
Yeah, most of them.
Pretty much, you should make all of them.
You should probably be about 97%, I'd say.
You can miss one. I give you one, unless it's blocked or somebody, bad snap, whatever. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times, but he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7. The Game.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a 2025 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $269 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing. Includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 8/31/24. MSRP $27,816. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN JF2GU ABC7SH 275175. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buck. Directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Be sure to tune in to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, following every Golden State Valkyries game, when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky name the strongest player of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Anything from the Nut family.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, as it turns out, mine are being kind of squeezed a little bit right now as we speak. What, Lucas?
Yours
you
better
be careful.
Squeezed?
Yeah. I'm in a little bit of a situation. It's not this is a stupid privileged situation. It's not a big deal.
Gotcha.
It's something that
Don't talk about that.
No, we're in a vice grip right now.
No. We're good. We're fine. We've actually talked about it a little bit over the last couple of weeks. You know this Oasis reunion tour that's going on.
I do, yeah. I'm
and you've
familiar
got
with
all
it.
these people in my life, including Ken here at the station, who traveled. I'm not kidding. At least 4 or 5 people that I know have traveled to Europe to see this show. I'm like, where are y'all getting all this dough?
Oh, yeah.
And I tried, the way they did this a few months ago, and I know you're not a fan, but I'm a huge fan. And a few months ago, or maybe even a lot of months ago, you had to, go into a lottery to even get the right to buy tickets.
Sounds right.
And I did not win. But then all of a sudden, they are now, I think they're done with their Europe tour. And so now they're coming stateside.
Okay.
They're on their way. And I get this email, and they're like, so the promoters have found that a few more tickets are still available. You've been identified as somebody who might be interested. Are you interested? And I'm like, sure, great, I'm interested. Well, I just got the email. So they're going to be in L.A. opening weekend of the NFL season.
Sounds about right.
September 6th and 7th.
Okay.
They're going to be at the Rose Bowl. So, Mark, do you want tickets? And literally during the commercial breaks of this show, I've gone down the rabbit hole of, okay, what would tickets cost? What would the plane flight cost? What would a hotel cost? And can I do all of that without missing Scott Hansen and his kickoff at 10 a.m. on Sunday morning?
Let alone your Sunday job that you have.
Well, that's at night. So if let's say Saturday night in L.A., can I fly down? Can Christy and I fly down Saturday afternoon, go to the show, get a room, get up at 5 in the morning, turn around and fly back? If she's listening, she's already shaking her head because that probably doesn't even sound good to her. She's like, what? We're going to go to L.A. for 15 hours?
7 hours.
To see a band that I don't even really like and watch you geek out in front of all this and then get up in the middle of the night to come home and watch 7 hours of football?
Right.
That
nice weekend.
Right. Sounds awful, right? And I think it would cost at least, give or take, we're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1,500.
Yeah, it's about right.
And I'm thinking about it.
Have you seen this band before?
Yes, one time, but it was forever ago. It was at the Civic here in the city.
Okay.
A long time ago.
That is a long time ago.
Yeah. And no, I'm not spending that. What are we doing?
Yeah, no. That's
right. No, it's not. It's no. It's no. I'm not doing that. That's stupid. Do you know what I like? That money is needed elsewhere.
Yeah, you can just drive down, drive back.
I thought of that. That would sound even worse to her.
Yep.
And I don't want to go alone. Then I'm really what are we doing?
Alone, singing every word to every song.
Champagne Supernova by myself. What are we doing? That's just so
That's
stupid.
Pretty sad.
It's awful.
It's pretty sad.
I mean, I could find someone to go. I don't want to go with anybody else. What are we doing? But why am I having a hard time deleting this email?
Because it's your band and you really want to go. You really want to make it work.
I do. I want to go to this tour.
I do.
Oh.
I do, but
this conundrum on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And then, by the way, speaking of 7 hours, remember, countdown is 9. It's 10 to the summit. It's 9 until the day Scott Hansen comes on this show.
All right. And that's going to be the day of our draft then, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So a week from Wednesday, Scott Hansen on with Willie and Dibby.
I cannot wait. It's great, and football is here. When you get Scott Hansen on and you start to go through your fantasy drafts, and right now I'm looking at a 16-team mock draft that was done just to kind of,
I can't believe
stick my toe in the water of what this league is going to be. A 16-team league here at 95.7 The Game.
It's a lot.
It is. It's all-inclusive.
You better do a deep dive Dibs over there.
Yeah.
If you're going to figure out who you're taking in the 15th round of a 16-team draft.
Yeah, I mean,
what the hell?
You're down into like 230, 240 players. But, yeah, it's a lot. Interesting to see what these experts did with their various approaches.
I will look into it since I've never done one before. Yeah. Might as well look into it. So it's cut down day tomorrow. Your favorite radio hosts will be at Splash at Thrive City and enjoying ourselves over there. And one of our listeners is going to be there doing a draft, hopefully with a bunch of friends. So we're looking forward to the whole thing. But I'm also pretty interested to see what exactly the Niners do. I thought that was a hell of a nugget from Matt Barrows in that they discussed on the pod with him and Tim Kawakami who might the Niners cut that you didn't see coming. And he said maybe Jair Brown, and Kawakami said Garendo.
Yeah, I like it. And that's kind of the answer I was fishing for with the question, because I do think that Garendo could be in a little bit of a tough spot.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to stay healthy. And you got Brian Robinson, so now he's been moved down another peg, and you've got a rookie coming back when his finger heals, and you're going to want to have him around. So it becomes interesting. You start running out of spots, and hard decisions have to be made.
Yeah, I'm with you though I don't see it as likely, but I could wrap my head around it because Kyle seems mad, and mad's probably the wrong word. But this is somebody who publicly, Kyle Shanahan, publicly, all the way back in April, was like, Isaac Garendo needs to figure out how to take care of his body so that he can make it through an NFL season. And from the moment he said that in April, all the dude has done is get hurt over and over and over again. He get hurt in camp. He walked off holding his shoulder on Saturday. And now he's been replaced. So I could see it. I could see the 49ers being like, this didn't work out. Like, what's the point? What's the point of investing in somebody who you're almost sure is going to get hurt every 2 or 3 weeks?
Yeah, especially as you look at this year's draft class, 11 new players coming in, and you start to think about guys that you just drafted. They've got more years remaining under contract than Garendo. So if you're going to invest in a younger player, you sometimes have to move off a guy who hasn't really been working out.
Well, and think about what a Shanahan thinks about a running back position. I'm not going to say they don't value it. They have Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson on the team. But the point is I do think Kyle thinks that he can always find another running back. I think he thinks he can get yards from a lot of different people. And the history of that last name is that he's right. And so he's probably even more teed off when it's like, I know I can get yards out of this guy, but you have to stay healthy sometimes. Like, everybody gets hurt, but dude, you got to be available. And he's just not. So I don't know. It feels like the type of year where there may be a surprise or two. We find out by